In the apocalyptic world, I wish to do as I please. Hoarding supplies in the face of the end? An impossibility, for my resources are boundless. A single biscuit compels the former campus belle to lower her noble head, while a mere loaf of bread brings even the once glorious stars to their knees. In this world's twilight, who still speaks of love? My brother. Chapter 1. The Laws of the Apocalypse. As night fell, Huasher City sparkled like a pearl, illuminating the pitch-black sky, with audaciously dressed youth strolling along the streets. Tang set his phone aside and glanced at the traffic lights, feeling a touch fatigued and opting not to accept any delivery orders today. That a Lamborghini parked nearby roared like a wild beast, and Tang turned his head to see a charming and refreshing young lady in the passenger seat, while the man at the wheel raised an eyebrow at him, seemingly flaunting his wealth. Tang scoffed, thinking, what's the big deal? I could drive around in a Wuling Hongguang and still get by. Suddenly, his Bluetooth headset emitted a strange sound. 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 13 seconds remain until the apocalypse arrives. Dispatching Apocalypse Gift Package version 10. Listening to this nonsensical announcement, Tang Ze's face twisted in confusion. Who is this? Is someone playing a prank on me? However, his phone displayed the prompt. Would you like to open Apocalypse Gift Package version 10? A virus. It must be a phone virus. Beep, beep, beep. The car behind him began honking impatiently, and in his inadvertent fumbling, he inadvertently accepted the message. Infinite resources has been received. Enhanced physique has been received. Weaponry equipment version 10 has been received. Note: items can be extracted through willpower. Extraction of the Apocalypse Gift Pack 20 requires an upgrade to the energy reservoir. Upon hearing that chilling voice, Tang couldn't help but shiver, wondering if this was for real. Ha. If you have the guts, then bring me an uncontrollable AK-47. When a damaged AK-47 materialized between his legs, Tang nearly lost his composure and swiftly disappeared. As the weapon vanished, Tang let out a sigh of relief. Yet his heart raced uncontrollably. The suddenness of it all left him utterly unprepared. He promptly turned and hurried back to his rental apartment. Jinyuan community is somewhat distant from the city center, and the 2,000 monthly rent caused Tang considerable pain as he set up his electric scooter for charging and dashed home without delay. The modest 50 square meter unit felt somewhat spacious to him. Removing his helmet revealed a sunlit visage at just 22 years old. He had been working for several years, taking on roles as a security guard and a waiter, with no relatives to speak of back home. After washing his face, Tang settled onto the sofa. Deciding to immerse himself in the rules of the apocalypse, he dove straight into his studies. 2 hours later, Tang grasped a vital truth. Self-interest reigned supreme. Opening the armory, he found an array of handguns, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and a variety of ammunition. But alas, no heavier firepower, only light weaponry. As for enhancing his physical capabilities, Tang brandished a kitchen knife that he could bend with ease, his fingers capable of penetrating a concrete wall, gazing at the dust. Upon his fingers, Tang Ze's smile deepened. He withdrew a firearm and inhaled deeply. Come forth, Apocalypse, I have grown weary of this mundane existence. I am not a mere boy, I am a formidable man. As the dawn approached, the sound of raindrops echoed outside, gradually evolving into a gentle downpour. Suddenly, chilling screams reverberated throughout the entire community. Tang hastened to the balcony, whereupon he beheld several lifeless bodies sprawled upon the street. Among those seeking shelter from the rain, one individual endeavored to rescue another, only to be drenched and subsequently corroded by the rain, akin to sulfuric acid, collapsing. Amidst anguished wails, simultaneously, the lights within the community began to flicker on as residents stood bewildered on their balconies, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. All at once, every mobile device received an urgent notification. Attention all residents, do not leave your homes. Avoid the rain. Await rescue. Tang furrowed his brow slightly and turned to the adjacent balcony, where a striking young woman cast her gaze in his direction. Having resided here for a year, Tang was well aware that his neighbor was a female live streamer, possessing notable beauty with her alluring curves, though somewhat. What are you staring at, you pathetic loser? She retorted before turning to retreat into her room. Tang chuckled dismissively. Even in an apocalypse, she still fancied herself significant. In this desolate world, women equate to commodities for exchange. A single morsel of bread could grant one the power to do as they please. 20 years have passed without the chance to experience love, only to find oneself amidst the apocalypse. What a pity. However, I did indulge in a carefree moment, albeit for just 998. In a hurry, I prepared a bowl of braised beef instant noodles to calm my nerves. Wait, I possess an infinite supply of resources. Why not indulge in some Buddha jumps over the wall and brush my teeth with it instead? As I savored the delicacies reserved for the affluent, Tang retrieved his phone to scroll through Douyin, while the entire world succumbed to panic. Before long, an urgent message was disseminated. All water sources have been contaminated. Tang shrugged, indifferent to the news. That I wonder, how many days will it take before a mere cup of water could bring the woman next door to her knees? Ha! They can call me a pathetic loser all they want. I decided to head downstairs to assess the situation. Upon reaching the ground floor, I was met with a throng of people, all lined up outside the convenience store to buy water. Others were trickling down to witness the chaos, their faces etched with terror. Outside, several corpses lay sprawled, heightening the tension and stirring agitation among the crowd. Hey, stop pushing. Who do you think you are, cutting in line? Damn it. At that moment, two men erupted into a brawl, while women stood by in alarm. Seizing the moment of confusion, many men rushed into the convenience store to loot supplies, the owner utterly powerless to intervene. Within minutes, the resources were stripped bare, leaving the women with no chance to partake. Don't you men know that ladies come first? Shouted a bespectacled, middle-aged woman. Who cares about that now? Scoffed a burly man, disdain dripping from his voice. In times like these, such concerns are utterly trivial, especially with bodies lying outside. As the apocalypse descends, the advantages of men become glaringly evident. Those who failed to procure supplies began contemplating alternative methods, considering venturing out in their vehicles to purchase food. Yet confronted by the lifeless bodies scattered outside, they found themselves paralyzed by fear, hesitant to take a single step. The tires, visibly deteriorating, hinted at the corrosive nature of the relentless rain. Some ventured to discard umbrellas to test the waters, only to discover them unscathed. However, the peril of a single drop loomed ominously. Leaning against the wall, Tang exhaled wearily. It had only been an hour, yet chaos was already beginning to unfurl. The scant water supply would scarcely last long. Those fortunate enough to possess bottled water were in a better predicament. Yet, once all food was exhausted, the darker facets of humanity would inevitably surface. Gazing at the gentle rain falling outside, Tang found his mind gradually formulating plans. Suddenly, a striking figure caught his gaze. Her luminous eyes sparkled like precious gems, framed by delicately arched brows that crafted exquisite contours. Her lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, radiated an alluring charm. The graceful curve of her neck resembled a work of art, elegant and soft, akin to the stem of a lily, evoking an irresistible enchantment. Her physique flowed like a melodious tune, with natural and smooth curves. Her slender waist and voluptuous hips were perfectly proportioned in every regard. How could a mere food delivery person like Tang possibly know her? Yet, within the community, she ranked among the top 3 beauties, seemingly a flight attendant, as he had encountered her several times in the elevator, clad in her uniform and dragging a small suitcase behind her. Recently, Mbai has been experiencing significant transcoding issues, which has motivated us to expedite updates. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 2. Water is life naturally. With such striking beauty, it is improbable that she would lack a suitor. Standing beside her was none other than a wealthy, handsome gentleman, who typically traversed the streets in a Porsche 718. Come on, Mbai, we still have half a bucket of water at home. This rain won't last long. Ninggu dismissed the situation while reassuring his girlfriend beside him. Mbai's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet she nodded in agreement, casting a fleeting glance at Tang before ascending the stairs with her boyfriend. Tang smiled, amused by the peculiar joys that even a rogue might experience. Upon returning home, he opened Douyin, only to find the app inaccessible, along with all others, save for WeChat. The property management group was abuzz with fervent complaints and vitriolic outbursts. That night, no one could find solace in sleep, all yearning for the rain to cease. Yet, come the morrow, the downpour persisted. The third day, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth, rain continued to fall relentlessly. Throughout these days, the stillness of the night was intermittently shattered by the sounds of smashing and anguished cries, an atmosphere so oppressive it could drive one to madness. Meanwhile, Tang remained within the confines of his home, indulging in sumptuous delicacies, patiently awaiting the moment the rain would relent, so he could seek out a luxurious villa for some much-needed enjoyment. On the seventh day, Tang resolved to venture into the underground garage, where all the essential exchanges within the community transpired. As the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of voices greeted him. The underground garage resembled a bustling marketplace. Women exchanged designer handbags and cosmetics for food, while men presented luxury watches and even offered their 4090 Ti computers in return for water. A summer edition Hermes bag could procure a case of mineral water. A Rolex Submariner could be traded for 4 bottles. Time was of the essence. Once missed, the opportunity would vanish. Remarkably, the computer changed hands swiftly, yielding 5 bottles of mineral water and a packet of chips. Tang couldn't help but lament. The entire ensemble must have cost at least 40,000, yet it was bartered away so readily. Presently, transactions still appeared routine, but in 3 days, the situation might drastically alter. Suddenly, Tang noticed his neighbor, a streamer, had set up a stall selling cosmetics. He approached while sipping from a bottle of mineral water. Sun Ting observed Tang's approach, her expression slightly uneasy. The delivery man surely had ample provisions at home. Yet, witnessing his casual enjoyment of the water, her own thirst began to stir within her. Before long, Tang spotted him by at her stall. With her striking beauty, she attracted quite a crowd. "Beautiful lady, let us make a deal. I'll give you this bottle of water," one man suggested. "I'll offer 2 bottles," another chimed in. "I bid 3 bottles," a third man declared. The bidding war left Anbai flushed with anger. "Shameless," she retorted vehemently, gathering her goods and heading toward the elevator. Casting an innocent glare at Tang, one of the men sneered, "What a show. Over there in the red light district, a glass of water will buy you a turn." The so-called red light district, which piqued Tang's curiosity, turned out to be merely a warning light, surrounded by a number of women clad in revealing attire, their heavy makeup raising concerns about their quality. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the air. Over 20 young men emerged, led by a burly figure whose arms were adorned with tattoos. The gang behind him exuded menace, each wielding steel pipes and, in some cases, fruit knives. This unexpected scene cast an eerie silence over the vicinity. "Everyone, hand over your belongings," the leader commanded, prompting his followers to charge forward with sinister grins. "Don't take my things. How dare you steal from me? I won't let you live," a voice cried out in desperation. "Ah, my head," the leader chuckled menacingly. "Surrender your supplies to avoid suffering. Is there no law left? Robbery in broad daylight." An older man, in his 50s, stepped forward to admonish them. "Law? I, Ding Feng, am the law. Break his legs." With a resounding crack, the sound of bones shattering silenced the crowd. Faced with such brutality, none dared to resist, surrendering their supplies to avoid a futile beating. "Take those women standing over there." Ding Feng directed his gaze toward the so-called red light district, a mocking smile playing on his lips, while his followers snickered. Most were paralyzed by fear of the apocalypse, yet these men reveled in the chaos. The encounter was swift, as was their departure. Once they had left, the remaining men grumbled amongst themselves. There was hardly any supply to begin with. "And now they've taken what little we had. Why did none of you fight back? Why do you not resist and merely utter such sarcastic remarks?" The mutual accusations instantly ignited, causing Tang to shake his head in disapproval. At that moment, a bespectacled gentleman, exuding an air of refinement, stepped forward and said, "Each floor of the building is equipped with a security gate. I propose that we seal off our building to prevent further plunder. Even if we need to exchange supplies, we can do so through the gaps in the gate." His words immediately garnered agreement, and without hesitation, the surrounding security gates were pulled down and secured with iron plates. The residents of the nearby buildings, upon witnessing this, were inspired and promptly followed suit, causing all 5 buildings in the community to be effectively isolated. "I have another suggestion. Let the men unite to search for supplies, for we possess the capability to resist those ruffians." The bespectacled man exhibited a natural leadership quality, prompting immediate responses from those around him. However, Tang had no interest in being subservient. Even in the apocalypse, working for others seemed utterly nonsensical to him. Upon returning to his own floor, Tang encountered the internet celebrity, Sun Ting, squatting at her door. He teased, "So, you were hiding here all along." Though she may not possess the beauty of a flight attendant, she was indeed an attractive woman. Sun Ting, not lacking in wit, promptly retreated into the safety passage upon noticing the commotion. Observing Tang Zai's amused demeanor, she let out a cold huff and inquired, "Do you still have water at your place? What concern is it of yours whether I have water or not?" Tang Zai leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, jesting in response. Indeed, a loser is simply a loser. Upon finishing her words, Sun Ting opened the door only to slam it shut with great force. Tang Zai could not help but chuckle. After all, he considered himself a mere underdog. In the face of the impending apocalypse, his sole desire was to survive peacefully, coexisting without conflict. If he refrained from causing trouble, he hoped others would do the same. 3 more days passed, and the relentless rain showed no signs of abating. The 5 buildings had divided into 5 factions, establishing a tentative agreement, and tonight, a meeting was scheduled to take place in this building. Naturally, Tang Zai was obliged to attend, with the gathering set in the underground parking garage. Upon his arrival, Tang Zai observed the weariness etched on everyone's faces. Even the beautiful Enbai had dry lips, and the female broadcaster appeared no better off. A bespectacled man stood atop a car hood, wielding a megaphone. "Esteemed residents, my name is Dong Fei. I was once an executive in the corporate world, and I am honored that you have entrusted me to take the lead." The crisis had endured for over a week now, with no sign of rescue and the authorities remaining silent. The supplies in Building 3 were likely dwindling as well. Yesterday, someone from Building 4 had ventured out in search of resources, and although they lost 1 member, they managed to secure some food. Dong Fei's words prompted nods of agreement from those present. They had seen in the community group chat that it was Ding Feng and his associates who had ventured out. Their vehicle lacked tires but retained its rims, which slowed their progress and caused some skidding. It was reported that one of Ding Feng's men was caught in the rain and subsequently vanished. Therefore, I propose that we form a convoy to search for supplies, Dong Fei suggested. However, upon his conclusion, there was a heavy silence. After all, this was a perilous endeavor. Chapter 3. Restore your expression. Dong Fei, as if aware of the situation, adjusted his glasses, and his gaze revealed a fierce intensity. "I won't force anyone. If you choose not to exert yourselves, that's your prerogative. However, when we retrieve the supplies, do not expect to take any credit for it. I'm going. I shall go as well." The courage of those with families was commendable. With both elderly and young ones to care for, action was imperative. 2 convoys were assembled, and naturally, Dong Fei took the initiative to join the expedition. "Everyone, return home. I will notify you all in the group when the time comes. But if you wish to reap benefits without effort, consider what you might offer in exchange." Enbai glanced at her boyfriend and whispered, "Ninggu, we have run out of food at home." Ninggu, with a hint of impatience, replied, "What's the rush? My father has assured me that he is devising a way to send us provisions. Do you wish for me to perish?" "No, that is not what I meant," Enbai hastily clarified. Yet Ninggu's voice turned grave. "Then what do you mean?" Enbai's complexion turned ashen, for indeed, that was precisely what she implied. Approximately 3 hours later, 2 vehicles returned, their wheels sparking with wear. 6 individuals had set out, yet only 4 returned. The waiting families, upon seeing that their sons or husbands had not returned, were engulfed in sorrow. "Was my husband caught in the rain?" "My child," Dong Fei spoke somberly. "The outside world is in utter chaos. Supplies are being seized. Your husband and son have not perished from the rain, but at the hands of others." The crowd exchanged fearful glances, their faces etched with terror. However, upon noticing the provisions of food and water in the rear, their dread was swiftly supplanted by a yearning desire. "I need water, I need water," cried a gaunt man as he recklessly surged forward. Without hesitation, Dong Fei seized a bloodied baseball bat and swung it with ferocity, sending the man's jaw flying. Yet, Dong Fei did not relent. He raised the bat once more and struck the man's head with brutal force, shattering it completely. Bloodied and resolute, Dong Fei turned to the onlookers and declared, "Who else dares to snatch?" The gruesome sight of a life extinguished rendered the others mute with fear. Listen well. Should a man wish to barter for supplies, he must venture outside. And if a woman desires to trade, she must offer her body in exchange. Dong Fei's words shattered the conventional morals of all present. Yet, one could hardly blame him. These resources were earned at the cost of lives. Why should they be shared? The apocalypse has its own rules. That evening, A faint knock echoed through the stillness. Tang set down the pizza he had been holding, wiped his hands, and approached the door, taking care to glance through the peephole first. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, a smile slowly crept across Tang Zai's lips. He had wondered how long she could maintain her composure. Today, she looked quite splendid, adorned in a white dress and wearing delicate makeup, rivaling even that of a flight attendant. As the door swung open, there stood Sun Ting, who still watches live broadcasts these days. Even if there is some income, those figures cannot be exchanged for tangible goods. Just moments ago, a fellow colleague recounted her harrowing experience while attempting to barter for supplies, describing inhumane treatment at the hands of several men, ultimately receiving only a cup of water and a piece of Oreo. Thus, she sought out this delivery man, convinced that his humble abode surely harbored a decent supply of food. Having just made herself presentable, she hoped this ordinary fellow might extend some kindness to her. Indeed, as she opened the door, a familiar yet foreign aroma wafted towards her. It was Orleans-style pizza. Upon spotting the steaming pizza on the coffee table, Sun Ting could hardly believe her eyes. How could he still have pizza at a time like this? Is something the matter? Tang Zai inquired nonchalantly, taking a sip from a bottle of mineral water. Despite the lipstick adorning her lips, Sun Ting's red mouth was on the verge of cracking. As a streamer, it was not unusual to have a little food at home, but the pressing issue was the lack of water. Could you spare me some water? The once proud Sun Ting, upon seeing the droplets trickling from the corner of Tang Zai's mouth, felt an overwhelming urge to catch them with her own lips. Tang Zai's smile broadened. I still prefer the proud and unyielding version of you. Regain your composure and call me a filthy loser. You misunderstand. I am the one lacking vision. Sun Ting quickly apologized, her initial plan completely forgotten. The notion of seduction was cast aside. All she desired was a sip of water, and she would do anything for it. Tang Zai let out a long "oh," gradually lowering the bottle's opening. The water trickled gently onto the floor, and Sun Ting showed no hesitation whatsoever, instinctively dropping to the ground and extending her parched tongue to lap at the surface. Meanwhile, Tang Zai slowly retreated into the room, and Sun Ting followed suit, crawling in as the door quietly closed behind them. It became evident that kneeling and licking was not merely a descriptive phrase. Setting aside the bottle of mineral water, Tang Zai settled onto the sofa, observing Sun Ting. She gradually lifted her gaze towards the bottle in his hand, an insatiable thirst glimmering in her eyes. Do you still want more? Tang Zai inquired, shaking the bottle slightly. Sun Ting, positioned at his feet, nodded fervently. Yes. I want it. Then I shall grant you a little more. Sun Ting instinctively reached for a cup, but Tang Zai continued to pour the water onto the floor. Nevertheless, she obediently lapped it up. The floor glistened from her efforts, and he rewarded her with a slice of pizza, tossing it carelessly onto the ground. Previously, Sun Ting would never have indulged in such junk food, fearing weight gain. Yet now it appeared as a precious treasure, and she devoured it without regard for her image. Oh dear, you look quite unkempt. Perhaps you should take a shower, he suggested. Sun Ting, surprised, asked, Is there water here for a shower? Of course. Just make sure to clean yourself well and use plenty of shower gel. Without hesitation, she dashed into the bathroom, discovering indeed that clean water was available. She didn't even bother closing the door, eagerly beginning to wash herself. For her, going a single day without a shower felt unbearable, let alone having endured nearly a week without one. This scene certainly proved advantageous for Tang Zai. A woman capable of becoming a streamer would naturally not lack in desirable qualities. After her bath, Sun Ting realized the door had been left ajar and promptly closed it. After a moment, she emerged, fully dressed. Well, I shall take my leave now. Thank you. Sun Ting was not inclined to offer herself up without reason, especially since this insufferable loser seemed quite different from the others. He was someone she could not easily manipulate, given what had just transpired. She considered it a form of compensation for the earlier events. Tang Zai smiled faintly. So, you consumed my offerings and now intend to depart without a second thought? I've already shown you quite a bit. Instantly, Sun Ting reverted to her original demeanor, much to Tang Zai's satisfaction, as he produced a pitch-black handgun. Upon sighting the firearm, Sun Ting froze momentarily before quickly retorting, Is that a lighter or a water gun? Who are you trying to scare? With a loud bang, the gun discharged, illuminating all the motion sensors in the building. The entire community was startled by the echoing sound. Who fired the gun? Is there really a gun? At that moment, Sun Ting's face turned pale, and shattered ornaments lay strewn on the ground. This was indeed a genuine weapon. Chapter 4. Deception and Consequences. How about a slice of pizza? Or perhaps I could treat you to a peanut. Sun Ting collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, believing he had wandered into a sheepfold, only to realize he had entered a den of tigers. Where did he acquire that firearm? Come here, Tang Ze beckoned. Sun Ting, filled with trepidation, dared not resist. He propped himself up on the ground and slowly crawled towards Tang Ze, who was lounging on the sofa. Please, spare me. I promise I won't deceive you again, he pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. Although he wore a smile that seemed innocent, hidden beneath was a devilish nature. Tang Ze raised the gun, letting it glide across Sun Ting's delicate features. Sun Ting's eyes widened in terror, feeling as though death was imminent. Regret consumed him, realizing that acquiescing to Tang Ze's demands would not have cost him dearly. Had he been obedient from the start, he would not be suffering now. Tang Ze wore a benevolent smile, yet unbeknownst to all, that shot had merely missed its mark. Sun Ting nodded vigorously, emitting pitiful whimpers. However, Tang Ze's gaze was icy, the gun now resting against the back of Sun Ting's head. The fate of those who deceive him was singular, death. Don't be so picky, it's the apocalypse. And there are not many beauties left. Tang Ze suddenly noticed a slight increase in progress, albeit slower than expected. He unceremoniously tossed Sun Ting aside and settled onto the sofa to indulge in a hot pot, replenishing his energy. This was far superior to any bargain, especially considering it was exchanged for a bottle of mineral water and a slice of pizza. Who said that cheap was inferior? Please, spare my life. Sun Ting uttered in a faint, pitiful plea. Tang Ze paused for a moment, grasping Sun Ting's hair and lifting her up, only to discover that her complexion was devoid of any color, her skin unusually parched. His brows furrowed slightly, realizing that the energy levels were at play. It was essential to proceed cautiously. A mere progress of 2 was indeed rather slow. Have a bite, Tang Ze stated nonchalantly, placing a plate at his feet, filled with freshly cooked pork belly and fatty beef. Starved and unable to bear the pain, Sun Ting hastily crawled to Tang Ze's feet to indulge in the delectable fare. Here, water, Tang Ze said, this time offering a large bowl, ample enough for her needs. As Sun Ting chewed on the meat, she mumbled her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. No need for thanks. From now on, you belong to me. Sun Ting, crouched on the ground drinking water, was momentarily taken aback, but dared not resist. Tang Ze provided minimal explanation, smiling as he stated, you now have 2 choices. Either eat peanuts or obediently comply. Without hesitation, Sun Ting chose the latter. Only a fool would opt for peanuts when she could simply satiate her hunger. Tang Ze affectionately stroked her head, saying, from now on, you are mine. Tang Ze was taken aback. She seemed considerably more astute than before. Meanwhile, in Dong Fei's residence, 7 or 8 men were gathered, with supplies overflowing the living room, half of which consisted of bottled water. One bald man appeared anxious, exclaiming, come on, hurry up, don't let anyone die. Dong Fei, sipping red wine, glanced over and remarked, what's the rush? There are plenty of women. The bald man chuckled wryly, remarking on the scarcity of beautiful women. It was a rare delight to encounter an attractive one, yet the prolonged engagement had been wearisome. In contrast to the presence of women, the recent gunfire demanded immediate attention. Dong Fei spoke in a low voice, acknowledging that the firearm posed a threat to his authority, almost as if it were aimed directly at his forehead. If he could seize that weapon, he would wield control over the entire neighborhood, verging on the title of the neighborhood's monarch. Seated nearby, a man with yellow hair remarked seriously, I feel the gunfire is emanating from within our building. His observation was met with agreement from another man. Dong Fei placed his wine glass upon the table and instructed, Baldy, you and the yellow-haired one should inspect each household. The bald man and the yellow-haired man exchanged glances, acutely aware that the other party was armed. Each of you will receive a box of bread and bottled water, Dong Fei added. A generous reward will surely inspire bravery. The bald man and the yellow-haired man nodded in understanding, and as they rose, the bald man called out toward the bedroom, take it easy. Save some breath for my return. Dong Fei sighed. You have a peculiar fondness for a woman nearing her 40s. The bald man replied, Brother Dong, you have no idea. I've had my eyes on her for quite some time. If it weren't for this apocalyptic world, I would have never had a chance. I suppose I should be grateful for the apocalypse. Laughter erupted among the group, finding this situation far more entertaining than the monotony of work. After departing, the yellow-haired man laughed. Baldy, there's a streamer in room 701 with a stunning figure. and in room 603, an air hostess whose looks are simply exquisite. You are quite astute, my friend. With my protection, you shall remain unharmed in the outside world. Thank you, Brother Bald, and once you have had your fill, do extend some pleasure my way as well. Bald gently patted the shoulder of the yellow-haired youth, reassuring him, fear not. In this world, women are but a means to indulgence. The matter of acquiring a firearm had slipped their minds as they proceeded directly to room 603 to seek the flight attendant. Inside, Ninggu exhibited an unmistakable restlessness, plagued by hunger and thirst, teetering on the brink of delirium. His beautiful girlfriend, Bai Wan, sat on the sofa, appearing woefully vulnerable. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, startling both occupants. Ninggu approached the door, peering through the haze of smoke and recognizing bald and yellow hair. There was no way he would open the door. We know you're inside. Open up. Yellow hair bellowed. A flicker of rational thought remained with Ninggu. He knew that should he unlock the door, Bai would become their plaything. Chapter 5. The ruthless Tang. The bald man pressed down on the yellow-haired individual and exclaimed, Brother, it has been many days since you last ate. Hasn't it? Yesterday, we had an abundance of supplies. Come by room 201 when you have the chance. With that, he led the perplexed yellow-haired man away. Ninggu sighed in relief, and Bai similarly exhaled a breath of ease. However, the bald man's words echoed incessantly in their minds, eroding the last vestiges of the man's resolve. Before long, the two arrived at room 701 and knocked on the door. The bald man called out once more in the same tone, We have plenty of food. Come to room 201 when you can. Living is better than anything else, far preferable to starving at home. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing the occupants of the neighboring room. Tang looked at the two with a stern voice and said, Knock more gently. You're making a racket. The bald man and the yellow-haired youth exchanged glances, astonished that all the men had recently been so respectful toward them. When did they earn such a tone? Are you seeking death? How dare you speak to my brother like that? The yellow-haired man exclaimed as he stepped towards Tang. Yet, upon entering the room, he was rendered speechless, astonished by the sight before him. The bald man approached, his curiosity piqued, and was equally taken aback. Before them lay a dining table adorned with a feast of stewed chicken with mushrooms, braised pig trotters, and stir-fried asparagus. Notably, beside the table sat a woman enjoying her meal. Bald brother, this seems to be that female streamer, the yellow-haired man stammered. After enduring days of hunger, even the most beautiful women had become gaunt and haggard, yet the woman before them appeared almost ethereal, as if transformed into a celestial being. You possess quite a knack for navigating life, indulging in pleasures without concern, and your abode is graced with beauty. The bald man, with a hint of sarcasm, strode directly into Tang Zai's residence, closely followed by the yellow-haired accomplice. Tang Zai, with a smile, shut the door behind them. The yellow-haired man, unable to contain his eagerness, began devouring the pig trotters, exclaiming, Brother Bald, these trotters are delectable. Upon seeing the two men enter, Sun Ting remained unperturbed, casually settling onto the sofa. The bald man, eyeing Sun Ting with unmistakable greed, remarked, If you know what's good for you, hand over the food and the woman, and you'll spare yourself some suffering. This is mine. I cannot surrender it to you, Tang Zai replied, feigning innocence. Sun Ting silently mused that these two fools were doomed. Oh, you refuse my hospitality and choose punishment instead. Brother Bald, step back lest the blood splatters, said the yellow-haired man, brandishing a fruit knife and lunging at Tang Zai. However, his strike missed, and he felt a heavy blow to his face. With a resounding thud, he was sent spinning, his face contorting as it caved in slightly. The bald man looked on in terror, while Sun Ting was taken aback, aware of Tang Zai's firearm, but astonished by his sheer strength. If there had been any lingering thoughts of resistance, they were swiftly extinguished. She had no desire to meet the same fate as the yellow-haired man. Shouting, Please open the window, Tang Zai said with a light chuckle as he effortlessly lifted the yellow-haired man, who weighed around 130 pounds, with a single hand. The bald man's hands trembled in fear. Sun Ting obediently opened the window, and Tang Zai unceremoniously tossed the yellow-haired man out. A dull thud echoed. Yet no one paid any heed. They had grown numb to the daily tragedies of those who, unable to bear the psychological torment, chose to leap to their demise. Tang Zai clapped his hands and resumed his seat, cheerfully saying, Sit down, let us dine together, and bring a pair of chopsticks for our esteemed guest. The sight of the docile Sun Ting sent shivers down the bald man's spine, for he wondered what unspeakable acts this young man had inflicted upon her. As he watched the graceful Sun Ting approach, any flicker of desire vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. "Brother, what do you think? Is this acceptable?" Tang Ze leisurely picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The bald man, however, was too intimidated to follow suit. "Do you look down upon me?" Tang Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. The bald man hastily grasped the chopsticks, exclaiming, "Brother, there has been a misunderstanding. That is not the case at all." "Very well. What is the situation outside?" The bald man dared not deceive and promptly replied, "It is chaotic out there. People are being killed for supplies. And the nearby convenience stores and supermarkets have been completely looted by several communities. What are your leaders planning?" The bald man reported. "The boss said that once this batch of supplies is consumed, we shall raid the surrounding neighborhoods. How much do you have left?" "We've been conserving. It should last us about a month. By the way, is your boss searching for this?" Tang Ze produced a firearm, causing the bald man's scalp to prickle with fear, knowing he had risked his life for mere bread and bottled water. The bald man nodded slightly. Tang Ze, having set down his chopsticks after a satisfying meal, urged, "What are you dawdling for? Eat up. It's your last meal, a fitting send-off." Tears streamed down the bald man's face as he pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my supplies, I beg you. Hurry and eat, don't waste it. Remember to thank me," Tang Ze replied coldly. The bald man stuffed food into his mouth with desperation, for the first time finding it unpalatable. Initially, he believed Dong Fei to be ruthless. Yet this young man before him was even more so. "Thank you, big brother," he managed, but Tang Ze interjected, "Jump yourself. I don't want to pull the trigger and splatter blood everywhere. It's too difficult to clean." The bald man retreated, hands raised in supplication, until his back met the wall. "Big brother, we have no enmity, you." Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air, cutting off his words. A crimson dip appeared on his forehead as he toppled backward, falling from the building. Sun Ting swallowed hard. This man was capricious and merciless. Below, Dong Fei and his companions turned pale at the sound of the gunshot. "Boss, the bald man has fallen," shouted one of the younger men from the balcony. Dong Fei dashed over, his expression darkening at the sight of the lifeless body. "If he doesn't come after us, we have no reason to seek him out and risk inciting hostility." Though Dong Fei felt resentment, the young man's reasoning was sound. If this armed individual sought retribution, it could cost them their lives. Dong Fei promptly sent a message within the cluster of Building 3. "Brothers, we have food and drink here. Feel free to come over and relax." This was evidently a gesture of conciliation, yet Dong Fei harbored ulterior motives. Should they indeed arrive, it would become a veritable banquet of treachery. Seated on the sofa, Tang Ze chuckled softly, knowing there would be ample time to deal with them later. The immediate concern was the issue of sustenance. Observing Sun Ting, who was massaging his feet, he decided it best to allow her a night of rest, lest she collapse from exhaustion. "Aren't you a dance streamer? Why not perform a number? What style does the host prefer? What do you think?" Sun Ting understood the implication, turned on the music, and began to sway her captivating figure. Chapter 6. Sold by my boyfriend you. "The petite streamer are quite impressive," remarked Tang Ze as he lit a cigarette. With Sun Ting seated beside him, holding an ashtray. Sun Ting, pouting in defiance, retorted, "Who is a petite streamer? I am one of the top 3 major streamers on the platform, with monthly earnings starting in the 6 figures. No wonder they deride me as a pathetic loser." In Dong Fei's residence, 6 men were gathered, drinking beer with furrowed brows. The presence of the bald man and the blonde had dealt a significant blow to their confidence. They had believed they could dominate the building, only to discover a formidable opponent lurking in the shadows. Dong Fei stood on the balcony, gazing at the bodies below. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. From the position where the two had fallen, it was evident they had been hurled down from his own upper floors. "Dogsy, investigate the information of the residents above me, and see how many have failed to report in." The man referred to as Dogsy, around 30 years of age, with a pointed face and deep-set eyes, clearly showed signs of recent indulgence. Soon, Dogsy had results. "Boss Dong, currently there are only 2 households above that have not checked in. One is on the 6th floor, a flight attendant named Nbai, and the other on the 7th floor, a delivery worker named Tang Ze." A portly man sitting nearby slapped his thigh in realization. "I once encountered that flight attendant in the elevator. She's stunning, with fair skin, always accompanied by a tall, wealthy boyfriend. Could it be that her boyfriend possesses a firearm?" Dong Fei had also seen Nbai's boyfriend, and he did not appear to be the type to wield a gun. Could it be that delivery worker? How could a food delivery person possibly be armed? Yet, aside from those two, who else could it be? Am I mistaken in my assumptions? Suddenly, my phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming voice call, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. It was Ding Feng, the leader from Building 4. Adjusting my glasses, I forced a professional smile as I answered, "Boss Ding, you're still awake at this hour. Isn't it clear that neither of us has been able to sleep? It seems the gunshots have disturbed our rest," Ding Feng remarked with a hint of mockery. After all, being outside of Building 4, he felt little concern for his own safety. I chuckled softly. "No need for Boss Ding to worry. I can handle it." "Very well. I had intended to lend you a hand. Should you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I would be more than willing to help. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have matters to attend to, so I must end this call." With that, I disconnected the call, cursing Ding Feng inwardly. How could a gun possibly end up in his hands? On the other end, Ding Feng scoffed and set down his phone. Beside him sat a woman in her 30s. His girlfriend, possessing a certain charm. "Brother Feng, we must find a way to acquire a firearm. With a gun in hand, you would reign supreme over this neighborhood. Perhaps even exert control over several surrounding areas." Her words ignited a spark of ambition in Ding Feng. Merely one building was not his ultimate goal. He aspired for greater power. Furthermore, I heard from the girls in the group that there's a flight attendant and a streamer from Building 3 who are exceptionally attractive. I even have their photos. The woman opened her phone and presented pictures of Bai and Sun Ting to Ding Feng. Ding Feng's gaze suddenly glimmered with avarice, further solidifying his resolve as he sneered. "Let us convene a meeting tomorrow. Prepare to breach Building Number 3. The woman, elated by this notion, adeptly sought to please him. "Brother Feng, I have prepared a midnight snack for you." "Oh?" he inquired. "Bring it in," she commanded. At her summons, a girl was dragged in by a subordinate, her hair clutched tightly. Such occurrences had gradually become the norm within the community. Those who possessed resources wielded power over life and death, compelling others to bow in submission for survival. In room 603 of Building Number 3, Bai donned a luxurious black silk nightgown, slicing open a bottle of mineral water. Her once rosy tongue now appeared somewhat pallid as she licked the bottle cap. At that moment, Ninggu stepped out of the bedroom and glanced at Bai on the sofa, stating, "I need to step out for a bit." "Where are you going?" Bai hastily inquired, anxious at the prospect of being left alone. "Just stepping out for a moment." Noticing Ninggu's reluctance to divulge more, Bai seized his sleeve, demanding, "Are you going to seek them out? Are you ever going to stop? If I'm not seeking them, who else would I? My Portia has merely exchanged for a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread, while you sit idly and indulge in the provisions I procure." With a dismissive gesture, Bai collapsed to the ground, her complexion drained of color. Witnessing Bai's transformation from her former radiant self, Ninggu's demeanor shifted entirely. "To be frank, I have already reached an agreement with Brother Dong. You will accompany them once a day, and that is our means of survival. You want me to accompany those beasts?" Bai stared incredulously at Ninggu, questioning whether this was truly something a boyfriend should utter. "Do you wish to starve to death? Can you bear the thought of my demise? Did you not once claim you would die for me? Now, I do not ask for your demise. Merely a slight sacrifice of your physical comfort." A wave of helplessness washed over Bai. "You ought to reflect on how I have treated you in the past. Designer handbags, exquisite jewelry, fine dining, each of which comes at a cost. Previously, I was the one who gave, and now it is your turn." With that, Ninggu departed to negotiate with Dong Fei, for after all, his girlfriend was the most beautiful in the building. Though weakened by hunger, Bai believed a few days of nourishment would restore her strength. Upon hearing the door close, despair filled Bai's eyes. The group, led by Dong Fei, had become utterly inhumane, and any girl who fell into their clutches faced a fate worse than death. Observing this home, Bai felt it had lost its charm, even repulsive, and she could scarcely endure another moment within its confines. Upon stepping outside, the fresh air invigorated her mind, and a self-deprecating smile crossed her face as she gazed at the window of the emergency exit. A resolution formed within her. She would not allow those brutes to desecrate her, even if it meant facing death. Entering the emergency exit, Bai heard voices ascending from above. Curiosity piqued. She quietly climbed the stairs, only to discover Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe and Sun Ting had also stepped out for some fresh air. Upon noticing the frail Bai, Tang Zhe smiled and said, "Good afternoon, miss." Chapter 7. The clash of perspectives beneath our feet. Sun Ting felt a moment of confusion as she glanced back at Bai. taken aback by the frail state of someone she had not seen for several days, a condition worse than her own. Although Enbai was not well acquainted with Sun Ting, she had heard whispers of Sun Ting's success as a streamer, earning more than herself. "Miss, why are you looking at us like that? Hurry home," Tang chuckled, waving his hand with a smile. "Is there food at your home?" Enbai finally inquired, her voice tinged with desperation. If there were alternatives, she would not wish for death. Who truly desires to perish? It is often a matter of necessity. Sun Ting rose and approached Enbai, her delicate fingers brushing against Enbai's parched skin and seemingly withering locks. "Of course there is food. Would you like some?" "I would," Enbai nodded vigorously, envious of Sun Ting's vitality, recalling a time when she herself had been even more radiant. Sun Ting picked up a half-full bottle of mineral water from the steps, and Enbai's heart leaped with joy, grateful that women could be counted on in crucial moments. "Thank you. Thank you." Enbai extended her hand to take it. But Sun Ting stepped back playfully. Tang couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of mischief in his demeanor as he witnessed the gentle teasing. Enbai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, uncertain of her intentions, while Sun Ting removed the cap and poured a small amount of water onto the ground. Tang raised an eyebrow, amused by Sun Ting's audacious tactic. "This is how you should drink," Sun Ting demonstrated before Enbai, as droplets fell to the ground. Enbai gently bit her dry, chapped lips, attempting to follow Sun Ting's lead in drinking the water. A peculiar sound echoed through the stairwell. Tang was taken aback. The once aloof girl had lowered her guard. As Sun Ting ascended the stairs, she scattered water, and Enbai followed her home, drinking all the while. Once the door closed behind them, Enbai seemed to regain her senses, immediately detecting a fragrant aroma reminiscent of a bygone era. It was KFC. Upon seeing the fast food laid out on the coffee table, Enbai's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Realizing that Tang worked as a delivery person, she surmised that he must have pilfered it from his job, which explained why this female streamer was willing to accompany him. "Is it all right for me to join?" Sun Ting inquired of Tang, her eagerness to partake tempered by a fear of displeasing him. Tang smiled and nodded, curious to see what she would conjure. With his approval, Sun Ting felt a wave of relief wash over her. She picked up a chicken bone and tossed it in front of Enbai. Gazing down at the bone, Enbai's delicate arm trembled, urging her to resist the temptation. Yet her mind betrayed her, and her slender fingers slowly reached for it. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over dignity. The sound of her chewing filled the air, accompanied by tears streaming down her face. She had never imagined she would find herself on the floor, consuming a bone, questioning her own worth. "I heard your boyfriend is planning to sell you," Tang remarked as he retrieved a cigarette. Sun Ting promptly offered him a light. Enbai shuddered, slightly turning her head to respond. He wouldn't. "You may not yet be aware, but within our building resides a group of men. Just yesterday, you participated in an auction among them, where the price was rather steep, a bottle of water fetching 4 appointments within half an hour." Tang words struck at the core of Enbai's being, rendering her hands devoid of strength to support herself. "It is impossible. He merely asked me to accompany Dong Fei. Dong Fei is simply your first client. Take a look." Tang placed his phone before Enbai, who picked it up to gaze upon its contents, which were shocking. There were even seductive photographs of herself, while Ninggu was extolling her own virtues. Tears streamed down her face as she felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. Tang stowed away his phone, flicking off the ash, while beside him, Sun Ting astonishingly caught the ashes in her hands, prompting Tang to exclaim in admiration. "Why not join me? There will be food and drink every day." Sun Ting sat beside Enbai, caressing her cheek, her voice slithering into Enbai's mind like a siren's call. This way, she could enjoy 3 meals a day, indulging in the culinary delights of the world, while cleansing herself of the filth, surviving in this chaotic era. Tang suddenly realized that he should have Sun Ting operate as a madam. She was undoubtedly a promising prospect. "You must decide whether you wish to remain here or choose to become a plaything. The choice lies with you." Sun Ting patted Enbai's shoulder, stating that she could assist her no further. "You ought to be a wise woman, aware of what truly matters. To fall into the hands of those men would lead to a tragic demise. To fall into Tang grasp might result in a similar fate. However, at the very least, one has been satiated and quenched. Who among those individuals would truly ensure your nourishment and thirst are met? Silly girl, do not be so naive. They will merely provide you with a morsel to foster dependence, thereby exerting control over you." Enbai, not one to be easily deceived, whispered resolutely, "I choose to stay." Speak louder, Sun Ting remarked with a satisfied smile, trampling upon Anbai's dignity with unrestrained fervor. Clenching her silver teeth, Anbai shouted, I choose to stay. Tang Ze contemplated offering Sun Ting a salary. Such talent must be retained. Here is your reward, Tang Ze declared, tossing bones before Anbai. Without hesitation, she fervently began to consume them. Chapter 8. Your girlfriend is now mine. Regarding Sun Ting, Tang Ze handed her a bucket of spicy chicken wings, remarking, You did splendidly. Thank you, Master, Sun Ting replied, her heart brimming with joy as she savored the authentic taste. Tang Ze nodded in acknowledgement, cradling the bucket of wings. Sun Ting indulged heartily, casually offering some to Anbai, who quickly stuffed her mouth, replenishing her energy. She too required sustenance. Suddenly, Sun Ting realized something crucial. She could not afford to let Anbai perish. After all, she had finally secured an ally. Suit yourself, Sun Ting conceded, though reluctant to part with the wings. She recognized the necessity of making sacrifices for the future. Observing the two of them feasting with grease dripping from their lips, she urged, Hurry and wash up. Make sure to clean her up as well. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is spotless. Sun Ting had become adept at pleasing Tang Ze. As they entered the restroom, Sun Ting secured the door. The space was modest, just sufficient for two women to stand comfortably. Sun Ting first extracted her own tail, unable to suppress a wince. Why would you do this? Anbai inquired, perplexed by Sun Ting's self-deprecation. With a wry smile, Sun Ting replied, Do we have any other choices? We must inevitably choose the stronger option. But he doesn't seem that formidable, Anbai noted. Sister, he possesses a firearm. Sun Ting lightly tapped Anbai. A subtle warning. Such sentiments should remain unspoken, for if Tang Ze overheard, the consequences would be dire. Anbai suddenly comprehended. The gunshots they had heard in recent days were indeed fired by him. Sun Ting slowly removed Anbai's nightgown, chuckling softly, Not bad. He will certainly appreciate it. Under such scrutiny, Anbai felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she bit her crimson lip, murmuring, Can I go back? Go back. To where? Having made a promise, one should not waver. He is no benevolent saint. I nearly perished at his hands, Sun Ting warned sternly. It's one thing to demean oneself, but do not court disaster. As she listened to Sun Ting's words, Anbai felt as though she had entered a den of tigers, albeit with only one man within. Since I am here, I might as well make peace with it, she reflected. This lifestyle was uncertain in its duration. To survive, she would have to cast her dignity aside and flush her principles down the toilet. With that, Sun Ting turned on the showerhead. As the warm water cascaded over Anbai's delicate form, a long-forgotten warmth enveloped her entirely. Woo-woo. In that moment, Anbai wept, feeling a sense of injustice. Sun Ting sighed, offering comfort. Women in this apocalyptic world have it far too hard. We should consider ourselves fortunate. After a brief interlude, the two emerged. Upon seeing Anbai, Tang Ze suddenly chuckled. Such a beautiful flight attendant, I dare say any man would entertain fantasies about her. This building is likely rife with such thoughts, and here she stands, looking as if she is waiting for a man's affection. Anbai understood his implication and approached Tang Ze, yet felt a lingering hesitation. Indeed, she was enchanting, but that face held an unsettling quality. Tang Ze's words left Anbai in a state of shock. Is my face truly unsettling? Tang Ze was undoubtedly exaggerating. The girl was merely weak and not as beautiful as before. However, this blow was too great for Anbai. Sun Ting, standing nearby, smiled and reminded her, Apologize. I'm sorry, Anbai said, lowering her head with a lack of confidence. Unlike Sun Ting, Anbai appeared delicate and fragile, much like a timid kitten. Perhaps a few days of rest would do her good to regain her strength. Tang Ze was certainly intrigued, yet he genuinely felt that Anbai was too frail. After all, true beauties were scarce, and in this building, they were the only two. Just then, a roar erupted from outside. Wretched woman, where are you hiding? Come out. Don't force me to kill you. Ninggu's furious voice echoed. Upon returning home to find Anbai missing, Ninggu was infuriated. He had already negotiated a price with the client, and she had simply vanished. Had he known it would come to this, he would have locked the door upon leaving. Tang Ze spoke softly. What do you think your boyfriend would do if he saw you here with me? Please, no, Anbai pleaded, looking at Tang Ze with desperation. However, Tang Ze signaled to Sun Ting, who understood and walked over to open the door. Hey, handsome, over here. Ninggu, upon reaching this floor, paused in surprise. You're that female streamer? Indeed, she replied. Ninggu thought to himself, This streamer is stunningly beautiful and dressed so provocatively. Damn, I could just take her right here. Yet, the moment Nangu stepped inside, his expression immediately froze. To my astonishment, my girlfriend was standing there, while the one seated on the sofa was none other than the delivery person. As soon as I caught sight of the KFC on the coffee table, my lips twitched in agitation. How dare you indulge in such gluttony? This remark momentarily stunned the three of us, as it was peculiar for the first comment to revolve around food. Grabbing a handful of fries from the table, I hastily stuffed them into my mouth, while Tang watched with a smirk, playfully caressing and Bai's cheek in my presence. Despite my irritation, the allure of the food overshadowed my anger. After all, it was merely a game. Once satiated, I wiped my mouth and declared, "All this KFC is mine, as well as that water over there." Hearing my words, and Bai's eyes welled with tears, seemingly indifferent to her own plight. Noticing Tang silence, I assumed his acquiescence. "And Bai, why are you dawdling? Come here. My woman charges by the minute." "Apologies, but your woman is mine now," Tang replied nonchalantly. "You shameless flirt, come here," I exclaimed, advancing towards Tang, intent on reclaiming and Bai. However, Tang retrieved a desert eagle from the sofa's crevice. I stood there, dumbfounded. This insufferable delivery person possessed a firearm. No wonder Bai dared not move. "Bro, let's talk this out. You can play with her for as long as you wish," I quickly offered my apology, regretting not having realized this sooner. Tang displayed a benevolent smile and remarked, "Having consumed so much of my fare, isn't a word of gratitude in order?" Yes. Thank you," Ningu hastily apologized. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 9. The time to appear. Ningu was perplexed. He had followed Tang instructions, yet he still faced the threat of death. Tang asserted that he would not allow any threats to flourish, swiftly extinguishing them in their infancy. However, the resounding gunfire plunged the local leaders into a state of panic. The distinct sounds of gunshots were discernibly different, indicating the presence of two firearms within the vicinity. Were they wielded by the same individual or by two adversaries? The thought terrified the leaders, prompting an urgent meeting within their group. If there were indeed two assailants who collaborated, their chances of survival would be utterly diminished. Inside the room, Sun Ting maintained her composure, while Bai had fainted from fear, only to be roused abruptly by Tang. Upon regaining consciousness, Bai rushed to the restroom, retching violently. After some time, she emerged, only to find Ningu lying in a pool of blood. Strangely, she felt no emotional turmoil. "Shouldn't she be mourning?" "Lend a hand," Sun Ting called out. "Oh," Bai replied. The two women struggled to drag the body to the window, summoning all their strength to dispose of it down below. Gasping for breath, Sun Ting turned to Bai and asked, "Are you all right?" Bai nodded, though her complexion remained pale. After all, this was the first time she had witnessed death so closely. "I've just killed your boyfriend. You're not angry, are you?" Tang inquired with a smile, offering her a glass of water. Bai noted that despite the apparent kindness in his smile, it sent a chill down her spine, emanating an unsettling aura. She shook her head in response. "That is well. Taking good care of one's health is indeed the priority at this moment." Tang felt somewhat reassured, as the two of them could alternate their efforts, effectively doubling their progress. Yet, an underlying sense of sluggishness lingered. The allure of superficial adornments remained unappealing. "Are there any beauties left in our community?" Tang inquired out of curiosity, for her own routine of early departures and late returns might have caused her to overlook some hidden gems. Sun Ting shook her head. "I sit at home live streaming every day. How would I know? Bai flits about the world and won't reside here for long. Even if she did, she would hardly venture outside." Thus, Tang question seemed rather futile. "You two, come over and massage my legs," she commanded, and the two women obediently positioned themselves on either side to offer their ministrations. As Tang opened her phone to check the messages in the community group, she was met with alarming announcements. "Building 5. Damn it. A gunman has appeared and taken my wife." "Building 2. A gunman has shown up here as well. My wife has also been taken." "Building 1. Just how many gunmen are there?" "Building 3. The gunman is in our building. You've all been deceived. Everyone be cautious." "Building 5. What? Does that mean my wife was taken for nothing?" Tang couldn't help but feel a twinge of incredulity at the audacity of someone impersonating another for personal gain. TSK. The two women also read the messages but refrained from expressing their opinions. Astute women know better than to appear overly assertive, especially in the presence of Tang. Where strong-willed women tend to meet with swift misfortune. Go wash some fruit, Tang instructed as she continued to peruse her phone, and Bai swiftly rose to prepare, leaving Sun Ting momentarily stunned, as if a light bulb had flickered to life in her mind. Before long, Bai returned with an exquisitely arranged fruit platter, showcasing undeniable culinary skill. Thus, one ought not to challenge a profession with mere personal interests. Matters of expertise should indeed be left to the professionals. It seems I too shall make an appearance, Tang remarked nonchalantly. The two women exchanged glances. Sun Ting voiced her concern. There are too many of them. It may be unsafe to venture out recklessly. Should anything happen to Tang, Sun Ting feared her own fate would be equally dire. And Bai remained silent, perhaps still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The following day saw an increase in rainfall, and the bodies scattered across the central greenbelt of the community multiplied ominously. Some had leapt from heights, while others had been cast aside, yet at least half were the bodies of naked women. Such imagery struck a jarring blow to the senses, despair spreading like wildfire, twisting the very fabric of humanity. However, within the confines of Tang home, no such change was palpable. Seated at the dining table, savoring Hunan cuisine, Sun Ting and Bai knelt on the floor, awaiting Tang completion of his meal, for they were to partake only of his leftovers. With a belch, Tang chuckled, 5 dishes seem a bit excessive. Upon saying this, he transferred the remnants onto 2 separate plates, though he himself had hardly touched them. Eat up, he said, placing the food before the 2 women, and affectionately ruffled their hair. Taking out his phone, Dong Fei sent a message to everyone, summoning them to the underground parking lot for a meeting that evening. Tonight, I will take you all out for some fun. Upon hearing Tang words, Sun Ting's eyes widened in alarm. After all, Tang was alone, accompanied by 2 women. How could he possibly manage? Yet, Sun Ting dared not challenge Tang at that moment, and merely let out a compliant meow. And Bai, witnessing this, could only follow suit. Had their days of good fortune already come to an end? Why were they being taken along? Was it merely to flaunt? Tang remarked that flaunting was one aspect, but provoking trouble was another. In this apocalyptic world, taking 2 beautiful women out was tantamount to courting death. Perhaps he was simply tired of living. After all, he considered himself a gentleman. If one did not strike, he had no reason to retaliate. As night fell, people began to trickle into the parking lot of Building No. 3. The atmosphere was somber, with everyone warily surveying their surroundings, particularly Dong Fei and his group. Simultaneously, it seemed that several nearby buildings were also convening that evening. Thus, while the underground parking lot buzzed with activity, silence reigned, as those with closer ties huddled together, casting wary glances at others from time to time. Damn it! That Ninggu actually vanished, and he took my deposit for a piece of bread, grumbled a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, unable to contain his outrage upon realizing Ninggu's absence. He had hoped for a stroke of luck, but it appeared he had been deceived. That rascal even took my deposit for a marinated egg. I'll go and settle the score with him. After paying the deposit, a wave of curses erupted. Dong Fei sat atop the engine hood, casually munching on sunflower seeds, while his subordinates brandished kitchen knives and fruit knives, the most menacing of which was undoubtedly the large cleaver. Dong Fei's gaze remained fixed on the elevator shaft, pondering whether the vanished Ninggu was a hired gun, that delivery boy, or perhaps another individual lurking in the shadows. One of these 2 must surely be up to no good. Chapter 10. I never pretend suddenly. A slender man approached Dong Fei, dragging his wife along, and with a forced smile said, "Brother Dong, this is my wife. I would like to exchange for 2 bottles of water." Upon hearing this, the men around erupted in laughter. One among them pointed at the man's wife and jeered. "With that yellow-faced woman, you think you can trade for 2 bottles of mineral water? Ridiculous. 1 bottle is more than sufficient. My wife is pristine, untouched by anyone." The man, trembling with agitation, extended his index finger, his parched lips quivering, pulling his wife closer to Dong Fei. The woman's hair was unkempt and filthy, having gone over 10 days without a wash, emitting a foul odor. Dong Fei barked sternly, "Get lost. If you want food and drink, go out and seize it." The frail man seemed destined to be beaten should he venture outside. "It's your fault. Why didn't you come to get food with me?" His wife whispered suddenly. Her words ignited a blaze of fury within him as he seized her hair, exclaiming, "What use is marrying you if you can't even procure a bottle of water? Are you still a man? You heartless wretch, I'll bite you to death." The woman sank her teeth into her husband's arm. causing him to kick her in pain, then relentlessly struck her head. You dare accuse me of being heartless at a time like this? You're still thinking about washing your face? I'll wash it for you. In an instant, her face was drenched in blood, her struggles ceased, and she lay lifeless. The man gazed at his wife's pallid visage, and as if awakening from a trance, he knelt beside her corpse, lamenting, "Wife, my dear wife. I did not mean to, I was wrong." However, none of the onlookers exhibited any sympathy. In recent days, numerous fatalities had been witnessed. Within the shuttered entrance of Building 4, a gathering of over 20 robust young men, primarily homeowners, awaited their moment, each smoking a cigarette. The nearby pliers were poised for action. Upon a single command from Ding Feng, they could storm into Building 3, overpower Dong Fei and his group, and seize the goods. Yet, such an act would irrevocably disrupt the community's order, prompting vigilance from the other buildings and potentially eliminating any chance of escape. "Let me speak for a moment," Ding Feng declared, noticing that Ning Gu and Tang Zhe were absent. Dong Fei leapt down from the hood of the car, addressing the crowd. Just as his words lingered in the air, the elevator chimed, and its doors slowly parted. Out stepped Tang Zhe, clad in casual attire. Previously, Dong Fei had not had the opportunity to scrutinize Tang Zhe, but now he assessed him closely, perceiving him merely as an ordinary young man, one who likely would not dare to take a life. Suddenly, Dong Fei noticed Tang Zhe following someone. The ensuing scene left all present with slightly agape mouths. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning the reality before them. Two exquisitely beautiful women, adorned in high heels, gracefully emerged. Their radiant faces bore no signs of frailty. Rather, they glowed with a rosy hue, their immaculate figures reminiscent of freshly washed, ripe peaches. The sight of their attire left the men swallowing hard. Adorned with cat-themed headbands and dressed in the alluring Mi Chunni collection, the enchanting figures of Sun Ting and in by effortlessly captivate the attention of every man present. Their serpentine waists strikingly tantalizing. The white stockings accentuate their long, graceful legs to perfection. In this moment, amidst the sudden appearance of these two ethereal beauties, a profound silence envelopes the crowd. The surrounding women are rendered inconspicuous, lacking even the privilege to approach them. Yet, astonishingly, these celestial maidens are seen following a mere food delivery worker, a scenario that feels like a dimensional assault. The contrast between the women nearby and the radiant Sun Ting and in Bai is stark, highlighting a disparity in elegance and allure. Observe the silky sheen of their hair and the luminous quality of their skin, juxtaposed against the disheveled appearance of the women around them. Today, Sun Ting and in Bai radiate an undeniable charm. Sun Ting is clad in a white ensemble, while in Bai dons a delicate pink version, creating an extraordinary visual impact. With Sun Ting standing at an impressive 168 centimeters and in Bai at 169 centimeters, their legs are nothing short of mesmerizing. The confidence in Sun Ting's stride showcases her stunning physique, relishing the envious and foolish expressions of the men around her, while in Bai appears more bashful, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and fear. However, it is precisely this delicate demeanor that drives the men nearby to the brink of madness. ISNT that the female streamer? How is she associated with this delivery man? The delivery worker must have hoarded a great many items at home. How could one not anticipate this? The flight attendant. Yes, that flight attendant. My goodness, her wealthy boyfriend must surely be deceased. The crowd has come to a realization. We have paraded the only attractive individual in this building. Dong Fei, observing Tang Zhe approach, could not suppress a low chuckle. If you had kept it to yourself, no one would have known. But now, flaunting it like this, have you contemplated the consequences? Consequences? What consequences? Please, demonstrate for me, Tang Zhe replied, a grin upon his face. Onlookers from the adjacent buildings gathered in excitement, a cacophony of whistles filling the air, accompanied by a man who shouted loudly, "Brother, how much for the lady? Would 3 bottles of water suffice?" 3 bottles? I'll offer an entire case of water for this pair, came another voice. Suddenly, a lewd man approached Sun Ting, his hand reaching out to grasp her delicate arm with a smirk of mockery upon his disheveled face. Without hesitation, Tang Zhe unsheathed the broadsword at his waist, a smile still adorning his features, and with a swift motion, he cleaved downwards. The vile hand fell to the ground, and the body soon followed suit, severed in 2, entrails spilling upon the earth. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Tang Zhe's ruthless display. What incredible strength must one possess to sever a man in such a manner? Clearly, He possessed formidable prowess, which explained his audacity to flaunt two stunning women in public. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the blood from the sword's edge onto the ground, forming a line, and then stated solemnly, "To meddle with my sustenance is to sever my path to survival. The only outcome is death." Everyone looked at one another, their gazes ultimately settling on Dong Fei. If we were to eliminate this delivery person, the two women might indulge themselves, and death would be a trivial matter. After all, a libertine is akin to a starving ghost. Sun Ting let out a slight sigh of relief, understanding that Tang Zhe was not one to put on airs. If he truly had an affection, he would have taken her out long ago. The sight of the pile of decaying flesh beside them was truly repulsive. Chapter 11. Even in the apocalypse, reason prevails, and Bai was witnessing Tang Zhe's formidable prowess for the first time, and she was profoundly astonished. Her prior concerns and fears gradually dissipated, replaced by a confident and gentle smile that slowly graced her exquisite visage. Tang Zhe sat at the front of the vehicle, while Sun Ting and Bai perched themselves on the ground beside him, their alluring forms pressed against his shins, exuding an air of contentment and enjoyment. This undoubtedly was a dagger to the hearts of the men present. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, finding untainted women was a rarity, and here they were. So compliant, their expressions seemingly genuine rather than feigned. Tang Zhe gently caressed the heads of the two women, remarking, "This is merely a brief interlude. Weren't we supposed to convene? Let us continue." Dong Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the knife in Tang Zhe's hand, his mind calculating whether Tang Zhe might be concealing a firearm. With a smile, he adjusted his glasses and said, "Then let us proceed with the meeting." Summarizing the incidents of impersonation by gunmen in recent days. "By the way, do you possess a firearm?" Tang Zhe raised an eyebrow slightly, chuckling softly. "I am a model citizen. How could I possibly have such a thing?" Dong Fei exhaled a subtle sigh of relief, realizing that this delivery man indeed lacked a gun. Had he possessed one, it could have subdued everyone present. Tang Zhe was well aware of this, yet he chose to indulge in the playful banter. "I've worked my entire life. Surely I can afford to enjoy myself a little now. As for supplies, we should organize an outing in a few days. My friend, your knife skills are impressive. Would you care to join us?" "I have no interest." Tang Zhe gently tousled Sun Ting's hair and spoke with a casual demeanor. Dong Fei sensed a shift in the gazes of those around him. This delivery boy was audaciously challenging his authority. If he did not establish his dominance, these individuals would soon lose all respect for him. "Speaking of which, young man, you must have quite a stockpile at home." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Tang Zhe, who appeared to be living a life more luxurious than before the apocalypse, surrounded by beauty, food, and water, provoking envy and jealousy among the crowd. Indeed, he had accumulated a fair amount. After all, how else could he sustain them? Tang Zhe playfully pinched the cheeks of the two women, who responded with soft moans of delight. Nearby, a gaunt, overweight man interjected, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? If you have resources, why not share with your neighbors?" "How selfish." "I'm saying it now," Tang Zhe replied. "Then share. Come and take it if you dare." He laughed, dismissing the notion. The overweight man hesitated, glancing at Bai, who held a broadsword against her chest, and at the dismembered corpse nearby, which made him falter. Tang Zhe shrugged and smirked. "Since you want to take it, I guess I'll just have to kill you." In a swift motion, he flung a sharp throwing knife, leaving the man standing in shock as one of his companions collapsed behind him. A knife embedded in his forehead, the very man who had previously offered 3 bottles of water for Bai. "Well, that is a bit awkward, but give me another chance, and I assure you, I won't miss." With a grin, Tang Zhe produced another throwing knife, leaving those around him in stunned silence. To kill while jesting was a feat even Dong Fei could not achieve. The emaciated figure of the once rotund man collapsed to the ground, a stream of urine pooling beneath him. "Brother, no, I was merely jesting," he stammered. "I never joke," Tang Zhe replied with a smirk, as the flying dagger found its mark, embedding itself firmly in the man's forehead. The surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence, prompting Tang Zhe to light a cigarette and exhale a ring of smoke. "Is there anyone else daring enough to attempt a robbery? If successful, everything I possess shall belong to you, including my beloved cat." However, no one dared to move. All eyes turned to Dong Fei, who understood that if he did not take action, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished by the end of the night. "This young man, you are quite something," Dong Fei commended, raising his thumb in admiration. Tang Zhe accepted the praise with pleasure. But what you may not be aware of is that the flight attendant beside you has had her ownership sold to me by her boyfriend, Dong Fei remarked. Glancing at Inbai, the seated Inbai felt her heart sink, astonished to learn that she had been sold out by Ninggu, who merely claimed she would be accompanying him daily. Inbai longed to leap up and stab the corpse again in a fit of rage. Tangze nodded. Is that so? I was unaware. Bring out her boyfriend. Dong Fei's mouth twitched, pondering where to find him, suspecting he might have already met his demise at Tangze's hands. Dong Fei then produced a slip of paper. This is a bill of sale written by her boyfriend. How can we be certain you did not write it yourself? Tangze scoffed. It bears her boyfriend's fingerprint, Dong Fei asserted, pointing to the vivid red mark. Clearly not the kind produced by a seal, but rather blood. Tangze shrugged and remarked, how can you prove that this fingerprint belongs to her boyfriend? I believe we should seek a professional institution for verification. Dong Fei, trembling with rage, coldly replied, if I were to reason with you now, don't push me. In this apocalyptic world, who still engages in rational discourse? Ha ha. Tangze could not help but burst into laughter. Ding Feng and his companions from Building 4, leaning against the shutter door, also laughed heartily, deeming Dong Fei utterly foolish for being so toyed with. You are mocking me, Dong Fei exclaimed in fury, removing his glasses. Tangze playfully lifted the chins of the two women, laughing, doesn't he even realize that I am playing him? The two women stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves. This statement sent Dong Fei into a frenzy. Kill him. 1 box of mineral water. No, 2 boxes of mineral water. Plus 10 packs of beef jerky. 10 instant pots. 20 packs of instant noodles. Such a bounty was indeed a significant investment, under the promise of heavy rewards. Even Dong Fei's subordinates brandished their knives, inching closer. Tangze rose, extracting the broadsword from Inbai's chest, twisting his neck before launching into the fray. With a swift strike, he cleaved Dong Fei's strategist in half, his wrist flicking upward in a deadly maneuver. Ah! A nearby man cried out in agony as his entrails fell to the ground. The sight of such brutality instilled fear in the hearts of those present, rendering them hesitant to approach. Yet, undeterred, Tangze wielded the broadsword and charged once more, seizing the two women. With a furious shout, Dong Fei contemplated that perhaps capturing those two women would enable him to control the delivery man. How could a mere delivery worker possess such strength? Was he perhaps a disciple of Shaolin? Indeed, some reckless souls charged toward the women, yet Sun Ting and Inbai exhibited no intention of fleeing, remaining steadfastly in place to be apprehended. Just as a hand was about to seize Inbai's delicate arm, a flying knife embedded itself in the assailant's forehead. From a distance, Tangze coldly remarked, to meddle with my provisions is far more grievous than to provoke me. Initially, the two women were filled with trepidation, but upon witnessing the man collapse, their fears proved to be unfounded. They both clenched their fists and playfully directed their ire toward Tangze. Anyone who dared to approach the women was swiftly met with a shot to the forehead. At home, Tangze had practiced his knife-throwing skills with precision, never missing the mark. He mused about seizing an opportunity to refine his marksmanship. Before long, four men lay incapacitated at the women's feet, ensuring that no one dared to come close. Chapter 12. Say thank you. Beside Tangze, over a dozen corpses lay scattered, the ground awash with blood, and a few stains marred his clothing. The remaining 3 men, witnessing Tangze's formidable presence akin to that of a reaper, fled towards the elevator in a panic. Thinking of escaping, Tangze hurled his broadsword with ferocity, piercing through 3 of them in one swift motion, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment. How powerful! This must be one of the concealed disciples of Shaolin hidden within Mate Wan. Ding Feng, taken aback by Tangze's overwhelming prowess, reconsidered his plans. This young man was too formidable to confront head-on. It was time to employ cunning instead. At that moment, the garage was permeated with the stench of blood and decay, leaving only Tangze and Dong Fei among the living men. In a mere 5 minutes, Tangze had eradicated all the men from building number 3, leaving those who had yet to arrive fortunate enough to escape. Dong Fei, gazing at Tangze, who resembled a demon, trembled as he fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette, his hand shaking violently as he struggled to ignite it. Meanwhile, Tangze, with a smile, produced a lighter. Out of gas, huh? Here, I have one. Dong Fei, eyes wide with terror, watched as Tangze leaned forward, took a few puffs, and ignited his cigarette without any obstruction. Not a word of thanks escaped his lips, a display of rudeness that Tangze found rather exasperating. Why does everyone lack basic manners? When I light your cigarette, You should at least extend your hand to shield it. It's common sense, he remarked. Dong Fei, taken aback, stammered. Thank you. With a mere expression of gratitude, Tang Zai's fist struck fiercely at Dong Fei's heart, causing his entire chest to cave in. Dong Fei collided violently with the Porsche 718, shattering the glass into a myriad of fragments. Tang Zai, irritated by the lack of decorum, lit a cigarette and glanced around, noticing the onlookers from the adjacent buildings. Upon meeting Tang Zai's gaze, some instinctively averted their eyes. Sun Ting and Bai, witnessing Tang Zai's formidable presence, felt relieved by their choice and obediently placed the chain into his palm. In a shadowed corner, 12 women huddled, trembling in fear, terrified that Tang Zai might turn his wrath upon them as well, especially since most of the men from Building 3 had already met their demise. Tang Zai halted his steps and directed his gaze towards the cluster of women. Lift your heads, he commanded. Those who dared to defy him complied, raising their gazes. Tang Zai sighed inwardly, noting the lack of beauty among them. They were all aged women. Clean up this mess of intestines and livers. Each of you will receive a bottle of water. Come to Dong Fei's residence to collect it. Upon hearing these words, the women found renewed motivation. Even as some discovered their husbands' lifeless bodies among the men, their expressions remained stoic, though a few wept quietly. Ding Feng, observing Tang Zai's departure, turned with a grim countenance. Boss, what should we do? Dong Fei's entire crew has been slaughtered. The slaughter itself is of little concern, it's the supplies that matter. Fewer people means less consumption of resources, Ding Feng replied with a wicked grin, sensing that Tang Zai was inadvertently assisting him. Once the time is right, I shall eliminate Tang Zai and seize Dong Fei's supplies. On the other side, Tang Zai arrived at Dong Fei's residence, where a substantial amount of supplies awaited him. However, Tang Zai was rather indifferent. He merely wished to inspect the provisions he had seized and see what lay within the bedroom. The two women nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to open the bedroom doors. As Sun Ting opened one of the doors, a foul stench assailed her senses. Upon switching on the light, she was taken aback by the sight of a corpse on the bed. Wasn't this her dear friend? As she approached, she noticed the distinctive livor mortis on the body, and the wide-open eyes stared blankly. How could these people be so depraved as to disregard even the dead? Clenching her fists tightly, Sun Ting recalled the scene of Tang Zai dispatching their attackers, and a sense of vindication washed over her. At that moment, Bai entered the room, her brows furrowed as she softly remarked, if she was sold by Ninggu, her fate would likely mirror this one. I too am in a similar predicament. You may search the other bedroom. All right, what is the matter? Tang Zai inquired as he stepped inside, his expression darkening upon seeing the corpse on the bed. Nothing, just a friend of mine. Oh, dispose of it, it's quite odorous. Tang Zai covered his nose, appalled by the depravity of these individuals who continued to indulge even after several days of death. Sun Ting nodded, opened the window, and promptly discarded the body outside. Master, there are plenty of cigarettes and alcohol over here, and Bai called from the master bedroom. Tang Zai approached and exclaimed, Oh, Dong Fei certainly had a knack for stockpiling such goods, yet he remained so miserly. Emerging from the bedroom with a bottle of red wine, I encountered Sun Ting as she stepped out, instructing her to procure some mineral water for the guests, emphasizing the importance of keeping one's word. Very well, she replied. After which, Tang Zai reclined in a rocking chair, savoring a sip of the wine. What can I do? Bai inquired softly, crouching beside Tang Zai, yearning to contribute something meaningful, her heart heavy with the dread of abandonment after witnessing the lifeless form of Sun Ting's friend, fearing she might meet the same fate. Tang Zai chuckled, patting his thigh, Bai hesitated for a moment, then, with a hint of shyness, gracefully settled herself upon him. This wine is for you, Tang Zai offered, presenting the bottle. Bai accepted the wine, pressing it to her lips, her alabaster neck arching delicately as the crimson liquid trickled from the corner of her mouth, embodying an alluring sensuality. Just then, a group of women appeared at the doorway, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Tang Zai and Bai in the rocking chair. However, their astonishment quickly faded. They had witnessed too much in recent days, rendering them numb. Yet, as women, they could not quell the jealousy that stirred within them for Bai's beauty and her pristine form. Even catching a whiff of her fragrant body wash, how could they still indulge in bathing? Glancing at themselves, their hands stained with blood and sullied beyond recognition, they felt more wretched than when they scavenged for refuse. This is your reward. Take it, Sun Ting announced, having arranged for each to receive a bottle of water. As each woman collected her due, they were greeted by the sight of an abundance of food and crates of mineral water stacked in the corner, igniting a flurry of thoughts within them. One of the women summoned the others and began to discuss in hushed tones. All of those supplies were seized by Dong Fei earlier. Is it not too meager for us to take just this little? A woman of around 40 immediately concurred. Indeed, after such exhausting labor moving the bodies, how can we be satisfied with merely a bottle of water? It feels like a mere pittance. Yes, those 3 cannot possibly consume it all, especially since the men have perished. There is enough for us to sustain ourselves, she added, growing more animated, as if reliving the days before the apocalypse. After a moment, the 12 women selected a representative and approached the entrance once more. Hello, we must have met before. One of the women smiled at Sun Ting. Sun Ting scrutinized the woman before her, unable to recognize her after a lengthy pause. Who are you? Chapter 13. You take from me, I take from you. That is only fair. I am Zhou Min from the Property Management Department of the community. Sun Ting recalled and thought there was indeed a resemblance, but dismissed it. Is there something you need? It is like this. We are all women. The recent task of moving the body has drained us of our strength. Previously, Dong Fei had us under constant strain, leaving us with little sustenance. Could you perhaps spare some food for us? After speaking, Zhou Min anxiously awaited Sun Ting's response. However, Sun Ting was unable to make that decision and turned to look at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe, with his hands resting on his slender waist, leaned back slightly. His beautiful eyes closed, unable to suppress a sound of discomfort. 1 piece of bread per person, Tang Zhe declared generously, in a surprisingly benevolent mood. Sun Ting nodded, opening a nearby box filled with 3 squirrels' bread, the kind with a rich egg yolk filling. 1 for each. Now, let's go. Sun Ting's patience began to wane. Eager to please Tang Zhe and noticing how diligently Inbai was working. Yet, Zhou Min abruptly pressed against the closing door, shamelessly stating, could we possibly have both boxes? Sun Ting's expression instantly darkened. Tang Zhe furrowed his brow, instinctively tightening his grip. Inbai gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. Xiaobai, you should rest for a moment. Tang Zhe instructed, noticing her startled reaction as she gently leaned against his chest. Tang Zhe then turned towards the door and inquired, what did you just say? Faced with Tang Zhe, Zhou Min felt a twinge of fear. However, the thought that he seemed not to harm women emboldened her somewhat. You are Tang Zhe, right? You delivered takeout to my house before. She attempted to establish a rapport, oblivious to the flattery that fell flat. Oh, you are from the property management. Tang Zhe responded with a benevolent smile. Seeing Tang Zhe's earnest demeanor, Zhou Min's confidence swelled further. Given the abundance of supplies here, could you possibly spare a couple of boxes? Surely, you can't consume all this. Her reasoning was quite compelling. Tang Zhe nodded, which delighted Zhou Min immensely. We'll just take a little, not too much. Tang Zhe remained silent, and Zhou Min assumed his acquiescence, promptly pushing Sun Ting aside. Sun Ting stumbled, falling and wincing in pain, glancing back at Tang Zhe, who merely regarded her with a gentle smile. Oldly, there are still spicy strips here. Let's move them along. To her surprise, there were even potato chips. Lend a hand. And there are duck necks and chicken wings. Far too much. Let us take this box as well. A group of women began the seemingly endless task of moving supplies. Tang Zhe patted Inbai, who bit her red lip and gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tang Zhe stepped forward and chuckled, still moving things? Oh, you can't possibly eat all this. There's another box here. Hurry up. Zhou Min replied to Tang Zhe while urging her friends to carry the items, her greedy demeanor causing Sun Ting to feel nauseated. Both myself and Inbai have endured sacrifices to secure our sustenance, while you women seem to thrive on unearned gains, which is truly despicable. Half of the supplies within the room are piled up at the entrance. Zhou Min clapped her hands and smiled, saying, rest assured, young man, we shall remember your kindness. Once the situation is safe, we will certainly help conceal the matter of the murder. Should I be grateful to you then? Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. No need for thanks, no need for thanks. We are all residents of the same community. It is merely fate. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head, feeling frustrated. You've taken so much from me, and now you just leave? That hardly seems appropriate, Aunt. How can you speak like that? It is not theft, it is merely taking. Zhou Min immediately adopted a stern demeanor, reprimanding him. Let me clarify. I did not consent to your taking. My sisters can testify to that. Sun Ting nodded vigorously, while Inbai sat on the ground, echoing her agreement. You are utterly unreasonable. Let us go and ignore them. Zhou Min raised her hand, unwilling to engage further with Tang Zhe, seemingly having forgotten the sight of his swift violence moments before. Tang Zhe sighed quietly, discreetly drawing his pistol, and remarked with a smile, "Well then, it is now my turn to take from you." With a loud bang, Zhou Min's skull was pierced, and she fell forward, blood oozing from the wound. Her pupils wide in shock. Outside, the women awaited the elevator, their faces adorned with smiles, when suddenly the sharp crack of gunfire shattered the air. In an instant, Zhou Min collapsed, her skull a gruesome sight. Moments later, Tang Zhe emerged, his face still bearing a smile, a dark pistol gripped in his hand, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. "You rob me, I rob you. Fairness is the name of the game." Finally, one woman snapped to her senses. Instead of fleeing, she let out a piercing scream. The rapid succession of gunshots echoed through Building 3, sending panic rippling through the community as everyone was left bewildered by the unfolding chaos. In Building 4, a voice called out, "Boss, boss. Gunshots have been fired in Building 3. I'm not deaf. I heard it." Ding Feng replied, cradling his girlfriend. She chuckled. "I wonder if that delivery guy has been shot." Ding Feng speculated, "It's quite possible. That gunman has likely been waiting for the right moment. He probably doesn't have many bullets." Once that delivery man took out Dong Fei's crew, he jumped right in. Ding Feng's conjecture found agreement among many. The likelihood seemed high. "Brother Feng, should we go take a look?" his girlfriend suggested. "Let us wait a couple of days," Ding Feng replied, maintaining his composure. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor of Building 1, in apartment 2801, a 25-year-old woman stood by the window, her gaze fixed outside. Her bright eyes filled with alarm as the sounds of gunfire echoed once more. The woman possesses an unspoken allure, her features seemingly sculpted with meticulous care by nature itself. She embodies the subtlety characteristic of Eastern femininity while also exuding the dimensionality often associated with the West. Her eyes and brows convey a blend of wisdom and gentleness. Although many days have passed, her pristine white dress remains as immaculate as ever. As the gentle breeze caresses her, the hem of the dress sways softly, imparting an air of melancholy. Alas, her enchanting silhouette is shrouded in the fabric of her gown. Nevertheless, her captivating waist and well-defined hips remain discernible. Yi Qingyi. Chapter 14. This must be the senior disciple of Shaolin since the advent of the apocalypse. Yi Qingyi had not ventured outside, especially during the chaos. She remained hidden within her bedroom. Even now, the entire neighborhood was oblivious to her existence. She had merely come to her sister and brother-in-law's home for a meal, before preparing to fly back to Yunhai City. Yet, the world had descended into turmoil, particularly upon witnessing the gruesome sight of female corpses strewn about on the ground. Yi Qingyi understood all too well that revealing her presence would lead to dire consequences. Yi Yuling, of course, had heard the commotion and quickly pulled her sister away from the window, admonishing, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Bullets do not discriminate. Sister, when will this all end?" Yi Qingyi felt herself on the brink of despair, sometimes contemplating a leap to escape it all, but she found herself unable to do so. Yi Yuling sighed. "Our building remains relatively stable, thanks to your brother-in-law's vigilance. Just look at the other buildings. They have already descended into chaos." Suddenly, a series of beeps echoed at the entrance as someone entered the password. Yi Yuling immediately pulled Yi Qingyi behind her, watching cautiously. When she saw it was her husband returning, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Darling, how did it go? Why are there gunshots coming from Building 3 again?" Yi Yuling inquired, helping him remove his coat. Yi Qingyi hurriedly fetched a small glass of water, saying, "Brother-in-law, here is some water." Xie Yuhong acknowledged with a grunt as he accepted the glass, though he did not drink it all at once. He merely sipped before placing it on the coffee table. The next statement sent shockwaves through the sisters. "It appears that all the men in Building 3 are likely dead." The two sisters exchanged bewildered glances. Astonished at the sudden demise of so many, they had heard nothing of it prior. Xie Yuhong reached into her pocket in search of a cigarette, only to discover it was long gone, and thus, she resigned herself to the situation. It was all at the hands of a delivery person. A delivery person? The sisters found it hard to believe. They had long been aware of the hidden depths within the ranks of delivery workers, previously dismissing it as mere hearsay. But now the reality struck them as chillingly authentic. "I have a video. Would you like to see it? It is somewhat graphic," Xie Yuhong offered, retrieving her phone. The sisters settled onto the sofa, their attention fixed on the screen. Upon seeing Tang Zhe, Yi Yuling furrowed her brow slightly. "This delivery person looks familiar. He must have delivered to our home before. Yes, he has, Xie Yuhong confirmed with a nod. Yi Qingyi's gaze then fell upon Sun Ting and Bai. Their attire left her feeling flushed. She wondered how they could dare to venture out dressed in such a manner. Yet, they appeared impeccably clean, their hair exuding an enviable luster. Despite her daily use of conditioner, she felt far from their level of cleanliness. Even in the apocalypse, comparisons lingered in the minds of beautiful women. Yi Qingyi felt a twinge of inadequacy. Brother-in-law, how could they be associated with this delivery person? Were they perhaps coerced? She inquired, her curiosity piqued by the sight of such captivating women in such a predicament. Xie Yuhong retorted, look at their expressions. Do you truly believe they are being threatened? Yi Qingyi indeed noticed it. Observing their obedient demeanor, even mimicking calls, there was not a trace of disdain in their eyes, rather an air of pride. It appeared that these two women had been brainwashed, transformed into pets delivering takeout. Xie Yuhong firmly believed this to be the case. I too sensed that your brother-in-law's assertion held merit. Yi Qingyi expressed her confusion, but how can they be so clean, unless they have bathed? Yet the water supply has been cut off. The couple exchanged glances, perplexed and unable to fathom the situation. When they witnessed Tang Zai's formidable prowess, Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in astonishment, while Yi Yuling stood dumbfounded. This was indeed astonishing. A 3-minute video would take days to fully comprehend. Husband, he must be the national martial arts champion, Yi Yuling remarked in a trance. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed that only he remained as the sole man in Building 3, following the gunfire they had just heard. Either the delivery man had been slain, or it was the women of Building 3, with no other possibilities. It must be said that Xie Yuhong's intellect was still intact, having at least deduced half of the situation. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuling softly inquired, how did today's meeting go? Xie Yuhong did not respond directly, but turned to Yi Qingyi and said, Qingyi, please fetch a piece of bread from the bedroom. Ah, all right, Yi Qingyi replied, rising to head towards the bedroom and promptly closing the door. However, she immediately leaned against the door to eavesdrop, realizing that her brother-in-law was trying to dismiss her. Xie Yuhong spoke solemnly, though our building is temporarily secure, chaos will inevitably ensue. I've noticed some individuals beginning to barter food and women, likely influenced by what they've observed in other buildings. They've started to act in secrecy. This must be curtailed. But how? Several have been exerting pressure on me, yet thankfully, Gangzi has consistently supported me. If it weren't for my leadership in sourcing food, they would have long dismissed me. Yi Yuling, in a state of anxious urgency, responded, what should we do? You must prepare Qingyi psychologically. After all, her striking beauty will soon attract attention, and when that happens, Xie Yuhong halted. The lawn outside bearing an abundance of stark reminders of grim fates. Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, fervently wishing that the calamity would pass swiftly. Meanwhile, eavesdropping, Yi Qingyi slowly sank to the floor, her complexion paling as her mind became inundated with images of women who had tragically leapt to their demise, helplessly stifling a sob. How is our daughter? Xie Yuhong inquired gravely. Yi Yuling nodded. Today has been uneventful. The school canteen still provides ample food and drink. The university students possess a higher caliber of character. Unlike the residents here, most are tenants, struggling at the bottom rung of society, harboring a deep-seated resentment. This is why they have succumbed to their basest instincts so rapidly. After speaking, Xie Yuhong sighed repeatedly, lamenting the state of the world and questioning why unity in the face of disaster seemed so elusive. Yet, deep down, she understood that once the food supplies dwindled, even the most refined individuals could revert to their primal nature. At this moment, the stairwell of Building 3 echoed with the sounds of Tang Zai's retching. Gripping the railing, he gasped for breath. It was the first time he had taken so many lives, and he found it utterly impossible to remain indifferent. Over the past few days, the notion of the apocalyptic laws had dominated Tang Zai's thoughts. Perhaps he himself was unaware that he was engaging in self-hypnosis, employing the concept of these laws to obscure his own humanity, thus justifying his actions as entirely reasonable. However, when this self-deception ceased, and he recalled the horrifying scenes he had witnessed, nausea surged within him. Yet, he soon regained his composure, reflecting on the apocalyptic laws once more. He resolved not to perceive himself as at fault. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, there are no absolute rights or wrongs. Self-preservation takes precedence. With this thought, Tang Zai's gaze solidified with determination. Adhering to the apocalyptic laws, he felt no guilt. Upon descending the stairs, he saw Bai and Sun Ting dragging corpses downward. The staircase was drenched in blood, with crimson rivulets flowing incessantly down the steps, a sight that was undeniably shocking. Chapter 15. Trading supplies for beauty. Be careful. Don't slip, Tang cautioned. The two women looked up and smiled, their delicate hands smeared with vivid crimson, even their pristine skin tainted with a splash of blood, creating an unexpected allure. Observing the abundance of food and water filling the room, Tang pondered how to maximize the benefits of these resources. Bartering goods? It seemed futile. What else could be exchanged? People? This neighborhood hardly boasted any captivating beauties worthy of such a trade. Gazing out at the relentless rain, Tang felt a sense of helplessness, yearning to venture outside in search of sustenance. Yet, with the downpour showing no signs of abating, and the ominous weather hinting at a storm, he hesitated. The two women returned at dawn, exhausted after dragging the bodies all night. After a refreshing hot shower, Tang ensured they were well taken care of, preparing a sumptuous meal for them. The feast was notably more lavish than before, after a grueling night. They deserved nourishment to restore their strength. Soon, a table laden with barbecue delights was set before them. If the residents of the other buildings were to catch a glimpse, they would surely be envious. For Tang however, this was merely an ordinary day. Opening WeChat, he found the chat group for their building had fallen silent. Likely with everyone else perished except for him and the two women. In the larger community group, discussions revolved around their acts of violence, particularly in Building 1. Individuals took to a moral high ground to condemn others, eager to distance themselves from culpability. Currently, many features of WeChat have been removed. It is no longer possible to download videos and photos, send videos, share posts, create groups, or make video calls. Even the people nearby function is no longer accessible. However, some individuals have had access to groups from external neighborhoods from the outset, and the situation is quite similar to ours. Tang looked up and chuckled. Aren't you two going to take a break? You've been busy all night, and yet you still wish to grant them a holiday. Sun Ting's alluring demeanor has indeed become increasingly adept at stirring things up, while Bai beside her appeared somewhat bashful. Sun Ting rose and seated herself upon Tang lap. A bittersweet smile flickered across Tang face, just as he was lost in thought. She made such a bold move. Help me devise a plan first, and then I shall reward you, he said, wrapping his arm around Sun Ting's slender waist, which felt both soft and delicate. What kind of plan? Bai inquired with curiosity. What do you think would be the best exchange for the resources in this room? Sun Ting blurted out. Of course, we should trade for beautiful women. Bai hesitated, contemplating the implications. If they were to exchange for beautiful women, what would become of their own positions in Tang company? Nevertheless, Sun Ting was fully aware of Tang capabilities. Acquiring more supplies would ensure her safety, and, after all, that was Tang intention as well. I have observed for quite some time, aside from the two of you, there are no other worthy candidates in our neighborhood, Tang asserted. His standards were not low. He believed not just anyone could serve as his sustenance. How can we know without trying? Sun Ting replied, rising to grasp her phone. Tang inquired with curiosity, what do you intend to do? Perhaps publicize it in the community group? How much material would you exchange for? Sun Ting scolded herself internally, realizing she had neglected to consult Tang before taking the initiative. This time, however, Tang did not take it to heart, as he secretly entertained a similar thought. Half, he replied nonchalantly. Sun Ting raised her brows slightly, questioning, isn't half rather excessive? Bai softly interjected, if utilizing half the resources could conjure a beautiful woman, I believe it would still be worthwhile. I quite appreciate Bai's words. Tang affectionately patted Bai's head, commending her. Sun Ting shrugged her delicate shoulders, teasing, oh, you little rascal, after I've taught you so many tricks, now you are vying for my favor. Without delay, Sun Ting sent a voice message in the community group. Hello, esteemed residents. I am Sun Ting from Building 3. Are you troubled by hunger? Are you driven to madness by thirst? I can assist you in resolving these issues. Big Boss Dong's resources can be exchanged for the genuine beauty. Xiaomi interested parties, please message me privately. Meow. After finishing her message, she shared a photo of the materials in the group. No sooner had she sent it than her phone was inundated with friend requests. The three of them eagerly observed, only to find an array of artistic fonts and misleading images. Sun Ting and Bai were well versed in this realm, and soon the trio lost interest. Realizing this approach was futile, one particularly audacious individual, claiming to be the reincarnation of Daji, asserted that simply drinking a sip of water could make one youthful once more. The laughter of Tang caused him considerable discomfort. Never mind. It seems unlikely that any beauties will emerge, so it is better to accumulate some experience and search gradually. After all, time is in abundance. In the bedroom of Building 4, Ding Feng furrowed his brow as he contemplated the audacity of the female broadcaster, who dared to barter for beauty. He wondered whether the delivery man was still alive. A furrowed expression marred Ding Feng's features, as the memory of the delivery man instilled a sense of trepidation within him. His girlfriend whispered beside him, "Perhaps the one wielding the gun has killed the delivery man, and these two women have sought refuge with the gunman." Yet, there was undeniably a scarcity of bullets. Ding Feng replied solemnly, "Let us not forget the existence of another firearm." His girlfriend reminded him, like a mantis stalking a cicada, the yellow oriole waits in the shadows. Building 3 is exceedingly peculiar. Suddenly, Ding Feng's eyes brightened. Aren't they in search of beauty? Why not send someone to investigate? I have already attempted to connect with those women through WeChat, but they have all declined, he lamented, rubbing his forehead. Ding Feng realized that finding a beauty akin to the broadcaster was no simple task. A night raid might be the solution, his girlfriend suggested. Ding Feng nodded in agreement. The allure of supplies far surpassed that of women, and they must be secured. Meanwhile, in room 2801 of Building 1, Yi Qingyi tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. She opened WeChat, discovering that several of her close friends were unreachable, their fates uncertain. Only her friend residing in a high-end community seemed slightly safer. Yet, as her brother-in-law had previously mentioned, safety was merely a temporary state. Upon opening the community owners group, Yi Qingyi discovered a multitude of women engaged in conversation. As she scrolled through the chat history, her eyes immediately fell upon an advertisement sent by Sun Ting. "Hello, dear residents. Are you troubled by hunger or driven to madness by thirst? I can assist you in resolving these issues. The supplies behind me can be exchanged for the authentic beauty. Xiaomi interested parties, please message me privately. Meow." Gazing at Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, especially upon seeing the photographs of numerous boxes of water and an array of food. Her stomach involuntarily rumbled. However, as her pantry could sustain her for another month, Yi Qingyi had no intention of willingly throwing herself into the role of a big cat, nor would she learn to meow, unless she had lost her mind. At that moment, a voice call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yi Qingyi's face broke into a long mist smile. "Zihui, you're still awake at this late hour?" Her gentle voice escaped her lips, while a magnetic male voice resonated in her ear. "I can't sleep. I'm thinking of you. I miss you too." In that moment, silence enveloped them. Though they were not yet married, they were already engaged. They had initially planned to wed by the end of the year, but alas, fate had intervened with unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 16. What dreams are there? How are you holding up over there? Jiang Zihui inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. How about you?" "Rest assured, I am in a villa area where there are few people and resources are plentiful. The property management has stocked up quite a bit." Yi Qingyi sighed in relief and slightly turned to ask, "What about Nana? That little girl is still in the mood for yoga, can you believe it?" Jiang Zihui teased, hoping to lighten Yi Qingyi's spirits. "How wonderful." Jiang Zihui paused and sighed. "Qingyi, you must find a way to come over. I cannot help but worry about you." Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Huan City is 400 kilometers from Yunhai City. In the past, it was just a short trip, but now, every step feels like a struggle. "I will figure something out, don't fret. My brother-in-law is still the boss after all," Yi Qingyi reassured him with a faint smile. "A classmate of mine told me that there have been numerous riots in various neighborhoods, with killings happening as casually as slaughtering chickens. Some depraved individuals even desecrate the bodies of women." "Ah," Yi Qingyi gasped, terror etched across her exquisite face. Realizing his misstep, Jiang Zihui hastily shifted the conversation, dreaming aloud about the countries they could visit for their honeymoon, envisioning a brighter future. As her phone battery dwindled, Yi Qingyi set it aside to charge, gazing out at the rain and feeling the wind grow stronger that night. A wave of fatigue washed over her, and she succumbed to sleep. However, a terrifying dream haunted her, a vision of herself transformed into a lifeless corpse, surrounded by countless men who gazed upon her as one might admire a perfectly roasted steak, their eyes glinting with insatiable greed. They ravaged her decaying body while feasting upon it, until nothing remained but a mere skeleton. "Ah!" Yi Qingyi jolted awake. Sitting upright in bed, cold sweat dampening her dark hair, her complexion pale and feeble. Turning her gaze toward the window, she realized it was morning. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged from within her. Would she ever be able to step out of this community again? Tears streamed down her cheeks. In stark contrast to Yi Qingyi, Tang brimmed with vitality, stretching lazily as he glanced outside. It was yet another invigorating day. After grinding through a session of experience points the previous night, he had reached level 10, with just 90 more points needed to obtain the Apocalypse Survival Package 20. As he stared at the progress bar, he pressed his forehead in frustration. Although the experience had doubled, it still felt agonizingly slow. At the entrance, 3 automatic rifles were aimed at the door, with a taut string threaded across, connecting to the triggers. Should the door be opened or forcibly breached, the rifles would unleash a hail of bullets, mercilessly eliminating anyone standing at the threshold. After securing his weapons, Tang retrieved a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles, the enticing aroma causing the 2 women to open their eyes wide with delight. Naturally, he had prepared nutritious meals for them, for they were indeed the source of his strength. By midday, an air of boredom enveloped Sun Ting as she sat on the balcony, clad in black stockings. A blank sheet of paper before her, and a 2B pencil held delicately in her hand. She gazed down at the scene below while rhythmically scribbling on the paper. Stepping out of the bedroom, Tang curiously approached Sun Ting from behind. "Your drawing is quite impressive," he remarked, observing a sketch on a sheet of white paper. "Oh, you're awake. I'm sorry," Sun Ting quickly apologized as she rose, only to be gently pressed back down by Tang. "It's all right. Please continue your work." A shy smile graced Sun Ting's lips. "Have you ever studied art?" Tang inquired with intrigue. "I'm an art student. I've dreamed of becoming a painter since childhood, showcasing my work in national exhibitions. Alas, dreams are beautiful, yet reality is harsh. My monthly creations yield far less than what I earn dancing in my live streams." With a wry smile, Sun Ting lamented the sacrifices made, pondering how they differed from the present, reduced to mere companionship. And Bai approached with a plate of cut fruit, exclaiming, "Sister, your artistic skills are indeed commendable. It's merely a matter of finding the right audience." Tang popped a peeled orange segment into his mouth. "Did you know? I too have a dream." Sun Ting and then Bai turned to him with curiosity. "As a child, I often gazed at the blue sky, aspiring to be a great pilot, safeguarding my country's airspace. Yet, in the end, studying proved to be a challenge, resulting only in failures." A burst of laughter escaped the 2 women, unable to contain their amusement. Turning to Bai, Tang playfully raised his hand to pat her on her peach-like posterior. "Daring to laugh at me, are you? I ought to discipline you." "I simply couldn't help it," Bai replied, feigning innocence, as the imprint of his fingers began to appear on her fair skin. "And you, Xiao Bai, what led you to become a flight attendant?" Tang asked. Bai gazed at the sky outside and murmured, "I adore traveling. Being a flight attendant allows me to travel for free." "What a free ride," Tang remarked, wrapping his arms around Bai's slender waist as she sat on the sofa. Bai pouted her red lips, displaying a hint of pride, and retorted, "Not at all. I work hard, you know. Don't misjudge me." Sun Ting set her sketchbook aside and sauntered over, teasing, "Xiao Bai, not only are you getting a free ride, but you also aspire to marry into a wealthy family. He was my classmate in elementary school." Bai, long since reconciled with her past, felt no pangs of emotion when discussing her deceased ex-boyfriend. Sun Ting rolled up a newspaper and playfully waved it near Bai's lips, saying, "Please, unfold your story." "Oh, there's really no story. I just happened to meet him in first class once, and we started chatting. Initially, he deceived me, claiming to be single. When I brought up marriage, he told me he was already married and asked me to wait, saying he would divorce soon. And that was that." Tang face contorted with indignation. "What a scoundrel. Absolutely despicable," Sun Ting chimed in. Bai chuckled foolishly, adding, "Right? So despicable." Suddenly, Tang posed a question. "So, what do you think? Is he the scoundrel, or am I?" The 2 women paused, exchanging glances. "To be honest, or else I might starve for 3 days," Tang declared sternly, his demeanor far from playful. Understanding the unspoken agreement reflected in the women's eyes, Tang swiftly concluded, "So you think I'm the scoundrel, do you? Well then, let me show you what a scoundrel truly is." In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Ding Feng gazed at the dwindling supplies and the intensifying rain and wind outside, resolutely deciding to launch an assault on building number 3 that very night. "Brother Feng, the comrades are already prepared. Chapter 17. The Assault on Building Number 1. Ding Feng cracked open the dwindling supply of beer, pouring a modest amount for over a dozen men who simultaneously offered a cigarette, as if partaking in a final farewell ritual. Brothers, he proclaimed, once we acquire Dongfei's supplies, we shall indulge in abundant food and drink, and even exchange for the women from the neighboring buildings. Ding Feng surveyed the crowd. These promises fueled their motivation. Without such enticing prospects, who would exert themselves tirelessly? Follow me, brothers. A feast awaits and pleasures to be savored. Cheers. As the liquor coursed down his throat, it evoked a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of the street barbecues of yore. The reason it felt like the past was due to the obliteration of his former normalcy. What had transpired merely a month ago now felt like a lifetime past. Brother Feng, one of his companions, interjected, a mate of mine in building number 1 messaged me today, stating that chaos is imminent there. Ding Feng let out a cold chuckle, exhaling a plume of smoke. That Xie Yuhong truly believes he can maintain control without sufficient provisions. Disorder is merely a matter of time. Moreover, that kind-hearted fool will inevitably rue his decisions. Indeed, the food reclaimed from outside is squandered on those elderly men, utterly wasteful. Brother Feng, having seized building number 3 today, when shall we also capture the others? Ding Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, crossed his legs, and turned to gaze at the pouring rain outside. Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing have a fair number of loyal subordinates. Those individuals are quite united. If we were to launch an assault, we would surely incur substantial losses. If we are to seize, it must be building number 1, taking advantage of their disarray. With the men entirely eliminated, leaving only the women. The group of underlings nodded in agreement. This plan appeared promising. At that moment, Ding Feng's phone buzzed, and upon reading the message, his brow furrowed deeply, taking a drag from his cigarette. Brother Feng, what's the matter? Asked Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing. They plan to raid building number 1 tonight. Ding Feng felt a surge of frustration, as his carefully devised plan had been completely upended. The underlings exchanged glances, and one of them inquired, are we still going to raid building number 3 tonight? Ding Feng shot a fierce look, causing the underling to shrink back. They had summoned him. If he chose not to attend, and they successfully raided building number 3 to acquire supplies, the two would then form an alliance to eliminate him and divide the spoils of building number 3. In the end, it would culminate in a bloody conflict between the two factions, with the victor emerging as the ruler of the community. Ding Feng resolved that he must not become the target of their combined wrath. With this thought in mind, he immediately declared, we will not raid building number 3 tonight. We will all focus on building number 1. Let us move in half an hour. The leader had made his decision, and the underlings nodded in agreement, with several visibly relieved. After all, building number 3 was armed. Although they were aware that ammunition was scarce, the risk was significant, as it would require them to use their bodies as shields. Those who were shot would meet their demise, and medical supplies were critically low. Inside room 2801 of building no. 1, Yi Yuling suddenly emerged from the kitchen, grasping the departing Xie Yuhong, while Yi Qing, stepping out of the bedroom, looked on in confusion. Xie Yuhong revealed a smile more wretched than tears. I am going to discuss a few matters at Gangxi's house. Yi Yuling abruptly lifted her husband's clothing, only to discover a bottle of mineral water nestled under his armpit. Do we need to bring water for a discussion? She said in a low tone, her lips chapped. At the doorway of the bedroom, Yi Qingyi appeared similarly affected. The entire family was now frugal with water, often merely sipping a little to quench their thirst. In response to his wife's reproach, Xie Yuhong forced a smile and explained, in the past, discussions were accompanied by gifts of money, cigarettes, or tea. It is quite normal now to bring water instead. But this is our last bottle of water. What will we drink afterward? Xie Yuhong fell silent, his expression darkening slightly. Isn't Gangxi your childhood friend? Given your close relationship, do you really need to take water with you? Speak up. Yi Yuling's emotions seemed to unravel, as she shook her husband in frustration. In that moment, Xie Yuhong appeared ignited with fury, pushing his wife to the ground. Yi Qingyi gasped and hurried over. Looking up in confusion, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Sister was merely asking. Xie Yuhong suddenly chuckled, but the laughter quickly morphed into tears. For the sake of this family, I have toiled tirelessly at my company. I must provide for you, for our daughter. Each mortgage and loan weighs heavily upon my shoulders. When this disaster struck, I felt a momentary lightness. Yet soon I realized, I still cannot relax. I must protect you all, and I must continue to fight tooth and nail outside. But what do I receive? Previously, it was my salary for the month. Now, it is merely water. Do you comprehend the magnitude of my stress? They have completely lost their minds. Xie Yuhong nearly roared, her voice a frenzied crescendo, almost shattering her last nerve. The sisters were taken aback, at a loss for words, when suddenly, Yi Yuling burst into tears, and Yi Qingyi could only offer her solace. Xie Yuhong said nothing further, taking the water and walking out of the house, reminding before she closed the door, "It's not me. No one should open the door." With that, she shut the door behind her. Soon, Xie Yuhong arrived on the first floor and pressed the doorbell. Footsteps echoed from within, and a muscular man opened the door, greeting her with a smile. "Brother Yu, have you come to a decision?" Xie Yuhong entered the room and placed the prepared bottled water on the dining table. "Gongzi, as long as you stand by me, we will maintain order in building number 1. Once the storm passes, I will take you all out to find food." Mao Gang held his forehead, pacing back and forth, then suddenly slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, I know you are a good person and you want everyone to be safe. But that is impossible. You have done remarkably well. For so many days, those people have devolved into beasts, and we remain intact. Then let us hold steadfast, continue searching for food, and await rescue, Gongzi. We cannot allow ourselves to become like them," Xie Yuhong implored, gripping Mao Gang's shoulders with both hands. Mao Gang chuckled, replying, "Brother Yu, in these times, being a good person is no longer feasible. You have done exceedingly well. Allow me to take on the role of the villain." Unmoved by Mao Gang's words, Xie Yuhong exclaimed, "Gongzi, awaken. We cannot afford to lose our composure. If we do, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Brother Yu, you are well aware of this. So why do you oppose me? Why do you not support my cause? Do you still consider me your brother? How could I not regard you as a brother? When you lacked the funds to purchase a home, it was I who lent you money. That was merely because you wished for me to reside below you. You lent me the money, yet the burden of a 3,000 yuan mortgage is suffocating me. Initially, I intended to buy a more affordable apartment. It was you who persuaded me otherwise. I have always heeded your counsel, brother. My intention was to look after you." "Huh. You are more concerned about those elderly men and women." As the discussion escalated, Mao Gang became increasingly agitated, exclaiming, "What purpose do those frail octogenarians serve? They are merely a drain on our resources. We receive less, yet they lecture us. What use are they? Look at building number 2. We should eliminate the old. They want to live much longer anyway." Hearing such sentiments from his childhood friend, Xie Yuhong was incredulous. "Gongzi, do not allow them to brainwash you." Chapter 18. Brotherhood. Brother Yu, I shall heed your words for the entirety of this life, but now I implore you, grant me this one request. Listen to me just once. Mao Gang's intense gaze remained fixed upon Xie Yuhong, who in turn met his stare with equal fervor. Suddenly, Xie Yuhong noticed a trace of blood behind Mao Gang's ear, his brow furrowing with concern. "Where are your wife and child?" "In the bedroom," Mao Gang replied tersely. Without hesitation, Xie Yuhong made his way to the bedroom, opening the door to find Mao Gang's wife and child huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Witnessing such a sight deepened the furrows of Xie Yuhong's brow. He closed the door and turned his attention back to Mao Gang in the living room, abruptly opening another door. What he beheld made him gasp in horror. A septuagenarian lay on the floor, a kitchen knife embedded in the back of his head. It was none other than Mao Gang's elderly father. Xie Yuhong turned to Mao Gang, who spoke in a low voice. "The old man can no longer endure. He begged me to end his suffering. How can you still call yourself human? That is your father," Xie Yuhong exclaimed, gripping Mao Gang's collar, tears welling in his eyes. Mao Gang shrugged off Xie Yuhong's hand, declaring, "If I can kill my own father, nothing will stand in my way." "You are insane." Xie Yuhong forcefully pushed Mao Gang away, seizing a bottle of mineral water from the table before departing. As he opened the door to leave, a 60-year-old woman emerged from the opposite room. Upon seeing the water in Xie Yuhong's hand, she paused in surprise and smiled. "Mr. Xie, you are truly kind, bringing water again." "It is not for you," Xie Yuhong replied solemnly. The elderly woman grasped Xie Yuhong's arm firmly, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? Did you not say we were sharing resources? This bottle of water is rightfully mine." "No. All right. I still have a few bottles left." "Few bottles?" Xie Yuhong looked at the elderly woman in astonishment, who realized she had inadvertently let slip a secret. In truth, she often feigned hardship to receive more. "What few bottles? You all should hurry out and find something to eat, not just snacks. Seek out some vegetables. A balanced diet is essential. Lately, I've been feeling quite unwell. My teeth have even begun to ache." "Oh dear, Here it comes again. I must return now. You should quickly gather everyone to search for food. With that, the elderly woman retreated into her room. Xie Yuhong clenched her fists tightly, the woman's words bombarding her mind relentlessly. Yet, her fears were not merely about the words. She dreaded the thought of her wife being sullied and mistreated, along with a younger sister-in-law. It's me, Xie Yuhong called from the doorway. Yi Yuling glanced over and unlocked the door. How did it go, dear? She inquired with curiosity. Not well. Isn't Gongzi the one who listens to you the most? Surely that bottle of water would suffice? Xie Yuhong displayed the water, and Yi Yuling and Yi Qing exchanged glances, realizing it had been confiscated, a clear refusal. The sisters' faces turned a ghastly pale. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, sending a jolt of tension through the air. Yuga, it's me, Gongzi. I've come to a realization. You were right all along. Came the shout from outside. Yi Yuling exclaimed with joy. I will go open the door. Wait. Xie Yuhong immediately intervened. You two go to the bedroom. The sisters exchanged a glance, but obediently retreated to the bedroom. Gazing at Mao Gang outside, Xie Yuhong called out, Gongzi, have you truly come to terms with this? Yuga, Ingzi just lectured me, and I realize you were not entirely wrong. I still support you. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I shall take my leave now. Yuga, please rest early. With that, Mao Gang turned and walked towards the elevator. Xie Yuhong sighed in relief, opened the door, and called out, Gongzi, I am truly happy that you have come to your senses. Mao Gang, with his back turned, quietly replied, Yuga, you still opened the door. Xie Yuhong was taken aback and was about to shut the door when Mao Gang's large hand pressed against it. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his arm. He looked down to see his own right hand fall to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. A searing pain shot through his abdomen as he was kicked to the floor inside the house. Mao Gang entered and closed the door, laughing maniacally. Yuga, why do you force me? Why can't you believe in me just this once? Why must you compel me to harm you? Why? Gongzi, do not remain obstinate. It is not I who is obstinate, but you. Those people will assault the building tonight. We have no choice. Where is the key to the shutter? Hand it over. Mao Gang extended his hand, his gaze growing even colder. Xie Yuhong, enduring the excruciating pain, managed to rise, incredulously stating, You have betrayed me. You have become their mole. Who allowed you to distribute food to those unworthy individuals, those elderly who hoard so much at home? Give me the keys. I would rather perish than surrender them to you. Brother you, in the next life, I shall still be your sibling. With that, he brandished the cleaver he had prepared, and the living room erupted into a cacophony of scuffles. The sisters, hiding in the bedroom, were terrified, crouching beneath the bed, fully aware that a brawl had ensued outside. Yi Yuling was consumed with worry. I must check on your brother-in-law. Sister, don't go out. If he wins, he will naturally come to unlock the door. Yi Qingyu whispered softly. But what if it's Gongzi who opens the door? If he discovers me, he will inevitably find you as well. Yi Yuling fixed her gaze intently on her sister. The commotion outside gradually faded, and Yi Yuling quietly said, Yi, if anything untoward befalls me, you must find Yi. Sister. Yi Qingyi could only watch as her sister crawled out from beneath the bed, utterly unable to prevent her reckless act. Yet she consoled herself with memories of brother Gongzi, who was always cheerful and amiable. When she was harassed by delinquents during her studies, he had chased them away. Surely, he would not come to harm. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open. Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in horror, for the feet she beheld did not belong to her brother-in-law. The soles were stained with blood. The one who entered was, of course, Mao Gang. His entire body splattered with crimson. Yi Yuling gasped, for she saw her husband sprawled on the living room floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. As Mao revealed a blood-soaked smile, reminiscent of a devil's grin, he said, Sister-in-law, just now Yuga mentioned that you know where the key to the rolling shutter is. Yi Yuling, struck with terror, slowly raised her hand to point at the nearby dressing table. Mao immediately began to search through it, while Yi Yuling murmured, Ingzi is giving birth. Your Yugu is helping you contact the hospital. You are out of work. Yugu is assisting you in finding a job. You have no time to care for the child. Sister-in-law will help you. Mao soon found the key and turned to smile, saying, Sister-in-law, the kindness you and Yugu have shown me, I will repay in my next life, working like a donkey or a horse. How could you be so cruel? You are a beast. Yi Yuling shouted in a frenzy, striking Mao with all her might. He did not resist. Yet the cleaver in his hand was still dripping with blood. Sister-in-law, I know you and Yugu share a deep bond. Now that Yugu has departed, he must be feeling quite lonely. Why not join him? After all, chaos is about to ensue, and you wouldn't want those men to harm you. Sister-in-law, I will grant you a swift end. Yugo will thank me for this. Yes, he surely will. Murmuring these words, a dazed Mao raised the cleaver and brought it down directly onto Yi Yuling's forehead. Her skull caved in instantly, and she fell slowly, her eyes wide open in shock. Chapter 19. The eccentrics of Building 1. Yi Qingyi watched in horror as the bone-slicing knife hovered above her sister's forehead. Desperately covering her mouth, she trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. The look in her sister's eyes urged her to find her daughter. She witnessed Mao Gang bend down to retrieve the knife, only to bring it down with brutal force. Bang, bang, bang. Sister, I am helping you. Do not blame me. Yugu, I have brought your wife to you. You are reunited now. Yi Qingyi stood helplessly as her beloved sister was mercilessly slain, her face unrecognizable. Even as brain matter splattered onto her eyes, she dared not utter a sound. Upon hearing the door close, Yi Qingyi, hidden beneath the bed, could no longer suppress her overwhelming fear and panic. Yet, she could only weep softly. In that moment, the world seemed to collapse around her. In the garage, men from buildings 2, 4, and 5 had gathered, 53 in total. Though some chose to abstain, perhaps unwilling to devolve into mere killers or lacking the courage to face the retribution that might follow the chaos. Each of these 53 men wielded knives, from kitchen cleavers to fruit knives. Among them, the leaders Feng Jin, Ding Feng, and Sun Yuqing brandished long watermelon knives, each measuring 50 centimeters. At this moment, the trio smoked, their faces alight with the thrill of impending violence, resembling wild beasts. Boss Ding, Boss Sun. Once we finish with Building 1, let us discuss a time to seize the supplies from Dong Fei in Building 3. As for that gunman, do we not outnumber him? Feng Jin, slender yet standing at an imposing height of 1.80 meters, bears a distinctive mole at the corner of his mouth, rendering his overall appearance quite incongruous. This individual is no stranger to nefarious deeds, having previously served time for theft. Aside from murder, he has committed nearly every crime imaginable. Ding Feng could be described as a mere ruffian, a figure who merely puts on a show of intimidation, while Sun Qingqing is a contractor frequently associated with formidable characters. Though his physique is portly, he can be quite fearsome when provoked. It is safe to assert that none of these three individuals are of good repute. Sun Qingqing took a deep drag from his cigarette, squinting as he spoke. What is there to discuss? We'll rob this place tonight and target another tomorrow. Are we in or not? All three were acutely aware that Building 3 posed greater risks than Building 1, yet it undoubtedly harbored more resources. I concur, Ding Feng replied, flicking ash from his cigarette. I want those two women. Feng Jin's eyes gleamed with desire, revealing his lascivious nature. Ding Feng and Sun Qingqing, however, would not acquiesce. Women like Bai and Sun Ting were coveted by any man. Ding Feng suggested, once we have the women, we can auction them off for supplies. Intriguing. I'm on board, Feng Jin agreed without objection, and naturally, Sun Qingqing followed suit. Yet, each harbored thoughts of seizing the opportunity to eliminate one another, ideally by forming an alliance first to ease the process. At that moment, Mao rushed out from the elevator, his blood-stained face causing a brief pause. With a swift motion, the rolling gate was opened, and a horde of demons was about to surge forth. Brothers, he exclaimed, I swear, do not harm my family. Mao Gang spoke tremulously, fearing that the three might have a change of heart. Sun Yuqing patted Mao Gang on the shoulder, assuring him, rest easy, in this world, we value integrity above all. Brothers, charge forth. Eliminate the old without mercy, capture the young, and those who resist, deal with them decisively. Yes, boss. The group ascended the stairs instead of taking the elevator, while the three leaders leisurely trailed behind. Within a minute, the air was filled with cries and pleas for mercy, echoing throughout the community like a hellish nightmare, illuminating the glint of gleaming blades. The elderly matron residing opposite Mao Gang heard a knock at her door. She set down her remote control, grumbling as she approached the door. What is this racket at this hour? Can't people get some rest? Instead of worrying about supplies, they engage in these futile antics. Without a second glance, the old woman swung open the door. Upon seeing two young men brandishing knives at her doorstep, she exhibited no trace of fear, even launching into a lecture. What do you think you're doing? Scaring an old woman like me with knives? If you have the guts, go rob some takeout instead. Today's youth have no respect for their elders. The two young men stared in disbelief. What kind of bizarre individual resided in Building 1? How had she managed to survive this long? What are you staring at? Scram! One of them shouted, preparing to shut the door. But the young man's hand was already pressed against it. With a smirk, he remarked, "Old hag, I've wanted to chop you up for ages." Raising his kitchen knife, he struck down upon her shoulder. With a cry of dismay, she collapsed to the ground, continuing to curse as she fell. The incessant blaring of the loudspeaker has rendered my gaming experience utterly unbearable. Each strike of the blade fell mercilessly upon the elderly woman. At that moment, Mao Gang had just arrived at the doorstep, casting a glance at the old lady. "Gongzi, please save me," she implored, her voice barely a whisper. Yet Mao Gang turned a blind eye, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, likely harboring thoughts of ending her life. With each lethal cut, the elderly woman met her tragic end, and the two young men began rummaging through the house for supplies. To their astonishment, the old crone had stockpiled an entire case of yogurt, 2 cases of water, and even sugar-free soda. The bewildered youths pondered how an old woman could amass such a hoard. Surely, it was through the art of taking, they mused. Were they to grasp this reality, their worldviews would undoubtedly shatter. Meanwhile, in Building 3, Tang turned his gaze towards Building 1, chuckling, "Tonight is rather lively." Building 1 had fallen to several others, and Bai, with a hint of concern, noted that once Building 1 was breached, they would surely be next. Sun Ting, mopping the floor, reassured in Bai Xiaobai. "This is not our concern." And Bai bit her crimson lip, recalling the female corpse in the bedroom, resolutely declaring, "Even if it costs me my life, I refuse to fall into their hands." Tang smiled faintly, exuding confidence. "If I am still alive, how could you possibly perish? Bring on as many as they wish. I shall slay them all." An hour later, the thorough purge of Building 1 drew to a close, as box after box of supplies was transported to the underground parking lot. Gazing at the mountain-like pile of supplies, the 3 leaders appeared somewhat bewildered. Nearby, the men and women from Building 1 crouched on the ground, equally astonished by the sheer volume of resources before them, having been led to believe that they were scarce. That Xie Yuhong certainly demonstrated remarkable capability in amassing such an abundance. Feng Jin opened a box of spicy strips, pulled out a packet, and tore it open with his teeth, indulging in a hearty bite. One of the younger subordinates, eager to curry favor, remarked with a grin, "Boss, most of these supplies were scavenged from the homes of those elderly folks." Chapter 20. The Auction of Beauties. Your leader truly exemplifies the archetype of a benevolent soul, hoarding all the treasures for himself while leaving the younger generation to languish in want, chuckled Sun Yuqing, unable to contain his mirth at the absurdity. At that moment, several men stepped forward, vehemently denouncing Xie Yuhong and expressing their desire to join other factions. Naturally, the 3 groups needed to assimilate young male members. However, a few men remained steadfast, clinging to their integrity. Feng Jin showed no compassion. "Eliminate them." "Husband," one woman cried out, rushing towards her spouse, only to be swiftly restrained by an underling. "You beasts, you will surely face execution in the future." The woman raged, her curses echoing with fervor. Yet, the trio remained unfazed, and before long, several men lay slain before them. Observing the 20 or so women in their 30s, Sun Jin remarked, "What are you standing around for? Disperse. To ensure fairness, we shall take turns selecting. As the elder, I shall go first, if that is agreeable." Feng Jin, with an air of seniority, had already set his sights on one of the younger women, the widow of the man just slain. The other 2 naturally objected. Meanwhile, in the basement, Yi Qingyi concealed herself, hugging her knees, her entire being trembling uncontrollably, as if beset by an unrelenting chill. She had taken refuge here amidst the chaos, just as Xie Yuhong had previously advised. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the darkness, revealing a phone's illumination. "Boss, there's another woman hiding here," exclaimed an underling, brimming with excitement. Yi Qingyi immediately fled, astonished at how swiftly she had been discovered. Yet, she could not outrun the young man, who seized her by the hair. "You wretched girl, where do you think you can escape to?" In agony, Yi Qingyi cried out as she was dragged along by her hair. Upon reaching the parking lot, one of the lackeys tossed Yi Qingyi into the center. "Boss, this woman is quite adept at hiding. I'm fortunate to have found her." He spoke as if expecting a reward. Disheveled, and with her hair in disarray, Yi Qingyi failed to capture the interest of the 3 bosses, but one of the lackeys crouched down, brushing aside her tangled locks to lift her chin. His expression froze, and he began to stutter. "B-boss, She's a rare beauty. Sun Xiongqing, witnessing his subordinate's foolishness, delivered a swift kick to the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at yourself. However, when Sun Xiongqing took a closer look, he too was taken aback. Ding Feng approached to see for himself and quickly understood. She truly was a rare beauty, far exceeding expectations. She was just as enchanting as the other two. Remarkably, after so many days, her face remained pristine, save for a bit of dirt on her skirt from the recent dragging. Let me go? Yi Qingyi protested, shaking off the lackey's filthy hands, her eyes darting warily around the men, as if caught in a surreal dream. Feng Jin laughed heartily, still a spirited little mare. I wonder what it's like to ride her. The surrounding lackeys all turned their attention towards her, recognizing that she was far more alluring than the other women. Even without makeup, she looked stunning. With a bit of adornment, she would truly take flight. This was a remarkable find indeed. Sun Yuqing directly tossed a cigarette to his subordinate, saying, "This is for you." Holding a pack of Furong Wang, the subordinate was filled with joy. In these times, a single cigarette could compel a smoker to serve loyally. Thank you, boss. Old Feng, old Ding. This woman was discovered by my subordinate. You wouldn't dare to snatch her away, would you? Sun Yuqing's words carried a profound threat. Feng Jin chuckled. What you say, old Sun, is well understood. We had agreed that everything in building number 1 would be shared equally. At this moment, Ding Feng certainly stood with Feng Jin, echoing. What old Feng said is indeed correct. Old Sun wouldn't wish to disrupt our agreement, would he? Sun Yuqing took a deep drag from his cigarette, his vicious gaze obscured only slightly by the smoke. Suddenly, he laughed. I was merely joking. Look how tense you both are. Though he spoke lightly, his heart yearned to see them dispatched. It must be said that the allure of a woman could incite chaos at any moment. This one nearly shattered their fragile alliance. As Sun Yuqing's laughter echoed, Feng Jin and Ding Feng joined in. But had Sun Yuqing disagreed, it was clear that his people would have been swiftly eliminated. Nevertheless, Sun Yuqing remarked, such a treasure is unique. Shall we take turns with her? A gem like this would inspire desires of possession. Who would wish to share? Sitting on the ground, Yi Qing listened to the conversation among the three, her face pale, feeling as though she were merely a commodity to be divided among them. Gazing at the adjacent load-bearing wall, Yi Qingyi abruptly rose and dashed forward. However, with swift reflexes, Feng Jin seized Yi Qingyi's flowing hair, exclaiming, "Do you wish to perish?" It's not that simple. Yi Qingyi, in a state of despair, flailed her arms and cursed vehemently. You scoundrels, may you meet a miserable end. Bind her tightly. Ding Feng commanded sharply. A subordinate produced a length of rope and bound Yi Qingyi securely, tears the size of beans cascading down her exquisite visage. After evading capture for so many days, she had ultimately fallen into their clutches. Such a prized possession, let us not take turns. Weren't we discussing an auction? Feng Jin suggested. Indeed, an auction, Sun Yuqing concurred, with Ding Feng showing no dissent. However, Feng Jin suddenly revealed a mischievous glint in his eyes. Since it is an auction, we must properly assess the merchandise to ascertain its worth. At this utterance, the men understood all too well. What do you intend to do? Stay away from me. Yi Qingyi screamed frantically as she beheld the two subordinates advancing towards her, yet her cries only served to heighten the men's excitement. The three leaders, their eyes gleaming with desire, bore no excess flesh. Their figures were sculpted with a pronounced definition, the curves of their waists accentuated by well-defined lines, embodying a blend of grace and strength that rivaled even the most celebrated stars on television. Secure her to the roof of the car. Helpless and weeping, Yi Qingyi was forcibly tied to the car's roof, posed in a manner both humiliating and alluring, inviting the gaze of those who would soon bid on her. Feng Jin called out towards Building 1. Does anyone recognize her? Immediately, a woman responded. It seems she is the younger sister-in-law of Xie Yuhong. Feng Jin burst into laughter, exclaiming, who would have thought that within the Xie family, a gem like this was hidden away? This good-natured fellow hasn't he even made a move. Surely saving her for us brothers. The men around erupted into boisterous laughter. On the roof of the car, Yi Qing appeared as though her tears had run dry, trembling at the malevolent laughter surrounding her. After all, she was a graduate of a prestigious 985 university, and it was said she was soon to be married to the son of a CEO from a top 500 company. Another woman chimed in with a revelation. Sun Yuqing, brimming with delight, remarked, with such a high level of education, when she encountered us before, she probably wouldn't have even given us a glance. Feng Jin laughed heartily indeed. Now we are left with nothing but scraps. Sun Yuqing cleared his throat. All right, enough of this. Let us commence the auction. I can hardly contain my excitement. Chapter 21. Does he speak reason? Boss, how about I take on the role of the auctioneer? A young subordinate volunteered eagerly. All right, let us see what you can conjure up, the boss replied, intrigued. The young man, brimming with enthusiasm, approached the vehicle, cleared his throat, and announced, esteemed owners, dear neighbors, and beloved brothers and sisters, tonight we present a most extraordinary item for auction, this beautiful lady. What is her name? Yi Qingyi, someone in the crowd chimed in. Yes, indeed. Our auction item is none other than Miss Yi Qingyi, who is, may I remind you, Mao Gang from the crowd interjected, 25 years old, and the vice president of an advertising company. A chorus of admiration arose from the onlookers. Such a woman would have been regarded as a goddess in the past, someone to be admired from afar. Although they still gazed from a distance, they could now behold her exquisite form. Yi Qingyi glared at Mao Gang amidst the crowd. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Gongzi has changed. He is no longer the same Gongzi. This year, Miss Yi Qingyi is indeed 25 years old, the vice president of an advertising firm, and also the daughter-in-law of a CEO from a Fortune 500 company. Just imagine how delightful it would be to possess the daughter-in-law of a Fortune 500 executive. It is an absolute treasure at a modest price. Of course, this merely scratches the surface of Miss Yi Qingyi's identity. The true focus lies in her very essence. Behold her exquisite features, devoid of any artificial traces, entirely natural. Behold the flawless skin, a tactile delight of the highest order. Yet, the most captivating aspect lies within its intricate structure, best appreciated in the quietude of home by the three esteemed gentlemen. As for us, we shall refrain from indulging in such sights. This moment still encapsulates the age-old adage, the impoverished savor your sweetness, while the affluent relish your saltiness. The bidding commences at the modest price of a bottle of mineral water, with no ceiling in sight. I bid 1 bottle, exclaimed an eager young man, sending ripples of shock through his companions. Have you lost your mind, competing with the boss for a woman? Aren't you afraid of risking your life for such folly? Ding Feng nonchalantly countered, a case. Ding, the elder, appeared somewhat stingy. 5 cases. Sun Yuqing boldly declared, his resolve unyielding. Yet, Feng Jin interjected calmly, Son, are those 5 cases for your personal use, or for the entire brotherhood? Sun Yuqing's followers paused, realizing the absurdity of their leader bidding with his own resources for a woman, leaving them empty-handed in the process. Internally cursing the divisive remark, Sun responded with conviction. They are indeed for my personal use. At this juncture, one must not encroach upon the resources of one's brothers, as it equates to jeopardizing their very lives. A collective sigh of relief swept through the younger men. Very well, we shall bid with our own provisions. Ding Feng continued, 6 cases. Feng Jin's expression dimmed slightly. Yet he pressed on, 7 cases. The value of possessing 7 cases of mineral water cannot be overstated, particularly in these times of scarcity. 7.5 cases. Ding Feng bit his teeth, deciding that he could simply save on his own drinking and fetch some from his underlings. After hearing this, Din Yufeng set off to gather supplies. 8 boxes. Sun Yuqing scoffed dismissively. The room erupted in commotion. 8 boxes of water could save countless lives. Yet, now it was being used to auction off a beautiful woman. In any circumstance, a woman with striking looks is always in high demand. This incited jealousy among many women present. 10 boxes, a sudden burst of laughter resonated. The 3 leaders exchanged puzzled glances, as it was not any of them who had spoken, and turned to look behind them. Could it be? Wasn't he that the delivery guy? He and T perished. Was it the gunman who had met his end? Indeed, it was Tang, who had just been at home gaining experience and, feeling a bit bored, decided to come down and see what supplies they had collected, while also keeping an eye out for anything of value. Upon his arrival, he overheard the auction and was astonished to see a woman tied up on the roof of a car. Tang had never seen her in the neighborhood. She was exquisite, even more so than in Bai and the others, possessing a commanding presence that was slightly superior. Today was indeed fortuitous. Sustenance had seemingly fallen from the sky, and a 3-fold increase in resources was about to commence. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but glance up at Tang. Wasn't he the delivery guy? No, he was the delivery guy with a reputation for ruthlessness. His presence rendered the entire underground garage silent. Did he not fear being surrounded? How bold of him to appear alone. Feng Jin was the first to shatter the silence. Isn't this the leader of Building 3? Out for a stroll, are we? Feeling a surge of boredom, Tang Ze couldn't resist the temptation to intervene in the ongoing auction. Is that all right? He inquired, casting a casual glance at the three leaders. His demeanor friendly. However, they recognized that this seemingly benign smile had once accompanied a gaze capable of chilling the blood of those he faced. Today he appeared unarmed, devoid of his notorious broadsword, leading them to wonder if he had come equipped with a firearm instead. Sun Yuqing, unperturbed by Tang Ze's presence, boldly remarked, "It seems inappropriate for you to wish to share in the spoils we have secured." In a startling instant, a gunshot echoed, smoke wafting from the barrel, and a gaping wound appeared on Sun Yuqing's forehead, blood trickling down. He instinctively reached to touch the injury, disbelief etched on his face as he collapsed. "Is this suitable now?" Tang Ze queried with a smile directed at Feng Jin and Ding Feng. Their previous composure evaporated in an instant as they eyed Tang Ze with heightened wariness, acutely aware of the weapon in his hand. Their minds raced with thoughts of summoning their men to eliminate him, yet the proximity to Tang Ze rendered such a plan perilous, knowing they would likely become his first targets. Indeed, this individual possessed remarkable luck. He wielded a firearm, raising the stakes significantly. The surrounding lackeys were left in awe, their fear palpable after witnessing Tang Ze's ruthless efficiency. He had previously decimated Dong Fei's crew with his broadsword, and now he had executed the leader of Building Number 5, Sun Yuqing, with a single shot. The delivery man was a force to be reckoned with. Not only were the underlings intimidated, but Yuqing's delicate features also drained of color, a wave of heat washing over her cheeks. Was it blood? Of course, it is appropriate. What say you, Boss Ding? Feng Jin quickly responded, forcing a smile as he regained his composure. Ding Feng immediately concurred. Indeed, it is most suitable, perfectly so. I am a person who values reason. If I cannot win the auction, that is my own shortcoming. As he listened to Tang Ze's words, vivid images of Tang Ze's maniacal laughter flooded everyone's minds. In this apocalyptic world, who still clings to reason? Yet here he is, attempting to reason again. Does he truly uphold reason? It is baffling. He readily resorts to violence. Yet he speaks of reason. The auctioneer, what are you still hesitating for? Tang Ze prompted, quickly proceed. We are eager to return and accumulate experience. The auctioneer responded with a series of hesitant affirmations. The leader of Building 3 has bid 10 boxes of mineral water. Is there a higher offer? 11 boxes. Feng Jin's heart ached at the thought of depleting his resources, as he felt he was contributing his entire fortune. However, upon hearing Tang Ze's low voice, "You truly dare to raise the bid against me," Ding Feng felt a surge of joy, hoping Tang Ze would eliminate Feng Jin with a single shot. Feng Jin, startled, revealed a look of panic. "Why, you said we would conduct a normal auction." Chapter 22. The sight of Feng Jin being startled struck an odd chord with his subordinates, who found it peculiar that their leader had been so easily frightened. "Indeed, I merely spoke casually. Why the excitement?" Tang Ze shrugged nonchalantly, while Feng Jin's expression darkened to an inky hue. Ding Feng silently lamented the fact that this ruthless delivery man was not adhering to the expected norms. Nevertheless, Tang Ze continued, "Yet I find myself doubting the existence of your 11 boxes of mineral water. How could that be? Then show me." Feng Jin was about to retort, questioning Tang Ze's own stock, but he refrained, recalling that the latter had commandeered Dong Fei's supplies. "You lot, go to my house and fetch the water." His subordinates immediately dashed toward Building Number 2, a throng awaiting their arrival, while Tang Ze scrutinized Yi Qingyi. She, in turn, felt the weight of his gaze, realizing it was markedly different from that of other men. While others looked with lecherous intent, his gaze seemed akin to that of someone eyeing a delectable morsel. Before long, boxes of mineral water were being carted over by his subordinates. Tang Ze remarked with a grin, "You've come up short here. From the supplies seized, I can only claim 4 boxes, which, combined with your current stock, totals exactly 11 boxes." He tapped his forehead playfully. "Are you taking advantage of my mathematical shortcomings? You only have 6 boxes here." "Impossible. I clearly have 7 at home," Feng Jin exclaimed, his voice rising as he rushed to count them. Yet each tally returned to the same disappointing number, 6. Suddenly, he shouted at his underling, "Did you forget to bring back another box? Hurry and find it." The underlings hurriedly dashed back, while Tang Ze smiled, winking at Yi Qingyi, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What did he mean? Was he perhaps trying to save me? In that instant, Yi Qingyi felt a glimmer of hope, realizing that individuals with a sense of justice, like her brother-in-law, had not vanished from the world. Before long, the underlings returned once more, one of them carrying a box. However, a woman in her 30s, dressed in pajamas, hurriedly followed. "Honey, what's wrong? Why the panic?" she asked, looking at Feng Jin with confusion. "Why did you take all the water outside?" Upon catching sight of Yi Qingyi atop the vehicle, her expression shifted to one of anger. "Boss, the water is here," but the underling hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "What?" The underling's face contorted as he turned the box, revealing it had been torn open, leaving only 2 bottles of mineral water inside. Feng Jin was taken aback and exclaimed, "Who touched my water?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Didn't you complain about my smell? I just took a quick shower." "You insufferable woman." Feng Jin stood frozen in place, while those around him exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that there was even water to bathe with. At this moment, Tang let out a long, drawn-out sigh. "You don't have 11 boxes. You only possess 10 boxes and 2 bottles. I have some to spare, and I can lend you a few more. Just wait a moment." With that, Feng Jin rushed off to ask the underlings for additional water. With a resounding bang, the shell casing fell to the ground. Feng Jin appeared momentarily frozen, his eyes wide in shock before he collapsed, blood oozing from his forehead. Tang casually blew on the gun's muzzle and remarked, "I detest being deceived." Beside him, Ding Feng felt a mix of elation and dread, though the latter prevailed, cold sweat trickling down his spine. In mere minutes, he had eliminated both Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing, positioning himself as the leader. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Would he be next? This notion ignited a profound anxiety within Ding Feng. "Darling." Upon witnessing her husband's demise, a woman rushed forward, only to discover that he was already lifeless. "What are you all waiting for? He has slain your leader. Why not take vengeance?" Another gunshot echoed. The woman fell onto Feng Jin's body, seemingly oblivious to the true power dynamics at play. Tang sighed, "What is this? Must we resort to violence? Can't we coexist peacefully?" His words incensed the others, who indeed was instigating this chaos. Who struck the first blow? Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts aloud. No one wished to be the scapegoat. For those who stood out would meet a grim fate. Yi Qing found Tang Zai's demeanor peculiar, resembling that of a cold-blooded assassin. Yet his speech bore a hint of humor, making him an oddly fascinating individual. Nevertheless, gratitude welled within her. "I am sure, Xiang. Will you accompany me?" Tang Zai inquired, directing his gaze towards Ding Feng. Ding Feng hastily shook his head. Following him would be tantamount to risking his very life. "Is anyone else willing to join?" Tang Zai called out, his voice echoing in the silence that surrounded him, met only with fearful glances cast his way. With a nonchalant shrug, he remarked, "Very well then. I suppose I shall not announce it. Congratulations to the leader of Building 3 on acquiring a beautiful prize," he exclaimed, immediately rushing over to hand the rope to Tang Zai, along with the tattered clothing of Yi Qingyi, which still contained her mobile phone. Tang Zai smacked his forehead in realization. "Ah yes, I haven't provided any water. I mustn't be a freeloader," he mused, having eliminated 2 leaders. "Their supplies should rightfully belong to me, wouldn't you agree?" He surveyed the crowd. Ding Feng chuckled heartily. "Absolutely, no doubt about it. In that case, we'll deduct from the resources of the 2 leaders. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll treat everyone to some water," he declared. A thought began to form in the minds of the onlookers. They had never encountered someone so brazen, arriving empty-handed to seize the finest beauty without offering anything in return. Well, except for 3 bullets. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Zai turned to the group without a leader and advised, "If I were you, I would hasten to select a leader." Ding Feng's lips twitched, sensing a hint of caution directed at himself. Observing the gathering of individuals from Building 2 and Building 5, a frown creased his forehead. After the demise of 2 leaders, was he to contend with 2 new rivals? Damn that delivery boy. I shall ensure he pays for this. Upon arriving at the elevator, Yi Qingyi timidly inquired, "Could I possibly put on some clothing?" Tang Zai turned around with a smile and replied, "It looks rather appealing as it is. Why bother dressing?" She exclaimed. "It's all tattered and worn. Please, I really must wear something. It's such a hassle. Can it be unfastened?" she asked. Tang Zai clicked his tongue. "Am I here to serve you?" Although donning clothing would be preferable, Tang Zai found a certain allure in the torn fabric. Yi Qingyi, filled with gratitude, expressed, "Thank you for rescuing me." Tang Zai merely responded with an indifferent "oh," as the elevator door slid open, and he stepped inside. Yi Qingyi, biting her lip, followed suit. As they soon entered the room, Tang suddenly clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Time to rise, my kittens. We have a newcomer." And Bai and Sun Ting, weary, blinked open their eyes and slowly sat up to gaze at Yi Qingyi. The fatigue that had enveloped them vanished in an instant, replaced by astonishment. "Where on earth did you find her?" And Bai asked in awe, realizing that this community had someone of her caliber. Chapter 23. Do not mistake me for a hero. Tang Zai poured himself a glass of water and leaned against the wall, jesting, while taking a stroll outside. "I casually picked this up. What luck! It truly seems unstoppable." Sun Ting and Bai approached Yi Qingyi, scrutinizing her intently. Feeling somewhat intimidated, Yi Qingyi instinctively leaned back, sensing their peculiar demeanor. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you for saving me." Tang Zai, slightly exasperated, replied, "You have already mentioned that." Yi Qingyi appeared somewhat embarrassed and hesitated before mustering the courage to ask, "With your remarkable abilities, is there a way to escape from here? I'm not Superman. I can't just fly away." Tang Zai shrugged, bemused by her numerous requests. He then asserted, "First, let's get you a bath. Is there a place to bathe here?" Yi Qingyi inquired incredulously, finally understanding the source of their fragrant allure. "Of course. Wouldn't it be dreadful to be unclean? The master would disapprove." Sun Ting giggled, pushing Yi Qingyi towards the bathroom. "I can manage on my own." Yi Qingyi protested hastily. "We're here to assist you and to explain our rules," they insisted, shoving her inside before she could utter another word. Tang Zai chose not to intervene. After all, Sun Ting was a formidable instructor with exceptional training techniques. Inside the bathroom, and Bai released hot water, and steam gradually enveloped the space. The silhouettes of 3 alluring figures danced within the mist, evoking an involuntary reaction. "Sister, your figure is truly remarkable." Sun Ting applied body wash onto Yi Qingyi's skin, and Bai, shyly smiling, remarked, "Indeed, we can be a bit more relaxed now." Yi Qingyi, utterly perplexed, hurriedly responded, "I can manage on my own." Sun Ting clicked her tongue, asserting, "From now on, we are a team, and we must look after each other to survive in this apocalyptic world." Yes, we are a team," and Bai chimed in, stifling a laugh. Yi Qingyi grew increasingly confused, inquiring, "What do you mean by we are a team?" "We are merely the master's little kittens." Sun Ting playfully tapped Yi Qingyi's forehead, saying, "With such beauty, how can you be slower to react than Xiao Bai?" At this, Yi Qingyi took a step back, her expression shifting. "I am not anyone's little kitten, nor will I ever be." And Bai and Sun Ting exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, as if witnessing their former selves. "Sister, please remain calm. This is merely a formality. Our primary task is to bring joy to the master," Sun Ting clarified. However, Yi Qingyi's tone abruptly changed. "I am no one's slave, and I have no obligation to make anyone happy. I will not join you. Move aside. I intend to leave." With that, she reached for her tattered dress, and Bai and Sun Ting internally lamented the impending disaster, fearing she was on a perilous path. Outside, Tang Zai noticed the bathroom door had swung open and wondered if she had finished so soon, only to be met with the furious gaze of Yi Qingyi as she stormed out, her eyes filled with disdain. What on earth was happening? He stepped forward to intercept her. "Step aside, I must leave. You are all cut from the same cloth. I misjudged you." "Tang Zai, what do you mean you misjudged me? What did you take me for? A hero?" Tang Zai couldn't help but chuckle. This woman had quite the vivid imagination. Yi Qingyi indeed held such an opinion, but at that moment, she had no desire to elaborate and simply maneuvered past Tang Zai. Tang Zai couldn't help but exclaim. Had it not been for his dire need for sustenance, he would have retaliated immediately. He seized Yi Qingyi's damp hair. "Ah, release me, you despicable rogue." Tang Zai forcefully gripped Yi Qingyi's long hair, pulling it down as he spoke in a low voice. "I spent 10 crates of mineral water to capture you, and you dare tell me you want to leave? I am not your merchandise, and you shall not succeed." Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi vehemently rebuked Tang Zai. Tang Zai's expression turned particularly frigid as he drew a handgun, directing it towards Yi Qingyi's forehead. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to part with such a prime source of sustenance?" Gazing into Tang Zai's icy eyes, Yi Qingyi realized she had provoked a demon. Death might be a mercy, sparing her from disgrace. Zihui would only know of her disappearance. "Don't." In that critical moment, and Bai, emerging from the bathroom, instinctively shouted. Tang Zai's gaze shifted to Bai, as if to say, "Do you wish to join her in death? I can grant that wish." and Bai was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, while Sun Ting maintained her composure and promptly clarified, Xiaobai did not mean it that way. She believes there is still hope for this sister. Weren't we also resistant at first? Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued, killing her outright would be too merciful. She shows no gratitude whatsoever. Tang Zhe found some merit in her words. Indeed, a swift execution seemed rather lenient. However, even if he did not end her life with a single shot, he needed her to understand that he, Tang Zhe, was no gentle soul. His right fist struck fiercely against Yi Qingyi's soft abdomen. Although he exerted only a minimal amount of force, it was still beyond what any woman could endure. Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes widened as she clutched her stomach, her knees buckling as she fell to the ground, writhing in agony as cold sweat poured from her. Very well. I shall grant you a few days. If you continue to bicker, not only will she pay the price, but you will also face consequences. Sun Ting wished she could slap herself for becoming embroiled in this chaos. This woman was endangering them all. What was she pretending for? Take her inside and clean her up, Tang Zhe commanded before lighting a cigarette. Others might speak of repaying a life debt with devotion, but here, he found himself chastised for his own lack of decency. Sun Ting and the terrified Bai dragged Yi Qingyi into the bathroom. In a fit of rage, Sun Ting turned on the shower head, drenching Yi Qingyi, who lay on the ground, her face pale as a sheet of paper, utterly devoid of strength to speak. With good intentions, we warned you, yet here we are, facing the consequences of your actions. The mere thought of such an experience sent chills down Sun Ting and Bai's spines. They wished to never encounter that terrifying punishment in their lives. The more Sun Ting contemplated, the more dread enveloped her. In a sudden fit of anger, she raised her delicate foot to stomp on Yi Qingyi's fragile figure. Yi Qingyi, overwhelmed by discomfort, could only emit muffled groans, curling up her body in distress. Xiaobai, why are you still hesitating? Save her, even though she has put us both in jeopardy, Bai urged, her voice wavering with struggle. I am afraid, Xiaobai admitted, her lips trembling. Do you understand why your ex-boyfriend could manipulate you? It is because of your cowardice. I am not cowardly, I just... Bai shook her head in denial. Sun Ting grasped Bai's chin, her voice firm. Xiaobai, we are bound together like two grasshoppers on the same string. I know, Bai replied. Then kick her. Bai gazed down at the suffering Yi Qingyi, her face etched with conflict. Yet, she gradually lifted her elegant leg, closing her eyes as she brought it down. Ah! Yi Qingyi cried out in agony. After all, a woman descending with her eyes shut could not gauge her strength, resulting in a blow far harsher than Sun Ting's. Chapter 24. Truly the chief instructor seated upon the sofa. Tang Zhe remained unmoved as he silently heard the anguished cries of Yi Qingyi, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. Initially, he had felt a sense of joy this evening, believing he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to be met with disillusionment. Did she truly think this was a charitable institution? How naively innocent she remained at such a time. In the bathroom, Sun Ting had vented her frustrations, while Bai sat dazedly on the floor, unable to comprehend how she could have harmed a stranger. Her gaze was filled with tension and panic, yet tinged with a thrill following her outburst. Observing Bai's expression, Sun Ting sighed. Having already disposed of a body, what was there left to fear? There was no need to feel pity for such a woman. Did she truly believe that everyone would indulge her whims? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications from WeChat drew Sun Ting's attention to a nearby phone, seemingly belonging to this woman. As Yi Qingyi watched Sun Ting pick up her phone, she grit her teeth and cried out, "Give it back to me." Sun Ting cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingyi before seizing her hand. However, Yi Qingyi immediately struggled, refusing to allow Sun Ting access to her fingerprint lock. Xiaobai, Xiaobai, Bai, Sun Ting called repeatedly until Bai snapped back to reality. Stop daydreaming, hold her down. Oh, with an apologetic look towards Yi Qingyi, Bai complied and restrained her, allowing Sun Ting to successfully unlock the phone. As Sun Ting opened WeChat, a slight smirk appeared on her lips. What an intimate contact name, Mr. Future Husband Hui. Return my phone. Even though Yi Qingyi was restrained by Bai and her body ached all over, she still reached out her hand to snatch her phone back. However, Sun Ting's delicate foot came down firmly upon the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. Ah! The pain shot through her. For Yi Qingyi had never endured such torment in her life. She had always been cherished and protected. Sun Ting chuckled. It seems your future husband, Mr. Hui, is quite anxious. inquiring about your well-being and wondering why you haven't replied to his messages. How do you propose I respond to him? Despite her suffering, Yi Qingyi held back her tears. But upon hearing such a threat, the tears she had long suppressed began to flow uncontrollably. She could not bring herself to tell her fiancé that chaos reigned here, that her brother-in-law and sister were dead, and that she had been captured. She desired to remain pure in her fiancé's eyes, to uphold the image of a virtuous fiancé, even preparing for the possibility of death, ensuring that the innocent version of herself remained in his heart, untainted. Observing Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had seized an advantage. Sitting on the couch, Tang Zhe watched television. At this moment, only online streaming was available, as the local channels had vanished. As the bathroom door swung open, Tang Zhe turned to look, and indeed, the freshly cleaned Yi Qingyi appeared extraordinary, albeit with a somewhat vacant gaze. "Master, I will take her to get ready shortly," she said. Tang Zhe nonchalantly rested his chin on his hand and murmured in acknowledgement. Although Yi Qingyi was trembling with fear, he still harbored no fondness for her. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally brought out. Her previously slightly dry and disheveled hair now flowed with an exquisite smoothness, emanating a delightful fragrance. A subtle touch of makeup enhanced her beauty, while the pure white dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, the black leather belt cinching her slender waist. "Aren't you going to call someone?" Sun Ting remarked, giving Yi Qingyi a gentle pat on her backside. Yi Qingyi pressed her fingers into her palm, lowering her head and gritting her teeth. Noticing Yi Qingyi's silence, Sun Ting's irritation flared up, and Yi Qingyi whispered a few words in her ear. Yi Qingyi's delicate body shivered slightly as she slowly uttered, "Master." Tang Zhe cast an approving glance, utterly impressed by her submission. "Come here," Tang Zhe commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yi Qingyi rose and approached Tang Zhe, yet kept her gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact. In the past, one was merely a delivery person while the other was the vice president of an advertising company, realms that seemed utterly disparate. However, now their worlds were destined to intertwine. "Sit here," Tang Zhe said, patting his thigh with a casual air. Yi Qingyi bit her lush red lips tightly, the vibrant color paling under the pressure. Chapter 25. Sweet engaged couple. Tang Zhe felt no trace of compassion as his hands rested upon her smooth, elongated legs. "Look at me," he commanded. When Yi Qingyi remained unresponsive, Tang Zhe said with a hint of impatience, "I do not wish to repeat myself." With tear-stained eyes, Yi Qingyi slowly turned her gaze towards him, revealing a depth of reluctance and resentment hidden within her gaze. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone echoed in the air, an incoming voice call. Sun Ting glanced at Yi Qingyi's phone and remarked with a smile, "It's your fiancé calling." Those mere words sent Yi Qingyi into a frenzy. "Don't answer it," she exclaimed hastily. "That simply won't do. Your fiancé is worried for your safety." "I'll answer it, and you can speak for yourself," Sun Ting replied, promptly accepting the call before handing the phone to Yi Qingyi. She found herself unable to hang up. Her fiancé's face already appeared on the screen. Immediately, Jiang Zihui's concerned voice resonated from the phone. Why haven't you replied to my messages? I thought something had happened to you. I've been so worried. Why are you crying? Is something wrong?" Listening to her fiancé's anxious tone, a wave of unease washed over Yi Qingyi. "No, I'm just very scared." She managed to suppress her tears and forced a sincere smile, reassuring him not to worry. Jiang Zihui felt a pang of heartache. As a man, he felt utterly powerless to protect his fiancée. "I'm so sorry. I loathe my own inadequacy, unable to bring you to safety and prevent you from living in fear." Yi Qingyi displayed no signs of distress on her face. Instead, she gently remarked, "Fool, do not blame yourself. We shall be fine. Please, do not cry." "I won't cry anymore," she assured. Suddenly, Jiang Zihui noticed that his fiancée looked exceptionally beautiful this evening. Why have you suddenly put on makeup?" "I was worried you might be upset since I hadn't replied to your messages, so I decided to wear some makeup to present a lovely version of myself to you." Tang Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile. This woman, when deceiving her own man, displayed an intellect that soared beyond the heavens. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world." Sun Ting, overhearing this, rolled her eyes and quietly remarked to Enbai beside her, "What a classic line from a scoundrel." "Indeed, I've heard it before." Jiang Zihui's words filled Yi Qingyi with a sense of guilt. She had betrayed the man she deeply loved. "Zihui, you should rest early. I need to retire as well." Fearful that an unusual sound might arouse her fiancé's suspicions, Yi Qingyi chose to remain silent. Jiang Zihui even blew a kiss towards the camera, prompting laughter from the group, who exclaimed, "What a shameless display." Tang Zhe smiled faintly and commented, "Truly a loving couple, and it evokes envy in others. I admire your figure, yet your gaze leaves much to be desired." "I do not require your admiration," Yi Qingyi replied with a firm tone. Tang Zhe suddenly laughed. "You seem more afraid of them than you are of me. I wonder why?" Yi Qingyi remained silent, her delicate face paling from the pain. Tang Zhe extended his hand, grasping Yi Qingyi's chin, and spoke in a calm tone. "They will threaten you, revealing your circumstances to your fiancé, but I shall not. Instead, I will locate your fiancé and annihilate his entire family. You have witnessed the extent of my methods. You are not human," Yi Qingyi exclaimed, seizing Tang Zhe's garment in a fit of distress, fear gripping her heart. "When did I ever claim to be human? I am the devil among devils, and of a particularly lascivious nature." Yi Qingyi could scarcely fathom the consequences should her fiancé learn of the situation, nor the potential massacre of the Zihui family. The image of bloodshed was all too vivid, leaving her with no doubt of its veracity. "From now on, you shall consume the remnants of their meals. If you exhibit proper behavior, you may find yourself with a chance akin to theirs. Now you understand what you must do." The following day, Yi Qingyi awoke in a daze, the first thought crossing her mind being whether she had perished. Upon observing her surroundings, she realized she was still alive, yet trapped in a hellish existence. The torment of the previous night flooded her mind, and though she wished to weep, no tears came forth. With her sister and brother-in-law brutally slain at home, she too had succumbed to this dreadful fate. Glancing at the door not far away, a fleeting notion of escape stirred within her. However, as she attempted to shift her body, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen. Had she foreseen this, she would have surrendered to her fiancé much earlier. Enduring the agony, Yi Qingyi moved slowly, the clinking of chains rousing the two sleeping women beside her. Sun Ting yawned and remarked with indifference, "It seems you still lack the wisdom to remember." Although Yi Qingyi's rise to the position of vice president was aided by her fiancé, her own intellect played a significant role. Faced with such circumstances, the only course of action is to endure and bide her time, resolutely refusing to submit. "No, I'm merely a bit hungry," Yi Qingyi quickly clarified, and Bai chuckled lightly, saying, "It is not yet mealtime. The master has yet to rise." Yi Qingyi noted a distinction between Bai and Sun Ting. While Sun Ting was the most steadfast follower of Tang Zhe, and Bai seemed different, as if she too bore the weight of oppression. Perhaps this could serve as a potential point of leverage. Chapter 26. A well-deserved rest regardless of the circumstances. The only option now was to acquiesce to him. Otherwise, not only would he face demise, but those photographs would also be released, potentially endangering the lives of his fiancé's entire family. After getting out of bed, Tang Zhe brushed his teeth, noticing that his progress had considerably accelerated over the past 2 days, reaching a commendable 16. At this pace, with a daily increment of 3, he could unlock the apocalyptic gift pack of 20 in approximately a month. Should 3 additional rations come into play, the timeline could be halved. Regrettably, thus far, these 3 rations were already of the highest caliber. Having grown accustomed to succulent delicacies, he could hardly settle for lesser fare. Upon arriving at the balcony, Tang Zhe was met with a brisk gust of wind. For September in the southern region, such weather was rather peculiar, though the air conditioning inside provided solace. He checked his phone, which no longer displayed the temperature, yet Tang Zhe surmised that it was a mere 10 degrees outside. The change in weather had been remarkably swift. Entering the living room, Tang Zhe's gaze fell upon Yi Qingyi, who instinctively recoiled, a palpable fear emanating from her. Ignoring her discomfort, he affectionately patted Bai and Sun Ting's heads, preparing to indulge in breakfast. Breakfast was, after all, the most nutritious meal of the day. However, regarding Yi Qingyi's actions, it was apparent that she would only consume the remnants left by the 2 women. When the fragrant mushroom chicken soup made its appearance, Yi Qingyi was left astounded. Could they truly possess such exquisite food? How was that even conceivable? And there were even sweet and sour ribs, not to mention a bowl of black chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Bai were already famished, quickly crouching down to feast. The living room was permeated with the enticing aroma of chicken soup. Yi Qingyi, with her crimson lips, was unable to resist the overwhelming secretion, her delicate neck instinctively swallowing. Yet she could only watch longingly. Tang Zhe, however, indulged in a modest meal of 2 meat buns and congee, occasionally glancing at the community group for updates. After more than 10 minutes, the two women had filled their stomachs, leaving the remnants for Yi Qingyi. The sweet and sour ribs were reduced to mere bones. The black-bone chicken noodle soup had only half a bowl of broth filled with bones, and the mushroom chicken soup was no different. Eat, don't just stare, Sun Ting said lightly. Yi Qingyi gazed at the leftover food, never having experienced such a meal in her life. Yet, the rich fragrance of the chicken soup was irresistible. How could she muster the strength to escape without a full stomach? With this self-reassurance, she immediately began sipping the black-bone chicken soup, feeling a comforting warmth in her belly that surpassed even that of a Michelin-starred restaurant. Add some rice for her, Tang remarked casually. You have devoured all the meat. How can she be full with just soup and bones? Without a full stomach, how can one endure the brutality of the collision? Anbai responded with an "oh," quickly serving a generous spoonful of white rice. Yi Qingyi lifted her gaze to the mound of rice, feeling as though she hadn't seen it in years. In such a water-scarce situation, who had the resources to cook rice? Even raw rice would suffice to stave off hunger. Hurry and eat, Anbai urged. Or else you might provoke Tang and end up with nothing to eat. Yi Qingyi gazed at Anbai with gratitude as the white rice was immersed in the chicken soup, transforming into a delectable yellow braised chicken rice. The sounds of her eating echoed through the living room. She didn't even spare the leftover bones, crushing and swallowing them with fervor. Burp, unable to suppress a hearty belch. She felt a twinge of embarrassment wash over her. Yet, it had been an eternity since she had felt so satiated. If offered another bowl, she was certain she could consume it as well. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone pierced the air. Your fiancé truly cares for you, Sun Ting remarked with a smile as she picked up her phone. Yi Qingyi made no attempt to snatch it away, aware that such actions would only incite their ire, leading to her own distress. My father's friend mentioned that a severe drop in temperature and heavy snowfall are expected soon. You must take care to keep warm. A drop in temperature? Yi Qingyi felt no signs of it. Yes, in the southern regions, daytime temperatures hover around -20 degrees, plunging to -40 degrees at night, while the northern areas are even colder. Do not venture out into the snow. It will be as treacherous as this rain. Tang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had anticipated a cessation of rain, but was met with the prospect of a drastic temperature drop, realizing they might remain trapped here. This won't do. I must find an opportunity to venture out. Securing provisions is paramount. Yes, I understand. I will be mindful of keeping warm. Do not worry. Why are you crying again? Jiang Zihue asked, alarmed to see his fiancée in tears. It's nothing, just a bit sentimental. Alas, if only you had not gone to your sister's house for dinner that night, you would have been by my side, sighed Jiang Zihue. Yi Qingyi shared this sentiment. Had she departed, she would not have encountered this devil. Sister-in-law, what are you up to? Suddenly, a voice brimming with youthful exuberance resonated, causing Tang to pause momentarily, while Yi Qingyi finally exhaled in relief. The girl on the phone appeared to be around 17 or 18, her lovely cheeks radiating youthfulness and vitality, imbued with the innocence and charm of adolescence. She donned a wool sweater that gracefully revealed her slightly alluring collarbone, and around her delicate neck hung a piece from Hermès' latest summer collection. Nana. Chapter 27. Submissiveness. Take a good rest. I will go deal with her nonsense. All right, you go ahead. Listening to the sounds of laughter emanating from her phone, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of envy, wishing she could be part of it. She ended the video call, only to confront Tang. So, she is your sister-in-law, Sun Ting remarked as she took the phone and scrolled through the album, finding a photo to show Tang. After viewing it, Tang nodded appreciatively. Quite a commendable choice. What are you planning to do? Yi Qingyi snapped, her voice tinged with alarm. Tang, taken aback by her tone, felt a flicker of irritation. In the afternoon, Anbai discreetly retrieved some leftover food from the refrigerator and approached Yi Qingyi. Here, have something to eat. Observing Anbai, Yi Qingyi gradually lowered her guard and weakly muttered her thanks. Sister, please refrain from provoking the master. As Yi Qingyi devoured the meal, a part of her wished for death, yet she dared not succumb. Anbai, why do you all obey so readily? Yi Qingyi inquired, perplexed by their apparent compliance. Anbai paused, then quietly replied, as long as we have food and drink, it is all thanks to the master. Without him, we would likely have become corpses by now. There have been 4 or 5 more female corpses added in recent days. Yi Qingyi was horrified. Every time she encountered the lifeless bodies on the grass, they bore the marks of brutal violation. What has become of this world, to turn so horrific? If fear was the initial motivator, perhaps now it had transformed into a sense of gratitude. Repay kindness? Yi Qingyi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, what kind of character do those individuals in the community possess? Has any of the captured girls met a fortunate end? Under the protection of our master, we are quite safe, and the sacrifices we have made are utterly negligible in comparison to what we receive. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized the validity of Anbai's words. At that moment, Sun Ting emerged from the bedroom. Upon seeing the two in the living room, Yi Qingyi hastily set down the plate in her hand, fearful that Sun Ting might betray them. Sun Ting, however, merely remarked, "Eat, lest you starve." Anbai nodded and softly added, "Sister Ting is not truly bad. It's mainly that you are too stubborn. Not truly bad. It was her idea that led to this situation," Yi Qingyi retorted. "Xiaobai, do not speak recklessly. I am indeed a wicked woman," Sun Ting replied, curling her lips disdainfully. In such a world, being a good person often leads to a dismal outcome. It is far more gratifying to embrace the role of a villain. Anbai pressed his lips together, understanding that Sun Ting was speaking out of frustration. "Thank you. But I am full," Yi Qingyi said, wiping her mouth. This sense of satiety instilled in her a compelling desire to sleep. Sun Ting reminded her nonchalantly, "If you wish to perish, you may plead for it. Our master will grant you that opportunity. However, if you wish to survive, cast aside your identity as the CEO or the fiancé of a prominent heir, and do not implicate me and Xiaobai. Every individual desires to live. No one wishes for death." The living room fell into an eerie silence. Anbai poured a cup of warm water for Yi Qingyi, who accepted it but refrained from drinking. Instead, she softly inquired, "Could you find me a beautiful piece of clothing?" Sun Ting and Anbai exchanged glances. Sensing a change in the atmosphere, it seemed that life took precedence above all else. Tang, however, comfortably indulged in a midday nap. Upon rising, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the greenery in the center of the community, now nearly obscured by corpses. Perhaps the recent drop in temperature had lessened the stench of decay. In such an environment, Tang was eager to leave. It felt like a slow death by suffocation awaited him. Stepping out of the bedroom, Tang noticed Yi Qingyi's unusual quietness. She appeared considerably subdued, and he promptly offered her food as a reward. When Yi Qingyi beheld a whole fried chicken leg before her, a sudden urge to weep surged within her. This once ignored junk food now demanded that she abandon her dignity to obtain it. Without a moment's hesitation, she devoured it, for in this apocalyptic world, was survival not paramount? "Do you have any other requests?" Tang asked, his gaze steady on Yi Qingyi. The question was intricate, yet it posed no challenge for the highly educated Yi Qingyi. She resolved not to voice any demands before Tang, resigning herself to unconditional compliance, even if it meant leaping from that very spot. "I have no demands. I merely wish to bring endless joy to my master." Sun Ting and Anbai exchanged glances once more. This woman was adept at pleasing men. Yet, Tang harbored doubts about Yi Qingyi, and even in the recesses of his mind, he held a certain mistrust towards Sun Ting and Anbai. In the apocalyptic realm, one can only place trust in oneself. Others are unworthy of belief. Chapter 28. Double happiness. Feel free to share this moment on social media. It's rather delightful. Here, you too can have the remaining chicken legs and wings. Tang generously offered the leftovers to Sun Ting and Anbai, primarily to remind Yi Qingyi that a mere display of submission or charm would not elevate her status above theirs. Without any substantial contribution, she would perpetually subsist on their scraps. As the sound of crunching fried chicken filled the air, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of desire. Yet she could only endure her circumstances. "You may still converse with your fiancé, albeit under my supervision," Tang remarked gently, caressing Yi Qingyi's silky hair with a soft smile. Yi Qingyi fully grasped the implications of this supervision, yet the mere sight of her fiancé was a comfort. "Thank you. Of course, you can discreetly seek assistance from your fiancé, should you wish for him to rescue you." "Absolutely not. I assure you, that will not happen." Yi Qingyi vehemently shook her head, though a flicker of that very thought lingered in her mind. Tang leaned in slightly, his index finger playfully lifting her delicate chin, while his thumb brushed against her soft, crimson lips. "Fear not. I shall ensure your fiancé's demise, fashioning his skull into a bowl for you to dine from daily, fostering a more harmonious mindset." The chilling words from Tang conjured vivid, disturbing images in Yi Qingyi's mind, leaving not only her, but also Sun Ting and Anbai thoroughly unnerved. Suddenly, Tang burst into laughter. "Oh dear, I was merely jesting. Look at how terrified you all are. I shall refrain from such antics. Sun Ting and Enbai gazed at Tang Zhe with a lingering melancholy. Yet Yi Qingyi sensed the gravity of his words, realizing he was not jesting. She promptly declared, I refuse to make contact. I belong to you entirely. Perhaps this was the only means to safeguard her fiancé's family. I was merely joking. I have no intention of disrupting your loving marriage. Making me appear as the villain. Is there anything more reprehensible than that? Yi Qingyi confined these thoughts to her mind, choosing not to voice them. Through their interactions in recent days, she had gleaned several critical insights. When it came to Tang Zhe's words, it was best not to inquire further, nor to question him, unless in a manner that was endearing and playful. Ting, please return her phone, Sun Ting said, handing Yi Qingyi her device. Yi Qingyi felt bewildered. Was this not a threat against her? At that moment, Sun Ting sheepishly confessed, I impersonated you this morning, my apologies. You impersonated me? She echoed, curiosity piqued. I merely wish to discover where your fiancé resides. Do not overthink it. Instantly, Yi Qingyi's complexion drained of color. Tang Zhe interjected with a frown. Hey, stop scaring her. With that, he enveloped Yi Qingyi in his embrace. If the opportunity arises to visit Yunhai City, I shall ensure you both meet. Just as she was about to refuse, Yi Qingyi quickly changed her mind and replied, but I am the host's cat. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? Surely you wish to meet? Yi Qingyi dared not decline, whispering, I do wish to meet. Will your fiancé be angry and hit you if he finds out about us? Listening to Tang Zhe's teasing tone, Yi Qingyi gently replied, my fiancé won't find out. You're really becoming quite agreeable. Let us take the day to rest. He responded. Yi Qingyi obediently sat beside him, receiving a packet of 6 yuan Lay's cucumber-flavored chips as a reward. Tang Zhe pulled him by closer and whispered, in a few days, I plan to leave this community. The 3 women immediately turned their gazes toward Tang Zhe. Leaving here? Are you taking us with you? Of course. I will take you all along. Without you, who would I have? With those words, the 3 women simultaneously sighed in relief. Without the formidable Tang Zhe, they could be snatched away at any moment and subjected to mistreatment and trade. However, the weather was growing increasingly cold, and both rain and snow were to be avoided. If the wind blew into their clothes, it could spell disaster. Sun Ting expressed her concerns, fearing that going outside could lead to death. Although there were only 3 of them, it was still better than risking the unknown. Yet, Sun Ting was unaware of Tang Zhe's intentions. 3 was far too few. A mere drop in the ocean. Moreover, this community was rapidly becoming devoid of companionship. I've prepared some supplies that can withstand the rain and snow. Of course, I won't force you. You can choose to stay if you wish. I am a reasonable person. With that, Tang Zhe revealed a gentle smile. Yet, such a smile appeared anything but gentle to the 3 women, resembling that of a bloodthirsty beast. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 women nodded in unison. Taking out his phone, Tang Zhe aimed the camera at himself. Xiaobai, be a little cuter, let us capture a selfie. And Bai obediently closed her beautiful eyes, extending her delicate pink tongue, enhancing her charm manifold. Click. With a smile on his face, Tang Zhe admired Bai's lovely visage, adorned with a hint of blush. She appeared both adorable and slightly bashful, her jade-like shoulders nestled against Tang Zhe's. He promptly shared the photo on his social media, accompanied by a simple remark, she truly is a darling. In Tang Zhe's WeChat contacts, the majority were former bosses from his days of labor, often summoning him for trivial matters, with no ulterior motives, merely a display of pride followed by obligatory visits. Indeed, this post set off a frenzy among his friends. Tang Zhe, you rascal. You have such a beautiful companion. I have some resources, would you like them? Damn, Tang Zhe, you're flaunting it. Hurry up and send the beauty over. Xiao Tang, as your former superior, I must inform you, this wealth is beyond your reach. Where do you reside? I'm coming to find you now. This enchanting creature is superb. A flurry of envious and jealous comments flooded beneath the photo, all conveyed with an air of superiority, eliciting an even broader smile from Tang Zhe. Ting, come over too. Let the 3 of us take a picture together, Tang Zhe beckoned. Sun Ting sat obediently to the side as both women leaned in to kiss Tang Zhe on the cheek, creating a scene that was nothing short of tantalizing. After all, most women had not groomed themselves in quite some time, making their beauty all the more striking. This time, Tang Zhe deliberately shifted the camera downwards, revealing a glimpse of his impressive physique, with black lace subtly teasing the eye. evoking a sense of desire. Accompanied by the caption, "Double the pleasure." The post set social media ablaze. "Little Tang, heed your uncle's advice. If you can't afford it, your uncle has plenty of resources." Tang Ze, where on earth did you find such women? Brother Tang, I have resources on my end. Shall we share? President Tang, while we struggle like dogs, you live so freely. Could you point me in the right direction? Amidst the vitriolic responses, Tang Ze remained remarkably composed. He slowly rose to his feet, while Yi Qingyi, anticipating an invitation to join in the selfie, almost stood up herself, only to find Tang Ze walking away. This left Yi Qingyi stunned, feeling like a complete fool, questioning her own worth based on her appearance. Was she not qualified to be part of the selfie, to become a symbol of pride? Chapter 29. Tang Ze's former secrets. A wave of frustration surged within Yi Qingyi. Tang Ze was merely taking photographs of supplies to share on his social media. He had more than enough to eat, surrounded by beautiful women and abundant resources. It was a lifestyle that any man would envy. Formerly known as Xiao Tang, everyone now referred to him as General Manager Tang. Tang Ze expressed that they were once colleagues and should look out for one another, promising to deliver some supplies when he had the chance. A video call suddenly connected to Tang Ze, revealing Manager Xiao from the Huan Hotel. Upon answering, he was greeted by a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a lewd smile. "Xiao Tang, do you remember me?" "Of course, Manager Xiao," Tang Ze replied, unable to forget the days he spent as a bellboy at the Huan Hotel, where Manager Xiao served as the lobby manager. His honesty had resulted in him being assigned the most arduous and unpleasant tasks. He still recalled Zhao's harsh reprimands. "You, a mere country bumpkin, are destined to toil for a lifetime. Being a bellboy is a privilege. Otherwise, you'd be cleaning the restrooms." Yet, the severity of those past admonitions had faded, replaced now by a sycophantic demeanor. "Xiao Tang, I always knew you would achieve greatness, but it's a pity you left so soon. I had plans to make you a team leader." "Manager Xiao, I could hardly aspire to be a team leader. You hold me in too high regard." "Oh, Xiao Tang, you are mistaken. You are the most promising young individual I have ever encountered." A flurry of flattery aimed to win over Tang Ze. Meanwhile, Tang Ze sat comfortably on the sofa, drawing the enchanting Yi Qingyi into his embrace. Upon witnessing the captivating Yi Qingyi, Manager Zhao's smile became rigid. This was the third instance. In these times, residing with 3 extraordinary women at home required considerable prowess, and Manager Xiao was acutely aware that it necessitated at least a position of leadership. Yi Qingyi felt a sense of relief, or rather, a slight equilibrium restored within her. However, upon reflection, she questioned why she was concerned about such matters. Surely, it was madness. Manager Xiao must have sought me for something significant. Tang Ze, holding the delightful snow peak, chuckled, while Yi Qingyi, biting her crimson lips, murmured softly, moving Manager Xiao to tears. Yet, the provisions at home were rapidly dwindling. Manager Xiao struggled to speak. He could vaguely recall how he treated Tang Ze back in the day. Those circumstances had changed drastically. Tang Ze instantly understood. "Manager Xiao, considering how you cared for me in the past, it is only right that I reciprocate. Please provide me with an address, and, once the weather improves, I shall deliver it to you." "Oh, that would be splendid. I knew I had chosen wisely," Manager Xiao exclaimed, elated, though a hint of jealousy lurked deep within his gaze, prompting him to harbor ulterior motives. Upon receiving an address, Tang Ze felt no sense of fulfillment. Former leaders began sending congratulatory messages, and a string of addresses appeared. As Tang Ze observed these addresses, the smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. Ding dong. A notification chimed from Tang Ze's WeChat, prompting all 3 women to simultaneously glance at his phone, akin to how a girlfriend instinctively looks at her boyfriend's phone when a message arrives. It is not surprising that the 3 young women are intrigued. Tang Ze's WeChat had never been called upon before. Even just moments ago, their communication had solely been through video calls to ascertain whether Tang Ze truly possessed resources or merely manipulated images. Tang Ze initially presumed it was a former leader feeling too shy to reach out, but upon glancing at the WeChat name, he hesitated. This was not an ex-leader. Rather, it was an ex-girlfriend, or, more accurately, someone who could hardly be deemed an ex since she had never formally accepted the relationship. The 3 women, observing Tang Ze's expression, sensed that there was undoubtedly a story behind it. How could such a formidable man harbor secrets? Their innate curiosity ignited. Even Yi Qingyi found herself captivated. Women possess an uncanny understanding of these matters. Tang Zai's gaze swept over the trio, prompting them to immediately avert their eyes and feign nonchalance. It felt as if they were sneaking glances akin to thieves. Tang Zai chuckled, and Bai rushed forward first, and Sun Ting struggled to restrain her. What if Tang Zai is merely jesting? You might take it too seriously and end up with no dinner tonight. Only after realizing Tang Zai was genuinely unperturbed did Sun Ting feel reassured enough to indulge in the gossip. Yi Qingyi internally reprimanded herself, thinking there was nothing worth prying into. It was none of her business. Yet, upon witnessing Sun Ting and Bai's exaggerated expressions, she scolded herself again and swiftly joined in on the gossip. Suddenly, a message arrived from an individual with a cartoon avatar. Are you well? These simple 4 characters immediately led the 3 women to conclude that the sender was indeed a woman, and her relationship with Tang Zai was undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, such an opening would not have been employed. Thus, the 3 women reached a conclusion in their minds. It was highly likely to be the ex-girlfriend. They began to inquire one by one, creating a cacophony that pained my ears. Tang Zai remained speechless, pondering how these women could be so gossipy. Yi Qingyi, you first, then Xiao Bai, and subsequently Ting Ting. Upon hearing Tang Zai place her first, Yi Qingyi felt a flicker of delight within her. However, she quickly recognized the absurdity of her emotions. Why should she be pleased merely for being ranked first? Was there truly cause for celebration? Yi Qingyi admonished herself not to be swayed by him. She was merely bored and seeking a story. Sun Ting promptly suggested, "Shall we indulge in a glass of red wine? That would certainly enhance our storytelling experience." "You're rather troublesome. Go fetch it," Tang Zai replied indifferently. After all, boredom was boredom, and aside from himself, it seemed no one else was privy to this matter. Sun Ting opened a bottle of red wine priced at 800 yuan and poured it generously, even offering a glass to Yi Qingyi. "Go ahead and ask," Tang Zai said, taking a sip and reclining on the sofa. Yi Qingyi cleared her throat. "Who is she?" "It should be considered a previous romantic interest," Tang Zai replied candidly, recalling a rather unhappy chapter of his past. Yet now, he could overlook those bygone days and even share them with them. And Bai immediately pressed on. "Did you win her over or not? Or did you win her over only to break up later?" "Of course, I didn't win her over," Tang Zai replied. Sun Ting interjected with curiosity. "Why not?" Tang Zai, perplexed, retorted, "Are you foolish? If I had pursued one of you back then, would you have paid me any mind?" The statement holds no flaws. The 3 women do not deny this fact. In the past, they indeed would have ignored Tang Zai. "What does she do? Looks down upon you?" Yi Qingyi inquired next. Tang Zai gently swirled the red wine in his glass and replied, 3 years ago, we worked at a hotel together. I was a bellboy, and she was at the front desk. Wasn't that quite splendid? Who could be more beautiful than us? Let us see the photos." And Bai eagerly insisted, while Yi Qingyi exhibited keen interest. Tang Zai clicked his tongue and remarked, "What photos are there? Surely there must be some on social media." The 3 women insisted. "Oh, come on, you all." Tang Zai sighed. "You just said you wouldn't get angry." And Bai added with a pitiful tone. Tang Zai conceded, Fine, who am I to argue?" He then opened the social media profile of the other party, only to find it set to 3-day visibility, leaving the 3 women disheartened. However, being employed at the front desk of Huan Hotel undoubtedly suggested that her appearance could not be lacking in charm. Chapter 30. Ex-girlfriend? Sun Ting continued to inquire. Was it her boyfriend who rejected you, or was there another reason? Tang Zai downed a glass of red wine in one swift motion and replied nonchalantly, "I'm not sure, but she is indeed quite attractive, though perhaps not quite on par with you all." This remark brought a sense of comfort to the hearts of the 3 women. Although he claimed she was inferior, in the eyes of others, she was still a beauty, one who was favored by the workers at the hotel, a sought-after woman, and I certainly included myself among them. The 3 women couldn't help but become engrossed in their thoughts, envisioning a scene where a poor young man professed his love to a glamorous woman, only to be. The owner is so unfortunate. A wave of sympathy surged within the women. They longed to comfort the wounded owner, to bring him joy. At that time, when the doorman's salary was merely 800, Yi Qingyi exclaimed, "Only 800? It was only later revealed that it was due to his probation period. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zai was indeed quite unfortunate. No wonder he sought such revenge. I remember it was a sunny afternoon when I extravagantly treated her to a meal at the hotel's finest cafeteria. Upon hearing this, the 3 women couldn't contain their laughter. Tang Zai's lips twitched. Did he really just recount such a sorrowful tale for their amusement? And Bai, looking aggrieved, protested. I didn't laugh. It was you all who found it funny. Tang Ze sighed. I had hoped she would accept me, but reality proved to be quite cruel. I was rejected. The three women had already surmised the outcome. Had it been their own situation, they too would have declined. However, Tang Ze did not finish his thought. Instead, continuing, she overturned her plate, causing the expensive dishes to crash to the floor. Onlookers turned their gazes towards the commotion. Upon hearing this, Mbai seized her playful demeanor, her disbelief palpable. Surely, one need not resort to such cruelty in rejection. She then uttered a memorable phrase. Glancing at Sun Ting, your insult is hardly significant. Sun Ting internally chastised herself. What was the point of such vitriol? It was merely that the vitriolic comments flooding the public screen during the dance had incited her frustration, leading her to unleash her ire upon Tang Ze. She remarked that she was akin to a street mutt, unworthy of being treated to dinner. The room fell into a profound silence. Yi Qingyi was taken aback by the presence of such a woman, finding her detestable. It was one thing to refuse, but why resort to verbal harm? Although Tang Ze was far from an angel, he was, in essence, a devil. So, did you retaliate against her? Mbai inquired eagerly, yearning to hear that Tang Ze had confronted the malicious woman. Tang Ze smiled and shook his head. I picked up the food that had fallen. It cost 199 yuan, and I could not bear to waste it, he said, despite the laughter surrounding them. The three women were astonished. Was the former Tang Ze truly so timid and cowardly? He seemed a completely different person from the ruthless figure they had witnessed. Thus, it was clear, before the endeavor had even begun, it had already met with failure. Tang Ze shrugged and lit a cigarette, reflecting on his past self with a sense of naivety and fragility. Then let us not respond to her. Let her starve. Mbai exclaimed in anger. Suddenly, Yi Qingyi interjected, that would be too lenient on her. At this, both Tang Ze and the two women turned their gazes towards Yi Qingyi, surprised by her rapid shift in stance. The astute Yi Qingyi was well aware of the complexities of allegiances. By aligning with Tang Ze, she sought to secure her own opportunities. However, it seemed Yi Qingyi overlooked the fact that her prospects came at the expense of another's suffering. In a certain light, her mentality was gradually evolving. So, how do you think I should respond appropriately? Tang Ze mused, intrigued by their reactions. Yi Qingyi boldly volunteered, Master, why not let me handle the reply? Sun Ting and Mbai exchanged glances, impressed by her audacity. Tang Ze paused momentarily, curious to see how Yi Qingyi would approach the situation, and placed his phone in her palm. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingyi crafted her response. The conditions are quite good. Shanhu community is regarded as an upscale residence in Huashan City, with an average price of 21,000 per square meter. Its proximity to the city center and the subway station below adds to its convenience. The residents here are undoubtedly elite individuals, and while the circumstances may not mirror those of Tang Ze's, it is only a matter of time before they do. On the sofa, Xiaoyu, clad in a delicate nightgown, stared blankly at the television, the content of which held no significance for her. Her mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. That former mutt was living a vibrant life at this very moment, accompanied by a girl even more beautiful than herself, with provisions overflowing to fill half the living room. Glancing at her dwindling supplies, Xiaoyu furrowed her brow deeply, wishing she could somehow acquire those resources for herself. Just then, a man in his 50s emerged from the bathroom, having gained considerable weight. Given Xiaoyu's financial situation, she could never afford a property like this. It belonged to the man, who specifically kept it for his mistress, and he also held the position of deputy general manager at Huan Hotel. However, this man was absurdly overweight, tipping the scales at least 300 pounds, while Xiaoyu weighed a mere 90 pounds, often feeling suffocated beneath his bulk. Not yet, Xiaoyu replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. Bai Jian sat beside her, his large hand resting on her delicate shoulder. Such men, once they rise to power, tend to flaunt their status, particularly towards those who have previously cast them aside. Therefore, he would undoubtedly respond, perhaps even yearning for her again. Bai Jian whispered insidiously, plotting ways to seize the resources. Without them, the two beautiful women would inevitably abandon him, leaving them all for himself. A notification chimed. Look, isn't this a bite? Xiaoyu picked up her phone and sighed with relief, having feared she would be ignored. Be direct, let him enjoy it, Bai Jian urged from beside her. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu replied, I miss you. On the other side, Yi Qingyi found herself amused by such a response. This woman truly lacked shame. Tang Ze smiled silently, gently pinching Sun Ting's exquisite face. After all, she was merely a front desk assistant from a few years ago, entirely incomparable to the illustrious streamer before her. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, asking, "Now you miss me, but where were you before?" Chapter 31. To Hell with Civilization. Bai Jian chuckled upon reading such a response, remarking, "It seems there are still feelings involved. Do continue." "I am truly sorry for my mistakes. Can you ever forgive me?" Yi Qingyi could hardly contain her rage, longing to leap through the screen and pummel that shameless woman into submission. She was nothing short of a scheming temptress. And Bai, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, "Master, please do not show any mercy." "Huh? Do you truly believe I would grant you forgiveness? Not a chance." Qiao Yu's countenance darkened upon witnessing such a retort from a mere mutt. Yet Bai Jian, seasoned in the ways of manipulation, understood that the more anger displayed, the deeper the concern. "A lesson you fail to grasp. Continue to feign weakness. In my foolishness of yesteryears, I was at fault. Might you grant me another chance? Only if you kneel and send me a photograph for proof." Qiao Yu felt the urge to unleash a torrent of insults. How dare this mutt demand such a thing? Yet, with Bai Jian present, she complied and sent the requested image. Yi Qingyi, upon seeing the photograph, reveled in satisfaction. "Tang. Master, she has knelt." Tang Ze glanced over, approvingly noting, "Well done. Secure the address." "Indeed," Yi Qingyi replied. "She seems far more obedient than before. Provide me with your address, and I shall ascertain your compliance." "Inform him." Bai Jian contemplated briefly before stating with a grave tone, "Once we have captured her, we need not fear losing our resources." Shanhu Community, Building 3, Unit 1, Apartment 501. "Clean yourself thoroughly and await my arrival." After the reply, Yi Qingyi felt a sense of relief. Tang Ze took the phone and glanced at it, remarking, "You certainly know how to engage in conversation. You even told her to clean herself up. Perhaps you should go and have some fun instead." No. I am merely helping the master vent his frustrations." Yi Qingyi quickly shook her head. "Since the conversation flows so effortlessly, why not share some of your own experiences?" Yi Qingyi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "My experiences? What do you mean? Have I done something wrong to provoke this devil?" And Bai interjected, "Just some personal matters. I haven't seen you around the neighborhood much. Or how did you come to know your fiancé?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi's expression turned sorrowful. "I have been hiding at my brother-in-law and sister's home until that day when my brother-in-law was betrayed by his comrades, leading to the tragic deaths of both him and my sister." The trio's reaction was rather subdued, as if such betrayal had become a commonplace occurrence. After all, who had not experienced hardship? "And how did you meet your fiancé?" Sun Ting began to pry. "Well, there isn't much to it," Yi Qingyi instinctively replied, but quickly realized and added, "My fiancé and I met during a collaboration for an advertisement." Sun Ting asked, "Did you know she was from a wealthy family? And that is why you pursued him?" "How could that be? At that time, he was merely studying at his family's company, holding a position even lower than mine. And it was he who persistently pursued me." "Was it a case of financial pressure?" Bai asked with curious eyes. "If it were a case of financial pressure, he would not have succeeded. It was his shamelessness combined with a gentle approach that won me over." Sun Ting chuckled, remarking that respectable women typically adhere to such standards. "What was your reaction upon discovering he is a wealthy heir?" Tang Ze inquired, genuinely curious whether to feel elated or disheartened. Yi Qingyi, jesting, replied, "Isn't there a saying? You may feign poverty, but one must not actually be impoverished." Insightful, Sun Ting commended with a thumbs up. Although she had initially felt angry when the jest was made, there was also an element of joy, creating a delightful contradiction. Reflecting on it, Yi Qingyi acknowledged she had not spoken falsely. Suddenly, Sun Ting posed a provocative question. "Do you now prefer your master or your fiancé?" Without hesitation, Yi Qingyi expressed her preference for her fiancé, and Bai internally fretted, concerned that the master might take offense. However, Tang Ze remained unfazed, merely opting to demonstrate his feelings through actions. In the garage, a subordinate addressed the leader, "Boss, let's tackle building number 3 tonight. We've already taken care of buildings number 2 and number 5, so we need not worry about the number of people. That wretched gun has hardly any bullets left. Just think about it. A room full of supplies and 3 beautiful women." While the subordinate's words rendered the supplies less appealing, the thought of those 3 exquisite women provided an invigorating motivation. What man could possibly resist such stunning beauties, especially when that detestable delivery man gets to indulge daily, contemplating the allure of his own household goods? he deemed the comparison unjust. Isn't it just a matter of a few deaths? Let's do it. Prepare yourself. Tonight we shall eliminate that delivery person. However, a strategy must be devised to ensure a swift demise. Ding Feng resolved that it was a matter of seizing the beautiful resources or facing extinction. There was no alternative. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. As night fell, Ding Feng gathered his trusted confidants, promising that should they capture the beauty, he would grant them a period of indulgence. With that, his loyal followers agreed with laughter. At the grand circular dining table sat 10 men, with Ding Feng positioned at the head, firmly establishing his authority. Beside him his girlfriend, though not conventionally attractive. Her youth was advantageous. Brother Feng, now that you are the leader of the neighborhood, when will you lead us to conquer the world? One of the slightly inebriated subordinates chuckled. Ding Feng took a sip of beer and responded with a grin. Conquering the world may be an exaggeration, but our district is undoubtedly ours. In due time, whatever beauties you desire shall be yours, even celebrities. Boss, may I have Li Ling? Just once will suffice. Even if it costs me my life, slurred a man with a rodent-like face, his yellowed teeth a sight to behold. Seated next to him, a shorter companion burped and chimed in, I too desire Li Ling. Chapter 32. The Devil Tang, a refreshing gulp of beer brings delight. And the company of a beautiful woman only enhances that pleasure. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. One of the lackeys, reluctant to rise, exclaimed, Who is knocking? These men lack all sense of decorum, thinking they can come in and indulge. Upon opening the door, the lackey was met with a startling sight. The 4 men who should have been guarding the entrance lay lifeless in a pool of blood, while the delivery boy stood grinning at the threshold. It was truly disheartening that, with such delicious food at hand, he invited his brothers to join the feast. Tang Zhe chuckled sinisterly, thrusting his blade deep into the lackey's abdomen, the sword slicing through with a grisly ease, leaving entrails scattered upon the floor. The occupants of the room were momentarily stunned, then hastily reached for their phones to summon help. Yet, upon seeing the delivery boy Tang Zhe standing at the door, their expressions of fury slowly morphed into sheer terror. How did he suddenly appear? Ding Feng, who had once exuded arrogance, was now visibly shaken, his hands trembling. Tang Zhe, dragging his bloodied sword, stepped into the room, leaving a long trail of crimson in his wake. As he took his seat, the hearts of the men around him rose to their throats, not daring to breathe a word. They had indeed conspired to eliminate Tang Zhe, but that was merely a plot shrouded in secrecy. The moment he materialized before them, their demeanor shifted drastically. After all, the very essence of their conspiracy stemmed from fear. Peanuts, you say? Quite a delightful snack, Tang Zhe remarked casually, enjoying the peanuts with ease. Ding Feng, feeling the weight of the situation, sensed Tang Zhe's ominous presence. Yet, the coincidence of Tang Zhe's sudden arrival at the very moment they had plotted against him was too uncanny to ignore. There is a traitor among the ranks. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a subordinate immediately knelt before Tang Zhe, pleading, Brother Tang, you promised not to kill me and to provide me with supplies. The onlookers glared at the treacherous man, their teeth gritted in disdain. When did I ever make such a promise to you? Tang Zhe inquired, amusement lacing his voice. As the subordinate stood there, bewildered, a flash of steel gleamed, and scorching blood splattered against the white wall. Driving the blade into the corpse, Tang Zhe addressed the crowd. Anyone capable of betraying you today may very well betray me tomorrow. Thus, I have rid you of this traitor. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? None of the 9 men dared to utter a word, while a woman trembled in fear, realizing her husband paled in comparison to Tang Zhe, who could dominate everyone merely by his presence, instilling terror in their hearts. This must be your sister-in-law. Fear not, I do not harm women, Tang Zhe chuckled. Ding Feng understood that this night would not be tranquil, for he had harbored murderous intentions. Had he not, he likely would not have sought out Tang Zhe. Resolute, he decided to take action rather than remain a passive victim. What do you intend to do? Ding Feng asked softly, feeling a notch below in terms of intimidation. Tang Zhe raked his fingers through his hair and clicked his tongue. As the saying goes, when one contemplates taking a life, one must be prepared for retaliation. Kill him, Ding Feng shouted, seizing a bottle and hurling it towards Tang Zhe. The 2 subordinates beside Tang Zhe immediately restrained him by the shoulders. The bottle struck Tang Zhe's forehead with a shatter, the liquor cascading down his face. Yet miraculously, he did not bleed. The strength has diminished somewhat. It seems I must begin my rebellion. Tang Ze's laughter caused a chill to envelop the hearts of the two minions beside him, for the overwhelming force emanating from him was utterly incapable of being subdued. Drawing his broadsword, he swiftly severed the heads of his two companions. "Do you understand why I prefer wielding a blade?" he mused. "In contrast to a firearm, I find a far greater pleasure in the sensation of the steel slicing through flesh, skin torn, blood spurting, and the desperate, anguished cries that follow." Ding Feng believed himself to be sufficiently deranged. Little did he know that he was in the presence of someone even more unhinged. "What are you all standing around for? Kill him. Otherwise, we shall all perish." Ding Feng bellowed in a frenzy, realizing he had no avenue of retreat. Under the looming threat of death, the minions disregarded their own interests and surged toward Tang Ze. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the landlord's thugs arrived en masse. Upon witnessing Tang Ze within the room, alongside the bodies sprawled on the floor, they were seized by fear. "He's alone. Let us take him down. Everything here belongs to us," Ding Feng shouted in a fit of rage. This assembly comprised the entirety of the neighborhood's men. Surely, they could not fail to eliminate a mere deliverman. It was evident that Ding Feng had grossly underestimated this seemingly unassuming courier. "Kill him. Brothers, slay him. And the beautiful women shall be ours." Indeed, the allure of beauty spurred them on, with some even lunging toward Tang Ze. Yet, with a single downward strike, he cleaved one of them in two, a display of such terrifying power that it sent a ripple of dread through the crowd. However, those behind, oblivious to the unfolding carnage, continued to press forward, anxious not to miss out on the glory. This is nothing short of a cue to death. Yet Tang Ze is exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue as he plunges deeper into the fray, having slaughtered his way to the doorstep. The corpses accumulating around him, creating a scene as terrifying as that of hell itself. Upon returning indoors, Ding Feng stands there in a daze. His grip on the fruit knife faltering, his gaze fixated on Tang Ze, whose appearance resembles that of a bloodied specter. As though he has just clawed his way out of the abyss, Tang Ze drives the knife into the heap of bodies, retrieving a few tissues to wipe the still fresh blood from his face. "Could we not have been more peaceful? I had no intention of killing you all. After all, I planned to stay for a few days. I would rather not have the neighborhood shrouded in such desolation and devoid of life. Now it seems, I have nearly dispatched all the men." Ding Feng's breath quickens, and he suddenly grips the fruit knife tightly, charging towards Tang Ze, his eyes radiating a final glimmer of resolve. With a swift thrust of his blade, thud, before he can reach Tang Ze, a cleaver pierces through his abdomen, pinning him against the wall, the blade jutting upwards. Veins bulge on Ding Feng's forehead as he clutches the knife's hilt with all his might, feeling his body begin to slide down, on the brink of being cleaved in two. The woman nearby is paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. "Do not be afraid. I truly do not harm women," Tang Ze reassures her with a smile, before pressing her down onto the table. Ding Feng's eyes, once filled with rage, swiftly transform into terror as he realizes that his beloved has become a lifeless husk, as if all her blood has been drained. Could this delivery man possibly be a vampire? Before Ding Feng, Tang Ze smiled and remarked, "I never expected you to endure for so long. I shall spare your life this time, but I must pay visits to other proprietors." As he drew his saber, Ding Feng collapsed to the ground, the blade having grazed his chest, blood pooling around him, his complexion ashen. This was not an act of mercy, it was merely a tormenting wait for death. "Demon. Devil. Demon," Ding Feng muttered to himself, pondering why he had provoked such a person when he could have enjoyed a life of indulgence. A sword hangs over the character of lust, the ancients were not mistaken. Meanwhile, having tasted success, Tang Ze began to knock on door after door, forcibly prying them open when there was no response. Standing in the master bedroom, Tang Ze chuckled as he overturned the bed. "Your husband attempted to kill me, but I turned the tables. You wouldn't blame me, would you?" Chapter 33. Clearing the community. The woman shook her head vigorously, unable to look at Tang Ze. As he emerged from the bedroom, collecting the supplies within, he proceeded to visit the next household. That night was one of bloodshed and carnage, the echoes of anguished cries reverberating through the darkness until dawn's first light finally silenced them. In the living room, the three women remained awake, plagued by insomnia. The previous evening, Tang Ze had merely mentioned he had some matters to attend to, but he had yet to return, and with the break of day, there was still no word from him. Outside, the sounds of terror continued to rise. What could have transpired? If Tang Ze were to meet his demise, an inhumane torment awaited them. In this moment, even Yi Qingyi found herself fervently wishing for Tang Zai's safety. The weight of despair compelled Yi Qingyi to stifle her sobs. Memories of recent tragedies flooding her mind, her sister and brother-in-law's horrific deaths, until she could no longer contain her grief, crying out in anguish. The contagion of sorrow spread, and Enbai joined in the weeping, while Sun Ting trembled involuntarily, haunted by the thought of becoming a lifeless corpse like her dear friend. Fear filled her eyes with tears. Without Tang Zai, she felt utterly insignificant. The sound of the door creaking open drew their anxious and hopeful gazes. To their astonishment, Tang Zai entered with a smile, a large gift box in hand, though his body was smeared with blood. "Why are you all crying so early? I'm still alive." At that moment, Enbai burst into tears, truly terrified. The thought of Tang Zai perishing outside had filled her with an overwhelming dread. She felt she might leap into the abyss herself, not out of a desire for martyrdom, but simply to escape the torment. "Oh dear, someone should look after her," she thought. Tang Zai sighed with resignation. Sun Ting wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, remarking, "Xiaobai is just like that, timid." Shaking his head, Tang Zai approached Yi Qingyi, placing the gift box down before her. "This is for you. No need to thank me." Yi Qingyi stared at the gift box, somewhat bewildered. Enbai had stopped crying, and Sun Ting gazed at them with envy, for this was Tang Zai's first gift. She speculated that it might contain a cake or something similar, pondering why Yi Qingyi deserved such a reward when she hadn't done anything special. Was it perhaps due to her good performance last night? "I'm going to take a shower. You all tidy up. Your makeup is a mess from crying. Looking like ghosts. Be careful, or I might just have to eliminate you all." The three women were taken aback and hurried to clean themselves up. Tang Zai had a preference for beautiful women and showed no interest in those who were less so. In the bathroom, warm water cascaded over Tang Zai's muscular physique, washing away the traces of blood down the drain. Reflecting on the achievements of the night, he felt a surge of satisfaction as his progress had jumped to 63. He was just a little short of leveling up for the gift package. Such swift advancement was enjoyable, though the quality remained questionable. In the living room, the three women had already tidied their makeup and sat beside the gift box. Curiosity piqued. "What could it be? I'm truly intrigued," Enbai said, her large, watery eyes wide with anticipation. Sun Ting, filled with envy, remarked, "We've been here for so many days without a gift, and you've only just arrived to receive one. It must be because I'm a novice." Those words struck hard, leaving Sun Ting and Enbai looking visibly hurt. Yi Qingyi chuckled softly. "I was just teasing you. Let's share a meal together." It was undoubtedly essential to cultivate a good relationship with them. Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's willingness to share her food, Sun Ting and Enbai felt a surge of happiness, their perception of Yi Qingyi shifting slightly. Yi Qingyi slowly removed the lid from the box, and the once cheerful faces of the three women immediately froze. "Ugh, ugh." Enbai quickly covered her mouth, her stomach churning as she rushed towards the nearby trash can to vomit. Sun Ting, initially only feeling nauseous, couldn't help but follow suit upon hearing Enbai's retching. Surprisingly, Yi Qingyi remained unfazed, gazing at the severed head within the gift box, the very perpetrator responsible for the deaths of her sister and brother-in-law, Mao Gang. Sun Ting, her face paling from the nausea, pointed and asked, "Who is this?" "This is the one who took my sister and brother-in-law's lives," Yi Qingyi replied calmly. "Sister and brother-in-law, you may rest in peace. Gangzi has come to bow and apologize to you." Enbai pulled out a tissue to wipe her lips, expressing envy. "Your master is truly good to you." Yi Qingyi forced a smile, wondering why Tang Zai had suddenly acted this way. Was he perhaps captivated by her beauty? Shortly thereafter, Tang Zai emerged wearing only his shorts, plopping down onto the sofa, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." Sun Ting and Enbai instantly understood and rushed to give him a massage. "Thank you." Yi Qingyi expressed her gratitude, squatting beside Tang Zai's feet. Tang Zai, eyes closed, replied nonchalantly, "I just happened to run into him. Since he was said to be your brother-in-law's good friend, I took care of him." "What about his wife and daughter?" "They are both deceased," Tang Zai replied languidly. Feeling drowsy, Sun Ting, who was giving a massage, glanced at Yi Qingyi and inquired with curiosity, "Master, what took you out for an entire night?" "I had to eliminate a few individuals. In the future, there's no need for you to remain confined indoors. You can stroll around the community," Tang Zai said with a sense of satisfaction. Enbai gasped, "I dare not wander about. I would surely be apprehended." "Only the four of us remain in the entire community," Tang Zai stated. Enbai and Sun Ting looked at Tang Zai in disbelief. "Is it true that we are the only ones left?" What happened to the others? Are they all dead? Enough of this. I shall retire for the night, Tang Zhe said, patting Yi Qingyi's head. I appreciate your performance. Upon returning to his bedroom, Tang Zhe fell asleep immediately, with a handgun propped at the door. Anyone daring to enter would certainly face a fatal shot. The three women were well aware of this rule and would never intrude upon Tang Zhe's sanctuary. Let us venture outside, Sun Ting proposed. And Bai expressed her concern. What if he is merely jesting? Yi Qingyi shook her head. He would not jest with our lives. Yi Qingyi displayed a sensible demeanor, and Sun Ting and Bai concurred. The three women armed themselves with kitchen knives and stepped outside, summoning their courage. They made their way to the underground garage, where an eerie silence prevailed. Upon entering building number 4, they were immediately greeted by a pungent scent of blood. Above the staircase, a relentless drizzle of blood descended. Swallowing hard, the three women pressed onward, with the audacious Sun Ting leading the way. The timid Bai positioned in the middle, and Yi Qing bringing up the rear. They soon arrived on the first floor, where the stench of blood pervaded the corridor, and a man's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground. Upon entering the room, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The scene was utterly beyond comprehension. The three women leaned against the wall, simultaneously succumbing to the urge to vomit. The corpses formed a small mountain, layered in a grotesque display. With a withered female body slumped over the dining table, her eyes wide open in a haunting expression of terror. Chapter 34. The rain ceases. Could so many deaths be the work of one individual? Yi Qingyi murmured, incredulous at the thought. Is it even possible for a single person to accomplish such a feat? Sun Ting, too, found it hard to believe. Yet the stark reality lay before them. He must be a disciple of some master, masquerading as a food delivery worker to conceal his true identity. And Bai sensed a semblance of truth in Sun Ting's conjecture. After all, how could one individual so effortlessly dismantle an entire community? What has transformed this woman into such a state? Yi Qingyi pondered, suppressing the overwhelming scent of blood as she stepped inside to assess the situation. And Bai whispered, "It seems as though all her blood has been drained. Could it be the work of a vampire?" Sun Ting playfully rapped Bai on the head. "You've been watching too many American dramas. Vampires, really? Then she must indeed have been completely drained," Bai replied, feeling unjustly chastised. "What if I've been rendered foolish? My master would surely eliminate me with a single shot." Yi Qingyi concurred with Bai, observing that the woman bore no trace of blood. It was utterly bewildering. Could this be yet another form of virus? Let us proceed further. We must investigate more. Upon arriving at the next residence, the three women were met with the sight of another desiccated female corpse. The entire fourth building mirrored this grim reality. The women were all similarly withered. No, it was more accurate to say that the entire community was afflicted. This revelation sent a wave of terror coursing through the three women, rendering their faces ashen. It became evident that Tang Zhe was indeed responsible, and with a dash of conjecture, their suspicions were further solidified. After all, they too had narrowly escaped becoming such lifeless husks. Upon returning indoors, the three women remained in a daze, moving about like specters, devoid of vitality. I perceived Tang Zhe as a vampire, specifically the kind that preys upon women. At that moment, he emerged from the room with a yawn, instantly encountering the three women who gazed at him with expressions of sheer terror. Initially taken aback, he soon chuckled and remarked, "You've all seen it, haven't you?" And Bai, trembling, nodded hesitantly. "Are you truly a vampire?" Yi Qingyi asked, her voice filled with bewilderment. Tang Zhe responded with a slight hesitation, acknowledging her intelligence. Indeed, she was clever, though perhaps a bit naïve as well. Suddenly, Tang Zhe adopted a more serious demeanor, his voice taking on a somber tone as he declared, "I had initially intended to coexist peacefully with you, but the pretense is over. I shall reveal my true identity. I am Nicholas, the 79th branch of Edward's vampire lineage in this country." The three women gasped in unison, realizing that he was indeed a vampire. It made sense, after all. He could conjure food, which must surely be a unique ability of vampires as depicted in films. Amused by their reaction, Tang Zhe chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself how easily they believed him. "Well, if you wish to believe it, then so be it," he mused, regarding them as somewhat foolish. Approaching them, he suddenly made a fearsome face, causing the three women to huddle together in fright. "Ha ha!" Tang Zhe's boisterous laughter only solidified their conviction. "Behave yourselves, or I shall drain every last drop of your blood." He playfully pinched Bai's cheek, finding her rather endearing. Bai nodded vigorously. while Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi followed suit, equally compliant. Teasing them was merely a fleeting amusement. Hunger gnawed at me, compelling me to prepare a meal. Today, I shall indulge in a filet mignon, a necessary replenishment of my sustenance. Master, may I pose a question? Anbai inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety as she raised her gaze. With a hearty bite of the steak, Tang Ze responded with a non-committal hum. Why do you consume only meat? Without a sip of blood? Might you not suffer from malnutrition? Tang Ze's lips twitched in response. Do you sleep in a coffin at night? Have you undergone some evolution? Impervious to sunlight? If our blood types differ, would it not induce nausea during the feeding? Anbai's inquisitiveness surged forth like a curious child, prompting Tang Ze to tighten his grip on her, whisking her away to the balcony with a fierce declaration. I shall feed on you now. Please, master, Anbai protested. As Tang Ze lunged towards the delicate expanse of her neck, she braced for pain, yet was surprised to find none. Should you inquire further, I shall drain you dry. Tang Ze warned with a menacing tone. Anbai clung tightly to Tang Ze's neck, her lithe legs entwining around his waist, her head tilting back as she let out a soft gasp. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi exhaled in relief, having feared for Anbai's life. Suddenly, Tang Ze ceased his advance, his gaze drawn to the outside world. The wind had stilled, and the rain had ceased, the passage of time rendered uncertain. The rain has stopped, Anbai exclaimed in disbelief. Within the room, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi hurried to the balcony, flinging open the windows. Although the sky above was shrouded in ominous clouds, the rain had indeed ceased, and the wind had calmed, even allowing glimpses of sunlight to filter through the darkness. As if on the verge of breaking free, Yi Qingyi pondered quietly whether this was an omen that rescue was imminent, or perhaps a sign that this crisis would soon be surmounted. Her previously dim gaze brightened in an instant, and even Sun Ting shared in this newfound hope. However, before their spirits could fully lift, they noticed a scattering of figures gathering outside the community gate. The crowd swelled, their footsteps peculiar, as if their shoes were encased in plastic. If she wasn't mistaken, they appeared to be heading towards their neighborhood. The number of individuals had swelled to at least 100, a stark contrast to the mere 50 or so men that remained in their community, indicating a lack of internal discord among them, or at least minimal strife. Each of these newcomers wielded knives, an unmistakable signal that they were not there to offer aid, but rather to take lives. Tang Ze felt a surge of excitement, having not yet quenched his thirst for blood the previous night. He relished the notion of fresh victims arriving at his doorstep. If only killing could replenish his energy reserves. In the lower part of the community, the leader of the group, a man with a shaved head exuding a menacing aura, brandished a butcher's knife, its handle wrapped in white cloth. Boss, one man spoke coldly, his voice laced with venom. Wait until Xie Yuhong and Feng Jin get a taste. Damn it, last time at the supermarket, they injured my brother. I want them to pay. Mo Han turned to his comrades, commanding them with fervor. Today's mission is straightforward. Eliminate the men, seize the women, and loot the supplies. The younger brothers raised their knives with excitement, shouting, kill the men, seize the women, and plunder the resources. The leader, hearing that there were beautiful women in this neighborhood, including a flight attendant he had seen before, exclaimed how stunning she was. The sight of the men was utterly repulsive. Mo Han spat disdainfully, declaring, from now on, the women of this district shall belong to me, Mo Han. I shall have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Long live the leader. On the balcony, Tang Ze, holding the breathless Anbai, chuckled. These individuals are quite united, unlike us. Shouldn't we hide? Suggested Yi Qing, noting the overwhelming number of opponents. However, Tang Ze tossed the flushed Anbai onto the sofa and brandished a broadsword once more, its golden hilt adorned with intricate patterns that exuded elegance, while the sharp blade glimmered ominously in the light. Chapter 35, Braving the Gates of Hell. As Tang Ze prepared to venture out once more into peril, both Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi began to feel a sense of unease. Yesterday's bloodshed had not quenched his thirst for violence, and today he seemed intent on making up for it. With a swift motion, Tang Ze opened the door but hesitated for a moment. He retrieved a firearm and tossed it to Sun Ting, advising her, you may use this to take a life or to end your own. I have no desire to witness my sustenance sullied. With that, he closed the door and departed. Sun Ting held the cold gun in her hand, glancing at Yi Qingyi, who swallowed hard, her mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Sun Ting then turned her gaze to Anbai, but ultimately decided against inquiring further. She was utterly disoriented. The chaos within this community was palpable. So many lives had been extinguished. Indeed. Just look at these women. How delightfully intriguing they might be to toy with. Yet, a few men lingered nearby, retching in despair, having thought their own neighborhood was brutal enough. Only upon entering this genuine community did they realize their previous experiences had been mere trifles. At least their own had not witnessed such a staggering loss of women. Boss, it feels unnervingly quiet. Something is amiss, one of the subordinates remarked, surveying the surrounding buildings. He had anticipated spotting someone, perhaps even a clandestine informant, but to his dismay, not a single figure could be seen by any of the windows, an eerie chill creeping up his spine. Emohan let out a disdainful snort. Even if they lie in wait, what of it? If we do not seize them today, your wives and children shall surely starve. Upon hearing these words, the man, who had been somewhat bewildered, tightened his grip on the knife. It was now a matter of life and death. Either they would perish, or he would. Following their previously devised plan, they aimed for swift resolution, for the ominous weather threatened rain at any moment. A group of individuals entered various floors of the building, leaving their shoe covers outside. They smashed the glass and directly entered the hall. Emohan had come today to seek vengeance against Ding Feng, for he had suffered losses during their last encounter when most of the provisions were seized by Ding Feng. Thus, as the rain had just ceased, Emohan chose the Jin Yuan community as his target rather than any other. "Boss, there's a scent of blood," exclaimed one of the younger subordinates, barely 20, wearing a cap and appearing somewhat anxious, his knife trembling in his hand. "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Let us go." Emohan sneered. Although they were on a high floor, he refused to take the elevator. It was too constricted, and in the event of an ambush, their numerical advantage would be rendered futile. "Boss, there are many corpses upstairs," the frightened subordinate blurted, his face pale as he hurried down, too terrified to ascend further. It was a scene of utter horror, resembling a descent into hell. Emohan smacked his hand. "Useless. Afraid of corpses? Follow me." With a surge of courage, the 20 or so men ascended the staircase, the blood on the steps gradually accumulating, a sight both shocking and chilling. Even Emohan began to feel a twinge of anxiety. What had transpired in this place? Soon, the onlookers beheld a gruesome scene of lifeless bodies, some dismembered, others severed in twain, and still others with their heads displaced, all surrounded by scattered entrails. Ugh! Half of the crowd immediately retched, for such a sight was scarcely witnessed even in the most harrowing of films. Upon entering the dwelling, a mound of corpses left the group in stunned silence, pondering the horrific events that had transpired. "Boss, what on earth is happening here?" One of the subordinates crouched on the ground, gazing at the wounds, remarked, "It appears they were all slaughtered by some sharp blade. Should we not leave, boss? This feels ominously strange." Mohan, observing Ding Feng's body, sensed something was profoundly amiss. A gaping wound marred his chest. "Quickly gather supplies. Hurry," he urged. Instantly, the group dispersed in search of resources. One subordinate, inadvertently brushing against the woman on the dining table, caused her corpse to collapse to the floor. Upon witnessing her countenance, the young man let out a piercing scream, startling those nearby. "For heaven's sake, don't scream," the boss exclaimed. This woman. The subordinate trembled as he stammered in fear. Mohan glanced over, equally horrified to discover that the woman had been reduced to mere skin, resembling a desiccated corpse. "Boss, there are no supplies in any of the rooms." "What?" Mohan bellowed, rushing into the bedroom, only to find it barren. Had they been preemptively robbed by another group? How could there be so many dead otherwise? And what, pray tell, was the story behind this woman? "Search the entire building. I refuse to believe there are no supplies." Emohan's expression was grim. He feared starvation more than this peculiar woman. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the leader from the other buildings. "Boss, everyone here is dead. The women have turned into mummies." "Same here. Not a single soul is alive. Moreover, there are no supplies left. They have long been scavenged. It appears we have arrived too late, unless—" Before the younger brother could finish, a blood-curdling scream erupted. Emohan immediately shouted, Hey, glasses! Speak!" A wave of panic swiftly spread. Emohan realized that hunger was far preferable to dying here. "Tell the brothers to retreat, quickly," he shouted urgently in the group chat. However, anguished howls began to echo throughout the community, sending chills down their spines. "Boss, Building 3. There's someone there. They have killed all our men and are heading towards Building 2. Emohan anxiously inquired, How many? How many of them? I only saw one. But we are no match for them." Imohan had initially assumed there were multiple adversaries, only to discover it was just one. Brothers. One person has instilled such fear that they have slaughtered our men. We cannot let this go unpunished. The supplies must be in that person's possession. Eliminate him. Take him down. As Imohan observed the impassioned men, his fear dissipated once more. He commanded in the group, all brothers. Proceed to Building 2. As they donned their shoe covers and cautiously approached Building Number 2, the air was already filled with anguished screams, undoubtedly serving as a sedative for their frayed nerves. Brothers, do not be afraid, Imohan urged, striving to steady the hearts of the group as they gingerly entered the building. Opening his phone, he whispered, "Hello, what is the situation in Building Number 2? After a half-minute of silence in the group chat, he called out again, "Hello, Knife, Kaiji, Monk. Is anyone there? Speak up." Yet, there was no response in the WeChat group, and Imohan's lips began to tremble as he gazed at the ominous door, too frightened to approach it. Suddenly, a man burst through the emergency exit, wailing in agony. "Kaiji, where have you run off to?" Imohan gradually became numb to the horror, realizing that Kaiji was without legs, dragging himself forward with his hands, two horrifying trails of blood staining the floor tiles. As Kaiji crawled, he mumbled in a daze, "They're all dead. They're all dead. Everyone is dead. Demon, I want to go home. I want to go home." Chapter 36. Your takeout has arrived. Listening to the words of the weakling, Imohan could not help but swallow a mouthful of dry saliva. At that moment, the door to the safety passage swung open, drawing the gaze of all present. A blood-soaked figure emerged, wielding a machete, his features obscured, yet the slight curl of his lips was unmistakable. "Such a crowd we have," Tang remarked as he approached the weakling with a smile, swiftly severing the latter's head with a single stroke, exemplifying the notion of killing with the ease of dispatching poultry. At that instant, several subordinates began to flee, their screams piercing the air. One individual, having neglected to don shoe covers, found his shoes sinking into the still wet pavement. The rubber soles melted instantly, and as the soles of his feet made contact with the waterlogged ground, he collapsed in agony, convulsing before succumbing mere seconds later. Another, wearing shoes with PU soles, took off in a panic, but the splashes of water that struck his back swiftly corroded his skin, prompting a cry of pain before he too fell. Tang, with a flick of his blade, sent forth a spray of crimson blood, creating a dazzling display akin to snowflakes, resting the blade upon his shoulder. "What are you standing there for? Run." Even Imohan, the leader, did not hesitate to turn and flee, prompting the others to follow suit upon witnessing their leader's retreat. Tang stood at the entrance, observing the fleeing figures. Meanwhile, Imohan, noticing that Tang did not pursue, felt his terror transform into a sense of relief. "Just you wait. For killing my brother, I shall surely slay you next time." As he spoke, he beheld Tang set aside his weapon, producing from seemingly nowhere a pair of waterproof overalls, akin to those used for fishing in ponds. However, Tang weapon was not crafted from rubber. Upon witnessing Tang approaching once more with his broadsword, Imohan's expression darkened, prompting him to flee in haste. The brothers nearby silently cursed their leader. Moments ago, their adversary had not pursued, yet now, bold threats had been uttered, and the situation had escalated. As they exited the residential complex, they were met with an astonishing sight: a vehicle devoid of wheels, occupied by 4 individuals, barreling forward without a hint of braking, colliding violently with 2 fleeing souls. Those seated in the rear extended their middle fingers, laughing mockingly. "You fools, we'll run you over." Tang paused momentarily, and with the swiftness of an arrow, his broadsword was unleashed, piercing the throats of the driver and passenger in the front seats. The out-of-control vehicle careened into the adjacent greenery, crashing into a tree. The fleeing crowd turned back, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and dread, yet they continued their flight towards their residence. Tang approached the vehicle at a leisurely pace. As the 2 in the back seat groggily emerged, blood trickling from their foreheads. With a calm demeanor, he withdrew the broadsword from one man's neck and remarked, "I detest being called a fool." The man, stripped of his earlier bravado, gazed at Tang with a pleading expression, yet he could not avert the impending descent of the blade. His head rolled away, his gaze lingering on his own lifeless body and the devilish figure before him. Regret washed over him. Why had he chosen to taunt? In former times, such bravado bore little consequence, but now, it proved fatal. At this moment, Tang mindset resembled tranquil waters. The act of taking a life stirred no turbulence within him, akin to squashing an insignificant insect. He surveyed the retreating throng, noting their terrified glances, and a subtle smile began to curve upon his lips. Close the door. Close the door. The first man to rush into the community began to shout loudly. Shadows appeared near the windows, gazing in confusion at the men who had just ventured out. How could they return so swiftly and without any supplies? Had they failed to raid the neighboring community? No. Why were there so few of them? Wait for me. Wait for me. I haven't gotten in yet. The man trailing behind cried out, his knife forgotten as a singular thought consumed him. To return home, secure the door, and hide beneath the bed, hoping today was merely a nightmare. Mohan glanced at Tang Ze's arrival and, steeling himself, commanded, close the door. The heavy iron gates gradually shut, quickly secured with a chain, prompting a collective sigh of relief. If he dares to climb over, I'll stab him. Though panic still gripped Mohan, his mind remained sharp. Open the door, brother. I gave you water yesterday. I'm begging you. My wife and kids are still inside. The man left outside fell to his knees, pleading desperately. However, the brothers inside remained pale, not daring to utter a word. From a third-floor window, a woman and her child watched the entrance. Mommy, that's Daddy. Why won't they let Daddy in? The little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, innocently inquired, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The woman, in her early 30s, was lost in fear, her chapped lips trembling slightly. Upon witnessing the knife-wielding youth approach her husband, raising the blood-red blade to strike, she saw his head roll to the ground. Instinctively, she clasped her mouth and covered her child's eyes. At the entrance, Tang Ze observed the men behind the iron gates, kicking the severed head of the fallen into a nearby trash bin, blood gushing forth from the lifeless body. In the spirit of reciprocity, it was now time for me to seize what is yours. Tang Ze's soft laughter echoed like a voice from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Mohan, brandishing his knife, cackled maniacally. Kid, if you have the guts, come on in. The moment he leaped over, he would stab him mercilessly. Tang Ze regarded the iron gate before him. Indeed, he could leap over it, but why complicate matters? Raising his broadsword, his gaze sharpened. With a resounding clash, dazzling sparks erupted as the iron chain was severed. The men, appearing as if they had seen a ghost, questioned whether such strength was humanly possible. The once confident men screamed and fled towards the building, lamenting their parents for not having granted them more legs. Unhurriedly, Tang Ze opened the iron gate and secured it once more. It was evident that he had no intention of sparing anyone in the community. A one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Mohan returned home, still shaken, and immediately began to gather his belongings. What are you doing, husband? What on earth happened? Where are the others? Mohan remained silent, fervently tidying his clothes, his entire being trembling, oblivious to the fact that his trousers had been soiled. Husband? Husband? Startled, Mohan turned to gaze fearfully at his wife. We must leave. We cannot stay here. The demon, the devil, he has slain everyone. Witnessing her husband's disoriented state, the woman was at a loss, when suddenly their daughter pointed toward the window. Mommy, it's raining again. Upon hearing this, Mohan's body went rigid, his head slowly lifting, as the glass began to fog with moisture, and he collapsed to the ground. It is over. No one can escape now. Quick, close the door. Block it with the furniture, hurry. Mohan screamed in terror, his wife paralyzed with fear. The once formidable ruler of the community was reduced to such a state, illustrating the extent of Tang Ze's terrifying influence over him. Meanwhile, downstairs, Tang Ze had just entered the building as the rain began to fall outside. Quite fortuitous, as it ensured that no one could escape. He proceeded directly to the entrance of room 101 in Building 1. Straightening his attire, he donned a smile and knocked on the door. Residents of room 101, your takeaway has arrived. Chapter 37. Murder in the rain. Within the confines of a modest dwelling resided a family of 3. The father, who had just stepped outside, now pressed his lips tightly together, a reflection of the terror that enveloped him. His wife mirrored his silent dread, while their 10-year-old son remained blissfully unaware, eager to speak until his father silenced him with a firm hand over his mouth. Whoever dares to utter a sound shall perish. Fear had consumed the father's heart, and in his panic, he failed to notice that his grip had become increasingly suffocating, causing the boy to squirm in distress. The father's gaze, however, was fixated on the door, where a relentless knocking echoed like a death knell. Knock, knock, knock. With a resounding crash, the security door was kicked open by Tang Ze. As he surveyed the trio by the sofa, he remarked coolly, You know, I truly despise delivering to those who refuse to answer the door. Do you have any idea how pressed for time I am? Pausing for a moment, he chuckled. Brother, you're impressive. Even your son is silenced. Quite the feat. He gave a thumbs up, adding, I, Tang, could never stoop to such a level. The father, glancing down, realized that his son had already drawn his last breath. The mother's anguished scream pierced the air. The father stood frozen, as if a marionette with its strings cut. Tang approached slowly, the blade scraping against the floor, producing a slightly jarring sound. Seating himself on a small stool, he exhaled deeply. Such is the nature of this world. One takes from another. It is either you or I who must kill. The unfortunate truth is that you are simply weaker than I. With that, he swiftly delivered a lethal blow, cleaving the father's head as blood erupted forth. The piercing screams of women resonated throughout the entire neighborhood, their faces pallid and devoid of color, without exception. As Tang stepped out and approached another door, the ominous announcement rang out once more. Residents of Unit 102, your delivery has arrived. The sky gradually dimmed, yet the wails of despair continued unabated in the community. Emohan crouched on the ground, enveloped in a blanket, seeking solace in its embrace, his gaze fixed on the group of residents. They've come to knock on my door. What should I do? Who will save me? Why is it just a delivery person? How could you not even kill a delivery man? Please, someone help me. I do not wish to die. They are knocking at my door. Woe is me. I warned you not to venture out to confront them. You would face retribution, yet you refuse to listen. I cannot bear this any longer. Outside, a dull thud echoed as a man chose to leap from a height, seeking escape from his psychological torment. However, those residents who had previously sent messages ceased communication entirely. Emohan's eyes reflected despair as his phone slipped from his grasp to the wooden floor. His wife looked at her husband, the leader of their group, now reduced to a state of sheer terror. Knock, knock, knock. Your delivery has arrived. The voice outside momentarily disoriented Emohan. His gaze fell upon the half-full bottle of water beside him, and a glimmer of determination began to emerge, as if that bottle could dispel his fears. Looking at his wife and daughter, Emohan grasped the bottle and whispered, I will confront him head-on. You must live on. Husband. Daddy. At that moment, Emohan seemed to bear the dual responsibilities of a husband and a father, slowly unscrewing the bottle cap. Indeed, this was the rainwater he had recklessly collected. Even a mere splash could lead to dire consequences. Who would dare engage in such perilous endeavors? Although Emohan was the eldest, he lay awake each night, anxiety gnawing at him, fearful that the time would come when his efforts would be put to the test. Standing at the threshold, he listened to Tang Zai's voice outside, his expression shifting to one of fearless determination. He pushed aside the furniture blocking the door and flung it open with fervor, dousing Tang Zai with water from half a meter away, while some droplets trickled down the bottle, dampening Emohan's hand. Yet, at that moment, Emohan felt no fear. Instead, he erupted into wild laughter. For the visage before him was that of a devil drenched in rainwater. Ha ha ha, you delivery fool, I finally got you. Tang Zai stood frozen, his expression stiff, utterly taken aback by the absurdity of someone attempting to drown him with water. Was he out of his mind? A sharp pain surged within Emohan's heart, causing his breath to quicken as he slid down the wall, yet the devil before him remained unperturbed. Fear returned to Emohan's face. Why? Why was he unharmed? How could this be happening? You threw rainwater? Tang Zai was momentarily stunned, instinctively touching his face. A wave of dread washed over him as he bellowed, Damn it! With a fierce swing of his broadsword, Tang Zai unleashed a frenzied assault, shattering porcelain into countless fragments, while Emohan's body, akin to a mass of flesh, exuded a foul stench. Tang Zai gasped for breath, recognizing his own carelessness. He had never anticipated that someone could resort to murder amidst the rain, despite his meticulous calculations. He had overlooked this possibility. But wait, had the poison already taken effect? Why had he not succumbed to its effects yet? Was it not time? After a minute of waiting, Tang Zai felt no symptoms. In his recollection, those exposed to the rain would convulse within 5 seconds and perish within 10. Could it be that his enhanced physique allowed him to resist such a virus? Approaching the window, he opened it wide and extended his hand slowly. The icy rainwater fell into his palm, gradually forming droplets. It was impossible for Tang Zai not to feel a sense of tension at that moment. Yet, having just been drenched without consequence, time moved slowly, and the smile on his face deepened. Indeed, His fortified body could withstand the viral invasion. A low, sinister chuckle began to echo, growing louder, perceived by others as the greedy laughter of a demon. Meanwhile, the three women sat upon the plush carpet, exchanging few words, perhaps lost in their own thoughts. Sun Ting gazed out at the falling rain, then glanced at the gun in her hand. Would he return? And Bai, clutching her legs, asked softly, "Do you wish for his return?" Sun Ting responded, her tone laced with intrigue. And Bai paused momentarily, uncertain of how to respond. If they chose not to return, the supplies here could last for quite some time. Indeed, the entire community could become deserted, rendering it exceedingly safe. Yet, on the other hand, there was a yearning for their return, as it brought a sense of security. Sun Ting then turned her gaze to Yi Qingyi. "What about you?" Yi Qingyi nodded slightly, acutely aware that uttering a simple no could lead to dire consequences from Sun Ting. Her intuition was indeed correct. A wrong answer would prompt Sun Ting to act without hesitation, thereby reducing the number of mouths to feed. Even if Tang Ze were to return, there would be tangible evidence to support their choice. In truth, Sun Ting herself was at a loss for an answer, torn between the desire for their return and the hope that they would not. Perhaps the sentiments of the three women were in perfect alignment. Suddenly, a phone rang. The sound of a voice call startling the trio, for they were the only ones left in the community. It was Yi Qingyi's phone, and it was obvious who was calling. "Zihui," Yi Qingyi said, gripping her phone tightly, her expression tense. Chapter 38, The Apocalypse Gift Pack 2. Jiang Zihui noticed that Yi Qingyi was acting strangely. "What's wrong? Why are you so tense?" "Oh, the rain just stopped for a moment. But now it's pouring again. I was hoping to go outside. What a pity. You stopped raining over there? It's still coming down here." Yi Qingyi responded with a soft "oh." Jiang Zihui could sense that his fiancé had been acting a bit off lately. She had always relied on him deeply, but in recent days, that dependency seemed to have waned. She hadn't even inquired about his situation. It was always him reaching out to her. "Hang in there. My father is preparing to form a team." Yi Qingyi paused, surprised. "What kind of team?" "We're going to establish the safest zone in our area, complete with security. Search teams, medical units, and so on." "Do you have firearms?" After these past few days, Yi Qingyi understood that having guns was paramount. Everything else was futile. "My father's company has a few handguns in the security department. We'll retrieve them once the rain stops." Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if possible, it would be best to check the police station's armory. Jiang Zihui exclaimed, astonished that his fiancé could so casually mention robbing a police station. Seeing her fiancé startled by her words, Yi Qingyi forced a smile. "Isn't that what they do in movies? You fool, that's just a movie. When the rain stops, the police will return to the station to get their guns, and you think you can just steal them?" But it had rained in the early morning hours, and most would be at home. How many would actually remain there now? Yi Qingyi spoke softly, expressing her hope that her fiancé would give it some consideration. Jiang Zihui found himself struggling to recognize the fiancé before him. He had previously worried about the lack of food, and now he was concerned about the absence of a firearm. He wondered if his fiancé was perhaps overly stressed and fatigued. Regardless, he assured her to wait for him, vowing to come for her. Yi Qingyi responded with a faint smile, yet she realized that her feelings towards her fiancé had shifted. The joy and reliance she once felt seemed to have dissipated. What was happening to her? Was she unwell? Strangely, when her fiancé made his vow, she found herself amused rather than moved. After ending the call, Yi Qingyi ran her fingers through her hair, feeling particularly lost. At that moment, her phone rang again, and upon seeing the caller ID, she quickly answered. Yeah. Seeing the girl on the video call, Yi Qingyi let out a heavy sigh of relief. The girl on the screen was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, thin red lips, lively eyes, and long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, her skin smooth and fair. Particularly enchanting were her crescent-shaped eyes, which seemed almost capable of speech. Yeah, Aunt, I just called Mom and Dad, but they didn't answer. Are you all together? Xia Mingyue asked with evident concern, relieved to see her aunt was safe. And she hoped her parents were well too. Yi Qingyi paused for a moment before displaying a reassuring smile. Brother-in-law and sister are discussing matters at Jiangzi's place. Don't worry, they probably left their phone at home. Oh, I see. You scared me. Xia Mingyue exclaimed, patting her chest with a warm smile that radiated comfort. Yeah. What has been troubling you these past few days? Your phone has been off. The power supply malfunctioned, and it was only resolved today. But I suspect someone may have intentionally damaged it to prevent us from contacting the outside world. Xia Mingyue slightly furrowed her brows. which added a touch of charm to her appearance. Yi Qingyi immediately sensed that something was amiss. Has anything significant transpired recently? Is there still food available? The food supply has diminished considerably. I even noticed some girls going to the teacher's room. And the next day, those girls received a substantial amount of food. Yi Qingyi silently lamented the situation, recognizing that this phenomenon was merely the prelude. For now, they could still feign normalcy, but soon, even that pretense would be impossible. Auntie, do not worry. I would never go, not even if my life depended on it. Please do not inform my parents to spare them the worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, utterly at a loss for how to discuss the matters regarding her sister and brother-in-law with Yeya. After concluding the call, Yi Qingyi exhaled in relief. Your niece's situation is also becoming chaotic. Sun Ting remarked coolly, noting that everything begins with the exchange of food. Once a woman submits, a man's greed inevitably intensifies. Of course, there are virtuous individuals amidst this turmoil, but being good in these times often leads to unfortunate outcomes. Moreover, this is a university, a place abundant with young and beautiful girls. Once disorder ensues, it may become even more exaggerated than here. Yi Qingyi shook her head. Contemplating what power she possessed to effect change, she felt utterly helpless. Did not our master promise to take us away? And Bai suddenly whispered. A statement that rekindled a glimmer of hope within Yi Qingyi. Sun Ting scoffed. He would never risk himself for you. Instinctively, Yi Qingyi replied, my niece is quite beautiful. With that, she even pulled out her phone to show a picture. So, she is your niece, Sun Ting remarked, flipping through Yi Qingyi's phone. Perhaps moved by a woman's empathy, she refrained from mentioning the photos to Tang. Sun Ting chuckled, you are indeed a wonderful aunt. Though we seem safe here, in a certain sense, we are not. Yi Qingyi fixed her gaze on Sun Ting and said solemnly, one is better than many. As long as I stay with him, I can survive. Yeya cannot perish. You've certainly come to terms with it, Sun Ting commented, taking a sip of water and suppressing a laugh. Throughout history, women have had but one path, to lean on powerful men, for only then can all else be assured. And Bai, clutching a cushion, inquired curiously, what about your fiancé? Will you abandon him? The question was piercing, as if asking whether she would fulfill her late sister's final wishes or choose to go to her fiancé's home. Yi Qingyi would undoubtedly choose to save her niece before heading to her fiancé's. Yet, such a notion was utterly fantastical. It was an impossibility. If a choice had to be made, Yi Qingyi would opt for the former. Yeya was in peril, while her fiancé represented safety. Suddenly, Sun Ting had a thought and mischievously said, won't you two feel awkward in the future? And Bai was left speechless. Yi Qingyi's lips twitched. She had indeed never considered that. I find myself somewhat eager. Sun Ting chuckled mischievously, remarking that the scene would undoubtedly be quite explosive. While Bai gazed with wide eyes, seemingly sharing the anticipation. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, exclaiming, two oddballs. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Sun Ting and Bai burst into laughter, the atmosphere suddenly lightening considerably. Throughout the night, the three women remained awake, reminiscing about past amusing anecdotes, discussing skincare products, and chatting about celebrities, eventually leading the conversation to men. Ultimately, the topic became rather indecent, as they began to deliberate on which positions were the most pleasurable. As dawn gradually broke, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with the rain continuing to fall. Tang exhaled deeply, finally achieving a full completion, having initially expected to finish swiftly. He was surprised that the final 10% consumed an entire night. Fortunately, the last segment was eventually completed to 100%. Unlock Apocalypse, Gift Pack 2. 0 Resources 2. 0 has been accepted. Advanced Body Enhancement has been received. Weaponry Equipment 2. 0 has been received. Telekinesis Master has been activated. Note, items can be extracted through thought. Extract Apocalypse, Gift Pack 3. 0 requires an upgraded energy slot. Jiang Zihue perceived that Yi Qingyi was unsettled. What is the matter? Why so tense? Oh, it just stopped raining for a moment, but then it started again. I thought I might be able to step outside. What a pity. It has stopped raining on your side? It hasn't here. Yi Qingyi responded with a simple, oh. Jiang Zihue sensed that his fiancé, he had been acting rather strangely lately. Previously, she had always been quite dependent on him, but in recent days, she seemed less reliant, even neglecting to inquire about his well-being. He found himself being the one to initiate their phone conversations. Just hold on a little longer. My father is preparing to form a team. Yi Qingyi was taken aback. What kind of team? To transform our area into the safest zone possible, with security, search teams. medical assistance, and so forth. Do you have firearms? After these past few days, Yi Qingyi understood that possessing weapons was paramount. Everything else seemed futile. My father's company has a few handguns in the security department. We'll retrieve them as soon as the rain stops. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if possible, it would be best to check the police station's armory. Zhang Zihui exclaimed, astonished that his fiancée Yi could so nonchalantly mention robbing a police station. Seeing her fiancé startled by her words, Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Isn't that what they do in the movies? Fool, that's just fiction. When the rain stops, won't the police return to the station to retrieve their weapons? Why would you consider robbing it? Yet, the rain had fallen in the early hours, and the officers were likely at home. Yi Qingyi quietly remarked, hoping her fiancé would take her suggestion into account. Zhang Zihui barely recognized the woman before him. He had previously worried about their food supply, and now she seemed preoccupied with the availability of firearms. He wondered if his fiancée was overly anxious and fatigued. Regardless of the circumstances, wait for me. I shall come to fetch you, I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled softly in response, yet at that moment, she found herself devoid of the joy and reliance she once felt towards her fiancé. What was happening to her? Was she unwell? She even found it somewhat amusing when her fiancé swore, rather than being moved. After ending the call, Yi Qingyi ran her fingers through her hair, appearing particularly bewildered. Just then, her phone rang again, and upon seeing the caller ID, she answered immediately. Yeah, as she gazed at the girl on the video call. A heavy sigh of relief escaped her. The girl on the screen was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, soft red lips, and bright, expressive eyes framed by lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, her skin as fair as porcelain. Particularly enchanting were her crescent-like eyes, which seemed to possess the ability to speak. Yeah, I just tried calling my parents, but they didn't answer. Are you all together? Xian Mingyue inquired with evident concern. Seeing her aunt safe alleviated her worry, and she hoped her parents were well too. Yi Qingyi paused momentarily before offering a reassuring smile. My brother-in-law and sister are at Zhangzi's house discussing matters. Don't fret, they probably left their phones at home. Oh, I see. You nearly scared me to death. Xian Mingyue exclaimed, patting her chest with a relieved smile that radiated warmth. Yeah, what has been going on with you these past few days? Your phone has been off. The power supply had issues. It was only fixed today. However, I suspect someone may have deliberately tampered with it to prevent us from contacting the outside world. Xian Mingyue's brows knitted slightly, adding an endearing touch to her demeanor. Yi Qingyi suddenly sensed something amiss. Has something happened recently? Is there still food available? The provisions have diminished significantly compared to before, and I noticed some girls accompanying the teacher to a room. The following day, that girl received a considerable amount of food. Yi Qingyi inwardly cursed the situation. Such occurrences are merely the prelude. For now, there is still a facade, but soon enough, the pretense will be abandoned altogether. Aunt, do not worry. I will never go, not even if it costs me my life. Please do not inform my parents, lest they become anxious. Yi Qingyi nodded, utterly at a loss regarding how to discuss her sister and brother-in-law's matters with Ye. After concluding the call, Yi Qingyi exhaled a sigh of relief. Your niece's situation is about to spiral out of control, Sun Ting remarked coolly. Everything begins with the exchange of food. Once a woman submits, a man's greed will inevitably escalate. Of course, there are those who are virtuous, but in this day and age, being a good person often leads to dire consequences. Moreover, this is a university where young and beautiful girls are in abundance. Once chaos ensues, it may become even more outrageous than here. Yi Qingyi shook her head, contemplating her own powerlessness in this predicament. A sense of helplessness enveloped her. Did not the master say he would take us away? And by suddenly murmured, reigniting a flicker of hope within Yi Qingyi. Sun Ting scoffed. He would not rescue anyone for your sake. Yet Yi Qingyi instinctively replied, my niece is very beautiful. With that, she even pulled out her phone to show a picture. So, she is your niece, came the revelation. Sun Ting glanced at Yi Qingyi's phone. Perhaps out of a woman's sympathy, she refrained from mentioning the photographs to Tang. Sun Ting chuckled softly. You truly are a wonderful aunt. Although we appear to be safe here, in a certain sense, we are not. Yi Qingyi lifted her gaze to fixate on Sun Ting, her voice low as she replied. One is always better than a multitude. At least with him, I can survive. Ye cannot perish. You seem to have come to terms with it. Sun Ting remarked as she took a sip of water, unable to suppress a smile. Throughout history, women have only had one path, to nestle beside a powerful man. for only then can everything be assured. And Bai, clutching a cushion, inquired curiously, "What about your fiancé? Will you abandon him?" This question was piercingly sharp, as if probing whether she would fulfill her elder sister's last wishes or opt for her fiancé's home. Yi Qingyi would undoubtedly choose to save her niece before heading to her fiancé's abode. However, such a notion was mere fantasy, entirely unattainable. If a choice had to be made, Yi Qingyi would lean towards the former. Ye was in peril, while her fiancé's domain offered safety. Suddenly, Sun Ting had an idea and mischievously remarked, "Won't it be awkward for the two of you later?" And Bai responded with a silent stare, while Yi Qingyi's lips twitched. She had not considered that at all. "I find myself somewhat intrigued," Sun Ting said with a sly grin. "The scene will undoubtedly be explosive." And Bai's wide eyes mirrored a hint of anticipation. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, muttering, "Two oddballs. Goose, goose, goose." Sun Ting and Bai both chuckled. Their camaraderie seemingly enhanced in that moment. Throughout the night, the three women remained awake, reminiscing about past amusements, discussing skincare products, and gossiping about celebrities, eventually meandering into conversations about men. The dialogue grew increasingly risque, culminating in discussions of the most pleasurable positions. As dawn approached, the sky lightened yet remained shrouded in darkness. With the rain continuing to fall, Tang Zhe exhaled deeply, finally completing the task. He had anticipated a swift finish, yet the final 10% had consumed an entire night. Fortunately, the last segment was ultimately fulfilled. Unlocking Apocalypse Gift Package 2. 0 Resources 2. 0 has been accepted. Advanced Body Enhancement has been received. Weaponry Equipment Version 2. 0 has been acquired. Psychic Master has been activated. Note: items can be extracted through thought. Extraction of Apocalypse Gift Package 3. 0 requires an upgraded energy reservoir. Chapter 39. Temptation the advanced enhancement of the body. Tang Zhe could hardly contain his eagerness to test the extent of his newfound strength. Perhaps he should try to slice himself with a blade? No, that might hurt. In version 20 of supplies, there were additional protective gear, modified vehicles, and medical equipment. As for weaponry in version 20, Tang Zhe finally beheld a plethora of newly introduced arms, grenades, RPGs, anti-tank mines, javelins, stingers, and other individual combat gear. While he had a penchant for cold weapons over firearms, it was a pity that version 20 lacked aircraft, artillery, and tanks. How exhilarating it would be to unleash a Dongfeng missile. Now, for the main event, the Psyker, the ability to manipulate objects. Fixing his gaze upon the cup resting on the coffee table, Tang Zhe focused intently, yet the cup remained utterly still. How on earth does one operate this? At the very least, a manual would be appreciated. Must I discover everything through trial and error? Does it simply float away if I desire it to? As if responding to his thoughts, the teacup suddenly levitated into the air, astonishing Tang Zhe as though he were witnessing a magic trick. "Shatter," he commanded, and the cup fragmented instantly, yet did not descend. The shards continued to hover. How delightful! With a mere flick of his will, the fragments embedded themselves into the wall like bullets, leaving Tang Zhe gasping in awe. This was no slower than a bullet. Fascinating. This power of mine is becoming increasingly monstrous. How can ordinary individuals possibly survive in its wake? Standing on the balcony, Tang Zhe gazed down at a Toyota Corolla parked below. The vehicles gradually began to levitate, only to crash violently into a nearby tree. In that instant, Tang Zhe felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and cursed under his breath, wondering if it was due to the distance or the weight of the vehicle. Perhaps it was merely a sign that his strength was still insufficient, resulting in this disorienting sensation. After resting briefly on the sofa, he felt somewhat better. This ability was indeed his secret weapon, best employed at critical moments. Reflecting on the recent incident, had it not been for his enhanced physique resisting the virus, he might have found himself lifeless on the ground. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. His vibrant life was just beginning. He resolved to confiscate all supplies within the community. Although he had no shortage of resources, he had no intention of leaving any for others. The notion of being a good Samaritan was utterly foreign to him. Drenched by the rain, he stepped out, leaving behind an emptied community. Observing the wrecked Corolla, Tang Zhe wielded his blade and struck down, cleaving the vehicle cleanly in two at the B-pillar. He paused for a moment, shaking his head in resignation, astounded by his own formidable strength. As for the level 30 upgrade package, he found no urgency in pursuing it. Firstly, this method of acquisition was rather exhausting, yielding subpar quality, and required him to scour each household. If only people had lined up, that would have been manageable. But they were not so naive as to stand in line. Moreover, the rapid increase he had experienced at the outset had significantly slowed. The final level necessitated the efforts of 10 individuals, all of whom were already strategizing for the next community raid. To his dismay, he noted that in the entire neighborhood, not a single attractive face could be found. Had they all perished at the very beginning? Indeed, Tang's speculation was accurate. Several striking individuals had perished. Had he known earlier that his body could withstand the rain, perhaps they could have been salvaged. Returning to the community, Tang shed all his garments and proceeded to wash himself with water, particularly focusing on his hair, which bore not only rain but also blood, lest he inadvertently harm them upon his return. There are far too few beauties in the present day. Above, the 3 women who had conversed throughout the night had succumbed to slumber, yet this time they remained intertwined rather than apart. The moment the door creaked open, Sun Ting jolted awake, gripping her handgun and aiming it at the entrance. "Oh, I surrender." Tang chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. If the gun were to discharge, the bullet might very well curve back and strike her in the head. Sun Ting exhaled deeply. "You startled me. I thought it was someone else." And Bai immediately went to fetch water, her initial concern transforming into a radiant smile, instantly becoming the picture of innocence. Even Yi Qingyi relaxed her previously taut demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Zai's existence seemed to mirror their own fates. If he were to perish, she was certain he would survive. However, if Tang Zai were to meet his demise, she feared she would never escape this city, perhaps not even this district. "Next time, remember to engage the safety." Tang Zai patted Sun Ting's head. Bewildered, she replied, "I've never handled such a firearm." "Here," she said, relinquishing the handgun, unwilling to bear such a perilous object. Sun Ting believed she understood Tang Zai's nature. Possessing a gun was inherently a threat to him. Tang Zai cast a glance and replied with a faint smile. "You may keep it." Sun Ting was taken aback, while Yi Qingyi and Enbai were equally astonished. An even more bewildering scenario unfolded as Tang Zai produced 2 handguns, offering them to Enbai and Yi Qingyi. Since they were preparing to venture out, it was prudent to be equipped for self-defense. It was best that they had some means of protection, as he had no intention of rescuing them unnecessarily. "Now, practice your shooting skills for a moment. I'm starving. Let us see if we can survive the night," he remarked, turning away to prepare their meal. The 3 women held the handguns, recognizing this as an extraordinary opportunity. If they merely disengaged the safety and aimed for the back of Tang Zai's head, they could attain their freedom. With his demise, the 3 firearms would suffice to ensure their safety, and with the supplies at home, Yi Qingyi felt confident she could seek out Yeya. However, this was merely a test orchestrated by Tang Zai. It is often said that human nature cannot withstand temptation, and Tang Zai was eager to ascertain whether they possessed the audacity to take his life. He had contemplated this for some time, but previous circumstances had rendered it too perilous. He could not afford to become the victim of his own folly. Yet, the situation was different now. The ability of a telekinetic rendered him fearless. The moment a gun was fired, he would be met with his own demise in an instant. For a brief moment, the living room was enveloped in a chilling silence, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Meanwhile, Tang Zai busied himself with breakfast preparations, laying out youtiao, congee, soup dumplings, and steamed dumplings. Enbai exhibited no response, while Sun Ting furrowed her brow, similarly unreactive. In contrast, Yi Qingyi slowly raised her arm, though the angle was not pronounced. At that moment, Yi Qingyi was embroiled in an internal struggle. If she were to shoot him, would her bullets truly escape? She even contemplated that once she pulled the trigger, Sun Ting and Enbai would retaliate and end her life, even if Enbai, timid by nature, refrained from firing. However, Sun Ting would undoubtedly act, in her eyes. Tang Zai represented sustenance and existence. To kill Tang Zai would be to sever her lifeline. With this thought, Yi Qingyi lowered her delicate arm, perhaps resigning herself to her fate. Tang Zai shot her a sidelong glance, his gaze imbued with a chilling disdain. Yet, as Yi Qingyi lowered the muzzle of her gun, a sneer of contempt surfaced on Tang Zai's lips. He had anticipated her to fire, but she had disappointed him. Ultimately, she was merely an ordinary woman. After indulging himself, Tang Zai let out a hearty belch and began instructing the 3 women to practice their marksmanship at home. "Do not lift your rear so high," he admonished, delivering a playful slap to Enbai's rounded posterior. Enbai, feeling somewhat aggrieved, thought to herself that if he wished to comment on her figure, he could simply say so, Her dairy Ri was naturally curvaceous. Chapter 40. Practice makes perfect. Sun Ting possesses remarkable learning abilities, consistently hitting the target from 10 meters away. However, Yi Qingyi's stance appears somewhat incorrect. Tang Zhe approaches her personally, wrapping his arms around her. Grip with both hands, he whispers in her ear, causing her to feel a flutter of anxiety, yet she complies with his instructions. However, the subsequent words send a chill down her spine. You just raised your hand. Startled, Yi Qingyi inadvertently pulls the trigger, and with a loud bang, the pistol clatters to the ground. Tang Zhe picks up the fallen weapon, a smile gracing his lips as he hands it back to her. You're even more timid than a novice. I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. I won't let you down, Yi Qingyi asserts with newfound determination. Tang Zhe playfully pats her backside, a mysterious smile dancing on his lips. Well then, let us see how you perform. You all practice diligently. I shall retire for the night. Once Tang Zhe closes the door, Yi Qingyi collapses in a state of shock, realizing she had indeed raised her hand and was prepared to harm herself. A wave of cold dread washes over her back. He allows us to use the gun. This suggests he is no longer afraid, Sun Ting observes keenly. Why didn't he provide support when he was wealthy? Now he seems bold enough to do so. Something must be amiss. Indeed, he is a vampire. Perhaps he has leveled up during this outing and no longer fears firearms. Yi Qingyi internally chastises herself, lamenting her momentary forgetfulness regarding his true identity. Suddenly, Tang Zhe poked his head out of the bedroom, chuckling. If anyone scores below 8 rings tonight, congratulations, you'll be keeping me company all night long. With that, he closed the door. The 3 women exchanged glances and immediately began practicing their shooting skills. Even the timid Anbai found her resolve. A whole night? Who could withstand that? It was far better to hone their marksmanship. After all, a gun could indeed kill. Tang Zhe awoke later that evening, dining while reviewing the scores. As the saying goes, exceptional marksmen are nurtured by ammunition. Moreover, a mere 20 meters was not particularly challenging. All 3 women passed with flying colors. Thus, the difficulty increased. At 50 meters, merely hitting the target sufficed. Then came 100 meters, still just hitting the target, but those with commendable scores would receive rewards. Master, what kind of rewards are there? Anbai inquired curiously. What do you desire as a reward? Anbai pondered briefly before shyly replying. I just want to accompany you, master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi exchanged approving glances, thinking that perhaps in the future, if mistakes were made, Tang Zhe would be reluctant to punish them severely. Competition fosters progress. From the balcony to the opposite building was nearly 100 meters. At this distance, the bottle on the coffee table across was merely a tiny dot, presenting a significant challenge for a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. The spent cartridges piled up on the ground, yet Tang Zhe had long prepared 10 crates of ammunition, leaving the 3 women utterly astonished, as if he were an arms dealer. The residents of neighboring communities mistook the sound for firecrackers, as the incessant banging echoed continuously. After 2 days of rigorous practice, Tang Zhe expressed satisfaction with their progress, as they could strike the target from 100 meters, albeit with some variability. Next came the task of using rifles. Given the significant recoil of the AK, they opted for the G36 assault rifle instead. The weight of the rifles still posed a challenge for the 3 women, prompting them to engage in strength training, lifting dumbbells during their spare time. Sun Ting now held her firearm with remarkable poise, executing a series of precise shots toward the target. Bang, bang, bang. A satisfied smile spread across Tang Zhe's face, as each shot found its mark. Observing her attire, Tang Zhe playfully remarked to Sun Ting, "You remind me of Peace Elite. With that outfit, you're practically a skin character." Yi Qingyi chuckled softly. It does have a certain resemblance. Sun Ting rolled her eyes in response. You're not much different yourself. You're far more flamboyant than I am. Following suit, Anbai and Yi Qingyi successfully completed their shooting tasks, leaving the target in a state of disarray. Master, do you have a sniper rifle? Anbai inquired with curiosity. Do you have an affinity for sniper rifles? Tang Zhe asked, intrigued. I enjoy playing CS, go during my downtime, and the sniper rifles are incredibly powerful. Without hesitation, Tang Zhe produced an AWP sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi commented that she wouldn't be surprised if Tang Zhe pulled a rocket launcher from her trousers. Upon seeing the rifle, Anbai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly began to play with it. Lowering the bipod and positioning the rifle firmly on the ground, Tang Zhe settled onto Anbai's back, binoculars in hand, scrutinizing the target. At 11 o'clock, a crystal ball was visible behind the red curtains. Received. And Bai responded with a surprising professionalism. A shot rang out. Tang Ze raised an eyebrow. This little one had some skills. Too close, he remarked, acknowledging her prowess. Down on the street, approximately 300 meters away, a street lamp flickered. Another shot echoed. Impressive, little Bai. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but commend her. An idea suddenly struck Tang Ze. Their resources should not be squandered. Occasionally, one must vie for additional supplies, lest he waste their talents. Continuing his search for a target, Tang Ze's gaze was drawn to a window, a smile creeping across his lips. Little Bai, at 2 o'clock, approximately 700 meters, middle window of the 8th floor. And Bai aligned her sights on the target, revealing a woman pressing her hands against the glass, seemingly in distress, while a man behind her wore a derisive grin, relentlessly striking her. Your target is that man, Tang Ze stated calmly. And Bai acknowledged with a soft aiming for the man's head, unperturbed in that moment. Even though it was her first time shooting at a living being, the sight of that man conjured memories of those less than human. A shot rang out, and Bai's delicate form trembled slightly. Tang Ze exhaled with relief, patting her fragrant shoulder. You still need more practice. After speaking, she set down the telescope. Sun Ting immediately seized it and looked through, confirming the hit, yet the bullet had shattered the woman's head. Xiao Bai, you have liberated her from her suffering. Sun Ting reassured her, and Bai's complexion darkened, overwhelmed by guilt. She had intended to eliminate that man, yet had forgotten the trajectory's descent, which was non-existent within the game. Yi Qingyi softly remarked, Xiao Bai, even if you had slain that man, others would have surely done the same to that woman. But this was my blunder. Tang Ze gently tapped in Bai's head, saying, if you lack skill, practice more. This ignited in Bai's indomitable spirit. As a girl, she had often been criticized for her gaming abilities, particularly by that very phrase, practice more. In the ensuing 3 days, and Bai practiced with fervor. Initially at a distance of 800 meters, she gradually increased the range, ultimately achieving a remarkable 1,000 meters with a headshot. All her targets were men, and occasionally she would surprise herself, exclaiming, I almost shot the adorable kitty. This left Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi astounded. The formerly timid Xiao Bai was now executing headshots with a sniper rifle without a flicker of hesitation, even striving for a higher headshot percentage. It must be said, she was a girl utterly captivated by the game. Chapter 41. Departure from the community, however. This also resulted in the opposite building's windows being drawn shut, leaving its occupants too frightened to show their faces. Meanwhile, Bai and Sun Ting had significantly improved their marksmanship. The central area of the community was strewn with corpses, none of which remained intact, and now only practical combat training was required. Before engaging in actual combat, it was essential to practice close-quarters combat techniques, to avoid resorting to hair-pulling in the heat of the moment. As for combat experience, Tang Ze had little to offer, relying solely on instinctive actions derived from past encounters. Fortunately, Yi Qingyi had acquired some knowledge of Sanzhou, and even a brief lesson would be more beneficial than none at all. Before stepping outside, a rehearsal was necessary. The current engagements primarily revolved around the buildings, with the enemy's heavy weaponry consisting of large blades, nothing to fear in essence. The only precaution was to maintain a safe distance, as the adversaries showed a reckless disregard for their own lives. The 3 women began to coordinate as a team, though their attire remained provocatively alluring. Tang Ze mused that such outfits seemed designed to please oneself. After all, who would don a thong and a bandeau to engage in gunfire? Such a configuration would be improbable even in the realm of video games, where it might very well face censorship. As dawn broke, the rain continued to fall outside, albeit with diminished intensity. Occasionally, vehicles appeared on the streets, driven by those daring enough to scavenge for supplies. Fortunately, the winds had yet to pick up. Once they did, few would venture out. The sound of cleaning echoed through the living room. The 3 women meticulously polished their handguns, their movements deft and practiced. Tang Ze, with her tousled hair, entered the living room and declared, it seems we are ready. Today, we shall set out. The 3 women abruptly halted their movements, enveloped in a blend of exhilaration and tension, accompanied by an undercurrent of fear of the unknown. With a playful pat on Yi Qingyi's rounded posterior, Tang Ze chuckled. Dressed like this, it is impossible to conceal a firearm. Master, we are already prepared, Bai declared, slipping into an elongated down jacket, revealing only her pristine ankles. However, when Bai unzipped the jacket, the sight was undeniably provocative, far too alluring. with the gun discreetly tucked within the side of the coat. One must admit, considerable effort had been exerted in the pursuit of pleasing Tang. The jacket was designed for convenience, allowing for swift disrobing at any moment. Adhering to Tang's principle of leaving no trace behind, they ensured to take everything with them. Not even a bottle of water was left behind. As it was their inaugural outing, the three girls had meticulously adorned themselves. You look stunning. No wonder you have captivated the affluent heir, remarked a companion. Xiao Bai, watch out, or I might just tear your mouth off, Yi Qingyi teased, lunging toward him with a grin. And Bai quickly sought refuge behind Sun Ting, exclaiming, Ting Jia, help. Move aside, Ting Ting, she urged. All right, we must be on our way now, Sun Ting replied, managing a faint smile, while the rain continued to pour outside. Although Tang had assured them of a plan, uncertainty lingered. What if they succumbed to the elements? And Bai, too, harbored concerns. Yet she adopted this manner to distract herself from dwelling on it. As they prepared to depart, and Bai suddenly whispered, if there is an afterlife, perhaps we shall be friends, the closest of companions. Yi Qingyi revealed a faint smile, gently patting in Bai's head. There won't be a next life. Let us cherish this one. Indeed, let us indulge in the present while we can. Sun Ting also gave in Bai's head a light tap. Bai smirked. You've made me foolish with your antics. If the master forsakes me, you shall bear the consequences. Outside, Tang, who awaited their return, overheard the joyous laughter of the three women and wondered what delightful event had transpired, wishing they would share their happiness. Soon, the trio approached him, swaying slightly, exuding a blend of pride and charm. One must admit that the grid-patterned ensemble chosen by Xiao Bai was exquisite, embodying a pure yet alluring style. Imbued with a subtle sensuality, Yi Qingyi also made a splendid choice, donning a seductive mermaid-style dress adorned with delicate lace and a sweet bow, which hugged her form gracefully. Sun Ting, more audacious in her fashion, wore a black halter bodysuit with daring cutouts, the circular connections accentuating her bold allure. Yet, observing their high-heeled footwear, Tang questioned the practicality. They would surely struggle to keep pace with anyone. However, should they grace the streets, it was likely that men would swarm around them like ravenous zombies, eager to bewitch them. Let us proceed, she said, clad in down jackets. The three women concealed their exquisite figures, though their enchanting faces remained unmistakable, for men are certainly not blind. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, they discovered the attire Tang had meticulously prepared for them, resembling protective gear. The garments were fully sealed, ensuring warmth and rain resistance, while also allowing for easy wear and removal. Tang would undoubtedly ensure the survival of the three women, for they had been trained for a considerable duration and had become his loyal subordinates. It would be difficult to find such reliable aids along with their sustenance. This attire was sourced from the supplies at Location 20 and had proven effective in recent trials. It was indeed quite lightweight. After putting it on, Sun Ting moved about and gasped in astonishment. And Bai, in his Na'vi manner, remarked, I can't help but feel that we resemble the group of scientists from Resident Evil. Indeed, there was a striking similarity. Yi Qingyi attempted a split and noted the remarkable flexibility. It was as if he possessed a pocket akin to that of Doraemon, capable of producing anything. Shall we walk out? And Bai inquired with curiosity. Tang shook his head. Do I appear to be one who walks? No. He pressed the car key. In a nearby dilapidated tank, 300 emitted a beep. And Bai, intrigued, hurried over and exclaimed, You all must come and see. This is incredible. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi approached and were equally stunned. The vehicle's tires were actually tracks, seemingly designed for snowy terrains, making it exceptionally suitable for their current circumstances. Tang approached and patted the engine cover. Originally, we swapped the 20 for a 40 engine, reinforced the crash beam, thickened the body, and installed bulletproof glass. The entire vehicle is devoid of any rubber components. With this machine, we can traverse any terrain. Yi Qingyi yearned to immediately head to Yunhai City to retrieve her niece, though her thoughts regarding her fiancé were currently in disarray. You drive. Tang tossed the car keys to Yi Qingyi, who was momentarily taken aback. Did he not fear that she might drive away? Now armed with a gun, protective gear, and even a vehicle, the vast world was hers to traverse. Unbeknownst to her, Tang had neglected to mention that the car contained 2C4 explosives. Should they drive off, the consequences would be catastrophic. It would certainly sadden her for 3 days. For after all, little Bai was quite endearing. Yet, Yi Qingyi was no fool. She realized Tang Zhe would not relinquish control so easily. Perhaps he had hidden a tracking device within the vehicle, and if she dared to drive away, he would swiftly pursue her. It must be said, Yi Qingyi's mind was quite agile. However, she overlooked one crucial detail. Tang Zhe would never come looking for her. The fate of betrayal was singular. Death. First. She should remove the protective gear. The car would be safe for now, and she could don it again once they exited. With that, Tang Zhe settled into the back seat. Sun Ting and Enbai obediently took their places beside him, while Yi Qingyi drove with utmost compliance. Chapter 42. The Revenge Operation. Yi Qingyi, unfamiliar with driving a tracked vehicle, exhibited a remarkable degree of caution. Tang Zhe, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Just drive as you wish." With those words, Yi Qingyi pressed the accelerator, and a surge of momentum followed, albeit the tracked vehicle moved at a considerably slower pace. Upon exiting the underground garage, raindrops drummed upon the vehicle's roof, prompting the windshield wipers to activate automatically. It was disingenuous to claim that there was no anxiety. Cradling Sun Ting, Tang Zhe calmly instructed, "Let's south head towards Yinghua Road, Dihai Community." Understood. The appearance of the vehicle drew considerable attention. As onlookers peered out from their windows, expressions of astonishment and envy adorning their faces. Such envy was indeed warranted, for the interior was graced with stunning beauties, exuding an alluring fragrance. Tang Zhe's gaze drifted to the streets flanking them. Charred vehicles lay scattered, and lifeless bodies were strewn about. The scene was particularly grim in front of supermarkets and shopping malls, where the number of corpses was notably higher. Yet, the thoroughfare appeared desolate, devoid of human presence. After all, this had transpired in the early hours of the morning, and most individuals remained sheltered within their homes. Yi Qingyi, undeterred by the sight of the deceased, drove directly over them, prompting Tang Zhe to remark in disbelief, "Have you never driven before? It's far too erratic. How can you be a driver? My apologies, but I have no intention of swerving to avoid corpses. Look over there. So many people have perished near the police station," Enbai exclaimed, pointing towards the nearby establishment, where indeed, numerous bodies lay at the entrance. Sun Ting speculated, "It seems likely that various factions attempted to seize firearms from the police station, leading to mutual slaughter." "Let us investigate," Tang Zhe replied coolly. Yi Qingyi maneuvered the vehicle into the police station's parking area and came to a halt. "Go ahead, I will guard the vehicle." Tang Zhe's words sent a tremor through the hearts of the three women. This was the police station, after all. If there were armed individuals lurking inside, the consequences could be dire. However, the trio dared not oppose Tang Zhe's wishes. They donned protective gear, seized their P9 submachine guns, and disembarked from the vehicle. This was no drill. They were stepping into the realm of reality. Tang Zhe noticed that Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi appeared tense, while Enbai seemed to be invigorated. The three women exchanged no words, relying solely on hand signals as they entered the hall. The lights in the hall were still illuminated, and several bodies lay on the ground, one clad in a police uniform, perhaps a duty officer. Enbai and Yi Qingyi remained vigilant, while Sun Ting examined the wounds on the bodies to ascertain whether they were gunshot or stab wounds. To their dismay, all were stab wounds. There were no signs of gunfire. The women pressed deeper into the building. As they traversed the corridor, Yi Qingyi noticed an increase in the number of bodies ahead. Instantly, she raised her hand into a fist, and a palpable tension filled the air. Cautiously approaching one of the corpses, Yi Qingyi discovered gunshot wounds, causing her complexion to change dramatically. Continuing along the trail of bodies, they eventually arrived at the armory, where the main door stood ajar and all the safes within had been opened. It was evident that the firearms had been taken. The three women exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement to continue their search of the rooms. Along their path, they encountered at least 50 to 60 corpses, all victims of gunfire, with bullet holes peppering the walls and shattered glass strewn about. It was clear that a fierce gun battle had transpired here. Seated within the confines of the car, Tang Zhe closed his eyes and awaited in silence, fully aware that he could not perpetually guard them. He needed to mature swiftly. After a half hour, he observed the three women emerge, their courage evidently bolstered. They approached the carport and pressed the sanitation button on their wrists. The rainwater on their protective suits gradually evaporated, and only after this ritual did they enter the vehicle. "How is it?" Sun Ting replied in a low voice. There was no one inside, but a shootout occurred, resulting in numerous fatalities. No firearms were discovered. They must have been removed. Even if they were taken, it's likely that little ammunition remains. Yi Qingyi added, Considering the state of decay of those bodies, they must have died at least 10 to 15 days ago. That is of no concern. Let us proceed, Tang Ze remarked nonchalantly. What weaponry could a typical police station possess? Standard issue handguns, perhaps a shotgun at most. Rifles would likely be found only at the municipal level. Sun Ting pressed her dry lips together and stated, to have stormed a police station for firearms indicates a group of desperate individuals. The elite from affluent neighborhoods would not dare take such risks. It is highly probable that this is orchestrated by a gang. Are you suggesting that these individuals are likely hiding in entertainment venues such as clubs, KTVs, saunas, and bars? Yi Qingyi gasped, and Bai chimed in. At that hour, only these establishments remain open. Tang Ze suddenly chuckled, prompting the three women to turn their gaze toward him. We are discussing a serious matter. What is amusing you? They thought, but hesitated to voice. Indeed, they are three remarkable women, capable of inferring the identity of the likely perpetrator. Tang Ze raised his thumb in approval. With Tang Ze's affirmation, the three women felt a sense of pride. After all, they were all university graduates, and Yi was even a distinguished student from a prestigious 985 university. In truth, Sun Ting's conjecture stemmed from her earlier observation during the examination of the bodies, noting that most bore tattoos, characteristic of young delinquents. I must first attend to my own affairs, Tang Ze thought, unwilling to squander time in trivial matters. Yi Qingyi resumed driving, steering towards their destination. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the targeted residential complex, parking beneath the eaves of an alley. Wait here. I shall return shortly, he instructed, donning protective gear before slowly exiting the alley. Inside the vehicle, the three women appeared somewhat subdued, and Bai toyed with the submachine gun, seemingly quite fascinated by firearms. Yi Qingyi gripped the steering wheel tightly, lost in her thoughts. However, Sun Ting interjected, if you dare to drive away, we will all perish. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi furrowed her brow momentarily, only to relax after a brief pause. I won't drive away, she affirmed. Find an opportunity to mention your niece's situation. Perhaps he will be willing to assist. Yi Qingyi responded with a simple, thank you. Meanwhile, Tang Ze had entered the residential complex. Unlike his own neighborhood, the ground floor here was devoid of many bodies, suggesting that the residents of this upscale community exhibited significantly higher standards of quality and harmony. Following the address, Tang Ze approached the designated door and knocked. The sound of footsteps echoed as the door swung open, revealing a man with cracked lips, despondent and emaciated. If memory serves, he was the manager of the hot pot restaurant. Once a portly figure who would only bully his subordinates during his tenure, fabricating excuses to dock their wages and demanding overtime without compensation. Ultimately, he had eavesdropped and discovered that this man had actually pilfered the wages that had been unjustly withheld from him. Infuriated, he had left without claiming his salary for the past half-month, likely knowing that the manager had absconded with that money as well. Zhang Ze, you actually came. How wonderful. Did you bring food? The man's gaze shifted eagerly to Zhang Ze's empty hands. Why didn't you bring anything? I told you to bring food. The manager's demeanor swiftly reverted to its former arrogance. Observing the familiar countenance of his former tormentor, Zhang Ze offered a sincere smile as he produced a handgun. Bang! The manager collapsed to the ground, and Zhang Ze, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stepped into the elevator, departing. Next, Chapter 43, The Mysterious Mister. With a sudden gunshot startled the community, stirring unease within the hearts of its residents. Perhaps Tang Ze was unaware that the shot he fired had precipitated the chaos within the neighborhood, but he remained indifferent. In this apocalyptic world, his primary concern was his own well-being. Others were but fleeting shadows. Gazing at the vehicles in the alley, Tang Ze chuckled, amused by their compliance in not fleeing. He proceeded to execute the individuals on his list one by one. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he had successfully eliminated all those named, achieving a semblance of closure with his former self. However, there remained one individual. I have made the arrangements. They are set to arrive this afternoon, Yi Qing informed. Returning her phone to Tang Ze, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was said that the Shanhu community housed affluent residents, suggesting that beautiful women would be in abundance. The three women shook their heads, expressing uncertainty, indicating it would depend on fortune. The Shanhu community was a coveted riverside property in Huan City, renowned for its proximity to prestigious schools and a nearby park. It was, without a doubt, a prime real estate location, with many entrepreneurs purchasing residences to showcase their status. For Tang Ze, The price of a single unit was astronomical, but that was in the past. Perhaps now, a mere bottle of water could suffice. Meanwhile, Bai Jian and Chao Yu were deliberating on how to subdue Tang Ze, plotting to compel him to relinquish his resources. Do we really have to leave this place? Chao Yu appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, yet the provisions here were nearly depleted. After all these days, Bai Jian's physique had not changed significantly, though he had lost a slight amount of weight. What? Are you hesitant to part with this splendid abode? Bai Jian scoffed, remarking that had it not been for her usefulness, he would have cast her aside long ago. Chao Yu remained silent. Bai Jian gazed intently at the messages on his phone, his expression grave. He considered himself fortunate to reside in this community. The photographs circulating in the colleague group were appalling. He felt it was merely a matter of time before this neighborhood faced ruin, and if he did not depart soon, he would likely end up like those ineffectual subordinates. To his astonishment, Tang Ze claimed to have a way to come over, which undoubtedly delighted Bai Jian. What a fool, he thought, to flaunt himself for such a dim-witted woman. It was laughable. Once he arrived, he would possess his supplies and those few women, far superior to this situation. When he comes, I shall administer the drug in the water. Bai Jian retrieved a pill, one that Chao Yu recognized well, as he occasionally compelled her to ingest it, rendering her powerless to resist his torment. Chao Yu could only nod, fearing to oppose him. Bai Jian, enveloping her with his bulk, painted a grand vision. Soon they would have those supplies, enough to endure for several months. Perhaps this crisis would pass. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope surged within Chao Yu's gaze, her determination solidifying. At that moment, her phone chimed, and she glanced at it. He's almost here. Bijiandin immediately revealed a sly smile. If he truly brought a woman along, he would be in for a delightful experience. However, Tang Ze did not settle for just one. He brought three. In front of them, at the gas station, there were indeed signs of life. The driver, Yi Qingyi, glanced to the left and noticed a Sinopec station, where beneath the roof, two vehicles appeared to be parked and several figures were standing by the cars. Let us refuel, Tang Ze declared. After speaking, he playfully patted Sun Ting's head. Still eating? It's time to work now. It's almost my turn, and Bai lamented. Tang Ze shook his head in exasperation, adjusting his trousers. Sun Ting retrieved her handgun to check the ammunition before loading the bullets. Meanwhile, Bai could only satisfy his cravings with a piece of bubblegum. Skillfully inspecting his own pistol, the mechanical sounds of clicks and clacks seemingly enthralling him. Crazy brother, a car is approaching, shouted a young man with green-dyed hair, wielding a baseball bat. To Tang Ze, that bat resembled a primitive tool. The man sitting in the car, smoking, sported a buzz cut and wore a silver decorative necklace. Surprisingly, given the chilly weather, he was clad only in a black tank top, with a skull tattooed on his shoulder. His eyes bore a sinister and fierce glint, immediately marking him as a formidable adversary, and he gripped a Nepalese knife, stained with flecks of blood. Damn, crazy brother, we're in luck. It's even a modified tank, 300. Equipped with tracks, exclaimed the excited subordinate in the passenger seat as he brandished his knife and leapt out of the car. Madman exhaled a puff of smoke. Tracks, indeed, are an excellent strategy, quite astute. Madman, shall we eliminate them all afterward? He flicked the cigarette butt away, indifferent to the fact that they were at a gas station. If we possess such capabilities, we ought to retain them. They will be advantageous to Mr. Hua. Yet, Madman cautioned, if they dare approach us after witnessing our presence, they are no innocents. Stay vigilant. Observe before striking. We must not disrupt the plan. Understood, Madman. When the group noticed that the driver was a woman, they paused in astonishment, moving closer for a better look. To their surprise, she was a beauty. Madman, she's exquisite. Even Madman was momentarily taken aback. It had been nearly a month since the crisis began, and such a refined woman was a rarity. Not even the women surrounding Mr. Who could compare to her. Let us observe her first. If she seems suitable, we shall capture her and send her back. A bloodthirsty smile gradually formed at the corners of Madman's mouth. So lovely, and yet wandering about carelessly. How foolish. As Yi Qingyi parked the car and slowly opened the door, revealing her delicate ankle, the men standing nearby gazed at her red high heels and fair skin, swallowing hard, as if they had not encountered a woman in ages. Upon seeing Yi Qingyi's visage, their eyes gleamed like wolves, eager to tear her apart, though they lamented the long puffer coat obscuring her figure. Nevertheless, even a slender silhouette would be considered exceptional. Upon disembarking, Yi Qing stretched languidly, twisting her somewhat stiff neck, and murmured, I am utterly exhausted. The surrounding individuals, including the eccentric brother, were left in bewilderment. Could she truly be oblivious to our presence, as if we had become invisible? At that moment, the rear door of the vehicle swung open, and upon witnessing in Bai and Sun Ting alight, the younger members, along with the eccentric brother, were rendered speechless. It had been ages since they had encountered such enchanting women. Those high heels seemed to tread not upon the ground, but upon the very hearts of the brothers, inciting a fervent joy within. The temptation to seize those legs and indulge was overwhelming. Today, fortune had smiled upon them, encountering 3 exquisite beauties. Surely, General Hua would bestow a generous reward. The eccentric brother even entertained thoughts of keeping it all to himself. Indeed, for the allure of beautiful women, one could be driven to undertake any endeavor. Ah, the perils of beauty. Finally, Tang leapt from the vehicle, capturing the attention of the eccentric brother and his companions. One man accompanied by 3 women? What was the identity of this man? How could he be blessed with the company of such extraordinary women? The eccentric brother, still somewhat perplexed, resolved to gauge the situation. A man confident enough to appear with 3 such gems must surely possess remarkable abilities. Chapter 44. The Feline Fury Brother Madman. Are you being overly cautious? It's merely one man against 3 women. My subordinate seems to have been bewitched by beauty. However, Brother Madman retorted, who is the leader here, you or I? The subordinate hastily apologized. Tang chuckled and retrieved a pack of cigarettes, while Sun Ting, standing nearby, produced a lighter to ignite one. You two go check inside, Tang said nonchalantly, and Bai and Yi Qingyi nodded and proceeded into the room, only to discover that the food and water had been completely depleted. On the floor lay several corpses, 3 of which were clad in gas station uniforms. After all, a gas station serves as a depot for supplies, rendering it akin to a battlefield. At the cashier's counter, a naked woman was sprawled out, her hair disheveled, obscuring her face. A buck-toothed man, with a sinister grin, was engrossed in his own world, utterly oblivious to the arrival of Bai and Yi Qingyi. Outside, the subordinate approached, a baseball bat slung over his shoulder. Brother, where are you from? Tang flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied indifferently, none of your business. This response irked the subordinate. Had it not been for the leader's admonition to remain calm, he would have swung the bat directly at Tang Z's head. We are under General Hua's command. That is Brother Madman over there. You should go greet him, he said, his gaze greedily scanning Sun Ting's face. Beneath her down jacket, Sun Ting gripped her firearm, unable to suppress the urge to blow his head off. Suddenly, the mention of Mr. Hua caught Tang off guard, prompting him to direct his gaze towards the car not far away, as he approached with a sincere smile. His companion displayed a semblance of understanding, even teasingly flicking his tongue at Sun Ting. Brother Crazy, I have long admired your reputation, Tang exclaimed with hearty laughter. Noticing Tang perceptiveness, Brother Crazy stepped out of the car, revealing the Nepalese knife in his hand, stained with 10 lives. Where are you headed, my brother? Brother Crazy inquired with a grin, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Tang shrugged. I have no particular plans, just wandering aimlessly. Is it just you? Brother Crazy asked, curiosity evident in his tone. My neighborhood has turned into a madhouse. Who would stay behind to await their demise? Upon hearing that he was alone, Brother Crazy burst into laughter. Indeed, the current neighborhoods are rife with hypocrisy, unlike us, who share both hardships and joys, and enjoy the company of women together. It sounds like your environment is quite favorable, Tang remarked. Indeed, you must have heard of the Royal Club. Our boss, Mr. Hua, has a firm grip on resources. He is eager to welcome capable individuals. I see you possess impressive modification skills. Would you consider joining us? Tang had indeed heard of the Royal Club, and had even delivered takeout there. It was quite renowned in Huan City, known for its young and beautiful ladies. Albeit a bit pricey, Tang felt he could not afford such indulgences. Had it not been for the visit to Chow Yu's residence, Tang would have genuinely wished to take a stroll, for wherever there were beauties, he would be drawn. How about in a few days? Could you share your WeChat with me? Tang spoke with sincere intent, yet to the ears of Brother Mad, it sounded overly dismissive, akin to a rejection. Where are you headed, brother? The smile on Brother Mad's face waned somewhat, and a sinister sneer began to emerge. Just paying a visit to an old friend. I see. Noticing the emptiness within the car, Tang inquired curiously, what about you all? Planning to go somewhere? Haven't found any supplies? Brother Mad refrained from answering, and instead let out a sigh. Brother, You ought to understand the current state of affairs. If I speak to you earnestly, I expect you to do the same. Otherwise, it puts us all in a difficult position. How am I not speaking earnestly? Tang appeared bewildered, his innocent demeanor prompting a suppressed laugh from Sun Ting. Kid, you're refusing to drink the toast and opting for the penalty drink instead. Tang scratched the back of his head, responding innocently, you're making it difficult for me as well. The younger brothers standing nearby had gradually shifted, adopting a stance of encirclement, their knives glimmering ominously in the light. Madman! Suddenly, a panicked voice erupted from within the house, as a young brother rushed out without having donned his pants, as if he had seen a ghost. Yet, those around laughed heartily, some jesting, Fish brother, why are you out without your pants? The brothers aren't keen on that sort of thing. The Fish brother was likely terrified into impotence. Just as he was reveling in the moment, he suddenly spotted 2 guns and instinctively bolted. The sharp report of a gunshot shattered the fragile equilibrium, striking him in the back of the head, leaving his surrounding lackeys in a state of bewilderment as they turned toward the entrance. Yi Qingyi raised her arm, the barrel of her gun emitting a wisp of smoke. The madman was rendered speechless, astounded that the woman possessed a firearm. Yi Qingyi approached slowly, causing the lackeys around her to instinctively retreat, caught in a web of confusion. Upon reaching the Fish brother, she emptied the magazine into his groin. Bang, 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 bang. The barrage left the surrounding lackeys in a state of shock, as they had initially perceived her as a mere delicate woman. Yet, she executed her lethal task without so much as a flutter of her eyelids. Indeed, it was her first act of killing. Yet she felt no remorse for eliminating such scum. Rather, a sense of exhilaration coursed through her veins. The way these men looked at her only intensified her satisfaction. Ejecting the spent magazine, Yi Qingyi produced a fresh one from her pocket, the sound of the mechanism clicking into place resonating in the air. The lackeys appeared as if frozen in time, then glanced at the madman. They have guns, madman. What shall we do? Tang shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. I told you it would be quite difficult. You did not believe me. Now look, my cats are on a rampage, and I can no longer control them. Upon hearing Tang words, the 3 women understood what needed to be done, though they felt there was little challenge to be had, as the weapons in their possession were far too rudimentary. The mad brother displayed a demeanor that was anything but amiable. Suddenly, he chuckled, Brother, how about I give you my WeChat? Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Ting raised her hand and delivered a fatal shot to his head. Oh dear, why did you do that? He was merely offering me his WeChat, Tang exclaimed, rolling his eyes in disbelief at such cruelty. Sun Ting pouted apologetically. I'm so sorry. Why apologize to me? You should tell him, he replied. All right then. Approaching the mad brother, Sun Ting earnestly stated, I apologize. I shouldn't have shot you. With that, she fired another round at his head. The surrounding lackeys had never witnessed such mercilessness in a mere exchange of banter. They had witnessed the mad brother meet his demise, and even in death, his head was shattered. Was ammunition truly so worthless? Tang covered his forehead in exasperation. You've destroyed his face. How will he unlock his phone now? The mad brother's phone relied on fingerprint recognition. Nearby, a lackey hastily discarded his knife, embodying the adage that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. And offered a gentle smile to the lackey, saying, Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. The lackey stammered, suddenly bashful in the presence of such a charming girl, wondering if she might be coerced. Another gunshot rang out. The lackey fell in disbelief, his last vision being that of the gentle girl raising her pistol, her smile so serene. Chapter 45. You are all demons. The surrounding lackeys had never encountered such a grotesque scene. It was as if they were merely playing house. 2 of the lackeys even dashed into the ring, and Yi Qingyi raised their hands and fired a shot. The fleeing lackey's head erupted in a mist of blood. He was not killed by the rain, but rather by the explosion of his skull. Your marksmanship is impressive, sister, and remarked with a smile. Yi Qingyi humbly replied, it was merely luck. The remaining 4 lackeys knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. These were no mere humans. They were demons. Compared to them, Mr. Hu seemed like a well-behaved schoolboy. Tang sighed. All I wanted was a WeChat contact. Yet here we are in a bloody conflict, and now there's a death. The 4 lackeys cried inwardly, cursing the shamelessness of the situation. Now tell me, where were you planning to rob supplies? Tang asked with a smile. The lackeys had never witnessed such a terrifying grin, prompting them to hastily divulge the truth. Boss, we intended to go to the Shanhu community. Tang was taken aback. It seemed their objectives aligned. You lot are going to rob the Shanhu community? It's not a robbery, it's a lesson, and we intend to gauge the situation as well. Tang Zhe hissed, I must admit, I'm having difficulty understanding you. Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. You explain. The lackey, glancing at the fallen body beside him, lost control of his bodily functions, unable to utter a single word. Bang! Tang Zhe placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder, offering a comforting smile. Do not be anxious. Just avoid behaving like those two. The young man nodded vigorously. Our general manager, Hua, has a transaction with general manager Shi from the Shanhud community. We provide water, and she purchases it at 100 times the market price. However, in recent days, general manager Shi's real estate has been mortgaged to general manager Hua. Consequently, Hua has demanded that she provide young men and women. She is reluctant and has sent us to create disturbances and eliminate a few individuals. The four were momentarily astonished, pondering the notion that one could purchase resources with money. It must be said, they still harbored hopes of returning to their former state, which, from a business perspective, was not entirely unreasonable. Yi Qingyi suddenly inquired with curiosity, Are you referring to General Manager Shi of Conway Real Estate? Yes, indeed. Tang Zhe turned to ask, Do you know her? I encountered her at a banquet once, and this Shanhud community is one of her projects. And Bai suddenly recalled something. I believe I have heard the owner of First Class talk about her, the queen of real estate in Hawaii City. She is also a philanthropist who has donated generously to many primary schools. Yes, that's her. The young man nodded eagerly. Tang Zhe furrowed his brow. Did I permit you to speak? Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. The last young man trembled violently, suddenly convulsing and foaming at the mouth. His eyes wide open. He collapsed on the ground, convulsing a couple of times before succumbing. Could it be that he was scared to death? And Bai expressed his bewilderment. Yi Qingyi frowned. That seems to be the case. How frightening, Tang Zhe remarked, his thoughts lingering on the audacity of these women, who seemed even bolder than himself. However, it was evident that their combat skills had been honed, with impressive marksmanship demonstrated by their ability to hit a moving target's head from 10 meters away. Just as he finished contemplating this, he heard the sound of retching. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi leaned against the refueling machine, vomiting, while Bai patted their backs, casting an exasperated glance in Tang Zhe's direction. Such situations simply required a degree of acclimatization. Fetch me a phone, Tang Zhe instructed softly. And Bai retrieved a mobile device from one of the underling's pockets, unlocked it with a fingerprint, and promptly adjusted the settings. Tang Zhe was curious to uncover the true nature of this so-called President Hua, believing that acquiring valuable intelligence was indeed warranted. Once back in the vehicle, Tang Zhe suddenly recalled their earlier conversation. Did you not say that President Shi is beautiful? Yes, quite beautiful, Yi Qingyi affirmed with a nod. Is she akin to you? More or less, though her bust is larger than mine. Seated in the back, Tang Zhe was taken aback, leaning forward to get a better look while reaching out to grasp. Is that truly the case? Yi Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly. Yes, indeed. Very well. How old is this substantial figure? She appears to be around 36 or 37. An older woman, Tang Zhe remarked, his interest waning as images of sagging flesh and crow's feet danced in his mind. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes dramatically. You're just boasting. I've seen her, and she takes good care of herself. She looks merely in her late 20s. Really, I'm not lying, came the reply. I don't believe you. You. Yi Qingyi retorted, unless you bring her here. At that moment, and Bai and Sun Ting chuckled softly, realizing this was the true Tang Zhe, displaying a hint of humor. They secretly thought Tang Zhe was rather handsome. It was puzzling why he didn't have a girlfriend. The answer was simple, poverty. Just as Yi Qingyi was about to accelerate away, a woman clad in a thin garment rushed out of the house, her hair in disarray. She appeared to be quite young, perhaps around 30, with a decent figure. Wait, please. Yi Qingyi halted the car and lowered the window, asking, What's wrong? Can you take me away? I beg you. I don't want to stay here any longer, the woman pleaded, clasping her hands together in desperation. Noticing Yi Qingyi's silence, she continued, These people are keeping me here against my will, every time they come. I implore you, have mercy, and I will repay you in kind. Tang Zhe, sitting beside her, lowered his window with a smile. Sorry, miss, there's no room. However, upon seeing the empty passenger seat, the woman knelt down. Please, I beg you. I have a mother at home and children. I beg you. Tang Zhe sighed. She's quite pitiful. Let us help her escape to spare her from further humiliation. Yi Qingyi's heart trembled. Having saved her, would she still be killed? As she gazed at the woman kneeling before her, Yi Qingyi slowly drew her handgun. The moment the woman raised her head and saw the gun pointed at her, terror washed over her. "I'm sorry, I'll leave, I'll just go." With that, the woman turned to flee, but Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger. Bang! A mist of crimson splattered into the air, and Bai lowered her head slightly, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor, while Tang Zhe pulled Bai closer. This is the way of the world. She would only suffer a tormenting death, better to grant her a swift end. However, Tang Zhe added, if one wishes to ascend, they must at least meet the standards of women like her. Taking out a subordinate's phone, Tang Zhe perused the chat history. Indeed, this General Hua possessed some prowess, as there were a staggering 287 individuals in this group, and he was the leader. The 8 individuals were merely a small faction within, and the so-called Mad Brother was merely the group leader, as they had claimed, intending to stir chaos at the Shanhui community. Yet this turmoil was not mere vandalism. It was a quest for blood. Do you think these few, having not responded to the leader's message, might believe they have been eliminated by the people of Shanhui? Tang Zhe jested. Sun Ting unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Zhe. With General Hua's capabilities, next time it won't just be intimidation. It will be a summons for his subordinates to besiege Shanhui. Chapter 46. Meeting with Mr. Shi. We must take action first. There should be plenty of beautiful women in the neighborhoods we have yet to conquer. Tang Zhe chuckled, reveling in his newfound persona as a notorious flirt. Dismissing ordinary women with disdain, uninterested even in those who approached him. The suffering endured for the sake of gaining experience was no longer appealing, for the monotony of grinding felt akin to the life of a beast of burden. Surely, there would be more than in our community. Sun Ting harbored some concern. If newcomers were to join, would it affect her standing? She glanced at Xiao Bai, who was innocently toying with a firearm, devoid of any ulterior motives, while Yi Qingyi, behind the wheel, seemed to entertain fantasies of escape. Their trio, while professing unity, also exhibited signs of discord. Should this Shanhui community attract a few alluring women, it could very well lead to the formation of a rival faction. The mere thought sent chills down Sun Ting's spine. Xiao Bai was obedient, intent on having a serious discussion with Yi Qingyi. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to band together. Any new women who joined must be kept beneath their heel. Yi Qingyi was no fool. Both women were on the same wavelength. No matter the type of woman who might join in the future, a rigorous training regimen awaited them before they could be accepted into the fold. Yi Qingyi had already endured this so-called training, which she could succinctly describe in 4 words: worse than death. Tang Zhe was likely unaware that even within their little enclave, a hierarchy was beginning to emerge. However, Tang Zhe remained indifferent to such matters. Competition fosters progress. A group of thoughtless women bears little distinction from robots. As I always say, my standards will only escalate, and I shall not entertain idleness. Let's change the car, Tang Zhe suddenly declared. The driver, Yi Qingyi, responded with an affirmative hum, as she had also contemplated suggesting a change of vehicle. After all, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to enter another residential area in such a modified car. You should all swap out those lace trinkets. Otherwise, others might mistake me for a pervert, he added. The 3 women burst into laughter simultaneously. What are you laughing at? Do you dare to challenge me? Tang Zhe retorted, rolling his eyes. If I am a pervert, you are even more so. A sultry change of attire ensued within the confines of the car, with Tang Zhe occasionally teasing, reveling in the delightful circumstances. After parking in a secluded alley not far from the community, the 4 of them found a BYD with only its wheels remaining and settled inside. Xiao Bai, once we enter, you shall be my girlfriend. Really? That is wonderful. And Bai exclaimed, beaming with joy. Sun Ting pouted slightly. Master, can I also take a turn as your girlfriend next time? Sure, we'll take turns, Tang Zhe replied, spreading his hands. It seemed now everyone was eager to claim the title of girlfriend. He wondered why such enthusiasm had not been present when he was delivering food. Suddenly, Tang Zhe placed his hand atop Yi Qingyi's head and gently ruffled her hair. Xiao Yi, how about we make a bet? A bet? Yi Qingyi inquired, puzzled. I am aware that your niece is trapped at school. You have one. Let us proceed. Yi Qingyi's eyes brightened instantly, and she nodded eagerly. Do not be so hasty in your agreement. You are well aware of the consequences of my assistance, Tang Zhe warned. Listening to his words, Yi Qingyi bit her crimson lip, the once rosy hue gradually fading. After a moment, she replied, I understand. Do not rejoice prematurely should I emerge victorious. I shall annihilate your fiancé's entire family. Are you willing to wager? and Bai and Sun Ting, seated in the back, were taken aback. This was indeed a choice thrust upon Yi Qingyi, revealing that Tang Ze had not relinquished his wariness of her. I will not lose, Yi Qingyi declared firmly, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Very well, I admire your tenacity, Tang Ze remarked, patting her shoulder. A courageous woman is far superior to those who merely plead for assistance. What shall we wager? Tang Ze pondered, glancing back at Bai and Sun Ting. What do you think we should bet on? Bai and Sun Ting were astonished. As they were unexpectedly entrusted with the decision of the wager, did he not fear their bias towards Yi Qingyi? Yi Qingyi turned back, her gaze pleading towards them. Sun Ting considered quietly. If she were to propose a wager favorable to Tang Ze, Yi Qingyi might very well sever ties with him. Additionally, there remained the unknown beauties from the Shanhu community, who would undoubtedly seek revenge. It would be wiser to offer a convenient liaison, even if it meant facing Tang Ze's wrath. How about we use that general manager Shi as the wager? Suddenly, the little white one interjected. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi paused momentarily. Wagering with women was indeed Tang Ze's forte. What woman could possibly evade his grasp? How astute and sensible my little white one is. Tang Ze reached out to pinch Bai's cheek, and Bai playfully nuzzled his palm, resembling a large plush toy. Bai continued, You all should bet on whether President Shi will ultimately flee. Master, you cannot intimidate her. Huh, how intriguing, Tang Ze remarked, his interest piqued. Before turning to Yi Qingyi, ladies first. Yi Qingyi clenched her small fists, her heartbeat quickening, breaths becoming rapid, her mind a whirlwind. She won to run. Yi Qingyi declared firmly, President Shi was no fool. She must recognize the advantages of being alongside Tang Ze. Yet, Yi Qingyi seemed to overlook one crucial detail, Bai's assertion about refraining from intimidation. Then I shall wager that she will flee. You two bear witness. Sun Ting and Bai nodded in agreement. Of course, you both may offer her some assistance this time, lest I appear to bully her. Yi Qingyi felt a thrill of joy. Although she had only met Shi Ming once, they were somewhat acquainted. Hey, you cannot threaten her with a firearm, Tang Ze reminded them, ensuring the rules of the game remained intact. Otherwise, they would be left with nothing but peanuts. The three women understood well not to play tricks. Aware of Tang Ze's preferences, Bai suddenly let out a charming laugh. Master, I am truly curious how you managed to win over this queen of real estate. You mustn't rely on threats or tempting offers. With a playful flick of her tongue, she continued, You, my naive one, have blocked all the avenues I excel in. Yet, you are already quite remarkable, tall and imposing, like a refined willow standing proudly. Just your presence makes Miss Shi capitulate. Ha ha ha, your silver tongue is quite the asset. Come, let us see what kind of extraordinary figure this Miss Shi truly is. With a grand gesture, Tang Ze led the way. However, he suddenly added, Before we proceed, let us raise the stakes for our dear Miss Shi. With that, Tang Ze took his subordinate's phone and sent a message. Boss Hua, trouble is brewing. The madmen have been defeated. The three women exchanged glances, a sense of unease settling in their hearts as they realized this would accelerate the assault on the Shanhu community. And their time was running short. Sun Ting and Yi Qing exchanged a knowing look, suddenly sensing something amiss. Chapter 47. Shi Ming. Their mission was to ensure that Mr. Shi did not escape. Naturally, this required following Tang Ze closely. Thus, they aimed to present Mr. Shi to Tang Ze on a silver platter, allowing him to do nothing while they, the trio, captured his attention. What sort of riddle has Xiao Bai concocted? Is Xiao Bai truly as naive as she appears? Clearly not. Although it seemed she had devised a challenging task for Tang Ze, the reality was that if they pursued their objectives independently, success would naturally follow, sparing Tang Ze any loss of face, and he might even receive compliments later. As for how to amuse Tang Ze, Xiao Bai possessed her own methods. At the garage entrance of the Shanhu community, several vehicles were obstructing both the entrance and exit, while 7 or 8 men, equipped with knives, lingered nearby. These men, however, were impeccably dressed, exuding the aura of elite professionals. With their gazes devoid of any ferocity, the knives appeared to serve merely as a deterrent. The vehicles were merely a precaution to prevent anyone from driving in unexpectedly. Given the recent reduction in rainfall, many had begun to venture outdoors recklessly. As one of the affluent communities, the residents were cautious not to let their guard down. Sigh, when will this come to an end? A man in his 40s, clad in a woolen sweater, lamented. Mr. Shi assured that it would be soon. Just one more month of endurance, and they would return to their former lives. Another man gazed on with longing. The leader, with a shaved head, had opted for this look primarily due to the lack of water for washing. A bald head was the simplest solution and also held an element of intimidation. His name is Luo Jun, the head of the security department at the Shanhui community. He possesses considerable skills and is unwaveringly loyal to President Xi. President Xi has promised us tenfold salaries, and once this calamity passes, we shall also hold shares in the Shanhui group, which could amount to millions. Upon hearing this figure, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with hope, for in their hearts, they believed that this disaster was merely temporary and that brighter days would inevitably return. Not only President Xi, but other business leaders have also pledged substantial rewards to ensure security. Naturally, the elite of the community eagerly joined in, firmly convinced that light would once again illuminate the earth. Just as a few individuals were dreaming of their future lives, a blaring horn echoed, followed by an urgent voice over the intercom. A vehicle has breached the garage. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately grasped their knives and stood alert, their gazes fixed on the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD car crashed through, its rimless wheels unable to halt its momentum. With a loud crash, the two vehicles in front were severely damaged, their airbags deploying upon impact. A group of individuals cautiously observed the intruding vehicle, none daring to approach, except for Luo Jun, who cautiously moved closer to assess the situation. Upon seeing a man accompanied by 3 strikingly beautiful women inside the car, he let out a slight sigh of relief, recognizing they were likely not affiliated with President Hua. They were probably individuals fleeing from outside, yet the extraordinary beauty of the 3 women alongside the man was indeed puzzling. Luo Gu, reinforcements are on the way. Hold your ground, crackled the intercom with urgency. Luo Jun pressed the intercom. It's just a group seeking refuge. No need to panic. Damn it, that startled me. I thought it was them. Inside the vehicle, Tang kicked open the door and chuckled. Apologies, this contraption simply refuses to stop. Let's have a smoke. Upon witnessing Tang light a cigarette, the anger etched on the faces of several men began to dissipate, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. For these men, cigarettes had long since vanished from their possession, and the pack Tang produced appeared almost divine. In male camaraderie, nothing is more straightforward than sharing a smoke. As the 3 women emerged from the vehicle, the men's cigarettes fell from their lips, their expressions frozen in astonishment. They had believed that President Xi was already quite attractive, yet here were 3. Luo Jun, however, regained his composure swiftly, despite the absence of a cigarette. He kept a lighter in hand, igniting it before offering a flame to Tang. Brother, what's the situation here? Tang's acting skills kicked in. If it weren't for them, I would never have risked coming out. Acknowledging the beauty of the 3 women, the men understood that failing to bring them along could spell disaster. Tang pulled and by close, introducing her. This is my girlfriend, Xiaobai. This is my girlfriend's best friend, Sun Ting, and this is my girlfriend's neighbor, Yi Qingyi. Hello, big brother, and by stammered, resembling a frightened kitten, projecting an aura of innocence. Who could have imagined that she had just smashed someone's head to pieces? Yi Qingyi maintained an air of aloofness, merely nodding as a form of greeting. The men, however, remained silent, secretly reveling in the moment, wondering what the pretense was about. Sun Ting instantly transformed into a charming hostess, greeting, hello, gentlemen, I hope I'm not intruding. Luo Jun took a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the comforting embrace of smoke within his lungs before exhaling. Brother, you are indeed bold, bringing 3 women out like this. That's quite manly. A man beside him inquired with curiosity, what brings you to our neighborhood? Who in Huashan City isn't aware of the Shanju community? I figured it would be a safer choice. The men chuckled, recognizing that the allure of purchasing property here stemmed from such sentiments. Nonetheless, these 3 women were undeniably captivating. Their figures, delicate faces, and alluring curves were striking. The leading woman immediately captured Tang's attention. It was evident she was none other than President Xi. Yi Qingyi had previously mentioned that President Xi was well endowed, and indeed, she was. With her long hair elegantly styled atop her head, her exquisite features were accentuated by a refined nose and fiery red lips. Even in this moment, she adorned herself with accessories that radiated authority, and her crimson dress could hardly contain her curves, as if they were poised to break free. Chapter 48. The affluent community is indeed distinct in Yunhai City. We had encountered one another at a soiree. I am the fiancé of Jiang Zihui. Oh, I wonder why you seem so familiar to me. Ximeng offered a kind smile, expressing that she felt they had crossed paths before, revealing that she was the granddaughter-in-law of Mr. Jiang. Yi Qing expressed her embarrassment, saying, "I sincerely apologize, Ms. Shi. We truly had no other option. I was initially at my sister and brother-in-law's residence, but due to the chaos in the community, had it not been for Tang Zhe, we would not have managed to escape." Shi Meng's gaze shifted towards Tang Zhe, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Embodying the image of a well-mannered youth, "They are friends of my girlfriend, so I simply lent a hand." "What is your profession?" Shi Meng inquired, scrutinizing Tang Zhe. "I am a delivery person. Do you require proof?" Tang Zhe thought to himself how cautious this woman was. Yet he was indeed a delivery worker and promptly retrieved his phone to show Shi Meng the delivery personnel information. Shi Meng felt slightly reassured and turned to Enbai, asking, "And you? What do you do?" "I work for an airline as a flight attendant," Enbai replied, clutching Tang Zhe's arm with a sense of delicacy. Noticing Enbai's demeanor, Shi Meng refrained from probing further. "What about you?" "I am a streamer, specializing in dance and chat." As soon as Sun Ting finished speaking, a man nearby exclaimed, "No wonder you look so familiar. I've seen your live broadcast in the same city and even sent you a rocket." Sun Ting cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you for the magnificent rocket, dear patron." The men burst into laughter, and the atmosphere began to lighten. Tang Zhe silently chuckled to himself, thinking how these women were quite adept at deception. They remained blissfully unaware that 4 ferocious tigers had entered their midst. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Bai Jian and Xiao Yu stood observing. Bai Jian's gaze was fixed upon the 3 women, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring them whole. Within this community, Bai Jian was constrained to play the role of a mere guest, yet he was convinced that beyond its confines, he could easily ascend to dominance in other neighborhoods, where beautiful women would indulge his whims, while all men would serve as his subordinates, and all women would be his possessions. Perhaps out of consideration for Yi Qingyi, Shi Meng personally guided the 4 toward an available residence. As they traversed the opulent underground parking lot, Tang Zhe was awestruck by the array of luxury vehicles, sufficient to host a car exhibition. Soon, they arrived at a spacious 148-square-meter apartment, its exquisite decor leaving Tang Zhe thoroughly impressed. The owner resided abroad and had left the place vacant. Shi Meng informed Tang Zhe to make himself at home, but cautioned him not to damage the furnishings. She presumed that the girls would be cautious, though she had her doubts about Tang Zhe. He nodded with an expression of utmost sincerity. Shi Meng found it remarkable that Tang Zhe could accompany 3 such beautiful women, deeming it a miracle, given his slender frame and apparent lack of physical prowess. Envisioning him relegated to logistical tasks in the future. "Tang Zhe, now that you are here, everyone will have their designated roles." "Understood," he replied. Regarding Tang Zhe's attitude, Shi Meng felt relatively satisfied, and Tang Zhe could sense that she, the general manager, regarded him with a gaze no different from that of an employee. After all, he was all too familiar with such looks. "This is your supply for the week. Use it sparingly." A man reluctantly brought in a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits. Tang Zhe was astonished, and not just him. Yi Qingyi and the other 2 women were equally taken aback. The reactions of the 4 were perceived by Shi Meng as entirely normal, eliciting no suspicion. "As long as you follow my orders, these supplies are the most fundamental assurance. Once the disaster has passed, you will all have the opportunity to work for my company and will be greatly valued." "Thank you, boss. I will definitely comply," Tang Zhe promptly declared, with Enbai and Sun Ting following suit, while Yi Qingyi remained silent. Every night, there would be a program at 7 o'clock in the underground garage, complete with a lottery offering numerous prizes, including beverages, snacks, and even meat. The existence of entertainment at such a time astonished Tang Zhe. However, one must admit, General Manager Shi's talent for enticing promises was formidable. "Thank you, General Manager Shi." Yi Qingyi stepped forward to express her gratitude. Shi Meng turned with a smile, saying, "It was a mere trifle. We will surely have more collaborations in the future." After bidding farewell to Shi Meng, Yi Qingyi understood that her invitation to stay was also a strategic consideration for the future. The investment queen was not to be underestimated, as every action she took was a form of investment. Once the figure departed, Tang Zhe flopped onto the sofa, remarking, "Xiao Yi, this general manager, she is indeed older than you." Yi Qingyi felt somewhat exasperated, as if she were merely a dumpling. "The atmosphere here is quite delightful." Enbai stood on the balcony gazing out at the lake, where, not far away, there was a golf course. Sun Ting stood beside her, reflecting on how she had never had the opportunity to reside in such a splendid abode, feeling envious of the affluent. However, that envy had since diminished. Xiaobai, please check if there are any surveillance cameras around, Tang Zhe said, tossing a device to Enbai. She acknowledged with a nod and began scanning the entire room, discovering no signs of monitoring. You all keep this, Tang Zhe instructed, handing a firearm to the three women, ensuring they possessed the means for self-defense, as Mr. Ho could strike at any moment. Gripping the weapon, the three women felt a palpable connection to their own lives, as well as a sense of control over others' lives. Xiao Yi, you should check in with your fiancé soon, lest Mr. Shi get the upper hand, Tang Zhe chuckled, patting his leg, you know the drill. Yi Qingyi did not resist, pondering why she felt this way. The video call connected swiftly. You finally called me, Jiang Zihue said. Having deliberately refrained from contacting her for 2 days, eagerly awaiting her to reach out. He had nearly succumbed to impatience, but upon receiving the call from his fiancée, his spirits soared. Yi Qingyi smiled contentedly. Zihue, I'm sorry. Things have been chaotic in our building these past couple of days. And I didn't want you to worry. Everything is safe now. What? What's going on? Where are you now? Jiang Zihue abruptly rose to his feet, fixing an intense gaze upon his fiancée. Do not worry, I escaped with a few friends. You should be acquainted with Mr. Shi from the Shanhu group. He has graciously provided us refuge. Thank heavens, I was truly frightened to death, Jiang Zihue exclaimed, patting his chest, his face pale with fear. However, to Yi Qingyi, such an expression evoked no feelings of tenderness. Instead, she perceived her fiancé as feeble and timid, particularly the way he patted his chest, which struck her as rather effeminate. It was no wonder that her perspective had undergone a profound transformation, having been a woman who had taken lives. By the way, where are your sister and brother-in-law? Chapter 49. A visit to Chaoyu. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi slightly lowered her head in silence, and Jiang Zihue immediately understood, expressing his regret. At that moment, Enbai suddenly leaned in, waving her hand, and sweetly exclaimed, Hello, brother Jiang. Seeing Enbai, Jiang Zihue paused for a moment, captivated by the sweetness of the girl. Hello, thank you for taking care of my dear Yi. Brother Jiang, I owe our escape to my boyfriend. We certainly must express our gratitude. Is he around? Yi Qingyi inwardly rolled her eyes, thinking, Xiaobai, are you doing this on purpose? Hang on a moment, Zihue. This left Tang Zhe utterly bewildered. Aren't you afraid of what your fiancé might think? You're being rather bold. Hello, Jiang Zong, Tang Zhe greeted cheerfully. Your fiancé, he seems a bit flirtatious today. Observing the ordinary man before him, Jiang Zihue felt a wave of relief wash over him. His fiancé, he would never be interested in someone like that. It was indeed peculiar that such an adorable girl was his girlfriend. Brother, thank you for looking after my fiancée. Once the ordeal is over, I will transfer 500,000 directly to your account, Tang Zhe offered. Your fiancée, he is currently with me, and she appears quite content and enchanted. It seems I am taking good care of her. Rest assured, Jiang Zong, we reside in the same building, as long as I am alive. Your fiancé, he will remain unharmed. Very well, let us share a drink after we meet. The scene shifted back to Yi Qingyi's face, which was now slightly flushed. Gazing at his enchanting fiancée, Jiang Zihue felt a stir of desire within him, yet certain sweet nothings remained unspoken. I shall have my father speak with President Shi, ensuring she looks after you. Zihue, I love you. Jiang Zihue was taken aback by the candidness of his fiancée, feeling a twinge of shyness, yet he reciprocated before ending the call. Once the connection was severed, Yi Qingyi could no longer contain her soft gasps, which erupted unabashedly from the depths of her throat. Oh dear, I can't stand it. The entire neighborhood will hear. Enbai shouted, covering her ears. After the ecstasy, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Zhe's chest, panting, as if she were spiraling further down a path of indulgence. Did you hear that? Our fiancé is worth a mere 5 million. Sun Ting chuckled mischievously, giving Yi Qingyi a playful smack on her pert backside. Unwilling to back down, Yi Qingyi retaliated. You wicked Ting Ting, I won't let you off. Master, what do you believe our worth is in your eyes? Enbai suddenly inquired. Drawing the attention of Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting, Tang Zhe leisurely responded, not worth a penny. The three women paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Though Yi Qingyi felt unsettled by the notion of being valued at 5 million, Tang Zhe's assertion of her being worth nothing struck her as amusing. Well then, I must pay a visit to the so-called ex-girlfriend. Master, won't you take me along to show off? Enbai pleaded, her eyes wide with a charming innocence, begging for her master's company. However, Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders and remarked, Do I strike you as someone who revels in boasting? After speaking, Tang Ze exited through the door, leaving Bai with a feeling of despondency, as an overwhelming desire to commit violence surged within him. Indeed, Bai's mindset began to shift. Among the remaining individuals, only Sun Ting appeared to maintain a semblance of normalcy, while Yi Qingyi was gradually descending into moral decay. Upon stepping outside, Tang Ze noticed the surveillance camera perched in the corner. As a practitioner of telekinesis, dismantling all the cameras was hardly a formidable task. Shortly after entering the elevator, the screens in the monitoring room flickered into static, with the on-duty security guards soundly asleep. Arriving at the door of room 501 in Unit 1, Tang Ze pressed the doorbell. Inside, Bai Jian immediately signaled to Qiao Yu, while he concealed himself within the wardrobe. Qiao Yu, clad in a semi-transparent nightgown and adorned with exquisite makeup, took a moment to gather her thoughts before stepping out of the bedroom. Qiao Yu Chapter 50 Mr. Qian Bai Jian collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest as if struck by a heart attack, instinctively retrieving a fast-acting heart-saving pill from his pocket. However, it slipped from his grasp and rolled aside. As he reached for it, Tang Ze gently nudged it away with his shoe. "You look somewhat familiar," Tang Ze remarked, recalling their encounter at the year-end conference. "Ah, you must be the hotel manager." Bai Jian grasped Tang Ze's pant leg, his eyes pleading. "You're so overweight. Perhaps you should consider shedding some pounds." "You." Bai Jian felt a surge of indignation. Having clawed his way up from nothing to the position of vice president of the hotel, he had now found himself at the mercy of a mere delivery person. Tang Ze watched in silence as Bai Jian's breath faded, subsequently discarding both bodies onto the bed. "In your next life, remember not to practice dark arts. It can lead to a most tragic end." Soon after, Tang Ze returned to the room, wherein Bai approached him with a curious gait. "Master, what punishment did you bestow upon her?" "I broke her neck with my bare hands," Tang Ze replied, playfully squeezing Bai's delicate neck with a smile. To his surprise, Bai showed no fear. Rather, she appeared to revel in the moment. Sun Ting murmured, "That punishment seems rather lenient. If it were me, I would have inflicted far more torment." "Indeed, torment," Yi Qing agreed, nodding in affirmation. With a deep sigh, Tang Ze pondered how he had ended up in the company of such peculiar individuals. Who taught them these ways? They are all leading each other astray. In the opulent private room of the Royal Club, a man of 50 sat on the sofa, puffing on a cigar. Adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a sizable gold ring on his finger, he was attended to by two women who leaned forward to serve him. "I express my profound indignation towards the audacity of that wretched individual who dared to take the life of my comrade." The more Huo Wanyan contemplated this affront, the more his ire swelled. He abruptly rose, seizing the leather whip from the coffee table, and moved to the side. There, suspended, was an 18-year-old girl, captured for her attempt to flee. Her body was marred and bloodied, her breathing faint. With a sharp crack, 3 more gashes appeared on her delicate form, a sight both harrowing and tragic. The two classmates kneeling nearby remained utterly silent, paralyzed by fear. The revelry of the early morning at the club had culminated in this grim outcome. Huo Wanyan, in a fit of rage, took up his phone and dialed Xi Meng's number. How foolish of her to believe that the men of her community could withstand my onslaught. Meanwhile, seated at home, Xi Meng noticed Huo Wanyan's call, her brows furrowing in exasperation as she reluctantly answered. "Hello? Xi, I merely sent someone to speak with you, and you have them killed? That seems rather inappropriate." Huo Wanyan's voice was laced with fury. Xi Meng, bewildered, replied, "Mr. Hua, I am not quite grasping what you are saying. Do not play games with me. If you fail to provide an explanation, prepare for dire consequences." Xi Meng, feeling an unjust accusation of murder thrust upon her, retorted, "Huo Wanyan, mind your words. Do not presume that I, Xi Meng, am intimidated by you." "Excellent. Just as I wish to hear. Await your demise." With that, Huo Wanyan abruptly ended the call. In frustration, Xi Meng slammed her phone onto the table, a clear manifestation of her growing agitation. At that moment, a man in his 40s appeared, holding a cup of hot water, and said with a smile, "Dear, do not be angry. Have a sip of this warm water." This genteel gentleman was Xi Meng's husband, Fu Qi. He embodied the essence of a devoted partner. However, Xi Meng's ability to stand her ground was also bolstered by the support of Fu Qi's family. Otherwise, how could a delicate woman achieve such success? Xi Meng accepted the hot water and took a small sip, then softly remarked, "You should have some too, dear." "I am not thirsty," he replied. Xi Meng chose not to say more, her slender fingers intertwining with her hair. Have you had a disagreement with President Hua? Siming responded with a slight affirmative. In truth, I believe collaborating with President Hua is not a detrimental affair. He possesses resources, and you have the food warehouse, yet water sources are far more scarce. Fu Qi urged, this is not the first time I have tried to persuade you, but you remain unyielding. Siming then spoke with a grave tone. Are those terms proposed by a reasonable person? Delivering women to them on a schedule and requiring men to serve as their enforcers. When have I, Siming, ever bowed to such malevolence? Sighing, she continued, times have changed. Today, you permitted several strangers to enter and distribute supplies, and I have already received feedback. Who? Siming's eyes turned icy. Oh, it matters not who it is. Given the current scarcity of resources, do not extend your kindness any further. At that moment, with a resounding thud, Siming slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Dare! Fu Qi, observing his resolute wife, could only shake his head, finally grasping the terrifying nature of a compassionate heart. In the private chamber of the club, Huo Wanyan forcefully flung his phone onto the sofa, gripping the hair of the kneeling girl to vent his frustrations. After 30 seconds, he felt a slight sense of relief and picked up his phone to dial a number, instantly donning his signature smile. Mr. Qian, I wonder if you have received my gift? The anguished cries of the girl echoed through the phone, accompanied by Mr. Qian's voice. These girls are quite impressive. I am very fond of them. I have more on my end. Once you tire of them, I'll send new ones. Very well. Mr. Hua, you truly understand me. Ah, Mr. Qian, about the matter from last time. Qian Zhongran paused for a moment, then chuckled, Mr. Hua. Acquiring firearms is quite difficult these days. The authorities would rather destroy the ammunition than hand it over. Didn't you mention you could obtain a gun from the armed police? Huo Wanyan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Heh, there are plenty of corpses at the armed police station. They'd rather perish inside than engage in trade with me, my friend. Huo Wanyan cursed inwardly, infuriated that despite sending a few beautiful girls, not a single firearm was forthcoming. Once I acquire a gun, I will make you pay? Mr. Qian, I intend to take over the Shanhui community. If you provide me with a firearm, I will have the mattress neatly wrapped and delivered to your bed. What do you say? Are you serious about that? Qian Zhongran's tone turned grave, indicating that the allure of the mattress was indeed significant. Huo Wanyan silently cursed the old fox. Do you think I could deceive you, Mr. Qian? Heh, you wouldn't dare. How about this? We have seized a few shotguns from the escort company, and we shall present one to you, accompanied by 5 bullets. Escort. How could Huo Wanyan not have slapped himself for not realizing that this group of people allowed Qian Zhongran to seize the initiative? Mr. Qian, aren't 5 bullets rather scant? Scant. Nowadays, a gun serves merely as a tool of intimidation. Who would even gamble on whether your gun is loaded? A single shot is enough to instill fear in everyone. Swapping a shotgun and 5 bullets for a beauty akin to Ximeng is laughable even to Huo Wanyan himself. I won't be giving you anything until I secure that gun first. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Qian. I shall send someone your way shortly, bringing along 2 lovely ladies. Damn it. Rest assured, I will ensure you get the finest selection, Mr. Qian. After hanging up the phone, Huo Wanyan shouted in frustration, glancing at the woman beside him, realizing he couldn't lift his head in anger. He seized the whip and struck, eliciting immediate cries of pain. Once he has taken control of the Shanhu community, recruited the men there, and dealt with Qian Zhongran, what good will your bullets do when my numbers surpass yours? Chapter 51. The deceptive general manager. Upon this realization, Huo Wanyan's confidence surged anew. He drew a pistol from his waist and pressed it against the girl's temple. Serve me obediently, he commanded. Please don't kill me. I will do it. I will do it, she pleaded. Huo Wanyan closed his eyes in delight, yet unbeknownst to anyone. The gun held no bullets. He had expended them all at the police station. Nevertheless, the mere presence of the firearm instilled fear in his subordinates, particularly among the women present. At 7 in the evening, Tang led in by the hand into the underground parking garage, while Sun Ting followed enviously behind. Yi Qingyi surveyed her surroundings, noting that the gazes of the men were fixated upon her. In contrast to such looks, Yi Qingyi preferred the fearful and apprehensive stares she had encountered at the gas station. Wipe my car, and I'll pay you 10,000. A sudden voice boomed. A man wearing sunglasses waved a bundle of red banknotes in his hand, standing beside a Rolls-Royce. Boss, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't snatch it from me. 5 or 6 men surged forward, jostling each other and even arguing in their haste. Goodness, money is still useful. And Bai was astonished, believing that currency had become obsolete. Yi Qingyi remarked nonchalantly. They all think this is just temporary. Tang Ze muttered, 10,000 for a car wash. I'm tempted to join in. Xiaobai assisted in the endeavor. Tang Ze chuckled lightly, playfully pinching Xiaobai's delicate face, which felt remarkably smooth and supple, as if her skin had improved significantly. Could it be that she had absorbed his essence? Was there truly such a remarkable effect from applying it to one's skin? Just then, a voice broke his reverie, and he turned to see Luo Jun standing nearby with a cheerful grin. Startled, Tang Ze fished out a cigarette, finding only one remaining. Never mind, you keep it, he said. Luo Jun patted Tang Ze on the shoulder, chuckling. However, Tang Ze handed it to Luo Jun, saying, actually, I seldom smoke, you take it. Luo Jun could hardly bear it. The last cigarette had been savored over several occasions, each puff feeling like a luxury. Brother, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help, he said, accepting the cigarette without further protest. Curiously, Tang Ze inquired, what is going on here? Is there a podium prepared for a speech? Luo Jun explained. This is meant to inspire hope and encourage everyone to step out of their homes, to mingle and alleviate their spirits. I see, Tang Ze mused, considering it akin to empty promises. Luo Jun sighed. Chairman, she is a good person. I hope this crisis passes swiftly, or else we will all struggle to endure. The mere act of distributing a case of water seemed to Tang Ze a monumental deed, for in his own community, who possessed such resolve? Who was that striking woman? Tang Ze mused, observing a woman who appeared exquisitely refined, dressed in a shirt with a small tie, a black skirt, and sheer stockings, exuding an air of professionalism in her ensemble. Although it may not be the finest fare, it can certainly serve as inferior sustenance. Luo Jun felt a twinge of surprise. His girlfriend was right beside him, yet he inquired about another woman. However, considering the price of a cigarette, he proceeded to introduce her. Her name is Feng Mingming, the secretary to General Manager Shi. Can a secretary reside here? Tang Ze mused, pondering the high salaries of secretaries. She doesn't live here. That night, she was reporting to General Manager Shi until late, and when the rain fell, she couldn't return home. I heard her neighborhood has been quite disorderly. Tang Ze responded with a thoughtful "oh," as more people gradually descended. He noticed that exceptional individuals were scarce. There was only one like Feng Mingming, let alone someone of General Manager Shi's caliber. Is it possible that there are so few beauties in the affluent district? What about the promised starlets and campus queens? His enthusiasm for the hunt diminished significantly. Were it not for General Manager Shi's presence, he would have lost interest entirely. Meanwhile, Sun Ting, observing from the side, felt relieved. The number of women who could catch Tang Ze's eye was limited. Even with Xi Ming, only 2 remained in contention. At that moment, Xi Ming finally emerged from the elevator, radiating a captivating presence. Her alluring figure was impossible to ignore, embodying the essence of mature femininity, resembling a ripe peach. Trailing behind Xi Ming was a man, and Tang Ze curiously inquired, who is that man? That is General Manager Shi's husband, Fu Qi. Ah, so she is married, he remarked, as Chao Zai called the gathering to order. Standing on the platform, Xi Ming took up the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, are all the homeowners present? The crowd surveyed their surroundings, counting heads. Mr. Shi, Lao Bai hasn't he arrived? Someone reported. Xi Ming furrowed her brow. Call him down. He has no sense of time. Yet, the phone rang unanswered, and Tang Ze stood among the throng, maintaining a placid smile. Go fetch him, she instructed. Understood. Moments later, a man returned, looking exasperated. Mr. Shi, he once he opened the door. This was an outright challenge to Xi Ming's authority. With one person absent, it set a precedent for others to follow. Strict measures were imperative. Force the door open. I must see what this fellow is up to. Skipping a meeting for a mistress. Tang Ze chuckled softly. That rotund fellow is indeed involved with someone. How do you know, master? Xiaobai inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. I won't tell you. Ah, and Bai's playful tone was irresistibly charming, making Tang Ze wish to pull Xiaobai aside for a brief encounter. If Xiaobai were to perish now, Tang Ze would likely mourn for 4 days, and that would be the extent of it. Soon, a few men rushed back, breathless. Mr. Shi. It's bad news. Bai Jian is dead. This revelation stunned everyone. A community that had never seen death now faced tragedy. Who wouldn't be frightened? Dead. How did it happen? Was he murdered? Xi Ming inquired, her voice grave. The men exchanged glances, unsure. Speak up. Bai Jian and his lover met their demise in bed. His lover's life was extinguished by a fatal grip around the neck. while Bai Jian himself seemingly succumbed to sudden illness. The revelation elicited a chorus of murmurs from the onlookers, with some suggesting that the corpulent man had engaged in reckless endangerment that led to his own death. At that moment, Bai grasped the reality of the situation. It all made sense. Upon hearing the news, Xi Ming felt a sense of relief. Initially fearing it might be a homicide, Bai Jian had always been secretive and harboring ill intentions. His demise was perhaps for the best. Furthermore, it appeared that the surveillance room had been compromised, leaving no footage available. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation and conspiracy theories. "Please, remain calm," Xi Ming urged, silencing the assembly. Today marked precisely 1 month since the onset of the calamity. Throughout this month, we have united in solidarity to overcome adversity. And we must continue to maintain this spirit, for I believe that before long, this disaster will pass, and we shall return to our former lives. Tang was nearly lulled to sleep by these words. It became apparent that Xi Ming delivered such reassurances nightly. The deeper the hope, the harsher the ensuing chaos would be. "How much longer must we endure, Chairman Xi?" A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze toward Xi Ming. With a smile, he responded, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess, I have received news that the earliest rescue could arrive as soon as next month." Chapter 52. The ambush standing to the side. Fu Qi was momentarily taken aback, unaware of the truth. His wife was deceiving him. Yet, upon hearing this, smiles reemerged on everyone's faces, with some even exclaiming that salvation was at hand. It was truly uncertain how she would navigate the following month, Sun Ting murmured. Yi Qingyi remarked coolly, "There won't be a next month for her. This is merely to placate these individuals." "Master, there is a beautiful lady in a white short skirt over there," Bai whispered quietly. Tang had already noticed her and chuckled softly. "She's rather mediocre. Slightly inferior to you. Master, you must make do for now. I will ensure to find you someone more suitable in the future," Bai replied. Very well, very well. It's a bit of a stretch," Tang conceded, rolling his eyes at Yi Qingyi, who seemed to think he must already have a plan in mind. In the midst of their merriment, a voice crackled with urgency from Luo Jun's walkie-talkie. "Luo, go. A dump truck is barreling towards the garage." Luo Jun froze, turning to the entrance not far away, and shouted, "Everyone, disperse. Get out of the way." The crowd looked at Luo Jun in confusion as the dump truck appeared, forcefully clearing the vehicles blocking its path. Panic ensued as people scattered in all directions, with a few unfortunate souls knocked down and crying out in distress. "Wife, why are you still standing there? Move," Fu Qi urged. "How can I leave at a time like this? If anyone should go, it's you," Xi Mingjiao shouted, shaking off Fu Qi's hand and calling out to the crowd, "Everyone, remain calm. Arm yourselves and resist. Do not flee." As the tarpaulin on the dump truck was lifted, 20 robust young men leaped down, brandishing knives, led by a man wielding a half-meter-long cleaver. "Mr. Xi, Mr. Hua sends his regards. Kill, murder, run." When the so-called elite encountered ruffians, they were paralyzed with fear, collapsing in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 had fallen to the ground. "Brothers, charge!" Rojun bellowed. Yet, his comrades were equally intimidated, rendered momentarily helpless. Tang cast a glance at the 3 women, signaling them not to open fire at this juncture and to retreat. With a heavy heart, the 3 women ascended the stairs, their resolve wavering, while Tang remained steadfast. "Brother, you must leave," Rojun urged Tang as he charged forward with his blade. Seeing Rojun's boldness, several men followed suit. Meanwhile, Xi Ming frantically attempted to prevent the fleeing men. "These cowards were terrified. Do not run. Look at their numbers. We have so many." However, Xi Ming was utterly incapable of halting the panicked elite. Her face turned pale with urgency as she commanded, "Rojun, gather our forces and eliminate them." "Mr. Xi, you should leave. I will hold them off," Rojun shouted. Yet, in that moment of distraction, he was struck from behind with a knife. Seeking death, Rojun still possessed formidable skill, retaliating with a swift strike to his assailant's neck, blood gushing forth. Upon witnessing Luo Jun's counterattack that felled an adversary, the morale of his comrades surged, prompting them to seize their weapons and charge forth. Yet, the clumsiness of their combat techniques was disconcerting. In stark contrast, Ho Wanyan's subordinates displayed a certain preparedness, their wrists and arms encumbered with thick layers of paper, while the leader donned a bulletproof vest. "Luo Ge, be cautious." Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Luo Jun's back, and he felt an unsettling loss of control over his lower body as a knife plunged into his lower back. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, he swung his blade with fervor, only to be swiftly surrounded by 3 assailants who mercilessly dispatched him. His ear-mounted cigarette slowly rolling to the ground, stained with crimson. Meanwhile, Tang played the role of a gallant hero, amidst the affluent neighborhood brimming with captivating women. A subordinate brandishing a machete loomed before Feng Mingming, greed etched upon his face. Unaccustomed to such threats, Feng Mingming recoiled in terror, her back pressed against the wall. Unable to retreat further, observing the fleeing men, despair enveloped her. She yearned to escape this dire predicament. Such treatment towards a lady is rather discourteous. Tang Zai's voice resonated nearby. The thug, momentarily taken aback, turned to face him, only to have Tang Zai's fist close the distance with alarming rapidity, rendering him unconscious with a single blow. Of course, Tang Zai had tempered his strength. Otherwise, the blow would have been lethal, drawing the attention of onlookers who might have regarded him as a monster. Feng Mingming gazed at Tang Zai, momentarily entranced. "What are you dawdling for? We must leave," Tang Zai urged, gently patting her head. Realizing her situation, Feng Mingming promptly dashed towards the elevator, only to turn back and exclaim, "Thank you." Tang Zai replied with a smile, "I charge for my services." Feng Mingming was taken aback, but quickly ran away. Gazing at the battlefield ahead, she noticed that the thugs opposite had surprisingly gained the upper hand. "Is that Luo Jun? Dead? I thought he was quite decent." Approaching Luo Jun, Tang Zai let out a soft sigh, closing his eyes and murmuring, "I shall send them to meet you." At that moment, the leading man shouted at Xi Meng, "Brothers, capture that woman. Kill." The urgency escalated. "Wife, if you don't leave now, it will be too late." Fu Qi tugged at Xi Meng, pulling her inward. However, Xi Meng only had 4 loyal subordinates before her, which felt rather insufficient against the 17 or 18 adversaries they faced. Tang Zai found the situation disheartening. Almost reminiscent of a kindergarten where 20 individuals frightened away hundreds. Could one truly believe such absurdity? Previously, he thought it foolish for 8 individuals from a gas station to intimidate residents in someone else's community, but now he realized he had misjudged the situation. They were merely cowards, unwilling to face peril together, only seeking to preserve their own lives. With a resigned sigh, Tang Zai took action. "Mr. Shi, run quickly. I'll hold them off," he shouted, rushing to stand in front of the 4, exuding an air of righteousness that even inspired the others. Even Xi Meng felt a sense of reassurance, remarking, "Your noble spirit is commendable. Mr. Shi, you must leave." Tang Zai was exasperated, wishing they could drop the theatrics. When told to run, she should simply run without hesitation. Yet, Xi Meng displayed a fearless resolve, declaring, "I shall not retreat. I will stand alongside you until death." Tang Zai pondered, is this woman out of her mind? However, the 4 individuals beside him were momentarily taken aback. One of them suddenly cried, "President Xi, take good care of my parents." With that, he charged ahead. The other 3 followed suit, leaving behind their own parting words before rushing out. At that moment, Tang Zai comprehended how a leader could inspire their subordinates to gallantly embrace death. "President Xi, please look after my girlfriend," he too shouted as he dashed forth. Naturally, Tang Zai had to temper his strength, avoiding extremes of mightiness or feebleness. With the spirit of mutual destruction ignited, the adversaries before him suddenly faltered, particularly the 4 loyal subordinates who, despite sustaining numerous wounds, clung to one of their fallen comrades to continue the fight. As he engaged in battle, Tang Zai mused, if all the men here were like this, would he truly fear them? Regrettably, they were no match for Ding Feng and his cohorts. Soon, Tang Zai found himself the sole survivor. While 8 foes remained standing, the corpses strewn across the ground, instilling a sense of dread among these thugs. After all, President Hua had stated they would not resist, yet the outcome had still resulted in fatalities. Chapter 53. The Garage God of War. The leader, noticing the fear in his younger brother's eyes, bellowed, "Brothers, upon our return, General Hua will provide us with women, food, and beer." Indeed, upon hearing this, the younger brother's gaze gradually transformed into one of ferocity. Xi Meng fixed her gaze intently upon her adversary, while Fu Qi, overwhelmed with despair, implored, "My dear, let us leave. It is futile. I have made it clear that I will not abandon you." Fu Qi nearly fractured under the pressure at such a moment. To be obstinate was perilous. Did he truly believe that Hua Wanyan would show him mercy? Such naivety was unbecoming. Xi Meng was not so foolish. Her attention was riveted on Tang, who had been the focal point of her observations. Those younger brothers posed no threat to him whatsoever. The blood adorning his body was evidently that of his foes, and he bore not a single scratch. He was distinctly exceptional. With Luo Jun now deceased and other loyalists fallen, securing Tang as her protector would grant her considerable influence here. Tang, I shall stand by your side in battle. Ximing boldly advanced, positioning herself beside him. The two thespians engaged in a dramatic performance, leaving her husband utterly bewildered. Tang was tempted to pry open this woman's head to discern her reasoning, yet Ximing was determined to uncover the depths of Tang prowess. One must concede, Ximing's audacity was extraordinary. Had she been any other woman, she would have fled in terror long ago. Kill, the leader roared. For with the elimination of a single individual, he could complete his mission by capturing Ximing. Tang could only let out a sigh as he brandished his knife and charged forward. After a brutal confrontation, he ultimately felled all his opponents, emerging unscathed, a feat uncharacteristic of his usual style, as he had no intention of feigning injury. Brother, please don't kill me. How about joining me over at Mr. Hua's? There are countless beauties there for you to choose from, he pleaded. Really? Tang feigned surprise. Indeed, Ximing felt a sense of foreboding. Tang, do not be deceived by his flowery words. My brother, do not trust this woman. She has swindled Mr. Hor out of many goods. Utter nonsense. Ximing exclaimed in fury. Brother, I am not lying. Mr. Hua's place is filled with college girls, campus beauties, anything you desire. This woman can offer you nothing. Ximing cursed silently, disgusted by the blatant use of seduction, while it seemed Tang was intrigued by the proposition. Tang, I have benefits to offer as well. Eliminate him. Do not. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Tang swiftly severed his head. The head rolled slowly to rest at Ximing's feet, leaving him trembling in terror. Even Fu Qi, standing nearby, gazed at Tang with palpable fear. The surrounding corpses bore wounds from stabbing, but this decapitation was particularly jarring, inflicting a profound psychological torment. I certainly trust you, President Xi, Tang remarked with a smile as he turned back. Yet, Ximing could not shake the chilling sensation prompted by that smile. To calm himself, Ximing gently patted Tang's shoulder, stating, Xiao Tang, I have great faith in you. If you follow me, everything will come your way. Thank you, President Xi, Tang replied, his expression radiating joy. Ximing pondered to himself. It seems that his skills do not quite match his intellect. Fu Qi, curious, inquired, Little brother, where did you acquire such remarkable skills? I was abandoned at the Shaolin Temple as a child, thus I began my martial arts training from a young age. Fu Qi sighed in admiration. Indeed, no delivery person is ordinary. My wife has truly struck gold this time. However, neither of them noticed the deepening curve of Tang Zhe's smile. The game had merely commenced. As the invaders were vanquished, the men who had fled gradually returned. Upon witnessing the scene, they were overwhelmed with nausea. Meanwhile, Ximing commenced his impressive speech, extolling Tang to the status of a garage warrior. Truly, from the ancient elevator warriors to the contemporary garage champions. Dear brothers and sisters, each day we encounter difficulties and challenges. Evading them will not resolve our issues. As long as we possess courage, every step we take leads us toward success. Fear of failure is unwarranted, for failure is merely another path to success. Their demise emboldens us, urging us to take bold strides forward. The darkest moments often precede the dawn. Maintain your faith. Victory shall be ours. Our hero, Tang. The crowd gazed at Tang, marveling at the extraordinary man he was. Especially as he stood beside President Xi, one could argue that he surpassed Luo Jun in prowess. It is said that the head that led the charge was severed by Tang, a remarkably fierce delivery man. Ming, is he truly just a delivery person? Inquired the girl in the white dress, her curiosity palpable. He should be. He even saved me before, Feng Ming replied softly, seemingly still ensnared by her lingering fear. Alas, President Hua has already begun to take action. We might be in danger, Feng Wei expressed her concern, feeling vulnerable as a solitary girl. If she had been captured, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Feng Ming sighed and gazed at Tang Zhe's silhouette, wishing for such a formidable protector. Feng Wei followed Ming's gaze, perhaps pondering the same thought. In times of peril, women instinctively seek the shelter of powerful men rather than wealthy ones. Tang Zhe had begun to establish his reputation, even receiving an abundance of snacks as a reward. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Tang Ze, we shall discuss certain matters tomorrow. Ming smiled gently, feeling she had successfully maneuvered Tang Ze. Thank you, President Shi. Please do rest early. Tang Ze replied with evident respect, which pleased Ming as she nodded and departed. However, as the door closed, Tang Ze stretched lazily, muttering, I'm rather exhausted. It appeared that President Shi remained unaware of her own predicament. Sun Ting stifled a laugh, believing she had stumbled upon a great fortune. Yi Qing shook her head in resignation, pondering who truly comprehended Tang Ze's real origins. Meanwhile, Ming returned home and poured herself a glass of red wine. Do you comprehend the peril we just encountered? Had it not been for Tang Ze, we might have lost our lives. Ming's smile deepened. If I were to depart, would Tang Ze willingly accompany me? At present, he likely perceives himself fortunate to have found a commendable employer, with enough provisions to sustain his joy for several days. My dear, ponder this. How could someone as capable as Tang Ze lead 3 stunning women out of the community? Perhaps he has already eliminated everyone in the vicinity, merely relocating to another neighborhood. Ming couldn't help but chuckle playfully. My love, he is indeed formidable, yet he remains but one man. Had there been even a few more adversaries today, I fear Tang Ze might not have prevailed. It is precisely due to his prowess that he was able to escort the girls to safety. Fu Qi sighed in resignation. I merely wish to caution you about him. Rest assured, with him around, these residents will not dare to act recklessly. Ming's gaze sharpened with ferocity. Anyone who dares to oppose her shall meet their end at Tang Ze's hands. Meanwhile, Huan Yin awaited responses from his subordinates, growing increasingly anxious. As the night wore on, he realized that this plan had faltered, having underestimated that wretched woman, Ming. Chapter 54. From now on, you shall be my beloved brother upon a grand bed. Both Ming and Fu Qi succumbed to slumber. In that moment, Fu Qi reached out towards Ming, who softly uttered, I am utterly exhausted today. I shall let it be. Fu Qi chuckled in response. However, Ming, preoccupied with significant matters, expressed her displeasure. I have already stated my fatigue. Igniting a fire is futile if I must tend to it myself. Fu Qi's expression darkened as he turned away, for it was a secret unknown to all that the spouse of this investment queen was impotent. The following morning, Tang Ze indulged in a sumptuous breakfast. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, signaling the end of his leisurely game. After adjusting his attire, Tang Ze approached the door, only to find a young woman standing before him, none other than Feng Ming, the girl he had rescued the previous day. Her attire, a revealing V-neck, was quite provocative. Sensing Tang Ze's gaze, Feng Ming lowered her head slightly, presenting the tray she held. Oh, thank you, Tang Ze replied, accepting the tray with both hands. In the process, he intentionally brushed against her fingertips, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she hurriedly pressed the elevator button and departed. As he closed the door, Sun Ting remarked with a smile, I told you so. Our master, so charming and graceful, need not lift a finger. Even young maidens are eager to vie for his favor. Tang Ze sighed as he opened the tray, revealing 4 perfectly fried eggs. It was indeed impressive that such delicacies were available. The expense was substantial. To me, women who throw themselves at men are rather uninteresting. I prefer those with a strong sense of resistance, much like our dear Yi Qing, with a delicate demeanor, remarked, who says I resist? Yi Jia isn't admitting it now, is she? Xiaobai, are you feeling a bit feisty? Yi Jia, it's not just a matter of being feisty. Just then, as Tang Ze sat on the sofa, his phone rang. Are you free now? I need to discuss something with you. I'm free, he replied, recognizing the call was from Ming. All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Tang Ze stood up to stretch his limbs. Master, we agreed not to threaten the slippery ones, he reminded himself. With an okay gesture and a smile, he opened the door and left. Soon, Tang Ze arrived at Ming's doorstep and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The door was opened by Feng Ming, who, upon seeing Tang Ze, shyly averted her gaze. Tang Ze's previous words had been sincere. That feeling of being pursued held no allure for him. Yet, when such opportunities present themselves, one should not let them slip away. After all, why not indulge in something freely offered? On the sofa, Ming sat gracefully, her eyes fixed on her phone, a slight furrow in her brow that conveyed a certain depth of emotion. However, Ming did not intentionally assume such a pose. She had received a call from Huan Yin that morning, who wished to negotiate in person at his club. Ming was well aware that this was a trap, yet it also presented a chance for her own advancement. If one could eliminate Huanyan, it would free oneself from any concerns, and perhaps even recruit Hua's followers to strengthen one's own position. However, this hinges on whether Tang Zhe is capable. Tang Zhe has arrived, Feng Mingming said respectfully from the side, still fulfilling her role as a secretary, while Xi Ming maintained her demeanor as the formidable boss without any sign of change. Tang Zhe was particularly fond of such aloof women. The fall from grace would undoubtedly be painful. Pour me a glass of water. Certainly. Soon. Feng Mingming returned with 2 glasses of water, a gesture of extravagance. However, in Tang Zhe's presence, she bent more deeply, revealing her fair, delicate neckline. Xi Ming, sipping her tea, observed this with interest. Although his girlfriend was charmingly beautiful, men often seek allure beyond the confines of home, where temptations abound. As Feng Mingming departed, Xi Ming turned her gaze toward Tang Zhe with a smile, while Tang Zhe appeared bashful, lowering his head. This expression reminded Xi Ming of the fresh graduates in the company. It was precisely this demeanor that made them easily manipulable. Tang Zhe, if there's anything you need at home, please feel free to mention it. Tang Zhe nodded vigorously. Everything is available at home. I appreciate your concern. This statement seemed a bit awkward, given their age difference. He was almost like a younger brother to her. From now on, you may call me Sister Xi, she suggested. Tang Zhe's lips twitched. Must the relationship be complicated with such terms? It felt rather embarrassing. He stammered. There is no need for embarrassment. Just call out to your sister now. Tang Zhe portrayed that awkwardness with remarkable flair, and even Yi Qingyi had to concede. It seemed he must have graduated from the Central Academy of Drama. Sister Xi. After holding it in for quite some time, he finally managed to call out. Xi Ming was quite pleased. There, you've said it. From now on, you shall be my dear little brother, with an elder sister like me. You need not fear anything. At that moment, Fu Qi emerged from the bedroom with a smile, saying, now that you've acknowledged your brotherhood, does that not make me your brother-in-law? Hello, brother-in-law, Tang Zhe exclaimed as he rose. Haha, please, have a seat. From now on, we're all family. Tang Zhe nodded, noting that the 2 of them were quite adept at scheming. However, their tactics were far superior to those of Bai Jian and Xiao Yu. You 2 siblings continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll, Fu Qi chuckled, sipping some water before heading out. As Fu Qi departed, Xi Ming shook her head helplessly. Your brother-in-law, at this time, can only go out and boast with other men. I often boast as well. Tang Zhe replied with a silly grin, scratching the back of his head. Little brother, there is something crucial I wish to ask you. You must answer truthfully. Xi Ming said, blinking her beautiful eyes with seriousness. Yes, I would not deceive you, Sister Xi. Tang Zhe's posture resembled that of a schoolboy, hands resting on his thighs. If I were your enemy sitting here, would you have a way to eliminate me directly? Is it that simple? Upon hearing Tang Zhe's response, Xi Ming perceived him as boasting. It is a common trait among the youth. Brother, one must not speak grandiloquently. Chapter 55. The little golden man belongs to you alone. No, really, he insisted. Then demonstrate it for me, she challenged. Sister Xi, feel free to toss the paper cup. Tang Zhe replied confidently. Curiosity piqued, Xi Ming took a sip from the cup and carelessly tossed it in a random direction. At that moment, Tang Zhe swiftly flicked his right hand, and the cup was instantly pierced by a flying knife, shattering into 2 pieces on the ground. Xi Ming was astounded, barely catching a glimpse of his motion. In an era dominated by blades, possessing such a skill with throwing knives was akin to wielding a firearm. Impressive, little brother. Xi Ming applauded, playfully patting Tang Zhe's leg, which left him feeling rather bashful. She sensed she could easily maneuver this younger sibling. Suddenly, the conversation took a turn. So, little brother, what did you think of that girl? Do you fancy her? I already have a girlfriend. Tang Zhe's response was impeccable, leaving Xi Ming, a woman attentive to details, oblivious to the truth. Xi Ming clicked her tongue. My dear brother, while the flowers at home may be fragrant, wildflowers possess their own allure as well. Rest assured, sister will keep your secret. Noticing Tang Zhe's hesitation, Xi Ming mused silently. Men are ultimately just men. Sister swears she won't tell. Is that all right? I believe you, it's just. What is it? I don't like that girl. Xi Ming paused, then laughed. Then which girl does my brother fancy? Sister will help you make a move. Tang Zhe, blushing and looking down, seemed a tad embarrassed. Xi Ming was taken aback, wondering how she had excluded herself from the situation. It was only natural for a young person to have thoughts upon seeing her. You mustn't jump to conclusions, she admonished, adopting a serious demeanor. Tang Zhe remained silent, his expression one of dejection as he averted his gaze from Ximeng. This young lad was indeed difficult. He had turned his thoughts towards himself. Suddenly, Tang lifted his head to look at Ximeng, momentarily startling her. Could his eyes truly reflect such sorrow? Does my sister look down on me? Ximeng was utterly taken aback by his unexpected words. I know I am an orphan, regarded with disdain, laboring in menial jobs. Unlike my sister's glamorous life, we are simply worlds apart. It is my own folly to think otherwise. With that, Tang stood up, preparing to leave, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It seemed unjust not to reward Tang with a little golden figurine. Ximeng stared blankly at Tang Zai's retreating figure, perplexed by how such a formidable individual could harbor such insecurities. Brother, what are you doing? I never said I looked down on you. She quickly rose and grasped his arm, realizing that Tang was her only ally. Without him, her plans would be thrown into disarray. Tang appeared like a petulant child, stubborn yet aggrieved. All right, sister was wrong. Shall we sit down and talk? Half-heartedly, Tang found himself pressed against the sofa by Ximeng, who gazed at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation, wondering how he could have devised such a notion. The young man was utterly fixated on her, eliciting both irritation and laughter. Brother, if you assist your sister in eliminating that individual, I shall go all out for you, Ximeng proclaimed as she tossed out a grand promise, certain that any man would obediently nod in agreement. However, Tang with unwavering seriousness, replied, No. Why not? Ximeng inquired, taken aback by his resolute response. She recalled how her previous employers had uttered similar phrases, albeit without the implication of murder, and none had ever fulfilled their promises. What kind of unscrupulous bosses had taught a child to be so wary? Observing Tang demeanor, Ximeng felt a twinge of helplessness and chuckled softly. Feel free to express any demands you may have. Tang hesitated, glancing around furtively. Ximeng quickly discerned that he was a man of ambition without the courage to act, which made negotiations easier. As long as you agree to your sister's request, I assure you that you shall not suffer in the end. Tang astonished, scoffed at her lofty promises, sensing her disdain for him. I see how it is. I shall take my leave now. As he rose, Ximeng grew anxious, realizing that without offering him some advantage, he would indeed refuse her. Stop! Ximeng exclaimed, her voice sharp. A smirk appeared on Tang lips, revealing the true dynamic at play. She approached him, fixing him with a fierce gaze. But Tang turned his head away, refusing to meet her eyes. This left Simon both exasperated and amused. Chapter 56. At ease as long as he could eliminate Huowanyan, everything he had done would be worthwhile. After departing from Siming's residence, Tang stretched languidly, not in haste to leave. He entered the safety corridor, opened a window to let in some fresh air, and lit a cigarette. Just after taking a couple of puffs, he heard footsteps approaching from below. Upon seeing Feng Mengmeng ascend the stairs, their eyes met, creating a scene that was both awkward and somewhat intimate. Feng Mengmeng nervously brushed her hair aside. Why didn't you take the elevator? Tang initiated the conversation. I live just downstairs. Waiting for the elevator takes too long. The stairs are quicker, Feng Mengmeng replied, her gaze cast downward. Tang responded with an "oh" and lapsed into silence once more. Thank you for saving me last night, Feng Mengmeng said, looking at Tang with gratitude. It was nothing. There's no need to dwell on it, he replied. Feng Mengmeng bit her red lip lightly, clutching her documents tighter, and spoke in a barely audible whisper. Did President Xi mention anything to you? Tang was momentarily taken aback. Was this how they discussed matters of life and death? It seemed to frighten the girl. He did, he confirmed. And you agreed? Yes. Feng Mengmeng's face flushed deeply. President, she had already informed her that morning, and she didn't find it objectionable. It felt like a way to repay her debt of gratitude, and perhaps it would serve to protect her in the future. Observing the bashful Feng Mengmeng, Tang sensed something was amiss. Why was she so shy about a matter as grave as murder? She was no innocent child. Then, in a soft voice, Feng Mengmeng suggested, why don't we go to my place? Tang lips curled slightly, and he finally understood. Previously, Ximeng had mentioned that she wanted him to accompany her, indicating their conversation was on entirely different wavelengths. However, upon noticing Feng Mengmeng's impressive qualities, which seemed to come to him effortlessly, he conceded, very well then. Hearing Tang agreement, Feng Mengmeng felt elated. After all, having such a formidable ally would assure her safety. After a considerable time, Tang returned to the room and began narrating his story, captivating the three women who listened with rapt attention. Sun Ting exclaimed, "This is even better than Yi." Yi Qingyi playfully pinched Sun Ting's neck, who, with her tongue playfully protruding, feigned a near-death experience. And Bai sighed deeply. Who would have thought we wouldn't even get a chance to intervene? At Bai's words, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi exchanged mischievous smiles, both seasoned in such matters. Initially, Yi Qingyi had worried that Shi Meng would not allow Tang Zhe to succeed so easily. To her astonishment, Shi Meng was willing to go to such lengths as to send Tang Zhe to commit murder. She was indeed a woman of shocking ambition, willing to resort to any means for power. Yi Qingyi had thought Shi Meng to be a benevolent figure, akin to a living Buddha, only to realize that she was determined to control the entire building. Even the wealthy bosses had begun to shift their focus onto another group. With such audacity, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of inadequacy. It was no wonder others' businesses flourished. At that moment, Feng Mingming arrived at Shi Meng's door, appearing as if she were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Upon entering, she handed over tonight's manuscript, declaring, "I shall take the stage tonight." Fu Qi smiled as she took the manuscript. Feng Mingming looked at Shi Meng with a puzzled expression and inquired with concern, "Have you caught a cold, Mr. Shi?" Shi Meng remained silent, her face betraying her displeasure. A flicker of worry crossed Feng Mingming's mind. Could it be due to her? "Mr. Shi, please take care of yourself. We cannot do without you," Feng Mingming said softly. "Without you, I fear the homeowners might revolt." Shi Meng responded with a non-committal sound, then gestured for Feng Mingming to leave. Feng Mingming glanced at Fu Qi, who nodded in affirmation. Chapter 57. An occasional foray into the wild as Feng Mingming departed. Fu Qi offered solace, saying, "My dear, do not fret. I frequently deliver such speeches at work." With a hint of hoarseness, Shi Meng made her way to the bedroom. Fu Qi found her demeanor somewhat peculiar. Despite Tang Zhe's prior agreement, she appeared visibly agitated. Lying in bed, Shi Meng tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. In the afternoon, feeling rather idle, Tang Zhe resolved to pay a visit to Feng Mingming, drawn by the allure of novelty, much to the lament of the feline companions at home. However, once Tang Zhe departed, the household erupted in joyous celebration, relishing a carefree day, leaving the burdens to be borne by another woman. Upon reaching the door, Tang Zhe knocked, only to be greeted by a stranger, a girl clad in white. Is Mingming here?" Tang Zhe inquired, wondering if he had arrived at the wrong abode. "Yes, I am her friend, Feng Wei," she replied. "Hello, I am Tang Zhe." The two exchanged a cordial handshake. At that moment, Feng Mingming emerged from the bedroom, her cheeks tinged with shyness upon seeing Tang Zhe. She was well aware of his intentions, yet she maintained the facade of mere friendship while entertaining guests at her home. "Brother Tang, come in and have a seat," Feng Wei remarked, noticing the slight unease in Feng Mingming's expression. "Why are you blushing?" Tang Zhe nodded and stepped inside, as Feng Mingming brought forth a half-filled glass of water. In this context, offering water to a guest was undoubtedly a gesture of the utmost sincerity. Feng Mingming felt somewhat awkward sitting beside Tang Zhe, choosing instead to position herself at the opposite end of the sofa. Feng Wei, nestled in an armchair clutching a cushion, added to the slightly uncomfortable atmosphere. Tang Zhe, exasperated, thought to himself how inconsiderate this little Feng was, given my presence. Shouldn't the astute one among us have concocted an excuse to depart? Were they merely waiting to observe the unfolding scene? "Are you two engaged in conversation?" Tang Zhe inquired, as he was not particularly adept at forging a deep connection with women. If one could merely engage, what need was there for intimacy? Feng Mingming responded with a soft adding, "Wei Wei is homesick." "Do you not reside here?" Tang Zhe asked, puzzled. Feng Wei sighed. "I work in Huashan City. My father, concerned about the safety of certain neighborhoods, purchased a residence here for me." "So, you are a daughter of privilege," Tang Zhe remarked with a shrug, though he noted Feng Wei's rather peculiar posture. Had she not realized that her position afforded a glimpse of the delicate lace-trimmed undergarments, or was it a deliberate choice? "Brother Tang, you're jesting. My father is merely somewhat affluent," Feng Wei replied modestly with a smile. Tang Zhe chose not to delve further, as it bore little relevance to him. Feng Mingming gazed out at the gentle rain, sighing, "I wonder when it will cease. If the rain were to intensify, at least Mr. Hua and his entourage wouldn't dare approach. Indeed, if the wind picks up as well, who would be foolish enough to venture outside? This light rain is truly a menace," Feng Wei lamented, her thoughts consumed with the desire to return home where safety awaited. "The chill has intensified considerably over the past few days," and I lack sufficient warm clothing. If the power were to go out, I fear I might succumb to the cold. As she pondered this, Feng Mingming couldn't help but shiver, dread gnawing at her that the power might cut out at any moment. A devastating blow indeed. The exact timing of the outage remained a mystery to all, but it was merely a matter of time. Perhaps in the next moment, even the mobile signal would vanish. I need to use the restroom. I've been feeling quite irritable lately, Feng Wei remarked with a wry smile. Can one really avoid such irritability when subsisting on snacks daily? Once Feng Wei departed and the restroom door clicked shut, Tang Zhe and Feng Mingming exchanged a glance. In an instant, Feng Mingming's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Tang Zhe boldly pulled her into his embrace. After a brief moment, the restroom door swung open, prompting Feng Mingming to hastily take a seat nearby, while Tang Zhe maintained an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Uncertain of the situation in other cities and whether any were deemed safe, Feng Wei expressed her thoughts aloud, seemingly oblivious to any underlying tension. There should be some safe places, but we currently lack the means to venture out. Tang Zhe found amusement in Feng Mingming's distressed demeanor. Feng Wei tentatively inquired, Brother Tang, you possess such remarkable skills. Surely you could find refuge in a safer city. Tang Zhe merely smiled in response, choosing not to divulge the challenges of his situation, aware that he would not shield her without her own contributions. Feng Wei reflected on the retaliatory events of the previous night, pondering when Mr. Hua's men might strike again. Contemplating the men who had fled, boasting of their strength like hulking giants, she realized that when danger approached, they sprinted away faster than anyone. I need to use the restroom, Feng Mingming said, her face slightly flushed. Tang Zhe shook his head, bemused by the sequence of events. Suddenly, Feng Wei moved from the adjacent sofa and sat down beside him, exhaling softly. What is this? Tang Zhe was taken aback. Was it common for women to be so forward these days? She had just taken hold of his hand. Such treatment had never been afforded to him during his delivery days. He had once fantasized about a female client dragging him into her abode with a sense of dominance. Brother Tang, can you protect me? Feng Wei gazed up at him with longing. Tang Zhe's lips twitched. So this was a transaction, and she was quite astute. That made things much simpler. As the door creaked open, Feng Wei quickly returned to her previous position. Brother Tang, you were truly impressive last night. Let us not exaggerate. It was merely a matter of survival, he replied. Who knows when Mr. Hua and his entourage might pay another visit? Mr. Shi certainly has his methods, Feng Mingming reassured, having insight into the situation. As they conversed, the clock struck 6 in the evening, and Tang Zhe felt the pangs of hunger. He decided it was time to return for a hearty meal. Brother Tang, there's a piece of pork in the fridge. Why don't you stay and have dinner with us? Feng Mingming was eager to please him, willing to offer even the rare delicacy of pork. Chapter 58. The final farewell as expected. Feng Wei immediately criticized. Now that Brother Tang is here, you're willing to indulge in meat, yet you wouldn't share with me. Now that it's available, you still dare to complain about me. Feng Mingming retorted with irritation. This meal is quite the freebie for you. Soon enough, the stir-fried meat from Lao Gan Ma was served alongside steaming white rice, a true indulgence. However, the meat had a peculiar taste, likely due to prolonged freezing that robbed it of the freshness one would expect from pork. After the meal, Tang Zhe whistled as he pressed the elevator button. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 7. He decided to check on Sister Shi's speech. Life in these simple moments was truly comfortable. With Tang Zhe's arrival, the people around him began to be amiable, and some women even cast flirtatious glances his way. However, Tang Zhe found no interest in such superficiality. His minimum requirement was at least someone like Mingming or Feng Wei. He was quite particular. As Feng Mingming noticed Tang Zhe's presence, she seemed to pass by him and softly said, "Come to my place tonight." Tang Zhe shrugged, perplexed by his newfound popularity in this post-apocalyptic world. Why was that? Nonetheless, he felt little excitement for women who were so overtly forward. As Fu Qi took the stage, Tang Zhe paused momentarily. Dear homeowners, President Shi is feeling a bit unwell today, so I will speak on her behalf. Tang Zhe ran a hand through his hair, realizing he ought to apologize to Sister Shi to avoid appearing overly harsh. Soon, Tang Zhe arrived outside the Siming's residence and rang the doorbell. Siming, peering through the peephole, spotted Tang Zhe at the door. Initially feeling irate and reluctant to open the door, she reconsidered. If she let her thoughts run wild, all her efforts today would be in vain. She opened the door, maintaining a stern expression as she regarded Tang Zhe before turning back toward the living room. Entering the house, Tang Zhe sheepishly remarked, Sister Siming, I just heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you. Simping rolled her eyes. Throughout her life, she had never been at such a disadvantage. She was always the one who toyed with men, Tang being no exception, yet the cost she bore was substantial. Tang settled beside Simping and suddenly took her hand, catching her off guard. Her heart raced, and though she wished to withdraw, she found herself unable to do so. If you continue like this, sister will be angry. You've already had your way today. Simping's eyes flashed as she shot a sideways glance at Tang. Tang, unfazed, boldly confessed, "In truth, I have liked you ever since I first saw you." Upon saying this, he regretted not having pursued acting in Hongdian instead of delivering takeout. Perhaps his talent could have propelled him to stardom. Simping scoffed lightly. "I've heard such words far too often. They might deceive your little girlfriend. But they want to work on me." Yet, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. This Tang certainly had a way with words. "I need some fresh air," Simping declared. Rising and heading outdoors, with Tang momentarily taken aback, following her with a cheerful smile. In the secure corridor, Tang leaned against the railing and chuckled. "Sister aren't you going home yet? The air outside is quite pleasant." Ming shot him an irritated glare, thinking to herself that if it weren't for the plan, she would never allow herself to be at a disadvantage. This was simply not in her character. Tang flicked the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot. "Very well, I'll take my leave now. Sister do hurry back. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold." Ming's expression darkened as she watched Tang descend the stairs. That scoundrel, once all was said and done. She must find a way to deal with him. Chapter 59. How inquisitive you are. Once she had composed herself, Ming returned home to find Fu Qi seated on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Upon noticing her arrival, he inquired, "Where have you been? You should refrain from wandering about when you're unwell." Ming replied softly, "I merely stepped out for some fresh air on the staircase. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Could you fetch me something to eat?" With a hint of exasperation, she added, "My stomach is growling." She sighed, resolving to dismiss her troubles, thinking, "Let it be. I'll consider it a mere scratch from a dog, as long as we deal with Huowanyan." Tang returned home in the early hours of the morning. As he entered, he was met with 3 pairs of pitifully doe-like eyes. "Oh dear, in my revelry, I completely forgot to prepare a meal for them," he lamented. As he recounted the events of the evening, the 3 women were left in astonishment. One could not deny that such serendipitous encounters were a result of his title as the garage god of war. If Tang wished, those women casting flirtatious glances would flock to him without fail. "Master, you truly are remarkable. It hasn't been long at all," remarked Xiaobai, snuggling close to Tang embodying the essence of a playful kitten. Sun Ting teased, "So, who ultimately emerged victorious? Will President Xi take his leave?" Yi Qing's brows furrowed in concern, her anxiety about the wager palpable. She feared losing, as that would leave you without anyone to rescue her. "Master, have you devised a plan to influence President Xi's decision?" Sun Ting inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, I have a strategy in mind, but it remains a secret for now. You shall discover it in due time." Tang enigmatic demeanor piqued the curiosity of the 3 women, leaving them eagerly anticipating what was to come. Regardless of how much he pouted, Tang remained resolute in his silence. "After all, my brother's heart was as unyielding as stone, and no amount of coaxing could soften it." The following morning, Tang was abruptly awakened by a phone call from Ming. "Sister did you miss me so early?" He yawned, feeling the weight of fatigue from the overtime he had put in the night before. Those gossiping women were truly something else. "Miss you, my foot. Just come over," she retorted. Understood. Still yawning, Tang made his way upstairs and rang the doorbell. The door was opened by Feng Ming, who was visibly excited at the sight of Tang. It was evident that she was enamored with his formidable presence. "President Xi, I shall take my leave," Feng Ming said, casting a meaningful glance at Tang, who instantly comprehended her intent. Upon entering the room, Ming set aside her phone and spoke in a grave tone. "I have arranged the meeting with President Hua." Tang chuckled softly and inquired, "Is that all that was decided?" Ming felt as though she were the one being drawn into a trap, considering his tone. It seemed he hoped to benefit from her efforts. Such fortune was hardly to be expected. A more pragmatic approach was warranted, though the timeline was not initially so pressing. Circumstances demanded urgency. She asserted firmly, "I have scheduled the meeting with President Hua for tonight at the Xinhua bookstore on Baoyuan Road. I need you to arrive early to mitigate any potential risks." "Which fragrance are you wearing today? It smells delightful," Tang remarked, seemingly oblivious. I am speaking to you. Do you hear me? Shi Meng felt a surge of frustration. It seemed Tang Zhe was not taking this crucial task seriously. She questioned his reliability in handling such an important responsibility. I hear you. Tang Zhe sighed, questioning the level of tension. Was it really that serious? It was merely about resolving an individual, not confronting a deity. Could they not take this matter more seriously? This was of utmost importance to me, Shi Meng declared earnestly. In the past, had he had an employee like this, he would have promptly dismissed him without hesitation. Shi Meng felt like he was about to crack under the pressure. The carefree demeanor of the individual in question was utterly exasperating, making him feel as if he were incurring significant losses. Yet, he was the only one capable of managing this situation. It was truly a conundrum. Before long, Fu Qi returned, and Tang Zhe, with no other option, had to take his leave. Chapter 60. I am merely a delivery person upon returning. Fu Qi cast a questioning glance at his partner, inquiring, what were you discussing just now? What else could it be? What kind of look is that? Do you doubt me? As soon as he detected the rising tone in Shi Meng's voice, Fu Qi immediately recoiled. That's not what I meant. Observing her timid husband, Shi Meng felt a surge of frustration within her. Reflect upon your own actions. Amidst this calamity, what have you done? I am shouldering responsibilities that ought to belong to you men. Tang Zhe is now my sole bargaining chip. He will do as he pleases. With that, she stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Bored and restless, Tang Zhe decided to visit Feng Mengmeng for a cup of tea. Brother Tang, Feng Mengmeng said, playfully tracing circles on Tang Zhe's chest with her finger. What is it? Brother Tang, you must return safely. Feng Mengmeng was not keen on the thought of Tang Zhe meeting an untimely end, for that would render her efforts futile. They're merely a bunch of insignificant rascals. There's no need for concern. Upon hearing Tang Zhe's words, Feng Mengmeng dismissed them as mere bravado, having encountered such rhetoric too often before. Rest assured, Brother Tang will take you away from here when the time comes. Feng Mengmeng's eyes lit up at this revelation. Could Tang Zhe indeed have a way out? Do you think I arrived here by chance? The vehicle simply did not drive in, as I was wary of being robbed, Tang Zhe replied with a cheerful grin. If Yi Qingyi were to witness that smile, she would instantly recognize the mischief brewing within Tang Zhe. Feng Mengmeng, brimming with excitement, sat up, revealing her enchanting figure. Brother Tang, do you own a car? Today's tires are practically useless. The tires may be obsolete, but my vehicle is equipped with tracks. Feng Mengmeng's eyes widened in realization. Tang Zhe, you are truly remarkable. Mengmeng adores you. You must take me along on your adventures, and from now on, I shall heed your every word. Were it not for your sweet disposition, I wouldn't divulge this secret. You must promise to keep it under wraps. I assure you, my lips are sealed. Such a good girl. As Tang Zhe departed from Feng Mengmeng's home, the clock neared 11, and he had no intention of returning. After all, he was a man of his word, and there were matters that required his attention. He retrieved his subordinate's phone, a devilish smile playing on his lips. Mr. Hua, I wonder if you are anything like your little brother. Please do not make my task difficult. Upon arriving at the garage, the surrounding men respectfully addressed him as Brother Tang. Brother Tang, the car is prepared. You can take off, but the tires will not hold up for long. One man cautioned as he approached with the keys. I am aware, Tang Zhe replied, accepting the keys to a BMW 5 Series. Its hood covered with plastic to prevent rain from seeping in. It was likely the least impressive vehicle in the garage. Move the cars aside. Brother Tang is heading out. More than a dozen men watched Tang Zhe with relaxed ease, as though he were embarking on a leisurely trip, secretly wondering if he was merely putting on an act. If today, President Xi and Tang Zhe return unscathed, then Tang Zhe would truly be regarded as a formidable man, perhaps even the second in command of the community. Unfortunately, Tang Zhe has no interest in being second, nor in leading. However, he remains intrigued by the former leader. At the Royal Club, during midday, Huanyan, accompanied by a group of followers, dined on genuine bowls of rice and stir-fried dishes, indistinguishable from any ordinary meal. Of course, such a lavish feast was a rarity. Today's business necessitated that the brothers enjoy a hearty meal, with only 70 or 80 individuals in attendance. Nevertheless, feeding these 70 or 80 mouths was no trivial matter, and even Huanyan felt the pinch. Setting down his chopsticks, Huanyan ascended the table. Brothers, I have a few words to share. The younger members gazed at their leader, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration, especially for the shotgun in Huanyan's hands. With this weapon, seizing control of the entire Huan city would be within their grasp. Soon, the city would belong to us, allowing us to do as we please. This operation has but one objective, to abduct Ximing. With her in our possession, we will acquire more firearms. Taking Huan City will merely be a matter of time. The younger members were filled with fervor, their minds fixated on one singular ambition, to conquer Huan City and reign as its kings. However, according to intelligence reports, a peculiar individual has been spotted near Ximing, claiming to be a delivery person, yet he has slain our brothers, including Scar. What course of action shall we take? Revenge. Revenge. Huo Wanyan was exceedingly pleased with the reaction of his subordinates. Indeed, in the world we navigate, the principle of brotherhood takes precedence, and blood debts must be repaid in kind. Whether one is a delivery person or a harbinger of death, all are equal before the scornful. Having said this, he raised the shotgun in his hand, prompting his subordinates to excitedly whistle in approval. After finishing their meal, they decided to visit the bookstore while awaiting their acquaintance. They resolved to eliminate all but Simming. Before the subordinates could cheer, a sudden series of knocks resonated at the door. The men in the hall instantly turned their gazes toward the entrance, pondering the meaning of the guard outside, questioning who dared to knock, especially with the authorities arriving. "Your delivery has arrived," echoed a familiar voice from outside. Who else could it be but Tang Zhe? He hadn't even bothered to go to the Xinhua bookstore, opting instead to come directly to the lair to avoid unnecessary trouble. As Tang Zhe's words faded, an unusual silence enveloped the hall. How could there still be deliveries at this hour? "Go open the door," Huo Wanyan said with a frown, gripping his shotgun tightly, wondering who was attempting to play tricks. Chapter 61. Can't we conduct business properly? Four henchmen brandishing machetes approached the entrance. Through the glass door, a solitary figure was faintly discernible, clutching something in hand. The four exchanged knowing glances, and two of them swung open the double doors. "Mr. Hua, don't open the door. The brothers outside have been killed." Huo Wanyan's walkie-talkie blared, its urgency suggesting it was a subordinate tasked with surveillance, who had only just realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, the door was already ajar, exposing the man before them. With a sinister smile, he bore a golden broadsword over his shoulder and held two severed heads in his right hand, while the bodies lay strewn nearby. "Here's your takeaway," Tang Zhe chuckled, casually tossing the heads onto the dining table in the center of the hall, instantly staining the delectable dishes with crimson. Ugh! Several henchmen retched violently, the unmistakable sight of severed bones and tracheas clear before them. Huo Wanyan's complexion darkened, his gaze fixed on the delivery man not far away. Delivering food? Could he be from Shimon? Has he lost his mind, daring to trespass on my territory? Kill him! Huo Wanyan bellowed. "Heaven has its paths, yet you choose to invade hell. Leave your life behind, and let us see what Ximing has left for support." Tang Zhe paused. "Hey, Mr. Hua, I came to discuss business with you." Huo Wanyan had never encountered such audacity, using the severed heads of his own subordinates as a means to negotiate. Is this truly your approach to business? Before him stood four subordinates, resolute in their quest for vengeance for their fallen brother, determined to slay him, perhaps in hopes of a reward from Mr. Hua for a female college student. As the four blades descended upon him, Tang Zhe sighed in resignation. "I knew it." The character of the subordinates reflects the nature of their leader, making life exceedingly difficult. With a swift motion, the four men seemed to freeze in time, their raised arms with knives plummeting to the ground, followed almost instantaneously by their severed heads, which fell without warning, while their headless corpses erupted in a fountain of blood, as if welcoming a sanguine sovereign. This display of prowess left all in attendance utterly astounded. It was not merely strength, but a kind of monstrous might. The sheer force required for that horizontal slash was unfathomable. "Stand aside," Mr. Hua commanded, brandishing a shotgun as he leapt down, aiming it squarely at Tang Zhe. Yet, in a bid to enhance his accuracy, Mr. Hua cautiously inched closer to Tang Zhe, for at this juncture, a single bullet was worth its weight in gold. The surrounding subordinates erupted in cheers upon witnessing their leader wield a firearm. In the face of such modern weaponry, what value did a mere blade hold? It was but a primitive tool. Mr. Hua, however, suddenly hesitated to eliminate Tang Zhe so readily. If Tang Zhe could be swayed to his side, his own power would multiply exponentially. Tang Zhe responded with a casual acknowledgement, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Indeed, I initially came to discuss business with you, but your subordinates outside were unyielding and resorted to violence against me. I was merely acting in self-defense, Mr. Hua, so please do not hold it against me." Huo Wanyan's face twitched slightly. You murdered my people and expect me not to hold you accountable? Is there such shamelessness in the world? What business do you wish to discuss with me? Huo Wanyan asked in a deep voice. It is merely a matter of collaborating with me to perform a little play. It is quite simple. What benefits do I gain from this? Tang Ze laughed heartily, saying, the benefit is your very lives. Is this deal not lucrative? Are you toying with me? Damn it. Huo Wanyan was not a pushover. He would not tolerate being insulted by a mere delivery person. Regardless of their skill, he aimed and fired without hesitation. As he gazed at the approaching Tang Ze, Huo Wanyan pulled the trigger. Bang! Hua, your shooting skills are even worse than my cat's. Tang Ze quipped, gripping the barrel of the gun and raising it. Huo Wanyan looked at Tang Ze in disbelief. He had clearly pulled the trigger just moments ago. Yet, it seemed as though the trigger had jammed. Only when the delivery man grasped the barrel and lifted it did the trigger finally engage. Let go! Huo Wanyan shouted angrily, panic evident in his voice. The surrounding lackeys shifted from excitement to tension as the gun was unexpectedly seized by another. You too are a businessman. Can you not be a bit more astute? With that, he delivered a kick to Huo Wanyan's ample belly, causing him to crumble to the ground like a cooked shrimp. His grip loosening. With the shotgun in hand and the bullet chambered, Tang Ze remarked, was it really necessary for me to kick you to make you relinquish it? Hua? The lackeys, witnessing the loaded weapon, instinctively retreated in fear, for in this apocalyptic world, the intimidation wielded by a single gun was truly terrifying. Cast a sweeping glance at his subordinates, his lips trembling with indignation. What was there to fear? It was merely one man. The gun contained 3 remaining bullets. Eliminate him, and the women would be at their leisure to choose. Henceforth, he would be the ruler of this district. Tang Ze clicked his tongue, aiming the gun steadily at Huo Wanyan, and spoke in a grave tone. Mr. Hua, conducting business with you is truly arduous. You have rendered me quite displeased. What do you intend to do? Huo Wanyan's eyes widened with panic. What do you think? He screamed hysterically. Kill him. Quickly kill him. Bang. All the subordinates wielding knives hesitated. Their leader, Hua's face was obliterated. Bang. Bang. Each shot struck Hua's face, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. His head had become a gory wreck, and Tang Ze's ruthless methods left the subordinates in a state of shock. They had taken lives before, but such a brutal execution was truly shocking. With such a paltry number of bullets, who has more? Lend me a few, Tang Ze remarked, tugging at the shotgun. It was disheartening that a man of such stature was armed with so few bullets. How many could he possibly kill? The subordinates stared blankly at Tang Ze. You want us to lend you bullets? Do you take us for fools? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Brothers, he has no bullets left. Whoever kills him will become the new boss. This was undoubtedly the most enticing reward. Who among them did not desire to be the leader? Watching the crowd surge forward once more, Tang Ze could only shake his head in resignation, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the red shotgun shells. The individual at the forefront was taken aback. Astonishingly, he had shotgun shells in his pocket. How could this be possible? Witnessing Tang Ze still loading his weapon, the subordinate's eyes turned crimson with rage. Whether he could ascend to the position of leader hinged on this moment. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Ze was distracted, he aimed to sever his head. With a crack, it was too late. The timing was unfortunate. Tang Ze smiled benignly at the subordinate. A resounding gunshot echoed as the subordinate's body was propelled 2 meters away, blood oozing from a gaping wound in his chest. The other subordinates, hearing the gunfire, were suddenly thrown into disarray. Who had claimed there were no bullets? Were they sending their comrades to their doom? Kill me, and you shall be the leader. Why the delay? Tang Ze proclaimed, before obliterating the head of the nearest subordinate, then reloading with a decisive click. Suddenly, another subordinate charged forward. But Tang Ze swiftly raised his weapon. Bang! Yet another subordinate fell, his visage grotesquely marred, eyes grotesquely exposed. Who would dare approach now? This was sheer madness. Brothers, advance. What do we fear? He has but a handful of bullets, and we are many. Chapter 62. The Cat and the Mouse. At this moment, no one dared to step forward as several aspiring leaders lay sprawled on the ground. Since you refused to act, do not blame me for unleashing chaos, Tang Ze declared, his smile vanishing as he raised his firearm and fired directly into the crowd. Instantly, 4 or 5 individuals fell, pierced by bullets, their cries of agony echoing through the air. In that moment, some attempted to flee, only to discover that the doors had inexplicably locked shut, as if sealing them within the hall. Even the windows remained barred. Desperate to escape, they resorted to smashing the glass. Yet, the rain continued to pour outside. and their raincoats lay abandoned upstairs. As the sounds of gunfire and lamentations reverberated behind them, terror gripped every heart. The delivery man was like a demon. He was no mere mortal. Killing was as effortless for him as slaying a chicken. Please, spare me. I am merely a victim of Mr. Ho's coercion. I am a university student. From now on, you shall be my leader, pleaded a bespectacled youth, discarding his knife and kneeling in submission. Tang responded with a nonchalant grunt before delivering a fatal shot to the young man's head, blood splattering across the floor. Do not presume I am unaware. Your voice was the loudest, he remarked as he reloaded his weapon, surveying the hall. Among the 30 or so present, 7 or 8 were bleeding and injured. Once his firearm was reloaded, Tang chambered around with one hand and mockingly called out, "Make sure you're well hidden. I would hate to find you." Nearly 40 individuals cowered in private booths, restrooms, or the kitchen, trembling in fear. They had intended to inflict harm upon others, yet found themselves ensnared in a nightmare. Convinced this must surely be a dream, Tang appeared to be engaged in a game of cat and mouse, displaying an unusual interest as he kicked open the door to the private room. Music still played within, and a disheveled woman hung nearby, her legs contorted and her body marred with wounds. Approaching her, Tang discovered she was still breathing. She appeared to be in her 20s, yet had been subjected to such cruelty. "My dear, have you seen anyone enter?" he inquired. The girl met his gaze, her eyes weakly shifting toward the bathroom where she sensed movement. A smile curled at the corners of Tang mouth as he forcibly kicked open the bathroom door. "Please." Bang. Stepping out of the restroom, Tang flashed a smile at the girl. "I've avenged you," he declared, preparing to depart. "Big brother." Tang turned back in confusion. "What is it? Is there someone else?" Observing the girl's condition, he realized that each passing moment was a torment for her. It was indeed a cruel act. If one wished to toy with women, why inflict such suffering? It was perverse. "My dear, this gun will hurt if I shoot you. Shall I break your neck instead?" He deemed it courteous to seek her consent before proceeding. The girl nodded with a faint smile, eager to escape her pain, and then closed her eyes. Tang placed the gun aside and gently grasped her head. With a sharp crack, her body went limp. Sighing, he picked up the gun and moved on to the next private room. To his utter astonishment, each private room harbored girls suspended or bound upon sofas, their bodies marred with wounds. Tang, upon witnessing this harrowing scene, could not help but utter, "They are all beasts." One by one, he endeavored to liberate the girls from their torment. Upon entering the restroom, Tang was once again struck by the gravity of the situation. Feeling as though his innocent heart had been irrevocably scarred, a row of lower bodies protruded from the restroom door. He approached to inspect, suspecting it to be a communal lavatory for the underlings, while those with a modicum of influence enjoyed their own private rooms. Peering inside, he beheld women bound, their hands restrained, rendering them immobile, uncertain if they were merely unconscious or had succumbed to death. To fall into the clutches of such individuals was indeed a fate worse than death. Suddenly, Tang noticed a black footprint, revealing that another had been concealed there. Without hesitation, he fired a shot towards the door. Bang! Blood began to seep from within, and Tang, shouldering his shotgun, exited the restroom, reflecting on the grotesque reality that made him feel almost naively innocent. Upon entering the kitchen, he felt his merciful disposition to be utterly misplaced. On the countertop lay an array of unidentified meat, appearing far from ordinary. To his dismay, he discovered someone hiding in the cold storage. As he opened the cold storage door, he was met with the sight of 7 frozen female corpses, their once graceful legs cloaked in frost. The wounds on their bodies suggested they had endured considerable torment in life. Why not be a good girl? He mused, avoid nightclubs and return home early instead. Noticing a faint warmth emanating from the depths, Tang remained silent, decisively shutting the door and locking it tightly. 3 men in the cold storage room trembled uncontrollably. Have they left? It seemed they had. Let's go check. The trio stealthily approached the door, attempting to turn the handle, but it would not budge, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. Regardless of the impending threat, they frantically pounded on the door. Meanwhile, Tang stood at the entrance, lighting a cigarette, listening to the frantic knocking behind him, before slowly closing the kitchen door. Before long, the first and second floors were cleared. Those who needed to be eliminated were dealt with, and those who sought liberation were granted it. Ascending to the 3rd floor, which appeared to serve as the office area, he noted the reduced number of rooms, sparing him the effort of searching extensively. Approaching the general manager's office, Tang Ze grasped the doorknob but hesitated momentarily, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. With a resounding crash, the wooden door splintered as he forcefully entered. On the floor lay a bleeding man wielding a knife, to whom he delivered a fatal shot to the head. Seated on the sofa were 4 young girls, their faces pale with fear, astonished that the man who had overseen them had been slain. Tang Ze turned his gaze towards the girls. Though they were youthful, they lacked striking beauty, yet could still serve a purpose in his quest for experience. "Please, don't kill us," the 4 girls quavered. Curiosity piqued, Tang Ze inquired, "How did you end up here? Dressed so well?" One of the girls, her voice trembling, replied, "We don't know. It seems they intended to take us somewhere." "Oh, I see. Had I known, I would not have harmed him. Please wait for me here while I seek someone to inquire." The 4 frightened girls nodded in response. Once Tang Ze departed, one of the bolder girls approached the entrance, straining to hear the receding footsteps. "He is gone. Let us hasten to flee." "But, didn't he instruct us to wait here?" A timid girl interjected. "Are you foolish? Do you wish to remain here as a mere toilet?" Upon hearing this, panic washed over the girl's face, prompting her to rise and join the others in escape. As the door swung open, they spotted Tang Ze, his back turned, and one girl waved her hand, urging, "Run." The 4 girls dashed heedlessly toward the staircase. Tang Ze turned to watch them, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Where do you think you're running to in this rain?" Suddenly, there was a cacophony of thuds as the 4 girls collapsed, their bodies twitching intermittently, blood seeping from their fair skin. "You promised to wait for me. I detest those who lack integrity." With that, Tang Ze opened the next door. "Brother." He was taken aback to see someone kneeling in the center, a rather unexpected sight. Chapter 63. I know a stars speak, and reveal the worth of your survival. Tang Ze sat at his mahogany desk, toying with a golden pen, aiming it at the head of the man kneeling before him. "I am willing to engage in business with you, big brother." Tang Ze couldn't help but chuckle. "You are the first to express such a willingness to negotiate with me. And indeed, you shall be the last." The kneeling man was terrified. He had not anticipated that everyone else had perished, leaving only himself. "Big brother, my name is Ning Qingwei. I sell liquor at the club, hence I possess knowledge that you may find intriguing. You are quite astute." What transpired with those 4 girls in the manager's office? Ning Qingwei lowered his gaze, too fearful to look up, and promptly replied. Those 4 women were initially destined for Mr. Qian to exchange for 4 bullets. "Ah, 1 woman per bullet. Do you truly have such an abundance of women to barter?" "Big brother, you know that we operate in the entertainment sector. Women are the least of our concerns. Recently, Mr. Hua has consolidated all the women detained in the branches to the club to prevent them from being ravaged by some of the lesser subordinates." Tang Ze's eyes brightened. "Take me to see them." "Right this way, big brother." Ning Qingwei led the way, while Tang Ze followed casually, inquiring, "How many women are confined?" "Approximately 100. Such a multitude. What do they eat and drink?" "They feast on human flesh, and their drink is diluted urine." Upon finishing, he displayed a wicked grin, one that was as malevolent as it was sinister. Tang Ze came to understand that the human flesh in the kitchen was intended for the imprisoned women. After all, with over 100 mouths to feed daily, it was akin to raising livestock. Reflecting on his own situation, he realized he had bones to gnaw on, water to drink, and the luxury of bathing. Indeed, he was fortunate. Little E still complained. Perhaps she ought to be brought here to witness the grim reality of this environment. Before long, Ning Qingwei led Tang Ze to a secret passage. As the door swung open, he was met with a sight of women in captivity, accompanied by a foul stench that made him furrow his brow deeply. He wouldn't even consider seeking experience points from them. He had anticipated the presence of beauty, yet the detained women stared blankly, some exhibiting madness, while others cried out for help. "What is this?" he exclaimed, with a gun pressed against his head. Ning Qingwei hastily replied, "Brother, they can still be useful if cleaned up." Without hesitation, Tang Ze pulled the trigger. The crisp sound of the gun echoed ominously. "Wait, let me load a bullet," he said. Ning Qingwei, frightened to the point of soiling himself, crouched on the ground, fervently bowing his head. "Brother, I know many secrets. Boss Hua has over 100 brothers scattered across various venues. Calling them back could certainly serve your interests." Seeing Tang Ze still loading the bullet, Ning Qingwei's mind raced. Manager Qian has secured numerous firearms at the transport company, and even Boss Hua regularly sends women to him. The gun you hold was also provided by Manager Qian for Boss Hua. Furthermore, there are several beautiful women around Boss Hua. Paused momentarily as he loaded the firearm, inquiring, "How exquisite." Ning Qingwei felt a surge of delight and immediately responded, certainly more exquisite than these. Mr. Hua is reluctant to part with it for Mr. Qian, insisting it must be thoroughly enjoyed before being relinquished. Deceive me again, and this barrel shall find its way into your rear. I trust you can envision such a scene. Yes, yes, please, this way, brother. The concealed entrances were rather numerous. Ning Qingwei gasped for breath, cold sweat cascading down his brow. These were once prepared for various affluent individuals and celebrities. Upon entering the room, Tang beheld 3 women lounging on the sofa, clad in bikinis. To be frank, they paled in comparison to Feng Mingming, let alone Sun Ting and her companions. Yet, the young man could not deceive himself. They indeed surpassed those outside. The 3 women gazed at Tang, armed with a firearm, in a state of bewilderment, particularly at the familiar shotgun. Was it not Mr. Hua's? This is the new brother. Do not forget to address him as such, Ning Qingwei hastily reminded. The woman in the purple lace bikini quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Mr. Hua was deceased, and a new brother had emerged. Oh dear. A humble lady has encountered the brother, the woman cooed as she approached Tang, her voice sugary, her hand resting on his shoulder. In an instant, a gunshot echoed. The woman was propelled onto the bed, her slightly plump abdomen punctured, left in disbelief as to why her life had been claimed. Ning Qingwei, equally stunned, pondered the absurdity of the situation. Was the woman truly objectionable? Even if she were, such a fate was unwarranted. Your tone is quite uncomfortable for me. Tang clenched his teeth. Never before had he encountered such an excruciating tone. The other 2 women, terrified, knelt on the ground, their delicate forms trembling. This new leader was even more ruthless than General Hua. And you deceived me again. Ning Qingwei collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, brother, this truly is top-tier quality. Top-tier? Tang retorted, look at that nose, it's grotesque. That snake-like face makes me nauseous. Is this the taste of your General Hua? Bang! Another gunshot silenced one more. And Ning Qingwei swallowed hard as the remaining women, unable to contain their panic, screamed and fled towards the exit. Bang! A woman collapsed onto the concrete floor, instilling immediate terror in the other women confined outside, who pressed against the wall in fear. Xiaoning, I believe your usefulness has dwindled significantly. What do you think? Feeling the gun's barrel at his temple, Ning Qingwei desperately attempted to plead, I am of use. Brother, wait, let me think. I must have news that you would find intriguing. I will count to 3. 1, 3. Ning Qingwei suddenly shouted, I just remembered. A female celebrity is trapped in Huasher City. If you don't elaborate, you might as well lose your head, Tang said, his expression brightening as he helped Ning Qingwei to his feet and offered him a cigarette. Ning Qingwei, trembling with fear, dared not refuse. Are you disregarding my authority? He quickly accepted the cigarette, already in a state of panic. Tang lit the cigarette and settled onto the sofa. Now, tell me about this celebrity. I inadvertently overheard a conversation between Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian, where it seemed that Mr. Qian had instructed Mr. Hua to attend to a certain matter. The location was mentioned, but I only know it to be in the Shuangdong district. Tang chuckled helplessly, remarking, do you have any idea how vast the Shuangdong district is? Brother, a star would certainly not reside in subpar accommodations. There is only one villa area in Shuangdong district. It must be situated within. Your reasoning holds some merit, but which female celebrity are we discussing? Brother, I truly have no knowledge of that. With a sigh, Tang rose and extinguished his cigarette. Brother? Brother? Tang appeared oblivious and proceeded outside, opening one iron gate after another. Brother, do not open it. Ning Qingwei exclaimed in alarm. As the women witnessed the iron gate swing open, their gazes instantly locked onto Ning Qingwei, as if they intended to devour him whole. What are you all standing there for? Tang bellowed. In an instant, the women surged forward, racing past Tang and pouncing upon the fleeing Ning Qingwei, sinking their teeth into his arm and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Chapter 64. Returning home early. You wretched woman. Brother, save me. Kill them. Tang paid no heed. This Ning Qingwei, who was aware of such a secretive location, was likely its overseer, undoubtedly having tormented these women frequently. These unfortunate souls deserved a chance for retribution. Ning Qingwei merely observed as her body was mercilessly torn apart by the women, a harrowing scene, while she helplessly witnessed her own demise. Regrettably, what he initially envisioned as a collaborative performance with Mr. Hua to indulge in the role of a protagonist had devolved into this grotesque spectacle. It was utterly unnecessary. Now, he could only make use of Mr. Hua's head and needed to visit the surveillance room to erase the handsome visage he once had. Having commandeered Hua Wanyan's phone, he lamented that this Apple device required facial recognition to unlock. Had he foreseen this, he would not have shattered it. Alas, he would return with a severed head to present as proof, lest she accuse him of deceit once more. He had intended to frighten her, after all. Engaging in business should not necessitate such drastic measures, right, Mr. Hua? He wondered if she would even recognize him. Additionally, he planned to capture some footage to bring back, for otherwise, no one would believe him, especially not little Meow Meow. They were far too particular about their rearing conditions. After Tang departed, the women emerged, their mouths stained with blood. Upon witnessing the corpses in the hall, they momentarily froze, then erupted into frenzied screams, as if releasing pent-up emotions. A few of them appeared to be searching for someone, and upon recognizing a familiar face, they bit and wept without a shred of hesitation. Others, having vented their anguish, burst out of the club in manic laughter, arms outstretched to embrace the rain, only to collapse in convulsions moments later. Yet even in death, they wore expressions of joy and liberation. Tang glimpsed this in the rearview mirror, wishing them to return home early in their next lives. Meanwhile, Ximing sat on the sofa, clutching her phone tightly, growing increasingly anxious as she awaited Tang response. Beside her, Fu Qi approached with a glass of milk, his gaze drifting between his enchanting wife and the coffee table, triggering memories of the morning's events. That Tang should have perished outside. How dare he violate his own wife? Suppressing his fury, Fu Qi forced a smile. Darling, I made you some milk. It must be said that with Tang Zai's slight enhancement, Ximing appeared even more stunning. After all, even the finest women require a man's cultivation, otherwise, the land would remain barren. Upon seeing the milk in her husband's hands, Ximing's brows furrowed in distaste. It looks repulsive, you drink it. Fu Qi hesitated, glancing at the milk, his face twitching in response. Unbeknownst to Ximing, who was engrossed in her scheming, her thoughts were solely focused on the significant sacrifices made, all leading up to this day. At this moment, she hesitated to call Tang fearing that he might be hiding somewhere in the bookstore. A call from her could potentially reveal her presence. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. It was time to gather some people and set off. Anxious, Ximing could hardly contain her impatience. If anything were to happen to Tang Hua Wanyan would undoubtedly call to mock her. Darling, isn't it a bit early? It's better to leave sooner for safety's sake, lest we fall into a trap. With that, Ximing rose to tidy her appearance. As she emerged, Fu Qi's anger intensified. His exquisite wife, so captivating, how could she? He rarely indulged in the allure of her legs, and as a man of integrity, why should he feign indifference? Dressed in high heels, Ximing glanced at the dazed Fu Qi with displeasure. What are you dawdling for? Let us go? Oh right. Fu Qi's lack of resolve frustrated Ximing. If he possessed even a modicum of capability, would she be so easily toyed with by Tang Yet, she recalled the unparalleled sensation of seeing her husband return, a feeling unlike any other. Shaking her head, she chastised herself for dwelling on such matters at a time like this. She had allowed Tang to cloud her judgment. This time, she hoped for nothing less than Hua Wanyan's demise. Otherwise, in the parking lot, over a dozen men brandished kitchen knives, preparing to bid farewell to their families, uncertain if they would return alive. In a corner, several executives conversed in hushed tones. Mr. Chun, if Ximing does not return this time, it appears that you will have to take charge. Rest assured, Mr. Liang, my leadership surpasses that of Ximing 100-fold. What could possibly be amiss in collaborating with Hua Wanyan? It is Ximing's insatiable greed clinging to her modicum of power that prevents her from seeking refuge under another's shelter. Indeed, we cannot gamble our lives on her whims. At that moment, Ximing emerged from the elevator, prompting the group to fall silent, as she remained the undeniable leader. The sight of Ximing's enchanting figure, particularly in her white dress today, accentuated her voluptuous curves, while her elongated legs tantalized the men around her, pushing their physiological limits. Should Hua Wanyan lay claim to her, the consequences would likely be dire. My dear, these are the individuals at hand, Fu Qi remarked. Casting a glance at the assembled men, Ximing furrowed her brow, observing the lack of spirit among them. They appeared dejected, as if marching towards certain doom. I fear no man. Why do you tremble? Ximing exclaimed with a sharp tone. Though Tang was notorious, at least he had never known fear. One chubby fellow, quaking with trepidation, stammered, Miss Ximing, Our numbers are insufficient. It would be futile to proceed. Perhaps we should collaborate with Mr. Huo instead. Fighting serves no benefit to our community. Indeed, Ms. Shiming, cooperation fosters mutual success. We shall heed your guidance, so why take such risks? We each possess but one life. Perhaps Tang Zhe has already perished. Venturing forth now would merely be an invitation to demise. Chairman Shi, it is not that we are fearful, but we are reluctant to squander our lives in vain. Fu Qi acknowledged the validity of their words, yet at that moment, he refrained from agreement. For it would be akin to slapping his wife's face. Although the temptation to chastise her was indeed palpable, Shimeng was genuinely taken aback. The individuals he had nurtured displayed not an ounce of courage or valor, particularly those who followed Luo Jun, who, upon their demise, revealed an utter lack of accountability. Disappointment surfaced in Shimeng's mind, leading him to question his own decisions. What purpose did these men serve? What he sought were warriors capable of combat. Chairman, Brother Tang's vehicle has returned. Suddenly, an excited voice crackled through the intercom. This news undeniably dispelled the disappointment clouding Shimeng's thoughts. Tang Zhe was, astonishingly, alive. But wait. Why had he returned? Hadn't he been instructed to wait? This Tang Zhe, why does he perpetually defy his orders? Just then, a BMW 5 Series barreled through the entrance, colliding with the structure, its hood billowing with white smoke. Quickly, bring him out, Shimeng shouted urgently. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his return, Tang Zhe was the only formidable ally he had. Chapter 65. Who holds the power? Fu Qi watched his flustered wife, feeling a pang of sympathy for the dandy before him. Surely, you must be bewitched by him. Under the pretense of needing Tang Zhe, you seek to satiate your long-standing inner void. Before anyone could intervene, Tang Zhe kicked open the car door, seizing the bloody head from the passenger seat along with the shotgun. Upon witnessing Tang Zhe brandishing the severed head and the firearm, the men who initially rushed to save him recoiled in fear. How could he have acquired a gun outside? This was inconceivable. Whose head was that? Fu Qi felt a sense of despair as he beheld the weapon in Tang Zhe's grasp. This dandy was growing increasingly formidable, making him feel as though his wife was no match for him, utterly at his mercy. In the parking lot, the atmosphere was thick with tension, astonishment, and dread. No one bore a smile, not even Shimeng. Mr. Shi, I have completed the task, Tang Zhe remarked with a grin, tossing the head of Huo Wanyan at Shimeng's feet. Gazing at the mangled visage, Shimeng suppressed the urge to retch. Who is this? Did you not instruct me to kill Huo Wanyan? Here he is, Tang Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. Having presented you with such a grand gift, how do you intend to repay me? At this proclamation, the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes as they stared at the fallen head. Was that truly Huo Wanyan? Had Tang Zhe severed his head? Wasn't it said that Huo Wanyan was surrounded by hundreds of brothers? How had Tang Zhe accomplished such a feat? This was unfathomable. Shimeng was far from pleased, for his desires extended beyond merely obtaining Huo Wanyan's head. He also coveted the reckless band of brothers accompanying him. The assassination of Huo Wanyan was merely a means to instill fear and facilitate the subjugation of those underlings. Yet, to his astonishment, Huo Wanyan had been slain outright, and the severed head returned. Shimeng nearly choked on his fury, nearly brought to tears as his meticulously crafted plans lay in ruins. How can you prove this is Huo Wanyan? Fu Qi interjected, skepticism lacing his tone. Who can verify its authenticity? What if you simply killed someone at random and claimed it was Huo Wanyan? Tang Zhe smiled, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, causing Fu Qi's brow to twitch in alarm. Chairman, she could always make a phone call to verify. Shimeng himself harbored doubts. Yet, since his husband had spoken, he resolved to call Huo Wanyan. The phone rang, its clear chime resonating from Tang Zhe's pocket. He retrieved it, revealing a name that caused Shimeng's lips to twitch. Stinking bastard. Shimeng was taken aback. He never anticipated Huo Wanyan would label him thus. But the deed was done. Huo Wanyan lay lifeless. Gazing at the head at his feet, Shimeng grappled with disbelief. His most formidable adversary had been vanquished? Gradually lifting his delicate foot, he placed his stiletto upon Huo Wanyan's crown. Esteemed proprietors, Huo Wanyan is no more. We are safe. Woohoo! The crowd erupted in cheers, and the residents upstairs quickly descended upon hearing the news that the menace, Huo Wanyan, had been eliminated. In that moment, the tension that had gripped their hearts dissipated. Feng Mingming and Feng Wei hurried down, overjoyed to find Tang Zhe unharmed and having accomplished such a significant feat. They felt a profound sense of safety in their relationship with Tang Zhe, almost yearning to take him home and care for him diligently. However, some business owners began to sense a new problem arising from Huo Wanyan's demise. The very presence of Tang Zhe, armed with a firearm, posed a direct threat to their lives. "Brother Tang," Mr. Shi suggested, "it would be prudent for you to entrust that gun to me for safekeeping." A man approached cautiously, wearing a smile. Many eyes turned towards Tang Zhe, curious whether he would relinquish the weapon. Mr. Shi was testing Tang Zhe. If he complied, it would be ideal. But refusal would indicate that Tang Zhe was neither foolish nor without ulterior motives. Tang Zhe disregarded the man, who was merely a messenger, and strode directly towards Mr. Shi. Upon seeing Tang Zhe approach, Mr. Shi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that he might be shot. He quickly dismissed the thought, reassuring himself that he had the upper hand. "Mr. Shi, you think you can take my gun?" "I don't believe it." Mr. Shi could only remain silent. Was Tang Zhe genuinely naive, or was he merely feigning ignorance? Meanwhile, Fu Qi was certain that since Tang Zhe arrived, he had an agenda, perhaps aimed at seizing control of the entire community. How could this be? "These are the weapons you have confiscated, and they are under personal management." Shi Ming revealed a gentle smile, yet internally began to guard against Tang Zhe, sensing that he was akin to an unstable bomb. "I knew it. President Shi is truly benevolent." Shi Ming smiled faintly. Fu Qi observed the silent exchange between the two, feeling an urge to fire if he had a gun in hand. "Dear residents, from today onwards, our community shall possess its own firearms. Long live President Shi, long live Brother Tang." Upon hearing this, Shi Ming felt quite displeased. Tang Zhe had only been here for a few days, yet he was already being placed on equal footing with her. This was inconceivable. Tang Zhe was merely a man under her control, one whom she could direct at will. "From today forth, Tang Zhe will serve as the head of the community's security department and also as my personal bodyguard." This declaration was evidently meant to inform everyone that regardless of Tang Zhe's strength, he remained her bodyguard. Consequently, all eyes turned towards Tang Zhe. With a smile, he proclaimed, "I am willing to serve President Shi." Everyone was utterly astonished that, despite having a firearm, Tang Zhe willingly accepted a subordinate role under President Shi. Did he not aspire to undertake other endeavors? A few executives seemed to begin plotting, considering the use of Tang Zhe to oust Shi Ming. This community, rife with scheming, was unlike any ordinary one, where conflict could erupt at any moment. Listening to Shi Ming's lengthy discourse, Tang Zhe, cradling the firearm, turned to Fu Qi and said, "Brother-in-law, would you care to join me for a game tonight? I wish to spend some time alone with my sister." Fu Qi was nearly driven to a heart attack by rage, yet as he gazed at the ominous black barrel, he found himself utterly speechless. "Brother-in-law, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. You are truly a wonderful person. My sister is fortunate to have you as her husband." Such words cut deep. Just look at Fu Qi. His face had turned a ghastly shade of green. "Rest assured, brother-in-law, my relationship with my sister is devoid of emotional ties. Merely a matter of supply and demand. We can certainly share insights." Fu Qi's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth grinding in rage. How shameless! How utterly oppressive! To even discuss insights about one's wife. In his fury, Fu Qi fainted on the spot. Tang Zhe immediately exclaimed, "President Fu! President Fu! Someone quick! President Fu has collapsed." Shi Ming hastily descended from the stage, her gaze shifting towards Tang Zhe. Moments ago, she had witnessed him conversing with her husband, and now, with Fu Qi's sudden fainting spell, one could only speculate what had transpired. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe wore an expression of utter innocence. Yet, Shi Ming felt powerless. She now depended even more on the intimidation that Tang Zhe provided, though she knew this was not a sustainable solution. Chapter 66. As one grows older, one prefers stability in the future. It seems inevitable to eliminate this lingering threat, yet the time has not yet arrived. Several men carried Fu Qi back home, while Tang Zhe chose not to indulge in the commotion, opting instead to return home, where his beloved cats were likely staging a rebellion due to neglect in their feeding over the past few days. The three women expressed their sentiments. "Let us not. It's just the right moment for us to take a break." Feng Mingming and Feng Wei watched Tang Zhe retreat, feeling a slight pang of disappointment. The thought of Tang Zhe's charming and radiant girlfriend lingered in their minds, casting a shadow of insecurity within them. What if, in the future, Tang Zhe chose not to take them along? Although the demise of Mr. Hua had occurred, the specter of another Mr. Hua, or perhaps a third, loomed ominously. Once such thoughts took root, women often spiraled into a whirlwind of anxiety. Feng Wei, disinclined to return home, decided instead to visit Feng Ming for a chat. Despite the television being on, their thoughts were far from the screen. Ming, how do you think Tang Zhe managed to kill Mr. Hua, with so many people around him? How did he accomplish that? Feng Wei pondered, perplexed by how Tang Zhe, acting alone, could have achieved such a feat, especially when the adversary was armed. Feng Ming sighed deeply. Perhaps Tang Zhe is more intricate than we perceive. Every time I see him smile, I can't shake off a sense of unease. Right? You feel that way too, Wei? I thought I was the only one. Feng Ming chuckled helplessly, questioning whether she was overthinking the situation. Feng Wei elegantly placed her long legs, which she took pride in, upon the coffee table. Perhaps it was because he had taken a life that we felt this way. Perhaps, indeed, I sensed that even President Xi seemed somewhat intimidated by him. Feng Ming, who had been by Xi Ming's side for several years, observed numerous details today that had previously escaped her notice. Feng Wei sat up, her expression tense as she inquired, now that Tang Zhe is armed, could he potentially dominate the entire neighborhood? I cannot say for certain, Feng Ming replied, but at least just now, it was evident that President Xi was still able to keep him in check. If there comes a day when that is no longer possible. She bit her lower lip, a growing unease settling within her as she felt the environment becoming increasingly perilous. Feng Wei shared her sentiment. Particularly during those intimate moments with Tang Zhe, he exhibited no regard for her well-being, treating her merely as an outlet for his desires. Despite it being framed as a transaction, the more she pondered, the more unreliable Tang Zhe appeared. The sweet nothings exchanged post-intimacy were nothing but deceit, and she realized she had to rely on herself. As their conversation meandered, both women eventually succumbed to slumber on the sofa, even sharing a similar dream wherein Tang Zhe appeared and abruptly opened their eyes. In a warehouse on the outskirts of Huashan City, the interior was brightly lit, with boxes of supplies stacked high like small mountains. Men were engaged in card games, while others indulged in drink, retreating into a nearby room to resolve their matters once the bottles were emptied. In an office on the second floor, a man in his 60s listened intently to the reports from his subordinates. This man, with graying temples, was none other than General Qian Zhongran. He is not a significant figure, lacking even the qualifications to serve as an aide to Mr. Hua in the past, as he merely possesses a few large warehouses. However, the situation has changed. The value of these warehouses now surpasses that of gold, compelling everyone to submit. This is merely one of the warehouses, and it contains the least amount of supplies. In matters concerning the transportation of goods, Qian Zhongran entrusts his two sons, ensuring that outsiders remain oblivious, thus controlling their lifeline. Moreover, with two shotguns in his son's hands, the eldest, Qian Ming, now 42 and appearing somewhat aged, stands by. Qian Zhongran furrows his brow. What has happened? Has someone taken out Mr. Hua's people again? Wasn't he provided with firearms? Our underlings went to collect the goods today, only to find the place littered with corpses. Hua Wanyan's head is missing, and the ground is strewn with shells from shotguns identical to ours. Qian Ming replies gravely, acknowledging the strength of their adversary. A fierce glint flashes in Qian Zhongran's eyes. So, there are others who share our intentions, but why would they target Hua Wanyan? Father, could it be that it was the people from Ximing? How could there possibly be firearms in that community? Hua Wanyan must have provoked someone he shouldn't have. I cannot be exposed. Qian Zhongran exclaims, anger evident, as his strategy has always been one of subtle development. Yet, the younger Qian Ming harbors a different perspective. Father, we possess firearms. We could simply storm in without needing to seek assistance from others. Do you believe there is no one more formidable? It has only been a little over a month. Those who act first are bound to meet their demise first. Look at Hua Wanyan. Hasn't he met with misfortune? I wasted a bullet and a gun, yet I did not even catch a glimpse of a single hair from Ximing. Qian Zhongran is quite the lecher as well. Having once witnessed Ximing's unparalleled allure, it is hard to fathom that I would still have an opportunity to savor those luscious lips if not for the impending calamity. However, I am reluctant to take matters into my own hands, fearing the attention of others. Regarding the subject of women, Qian Ming chuckled. Father, although Hua Wanyan is dead, the club is still teeming with women. While a good number have perished, we have managed to bring back around 60, all aged between 20 and 30. They do have an unpleasant odor, though. They need a good wash. Haha. Hua Wanyan kept so many women and deceived me into believing he had none. He has met a just end. Let us not waste too much water. How about I arrange one for you to sample? Just ensure she is clean and keep it from your mother. Rest assured, Qianming replied as he exited the office. A man leaned against the railing, smoking. It was his younger brother, Qianpu, who was 2 years his junior. The two brothers bore a striking resemblance, both possessing square faces. However, Qianpu appeared slightly more menacing, as evidenced by the intensity in his gaze, which suggested he had not shied away from taking lives recently. What did father say? Qianpu inquired. Father still advocates for caution, advising us to refrain from meddling in affairs and to wait a few more months before taking action. Wait a few more months? Qianpu extinguished his cigarette and cast an unhappy glance at his elderly father in the office. Brother, don't be so irritable. Let me find a suitable woman for you to relieve your frustrations. Qianpu shook off Qianming's hand and replied in a deep voice, Elder brother, you and father should not be preoccupied with women. The world has changed. We have many men, and armed with weapons. We must first secure our territory and seize opportunities. That must also be defended. If we gather many subordinates, how many mouths will we have to feed? We cannot always think of violence. We must consider the bigger picture. Elder brother, have you ever thought that if you do not eliminate others, they will come after us? Sooner or later, Father's warehouse will be discovered. Qianming remained silent upon hearing this. Father advocated for caution while the second son favored aggression, leaving him caught in the middle, feeling quite troubled. Noticing his elder brother's slight shift in demeanor, Qianpu whispered, Doesn't father like that woman, Ximing? If I bring her along, could we proceed according to my plan? Please inquire. Well, Qianming sighed deeply. Father is old, and older individuals prefer stability. He reluctantly re-entered the office to consult, while Qianpu stood outside, occasionally casting unusual glances toward their father. A few minutes later, Qianming emerged with a grim expression, and Qianpu sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, Qianming broke into a smile and patted his brother's shoulder, saying, Father said, if you can truly bring Ximing, he will agree to your plan. Chapter 67. Preparing for the attack, isn't this just right? If Huowanyan is incapable, then allow me. Qianpu twisted his neck, a hint of arrogance gracing his countenance, completely disregarding those around him. However, one must proceed with caution. The deaths of Huowanyan's men are rather suspicious. It is entirely possible that the residents of Shanhu community are involved. Brother, you worry too much. If there truly are so many gunmen in Shanhu community, they would not fear Huowanyan. There must be others at play. Qianpu produced a cigarette, offering it to his brother. The two ignited their smokes, enveloping themselves in clouds of vapor. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Qianming spoke earnestly. It's not the fear of 1,000 that concerns me, but rather the unpredictability of a singular event. We ought to bring more brothers along. Since we are moving, it is no longer merely about seizing a woman. We must procure supplies in one decisive sweep. Now that sounds more like it, brother. Father's timid approach is inadequate. We must expand and recruit more underlings. Father merely wishes to safeguard his little domain and reign as a local emperor. Let us take 5 firearms and 20 bullets. We ought to conserve ammunition and rely more on blades. Qianpu shrugged, chuckling, Brother, I understand completely. Bullets are more precious than anything right now. With 5 guns, I could frighten them to death. When do you plan to act? A shadow crossed Qianpu's face. When they are asleep. A splendid idea. At Shanhu community, Tang emerged from Feng Mingming's residence, stretching languidly. Progress had been satisfactory over the past few days. His energy level had risen to 7, inching closer to the coveted level 30 package. On the sofa, Fuqi sat with a slightly pallid complexion, clutching a cup of hot water. Tang was a man who could not be underestimated. He was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Everything he showcased was a mere fade. After uttering these words, Fuqi began to cough, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness. In stark contrast, Ximing's complexion had recently grown rosy and radiant, exuding an even greater allure that made Fuqi feel an itch of envy. He is of use to me, Ximing spoke in a low tone, acknowledging the validity of her husband's words. Upon further reflection, it was indeed suspicious for a man to be accompanied by 3 enchanting women. After all, women like Yi Qingyi were the objects of desire for men, and yet Tang had 3 with him. Was it possible that no one in their neighborhood sought to claim him, suggesting instead that he had slipped away unnoticed? If he were not eliminated now, it would be us who faced demise in the future. With Tang gone, I would be unable to keep those bosses in line. Especially since Huowanyan had also perished. Each of them harbored ambitions to become the leader. Are you foolish? Ximing lamented. leaning back against the sofa and rubbing her forehead. Fu Qi, with fierce eyes, whispered, "If Tang Zhe is dead, wouldn't the snipers be ours? Do we need to fear those bosses?" This notion sparked a reminder in Ximeng. Yet having the snipers under her control compared to Tang Zhe's was an entirely different matter. If Tang Zhe arrived later, serving him a glass of water laced with sleeping pills would suffice to neutralize him. This matter required careful consideration. I must deliberate further. Ximeng was reluctant to act hastily, as the number of individuals available to her was dwindling. Upon hearing this, Fu Qi was infuriated and retorted, "Ximeng, have you lost your senses? Before he arrived, how many people were by your side? Now, he is the only one left, and you find yourself dependent on him for everything. Though you appear to be the leader of this Shanhu community, in reality, you are allowing him to manipulate you." Enough. Ximeng's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Fu Qi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Tang Zhe? Ximeng was equally startled. If Tang Zhe overheard their previous conversation, he might storm in with dire consequences. "Open the door," Ximeng commanded softly. Fu Qi clenched his fists tightly, and as the door swung open, he was met by the amiable smile of Tang Zhe. "I'm here to discuss something with Sister Ximeng." Fu Qi's face flushed as he forced out a few words through gritted teeth. "I was just about to leave." "Oh, I see. Understood." Without further ado, Fu Qi exited the house. Observing Fu Qi's hurried demeanor, Tang Zhe closed the door and turned to Ximeng on the sofa with a smile. "Sister Ximeng, today I have truly faced life and death. It was as if I had narrowly escaped from the gates of hell, almost preventing me from seeing you." Ximeng scrutinized Tang Zhe, as if attempting to penetrate the facade of his deceit, perceiving his entrance as a mere ploy to elicit sympathy and gain favor. "Your audacity has grown bolder." Ximeng replied with a calm tone, refraining from harsh words, yet clearly conveying her discontent. Tang Zhe placed the gun on the coffee table and promptly sat beside Ximeng. "Sister Xi, if you are unwilling, I shall take my leave. It is solely my fault for misplacing my trust in you." Ximeng's crimson lips quivered slightly. "She threatened me and accused me of being untrustworthy. I had initially intended to dominate him, yet now I found myself ensnared by his words. How infuriating. Very well. I shall depart, but do take care of yourself in the future." With that, Tang Zhe picked up the gun and stood to leave. "Come back." Tang Zhe halted, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. "Ah, Xiao Yi, I have not threatened anyone. I was merely preparing to leave. Sister Xi, I, Tang Zhe, am not a man to be trifled with." "Ximeng, how could he dare utter such words? Must I concede my error? Is it truly so difficult for a girl to admit a mistake?" In an exceedingly foul mood, Fu Qi could only retreat downstairs. Seeking solace in the company of Feng Mingming, she swiftly unlocked the electronic door. The interior was enveloped in darkness. Fu Qi turned on the living room light, only to discover clothes strewn across the sofa. A disquieting sense of foreboding surged within her. Chapter 68. You truly ran away with determined strides. They entered the bedroom and switched on the light, leaving Fu Qi momentarily stunned. The brightness was blinding, prompting Feng Wei to shield her eyes. "Please, turn off the light. It's too harsh." "Mr. Fu." At this moment, Feng Wei finally discerned the situation and quickly covered herself with the blanket. Beside her, Feng Mingming stirred awake, startled to see Fu Qi standing at the doorway. After a brief silence, Feng Mingming spoke with resignation. "Brother Fu, what brings you here so suddenly?" "Haraha." Fu Qi suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter, covering his face as he did so. "We merely wish to preserve our lives, seeking mutual benefit," Feng Wei remarked with a trace of indifference. "Do you genuinely believe that Tang Zhe would safeguard your lives? That is nothing but a ruse. A deception aimed at charming young women like yourselves. Even my wife fell for it. You have all been duped. Foolish, indeed, a bunch of simpletons." Feng Mingming interjected unexpectedly. "Brother Fu, why not accompany us?" "Mingming." Feng Wei immediately rebuked her. "Brother Fu is trustworthy, and it is perilous for the two of us," she added, a hint of anger evident as she turned her gaze elsewhere. "Leave? To where?" Fu Qi inquired, perplexed. Feng Mingming lowered her voice. "Actually, Brother Tang came by car. His vehicle is parked nearby, and he even gave us the keys." "What?" Fu Qi exclaimed in disbelief, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, it was a premeditated scheme. He felt certain that the car keys were nothing but a deception. Impossible. They must be fake, merely a trick to ensnare you girls. Feng Mingming retrieved the car keys and pressed a button, causing headlights to illuminate the dark alley, starkly visible against the night. It was indeed real. Fu Qi was once again taken aback, pondering whether Tang Ze was foolish for extending such trust by handing over the car keys to the two of them. Was he genuinely astute or merely pretending? Nevertheless, Fu Qi remained perplexed and inquired, "If he is willing to take you away, why do you wish to leave secretly?" "Because I sense that Brother Tang is perilous, and besides, he is accompanied by 3 girls who are far more attractive than us. Sooner or later, we will be cast aside," Feng Wei responded. "A friend of mine mentioned that there is a shelter in Zhonglin City. We plan to head there." Fu Qi found her reasoning compelling. Both of them possessed above-average looks, yet they paled in comparison to those 3. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, though she could not articulate it. "When do you intend to leave?" Fu Qi asked. "Now," came the reply, and Fu Qi was taken aback. She too yearned to escape, but could not abandon her partner in the clutches of danger. Was it too hasty? Feng Wei's voice was grave. "Now is the only time we know that Tang Ze is at your home. We will not be discovered." Feng Wei's words pierced Fu Qi's heart like a dagger, as if questioning the purpose of such a spouse. "If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even consider taking you," Feng Wei remarked coldly, urging her to dress and prepare supplies. "Brother Fu, come with me," Feng Mingming implored, for he had indeed treated her well before the apocalypse. Even after the world had crumbled, he remained a man worthy of trust. Fu Qi, with a resolute bite of his teeth, decided that rather than linger here awaiting death, it was better to make a move. Very well. The 3 swiftly gathered some supplies, donned the raincoats and shoes provided by Tang Ze, with Fu Qi fitting into a set that seemed almost tailored for him, giving him the peculiar illusion that it was prepared specifically for his use. Under the cover of night, the trio stealthily descended to the first floor and exited the building, the gentle patter of rain against their raincoats sounding ominous. Yet they understood that with this step, there was no turning back, and they resolutely made their way toward the community's main gate. Meanwhile, Tang Ze, having donned his trousers, turned to Xi Ming with a smile, saying, "I shall return now." Xi Ming's beautiful visage was flushed, leaving her too fatigued to respond. Clutching his shotgun, Tang Ze exited and swiftly returned to his quarters, startling the 3 large cats that were engrossed in watching television. "Our wager commences now," Tang Ze remarked with a subtle smile upon entering, and Bai, taken aback, inquired, "Are those 2 girls truly planning to flee?" Sun Ting replied with a gentle smile. It was to be expected. Human nature cannot withstand the trials of adversity. Otherwise, they would not be calling President Xi. Yi Qing murmured, her brows furrowed, her mind wholly unconcerned with the 2 girls, for betrayal has but one inevitable end. As Siming's husband also prepares to flee with them, it remains to be seen whether Fu Qi will invite Siming to escape as well. Should Fu Qi refrain from making a phone call, and Siming, unaware, ends up staying behind, it would indeed be a victory for you. Tang Ze, in a rare display of generosity, wishes to avoid the perception of bullying them. Yi Qingyi, sensing Tang Ze's leniency, felt a surge of confidence and promptly kissed him in gratitude. Sister Yi no longer cares about appearances. Xiaobai immediately teased her. Tang Ze produced a listening device, and the 4 of them waited in silence for the outcome, with Yi Qingyi growing increasingly anxious. The consequences of her potential defeat were all too clear. In the dimly lit alley, the trio discovered the modified Tank 300, and upon seeing its tracked wheels, Fu Qi was convinced it was no wonder it could traverse such terrain. Upon opening the trunk, they were astonished to find several boxes of mineral water and an array of vacuum-sealed food. "Get in the car, we must leave quickly," Feng Wei urged. Remaining here could lead to unforeseen troubles, especially since they had effectively stolen Tang Ze's vehicle. If caught, the consequences could be dire. Fu Qi took the wheel, with Feng Mingming in the passenger seat and Feng Wei seated in the back. "Turn off the headlights," Feng Wei advised. Her voice inadvertently reached Tang Ze, prompting him to reflect. "Actually, I have quite a favorable impression of them. It's a pity they chose to run away behind my back. They've truly forsaken a stable life." Sun Ting let out a sigh. Suddenly, Tang Ze chuckled and remarked, "In fact, you could also give it a try and see if you can escape. If you manage to get away, it would indeed demonstrate your capability." His words left the 3 women visibly pale with fear, prompting them to hastily nestle close to him. "It was merely a jest. Look at how frightened you all are." "Oh, how annoying, master." Inside the vehicle, Fu Qi started the engine, which roared with considerable noise. Yet, at that moment, Fu Qi couldn't help but recall his beautiful wife. "Why not bring my wife along? With her status, it would facilitate our discussions in Zhonglin City, especially since she has her own enterprises there." Chapter 69. She is my wife, Feng Wei immediately exclaimed. No way. What if she tells Tang Ze? Brother Fu's reasoning was sound. If Zhonglin City were safe, president, she would wield influence, and our lives would flourish. Feng Wei, exasperated, retorted, Feng Mingming, your rival has arrived. What concern is it of yours? If Shi Ming were to discover you were the mistress, she would surely kick you out without hesitation. Fu Qi quickly interjected. I assure you, that will not happen. Mingming, you must trust me. Of course I trust you. Brother Fu, you are the most capable, she replied. Upon hearing her words, Fu Qi felt as if he were imbued with superhuman strength, promptly retrieving his phone to send a voice message to his wife. The phone on the coffee table vibrated incessantly. However, the persistent buzzing irked Shi Ming. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was her husband calling, which only added to her annoyance. Could she not enjoy a moment of peace? What is it? Aren't you coming back? Wife, please tidy up and come downstairs immediately. I've found Tang Ze's car. It's fully customized. Instantly, Shi Ming's senses sharpened, and she sprang to her feet. Though she soon furrowed her brow and sat back down. How did you find it? No time for questions. Just come downstairs. I'll bring the car in. Shi Ming's mind raced, caught in a dilemma. Stop overthinking. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Zhonglin City is safe, and you have investments there. There's no need to linger here in fear. This sentiment seemed to resonate. If that place truly was secure, it would indeed be wise to relocate. But is it truly real or merely a facade? Now, she finds herself ensnared by Tang Ze, who possesses the power to dictate her actions. A reality she did not desire. Perhaps extricating herself from his grasp is indeed the wisest choice. Without further ado, Shi Ming spoke in a low tone. All right. I'll see you downstairs. I need to tidy up. As her words echoed in Yi Qingyi's mind, she felt as though her very soul had been stripped away. She had lost. Ye was beyond saving, and her fiancé was doomed as well. Tang Ze cast a sympathetic glance. Yet one must accept the consequences of their wagers. It is a pity for Shi Ming. Dear sister, you have truly erred this time. Xiaobai offered words of comfort. Sister Yi, do not be disheartened. Sun Ting sighed. Ultimately, Shi Ming chose to depart. Yi Qingyi had always perceived Shi Ming as a sagacious woman, certain she would opt to remain by the side of the strong. Yet, to her astonishment, Shi Ming was unwilling to submit to the powerful. She aspired to become one herself. My condolences. Tang Ze gently patted Yi Qingyi's delicate shoulder. Sun Ting and Xiaobai cast her similar looks. In this tumultuous world, merely preserving one's own existence was fortune enough. At this moment, Shi Ming was prepared, standing on the first floor, gazing outside, and also sending messages to Fu Qi, who was making his way toward them. Feng Wei watched as the community drew nearer, her fear escalating with each passing moment, dreading the sight of Tang Ze's appearance, anticipating a swift and merciless fate. At that instant, she even caught sight of Shi Ming on the first floor, who, upon noticing the approaching vehicle, felt a surge of excitement. Do not go. Suddenly, Feng Wei seized the steering wheel, prompting Fu Qi to hastily slam on the brakes, leaving Shi Ming momentarily stunned. What are you doing? We nearly crashed. Fu Qi shouted angrily. If we wreck this, we all face dire consequences. Feng Wei spoke in a low voice. A woman who has changed her heart is capable of anything. Tang Ze is waiting nearby. If we approach him, he will surely bring about our demise. Feng Mingming glanced at the first floor, realizing that the angle was indeed obstructing their view. Not only was Feng Mingming gripped by fear, but so was Fu Qi. They had all witnessed Tang Ze's ruthless methods. Fu Qi, you must have some inkling of how your wife treats you. Is having Feng Mingming with you truly inferior? You are now risking everything for this ancestral burden, while facing a woman who does not regard you as a man. She would sacrifice your feelings for the sake of power. Does such a woman truly merit your perilous rescue? Upon hearing this, Fu Qi clutched the steering wheel tightly, his mind in turmoil. Why isn't she worth it? She is still my wife. He cried out, his voice tinged with anguish. With that, he shifted the car into reverse and pressed the accelerator. I'm sorry, but I simply cannot forgive you. Shi Ming stood frozen, watching the car speed away in reverse. Why won't you come for me? She wondered, quickly pulling out her phone to call Fu Qi. Come back. I'm sorry, but I cannot overcome my own internal struggle, he replied. Shi Ming's face contorted into a bitter smile. Who was I doing this for? I have sacrificed so much. Yet you have cast me aside, leaving with your mistress. Although the night is dark, Shi Ming can still see that seated in the passenger seat is her secretary. Feng Mingming, you have betrayed me. Fuqi shouted. You have betrayed me as well. Siming's emotions spiraled out of control, realizing that her only family had abandoned her. Brother-in-law, please come back. Your sister is waiting for you. A voice, reminiscent of an echo from the abyss, resonated from behind, prompting Siming to turn and gaze at Tang Zhe, accompanied by 3 women. Yi Qing's previously ashen face now radiated with joy, while Sun Ting and Xiao Bai celebrated her happiness. For as long as Siming remained, it signified Yi Qing's victory. Nevertheless, Tang Zhe still needed to make an effort. What if he could triumph? Yet, upon hearing Tang Zhe's voice, it seemed that not even 100 colossal fish could lure Fuqi back. You, take care of yourself. Indeed, after hearing Tang Zhe's voice, Fuqi concluded the call. Siming sank to the ground, feeling as though she had been abandoned in hell. Ha! Ha! Siming suddenly burst into laughter. Tang Zhe squatted beside her, gently stroking her head. Sister C, why are you crying? Don't touch me. Siming swatted his hand away. This is the Siming I adore. Look, I have a button that can stop the car. Tang Zhe extended his hand, but before he could finish his sentence, Siming snatched it away and pressed the button. Inside the car, as Fuqi was driving, he suddenly heard a persistent beeping sound. Did you hear that? He inquired. The beeping grew increasingly frantic, and Feng Mingming and Feng Wei exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted, illuminating the night with a dazzling blaze, transforming the previously dark surroundings into a spectacle of light as the nearby buildings flickered to life in curiosity. At the intersection, a fiery mass was visible, resembling a burning vehicle. In a twist of fate, a severed head flew through the air, coming to rest nearby. It was none other than her brother-in-law. The remote control slipped from Siming's grasp, clattering to the ground as she became disoriented, her beautiful eyes fixated on her husband's severed head. Chapter 70. The messenger of salvation. Before she could finish her words, Sister Shi, you have already caused my brother-in-law's demise. 1 press results in an explosion. 2 presses halted. Why the urgency? Tang Zhe sighed. At that moment, a surge of fury welled up within Siming, not due to her husband's death, but because of her defeat in the power struggle with Tang Zhe. She had ultimately caused her husband's death with her own hands, his head now lying before her. She had never experienced such a catastrophic failure before. Never. Tang Zhe. Siming suddenly lunged at him, consumed by a desire to exact vengeance, as if she wished to devour him whole. Indeed, it seemed Tang Zhe was destined to become a figure of misfortune. Yet, before she could reach him, Xiao Bai unexpectedly grabbed her hair, exclaiming, President Shi, one must not be disrespectful to the master. Sun Ting was even more direct, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap to Siming's exquisite face, jolting her from her fury. What kind of look is that, Sister Shi? I owe you nothing. After all, we have always been using each other, have we not? You deceived me. Siming could not bear the thought of being toyed with like a fool while believing she was in control. Tang Zhe shook his head. In truth, I offered you numerous opportunities, but you were too fixated on your own power. Your unwillingness to relinquish that exalted position has led us to this predicament, and yet you still claim I have defeated you. Tang Zhe's words struck a chord deep within Siming. Indeed, she did not wish to lose. Moreover, she harbored grander aspirations, yearning to become a modern-day Wu Zetian. You lost. What does it mean? Little Bai replied with a charming smile, because before we arrived, we wagered whether you would stay or leave in the end. Siming never anticipated that, believing herself to be the hunter, she had ultimately become their prey, unable to rise from her defeat. Yi Qingyi, I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay me. If the Zhang family learns of your actions, they will surely cast you out. Yi Qingyi softly responded, the Zhang family holds little significance for me now, and besides, I have those I wish to protect. Tang Zhe yawned. That's enough. Let us head home and get some sleep. Game over. No, I haven't lost. I merely underestimated the situation. Tang Zhe turned to Yi Qingyi and said, you are responsible for her from now on. If anything goes awry, it falls upon you. I understand, Yi Qingyi acknowledged, having experienced it herself. Also, it's quite late. Making such a racket disturbs our neighbor's rest. Civility begins with us. Yi Qingyi nodded and said to Siming, please refrain from shouting. Yi Qingyi, may you meet a terrible fate. With a sharp clap, Yi Qingyi swiftly retaliated with a slap. You took me in. Didn't you also wish to gain from the Zhang family? Don't pretend to be so benevolent. This statement left Siming momentarily speechless. Yet she remained defiant. I have never lost. Shiming will never concede, even in death. Tang Ze came to a halt, and the other 3 women followed suit, secretly contemplating that this chief she would face troubled times ahead. I shall grant you another chance. Tang Ze turned to look at Shiming, feeling fortunate for his magnanimity, relieved that he had not descended into the depths of a murderous rage. The path lies behind you. Would you prefer to die with dignity or to live joyfully like a mere beast? Please make your choice. Shiming stood frozen in place, then suddenly declared with fierce resolve, I would rather die than serve you. With that, she sprinted towards the exit. The 3 women were taken aback, astonished by Shiming's unyielding spirit, admiration swelling within them. Especially Yi Qingyi, who felt overshadowed. Confronted with the choice between life and death, Shiming chose dignity, while she herself bowed to the prospect of demise. It was not just the 3 women who were surprised. Tang Ze too had not anticipated that even in the face of an apocalyptic world, there existed women of such fortitude, unafraid of authority, truly commendable. Just as the 4 contemplated this, Shiming suddenly came to an abrupt stop at the edge. The corners of their mouths twitched. Just moments ago, they had admired her. Yet now she seemed to hesitate. Fear took hold of Shiming. Standing at the precipice, she found it impossible to lift her feet, as if weighed down by a 1,000-pound burden. Be cautious of the rain splashing on you. It could be deadly, Tang Ze kindly cautioned, which indeed caused Shiming to step back. Ultimately, humanity is driven by the instinct to survive, even more so by the fear of a meaningless death. Sister Shi, you have truly earned my respect. Tang Ze spoke in a calm tone, yet his words pierced through Shiming's heart like a knife, leaving her devoid of even the courage to die. Shiming glared fiercely at Tang Ze and demanded, What on earth do you intend to do? What use am I to you? In contrast to those girls who readily offered their affections, I personally find myself drawn to those who possess a strong sense of resistance, cunning, and malevolence. For I aspire to guide them onto the righteous path of life, extending my utmost support and affection. Just look at them now. They have fully adapted to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, no longer vulnerable to anyone's bullying, except for me. The last 3 words encapsulated the essence of the matter. Shiming remarked that she had never encountered such audacious shamelessness. Her husband was right. This was his true nature. Had she heeded her husband's advice earlier and drugged him, the situation would have unfolded entirely differently. Sister Shi, the road ahead is long. You are a wise woman. Shiming replied coldly. Do you not realize that wise women can also be quite obstinate? Indeed, we once utilized each other, but now you hold no value for me. Do not expect me to be your dog. I said, not a dog, but a cat. What difference does that make? Shiming could not help but curse. Xiaobai timidly interjected, Of course, cats are so adorable. Shiming was left speechless, realizing that this Inbai appeared delicate and fragile, yet if she wished to escape, it seemed her only option would be to take drastic measures against her. However, upon witnessing Inbai draw a silenced pistol and press it against her temple, Shiming's face turned ashen in an instant. Sister Shi, you must be obedient, said Shiming, beginning to comprehend that Inbai, while speaking the softest words, was capable of the most ruthless actions. It was no wonder that Tang Ze remarked they had adapted to the realities of a post-apocalyptic life. Moreover, they possessed firearms. How was it that she was unaware of this? Hadn't she been searched upon entering the community? Where had these guns come from? Could it be that Tang Ze had smuggled them in from the outside? Xiaobai, she is not under your jurisdiction, Tang Ze reminded her. And Bai let out a pitiful sound, concealing the gun within her down jacket. Let us proceed, Shiming. Do not compel me to take action. Yi Qing stated with indifference. You truly embody the ideal daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. With a resounding slap, Shiming covered her cheek, marking the 3rd time she had been struck that evening. I shall reiterate, I am no longer associated with the Jiang family. He is my master, and yours as well. You all are beneath me. I am not so lowly. This declaration ignited the fury of the 3 young women. Tang Ze quipped, It seems your forthcoming days will not be pleasant. What are you doing? Let me go? Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Ting rendered Shiming unconscious, exclaiming how maddeningly noisy she was. Meanwhile, in a suburban warehouse, 3 trucks stood ready, their tires replaced with tracks. However, they appeared to have been haphazardly removed from an excavator, showcasing a crude modification. Qian Pu stood atop the table, brandishing a shotgun as he surveyed the crowd of over 100 individuals, proclaiming, Brothers, tonight we embark on a grand venture. You must have heard of the Shanhu community, a haven for the affluent of Huashan City. Upon hearing this, his subordinates erupted in excitement, for it was rumored that the community was teeming with beautiful women, perhaps even celebrities among them. Wealthy individuals surely concealed abundant provisions, along with treasures and charms. What a lucrative undertaking this promised to be. With a sinister grin, Qian Pu declared, "Indeed, our mission is to plunder resources. Any men who resist will be dealt with swiftly, while the women shall be captured. More importantly, we must seize the leader of the Shanhu community, Xi Meng. Could it be that she is the renowned real estate queen of Huashan City?" Whispers spoke of her breathtaking beauty, a visage that could ensnare any man's senses. "I have seen her on television. The sight was mesmerizing." This remark elicited a roar of laughter from the crowd. Qian Pu shouted with fervor, "Yes, it is indeed her. Once we conquer the Shanhu community, you shall dwell in whichever residence you desire, and each of you will receive 2 wives. If you excel in this endeavor, your wives will multiply." Cheers and shouts filled the air. Not long ago, securing a bride was fraught with challenges, requiring dowries and homes. Yet now, the prospect of freely distributed residences and wives beckoned, with the promise that one could marry as many as 17 or 18 without issue. What? You mentioned dowries? Does this slaughtering knife not resemble one? Chapter 71. They have arrived, let us depart. With Qian Pu's commanding voice, the crowd surged with fervor as they boarded the vehicle. Qian Ming approached, advising, "Exercise caution, and do not be overly frugal with your ammunition. Life is of paramount importance. Await my good news, for those who possess wealth are often the most fearful of death. Mere rabble they are." Qian Ming chuckled softly, patting Qian Pu on the shoulder. "Upon your triumphant return, I have arranged the most exquisite woman for you." Qian Pu merely nodded. Compared to women, he relished the intoxicating thrill that power bestowed. At this hour, deep in the early morning, the Shanhoku community lay enveloped in silence, all residents lost in slumber, while the underground parking lot was attended by just 4 duty personnel, who, in their boredom, had succumbed to drowsiness. Within the confines of a room, Tang reclined on the sofa, resting his chin in contemplation as he admired instructor Ye's performance. After all, Yi Qingyi was also a seasoned individual, having undergone profound guidance from Sun Ting. Yet, this time the target was the formidable businesswoman Xi Meng, a challenge that could not be subdued with mere words. Sun Ting was engaged in massaging Tang Zai's thigh when she curiously inquired, "Master, how did you deduce that Fu Qi's lover is Feng Mengmeng?" With a knowing smile, Tang Zai replied, "It was evident at Fu Qi's residence. The glances exchanged spoke volumes. She would undoubtedly attempt to abscond with my vehicle, as they are all incapable of withstanding scrutiny." Sun Ting promptly lavished him with praise, acknowledging that Tang Zai was perpetually testing those around him, and should anyone fail such trials, they would meet a ruinous fate. "Do you think I would condescend to partake in your corrupt dealings? Dream on." Xi Meng's willpower was formidable from the moment she awoke. She had been in a state of resistance. Yi Qingyi spoke in a low voice. "What does it mean to be complicit? In this apocalyptic world, women are hardly a match for men. They have become mere commodities, mere appendages. Yet, if we unite, we can endure. Do you not grasp this principle? Huh? Are you not also mere appendages? What use is your lofty rhetoric?" Sun Ting suggested with a smile. You should adopt my approach. Wouldn't that be too ruthless?" Xiaobai murmured, perpetually appearing delicate and pitiable. Upon hearing this, Xi Meng paused slightly. Tang Zai stood up and stretched lazily, saying, "Little Ting, come with me. You all keep up the good work." Sun Ting felt a flicker of joy in her heart. It was the first time he had invited her to his bedroom, and Bai and Yi Qingyi exchanged surprised glances, as this was indeed a first. Soon, faint sounds emanated from the bedroom, evoking envy in Xiaobai, who thought, "Next time, I should be invited. You have all been brainwashed by him." Yi Qingyi remarked indifferently, "Without him, we would have perished in the neighborhood. You have no idea how chaotic an ordinary community can become, devoid of any boundaries. Indeed, without him, my corpse might not even be spared." Xi Meng expressed her astonishment. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Yi Qingyi advised solemnly. "As long as you follow him, you need not worry about resources, nor fear being taken by men. If you serve him well, you will be above others. Does he not fear death? You are truly living in a dream. The master will not perish." Xiaobai asserted firmly. Yet in Xi Meng's eyes, this young girl had lost her senses, with only Yi Qingyi retaining a semblance of rationality. Xi Meng let out a cold laugh. "Not perish? Does he possess the elixir of immortality?" Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes turned icy. "Xi Meng, I fear not to disclose that we have taken lives prior to our arrival. The master has eradicated 2 entire neighborhoods. You ought to be grateful for your countenance. Otherwise, your fate would align with that of Feng Mingming and Feng Wei. As she spoke, Yi Qingyi grasped Xi Ming's chin. Do you presume the master returned with Huo Wanyan's head merely by chance? Should he desire it, not a soul would remain in this neighborhood. Ultimately, Xi Ming had never faced dire circumstances, unaware of the meaning behind a desperate plea for help. Before Tang Zai's arrival, she had never even encountered a corpse. In Sun Ting's words, Xi Ming was still a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, brimming with fervor yet harboring naively simplistic notions. Particularly her intention to lead others to meet Huo Wanyan, which was akin to lambs entering a den of tigers. In this era, the concept of trust had long been flushed down the drain. Half an hour later, Sun Ting emerged from the bedroom, completely unclothed. Her exquisite face still flushed with lingering warmth. She directly lay upon the carpet, covered herself with a blanket, and whispered, "Please keep your voices down." Xiaobai, pouting her red lips, teased, "You were much louder just moments ago." Sun Ting merely smiled before drifting into slumber. Tang Zai in the bedroom also slumbered soundly, for a pre-sleep indulgence had proven beneficial for restful repose. "Do you all sleep here at night?" Xi Ming asked incredulously. "Isn't there a bedroom? Why not sleep in a bed?" Yi Qingyi replied calmly, "It's the rule." "What a ridiculous rule. I would rather die than accept this," Xi Ming retorted, pointing towards the balcony. "Look, I can just jump off. No one will stop me from ending it all." Xi Ming's words drew a twitch at the corner of Xi Ming's mouth. "You truly are a princess of destruction, aren't you? Is it not possible to express some dissatisfaction? Think it over yourself. If you can't come to terms with it, don't blame me tomorrow." Yi Qingyi issued her ultimatum, unwilling to let Xi Ming waste her time when Yu was still waiting for her. However, before settling down for the night, Yi Qingyi placed a collar around Xi Ming's neck to prevent her from escaping. As the living room lights dimmed, Xi Ming tugged at the collar, realizing it was impossible to remove. How infuriating. I have become a prisoner. How on earth can I get away? If only Xi Ming had experienced what Yi Qingyi had. She might not naively think she could escape. It was a futile endeavor. Previously, Tang Zai had offered her an opportunity, yet Xi Ming had called him back, ultimately sealing her own fate. Had she not summoned Tang Zai, he would not have stayed. But Tang Zai understood that this woman was consumed by her greed for power. As weariness overtook her, Xi Ming curled up in a corner and drifted into sleep, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of negotiating and bargaining with Tang Zai, completely oblivious to the impending bloodshed. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 trucks had already appeared not far from the residential complex. The men inside the vehicles were pulsating with excitement, devoid of any trace of fatigue, their right hands tightly gripping the handles of their knives. Several seasoned men had bound their knife handles with cloth, ensuring they would not slip from their grasp. "Boss, look over there," the driver exclaimed, directing his gaze to the side. Qianpu followed his line of sight and noticed a car overturned in the greenbelt, seemingly with a charred figure in the passenger seat. "What is so interesting about that? Haven't you seen dead bodies in cars before?" Qianpu scoffed as he lit a cigarette. "But it appears that this vehicle has been blown up," another man suggested. "How do you know it was blown up?" "It could just be burned," came the retort. "That is how they portray it in movies," the man replied. Qianpu chuckled. "You should watch fewer films. They're all fabricated." "Boss, my heart is racing a bit." Before coming out, I consulted an oracle, and it foretold an ominous sign. Qianpu burst into laughter. "You conjured an ominous sign? Let us see if my gun can turn it into a stroke of good fortune." As they conversed, they had already driven alongside the residential complex, directly entering the underground garage. With that, Qianpu picked up the shotgun and chambered around. In the garage, the on-duty guards were sound asleep. Even those stationed on the upper floors to monitor the entrance were dozing off. Even if they were awake, it would be nearly impossible to notice that 3 trucks had entered without their lights on, completely unaware that death was imminent. Chapter 72. Find me. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle blocking the door was forcefully shoved aside, startling the drowsy man who stared blankly at the 3 trucks that had come to a halt, seemingly still in a stupor. As the cargo doors swung open with a resounding bang, men with sinister grins leaped down, brandishing sharp blades. "What do you want?" The duty officer finally regained his senses, his hand trembling slightly around the kitchen knife he held. A towering figure approached, exuding an intimidating presence that rendered the man rigid with fear. "What do you think? I'm going to chop you." With that, the brute swung down towards the man's neck. Thud! The blade did not sever the head, but struck the carotid artery, blood gushing forth as the man's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly how he would meet his end? Qianpu, armed with a shotgun, leaped from the vehicle, chuckling. Pathetic. That fool Huanyan really is incompetent. He can't even handle this small community. One man lay lifeless, while the others on duty were reduced to quaking on the ground. Please, we are just homeowners. We're on duty tonight. Don't kill us. Don't kill me. I'll bow to you, big brother. I'll bow too, came the response. Qianpu beckoned with his finger, and a subordinate handed him an axe. With a flourish, Qianpu raised his arms and swung the axe down towards the man in the center, intending to demonstrate a decapitation to impress his underlings while simultaneously instilling fear. Who knows if it was not severed, lodged in the cervical spine, yet the blood stained the faces of the two men beside him, one fainting from shock, while the other was so terrified that he lost control of his bowels. Damn it, I need to sharpen my skills before going back. Yes, of course, the subordinate quickly replied, even though he had sharpened his skills before leaving. Qianpu kicked the man who soiled himself, demanding, Do you know where Shiming lives? Yes, I know, he stammered. Then why aren't you leading the way? It's hard to believe how you used to earn a living, acting like a fool. Qianpu's words elicited laughter from the subordinates. Indeed, the wealthy were not so different. Just a month ago, they had treated us with disdain. And now they were kneeling in supplication. Thank this apocalyptic world for providing us, the underprivileged, with a chance to rise. Soon, Qianpu arrived at the door of Shiming's residence. The subordinate, ready to unlock the door, was stopped by Qianpu. After all, she was the queen of real estate in Huashan City. They must show some respect. With that, Qianpu rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. After 5 minutes of waiting, Qianpu's expression grew increasingly grim. Clearly, she was not receptive to their courtesy. It was time to take action. The lock clicked open, and the subordinates were immediately awestruck by the lavish decor inside, truly befitting a master, resembling a palace. Qianpu dashed into the bedroom, but found it empty. Boss, no one is here. Neither am I. Not even in the restroom. Qianpu's expression instantly turned icy as he shouted, Where is he? After speaking, he cast a glance at the man leading the way. This is indeed Shiming's home. I did not deceive you. Qianpu chuckled ominously and commanded, Execute him. No, please don't. The desperate cries gradually faded, and the luxurious floor was soon drenched in warm blood, the metallic scent instantly enveloping the living room. Very well. If we're playing hide and seek, then let us turn the entire neighborhood upside down. Understood, boss. At that moment, Shiming, who had been soundly asleep, vaguely heard some commotion. Initially, he believed he was nestled comfortably in his soft bed, but upon opening his eyes, he realized he was huddled in a corner. As the noises grew increasingly pronounced, Shiming couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering what was transpiring. A sense of foreboding surged within him, compelling him to shout, Hey, wake up, wake up. Yi Qingyi had been dreaming of receiving a call from Yeya, but this loud interruption shattered her pleasant reverie. What are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Sun Ting was also roused from her slumber, so enraged that she felt inclined to shoot someone. Listen, it seems something is amiss outside, Shiming urged hastily. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting listened intently, and indeed discerned sounds reminiscent of smashing and crashing, familiar sounds they knew all too well. Xiaobai, wake up! Sun Ting playfully patted Xiaobai's perky rear, and Bai rubbed her eyes and mumbled, Have we eaten yet? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi exchanged amused glances, for Xiaobai often spoke of nothing more than food throughout the day. Someone is coming to storm the building, Sun Ting remarked with a smile. And Bai was momentarily taken aback, but then elatedly responded, That's splendid. With that, she picked up her firearm, skillfully checked the ammunition, and affixed the silencer. Shiming gazed in astonishment at the three women before her. They exhibited no fear whatsoever and even seemed to harbor a sense of anticipation. Could it be that they had indeed taken lives before? Sun Ting and Yi Qing also brandished their weapons, their deft movements rendering Shiming speechless. Were their earlier claims genuine? Turn off the lights, Sun Ting whispered, and Bai complied, extinguishing the lights. And the trio resumed their feigned slumber beneath the blankets as if nothing were amiss. What on earth are you doing? Shiming was nearly beside herself with anxiety. The cacophony grew increasingly closer, signaling that the intruders would soon arrive. Were they truly going to pretend as if they hadn't noticed? And Bai raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. You. Just then, a faint sound of the door lock could be heard. Someone was attempting to unlock it. Shiming felt her heart plummet into her throat. Had they lost their minds? How could they still pretend to sleep at such a critical moment? Unlike the three women, she lacked their fortitude and struggled to maintain her composure. As the door swung open, light from outside flooded in, illuminating the living room once more. What the hell? There are still people sleeping in the living room. A man's voice echoed, and Shimeng caught sight of three men at the threshold, knives in hand, their faces adorned with a menacing ferocity. They were undoubtedly not residents of the community. Indeed, the words rang true. Outsiders had barged in. The three men noticed the figure beside the sofa, momentarily taken aback. One of them retrieved his phone for a comparison. To my astonishment, hiding here. Ha ha ha, the illustrious queen of real estate, reduced to wearing a dog collar. What a spectacle. How audacious indeed. Although their flippant remarks incensed the woman, she dared not utter a word, merely observing as they approached. To my disbelief, three enchanting ladies remained slumbering. This aligns perfectly with our trio, doesn't it? Perhaps a brief indulgence is in order? As one began to lift the blanket covering the three women, he was utterly unprepared for the dark muzzle of a gun that emerged from beneath. The three men froze in place. Suddenly, a striking woman opened her captivating eyes and softly suggested, "Shall I have my turn first?" With a sharp report, a bullet struck the center of the nearest man. Ah! His anguished cry roused Tang from slumber in the bedroom. The other two men, witnessing this, stood still for 2 seconds before frantically fleeing outside. Who would have anticipated that three stunning maidens would be armed? Chapter 73. She was truly alarmed with a few sharp reports. The legs of two men were struck by gunfire, causing them to collapse to the ground, their trousers instantly stained with crimson. Shimeng was rendered speechless. These three women were astonishingly fierce. Faced with such reckless men, they had the audacity to allow them entry, and their marksmanship was exceptional. Had they served in the military before? The three women, wrapped in blankets, rose to their feet, their delicate forms meant solely for their master's gaze. No other men were worthy of their attention. Sun Ting approached the man clutching his groin, the ominous muzzle of her gun aimed at his forehead, and coldly inquired, "Who are you? Who is your leader? What is your purpose here?" "Damn it, you foul woman, don't expect to pry anything from me," he retorted defiantly. Bang! Sun Ting executed him with a swift shot to the head, and Imbai scoffed, "You're the foul one." She then fired 2 additional rounds into the lifeless body. The scene left Shimeng in a daze. In comparison, she felt utterly inadequate. The power she once took pride in seemed utterly trivial beneath the threat of their firearms. Yi Qingyi approached the 2 remaining men. "Speak. We are employees from the suburban warehouse. Our boss is Qian Zhongran, and we were brought here today by his second-in-command, Qian Pu, to seize supplies and to find Shimeng." A shiver ran through Shimeng. Could this Qian Zhongran be the same Qian whom Huo Wanyan spoke of? Their target was, astonishingly, herself. "What do you want with Shimeng? Our boss has taken a liking to you." "Oh, how many of you are there?" "About 100. There are still 5 guns left," another man added, casting a pleading glance at Yi Qingyi. "We have told you everything we know. Please, do not kill us. We are merely workers. I beg you, beautiful lady." Yi Qingyi's heart had long hardened like stone. Raising her hand, she fired 2 shots, sending them directly to the depths of hell. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Tang emerged, yawning. Upon seeing the 3 corpses, he paused, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Xiao Bai immediately leaped to Tang side, clinging to his arm, and speaking in a soft voice, "Master, there are people storming the building, hundreds of them, looking for Shimeng. Their leader has set his sights on her." Tang turned his gaze towards Shimeng in the corner, who instinctively shrank back. "Since they are here for Sister Shi, for the safety of the entire building, you must sacrifice yourself. After all, you are the leader and cannot hide here." His words left the 3 women in stunned silence, and even Shimeng found it hard to believe. Previously, he had insisted she remain with them, yet now he urged her to surrender herself. She could easily imagine the dire consequences of such a surrender. "Release her," Yi Qingyi replied softly, unfastening Shimeng's collar, feeling powerless. "You refuse to obey? Now go." Shimeng felt all strength drained from her body, collapsing to the ground, unable to stand. "Stop dawdling. If they cannot find you, they will surely kill," Tang stated coolly. "No, I don't want to." Shimeng suddenly shook her head frantically, her beautiful face pale, devoid of the resolute demeanor she had displayed yesterday, as the limits of her endurance were being mercilessly tested. Tang lit a cigarette and advised, "As the leader, sacrifices are inevitable. Did you not meet with Huo Wanyan for the sake of everyone before?" No, I was merely pretending. I won't go. I beg you, do not hand me over. As she spoke, Shiming knelt and crawled to Tang Ze's feet, clutching his trousers and pleading desperately. Tang Ze patted her head and chuckled. It's too late. Please, I can be like the others. Calling you master, allowing you to toy with me, even licking your toes. She genuinely lowered her head as she spoke. Tang Ze, sensing her submission, smiled lightly and said, Since you've expressed it so, I shall grant you another chance. Shiming was filled with excitement. She preferred to stay with Tang Ze rather than be surrendered. Thank you, master. Do not thank me too soon. Let us make a wager. If you win, you may remain by my side. If you lose, you must assume the responsibilities of the community leader, saving everyone and earning a good reputation. Is this not your forte? Shiming gazed up at Tang Ze, surprised by the nature of the wager, yet at least there was still an opportunity. All right, I accept the bet. Let us make it simple. Although you harbor selfish intentions, you have shown kindness to the people of this community, motivating them to live well and distributing supplies. I wonder if they will feel gratitude and bravely confront the forces of evil. The wager is rather straightforward. They may either assist you or cast you into the abyss. With ladies being prioritized, Shiming bit her crimson lip, finding it difficult to arrive at a decision, particularly as it pertained to her own survival. Suddenly, she recalled Yi Qingyi's words. The apocalypse is unlike the past. Human selfishness is magnified to an extreme, and one could commit any act to cling to life. If one is willing and another unwilling, how is that to be resolved? Shiming inquired. It undoubtedly depends on the fervor of the appeal from that side. Rest assured, I am quite equitable. They will certainly cast me into the abyss. Although Shiming was reluctant to voice this sentiment, it felt like an undeniable truth. Such a lack of confidence, she murmured. I am more aware of their character than you might think, although I have sought to avoid them. I must ultimately confront the reality. It seems you believe this abyss to be somewhat easier to enter. Shiming remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Regardless, all are abysses, and she would undoubtedly choose Tang Ze. In truth, I still harbor hope that everyone will retain you, for I genuinely wish to see if there are still good souls among us. Let us proceed. Shiming longed to inquire, are we truly just walking away? There are over 100 of them. Let us go. Why are you dawdling? Sun Ting replied curtly, harboring little fondness for Shiming. Reluctantly, Shiming followed suit, feeling as though she were a delectable morsel willingly presenting herself. Should she not be fleeing at this moment? In the underground parking lot, residents gradually descended, most clad in their pajamas. The defiant men had either met their end or were subdued, while the newly arrived men exhibited a demeanor of compliance. As for the women, they readily acquiesced to any demand when confronted with a blade. Boss, it's no surprise that this is a community of the affluent. The quality of individuals here is markedly superior. One of the subordinates gazed greedily at the descending women, noting that their elegance surpassed that of mere cosmetics found elsewhere. Have you not yet located Shiming? Qianpu had not focused his attention on these women. His primary target remained elusive. Although there was no news, he was certain that she was hiding somewhere nearby. As Qianpu surveyed the surroundings, the residents averted their gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Boss, I may have some information. A man in the crowd called out, raising his hand. Qianpu turned to him, smiling as he inquired, then speak. If you dare deceive me, your fate will be decapitation. I believe Shiming is at Tang Ji's residence. Who is Tang Ge? Qianpu asked, puzzled. Tang Ge was the one who brought back Hua Wanyan's head and has gained Shiming's favor. This revelation caused Qianpu's brow to furrow, gripping his firearm more tightly, realizing that indeed, it was someone from this vicinity who had committed the act. What is his profession? A special forces operative? He delivers food. What? A food delivery person? Are you mocking me? Execute him. Qianpu, filled with rage, issued the order for immediate execution. Chapter 74. If you must blame someone, blame your own strength. The man had not anticipated such a turn of events, believing that merely uttering his truth would spare his life. Boss, I assure you, every word I speak is genuine. They can all attest to it. Yet, those surrounding him averted their gazes, choosing silence over intervention. Speak up, will you? He implored. But no one dared to voice support. As the axe descended, his head rolled away. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the staircase. Boss, were you searching for me? All eyes turned to the sight of Tang Ze brandishing a shotgun, followed closely by the pallid-faced Shiming. Instantly, 5 shotguns were aimed at Tang Ze, causing Shiming to tremble at the sight of the barrels. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Remain calm. This gun is unloaded. With that, Tang Ze cast the shotgun onto the ground, leaving the group led by Qian-Pu in a state of shock, fearing an imminent gunfight. Meanwhile, the property owners inwardly cursed. They thought a mere scare would suffice. But how could they be saved if he discarded the weapon? Boss, I actually brought someone to you. Upon saying this, Tang Ze wrapped an arm around Ximeng's slender waist, his hand resting audaciously upon her curves. Qian-Pu finally laid eyes on the fabled Ximeng. Having only glimpsed her on television before, in person, she surpassed her televised allure and grace. No wonder his father was so infatuated. Even he found himself captivated by such a woman. A wise man knows how to navigate circumstances. Little brother, I hold you in high regard. I hear it was you who dispatched Huanyan? Indeed, that is correct. Little brother, with such remarkable abilities, why not join me and conquer the world together? That sounds splendid, Tang Ze replied, beaming with delight, elevating the spirit of camaraderie to its zenith. However, the imposing hand remained unmoved, which irked Qian-Pu somewhat. At that moment, an owner suddenly shouted, Tang Ze, Chairman, she has treated you well. Now you seek personal glory at the expense of the group. And we look down upon you. Indeed, we disdain you. This sentiment resonated with the other owners, who were eagerly awaiting Tang Ze's intervention, only to find him seizing the opportunity to claim credit for capturing Ximeng. Qian-Pu laughed heartily. Your community is quite lively. It is indeed lively, Tang Ze responded. Addressing the crowd, esteemed owners, it is not that I seek personal gain, but rather that circumstances have shifted. You have all been captured, and what good am I alone? Chairman, she has treated you well in the past, ensuring you were not left to starve in these dire times. Now, facing adversity, if you stand with me in resistance, I, Tang Ze, am prepared to risk it all. They have 5 guns. With a mere 20 rounds to spare, we still have a chance. Qian-Pu was taken aback. Moments ago, he was accused of seeking personal glory, and now Tang Ze seemed to stir the conflict anew. What was his intention? Anyone who dares to move, I shall shoot them dead, Qian-Pu declared, raising his shotgun and firing a round. The thunderous blast rendered the owners paralyzed with fear. None wished to die for the sake of Ximeng. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in Ximeng's heart, believing at least half would rise to his defense, given their previously amicable relations. However, it was observed that those who usually maintained amicable relations bowed their heads even lower, as if they were oblivious to their own existence. In that moment, Ximeng felt a chill in her heart, realizing that no one would come to her aid, and to her dismay, not a single soul did. Ultimately, she had raised a pack of ingrates. Tang Ze sighed deeply. Look at you all, having benefited from her generosity, yet now you turn a blind eye to her plight. Do not blame me for seeking personal gain. Furthermore, I have saved you on several occasions. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have long since fallen prey to Huanyan. Excuse me, may I interject? I am the one here to rob, so could you kindly show me some respect? Qian-Pu retorted, feeling quite displeased, as this fellow was overshadowing him. My apologies, I seem to be getting ahead of myself. You may continue, boss, Tang Ze replied nonchalantly. Qian-Pu coldly commanded, remove your hand. Ah, that request is rather difficult, as her posterior is resting upon my hand. Tang Ze innocently shrugged. Curse you for toying with me, let go. Qian-Pu exclaimed, abruptly raising his gun to aim at Tang Ze, feeling the sting of humiliation. Yet, he hesitated to pull the trigger, fearing that a single shot might end Ximeng's life. Tang Ze's expression shifted slightly, and he slowly lowered his hand, stating, I am an orphan. Such words from you are truly impolite. Kill me if you must. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of 5 consecutive gunshots shattered the tense atmosphere. Except for Qian-Pu, the other 4 were instantly slain, their heads blown apart. Qian-Pu's weapon clattered to the ground as he clutched his shattered fingers, cold sweat streaming down his face. There are gunmen. Quickly, grab your weapons. However, the young men who rushed to retrieve the firearms were inevitably met with immediate demise, instilling a paralyzing fear among the remaining individuals. This turn of events, undoubtedly, brought immense relief to the property owners, who felt as though they had finally been rescued. The delivery person displayed remarkable cunning by diverting attention and orchestrating a plan for others to seek opportunities from the shadows. You have a gun, Qian-Pu stammered, his lips quivering as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Ze. In this era, possessing a firearm had become almost a requisite for survival in the outside world. Otherwise, one might wonder why she appeared so compliant. After uttering those words, he pinched the delicate visage of the delivery person. Qian-Pu chuckled softly. What do you intend to do? Nothing much, merely wish to end your life, came the response. As a handgun was drawn from the waist and fired amidst Qian Pu's terrified stare. The gunshot rang out, and Qian Pu, filled with unfulfilled ambition, fell, illustrating the consequence of disregarding the wisdom of elders. Youthful impetuosity often leads to folly. What was wrong with being a local tyrant, after all, with their leader fallen? The surrounding young men found themselves momentarily bewildered. At that moment, 3 women emerged from the periphery. The property owners were taken aback to discover that it was the trio accompanying Tang Zhe. Their sharpshooting skills were astonishing. Congratulations. You have earned the right to remain by my side, Tang Zhe remarked coolly, expressing his disappointment in the individuals before him. Siming held no illusions about these people either and knelt directly before Tang Zhe, saying, "Thank you, master, for your shelter." "Very obedient," Tang Zhe replied, gently patting Siming's head. This must activate a fixed quadruple speed. Just as Siming was kneeling before her master, a voice suddenly rang out. "Put down the gun." Unbeknownst to anyone, several men had picked up the shotguns and were now aimed at Tang Zhe and the others. This outcome left Sun Ting and Yi Qing shaking their heads, while Anbai, puffing her cheeks, appeared particularly adorable in her indignation. However, Tang Zhe merely chuckled, stroking Siming's head and saying, "My dear friends, I have just rescued you. Is this how you repay me?" A bald man emerged from the crowd, and Siming quietly remarked, "This is General Chun, who has never been particularly trustworthy." "Ha! Brother Tang, it's not that I am ungrateful, but rather that you are simply too formidable, leaving me quite unsettled. Even a woman like Siming has succumbed to your influence. I too wish to see her kneel before me." Tang Zhe sighed with a smile. "General Chun, let us do this. I will take them away, and we shall coexist peacefully." "Brother Tang, even if I could agree to that, the other owners would never consent. They fear your potential retaliation, don't you all think? Indeed, even General Siming fears you. Eliminate him, seize their guns. We must ensure our own safety. Precisely, if we allow him to remain, we shall be compelled to heed his commands. We must take charge of our own destinies." The owners collectively voiced their intentions, conveying a simple yet profound message. Your strength is overwhelming, creating an imbalance that can only be rectified through your demise. Qian Pu's subordinates were utterly astonished. They actually engaged in infighting. Truly, they are all remarkable talents. Chapter 75. Everyone must die. Your actions leave me in a precarious position. Tang Zhe clicked his tongue, wishing to spare you a path to survival, yet you seek my demise. In this apocalyptic era, I extend my hand to save you, and you repay me with betrayal. It is indeed a most absurd circumstance. President Chun chuckled softly. There is no need for your concern. Your death will bring relief to us all. Besides, you will have 4 beautiful companions to accompany you in the afterlife. Since we have reached this point, let us leave no survivors." Tang Zhe's eyes narrowed with cold resolve, while Siming, crouched on the ground, had already resigned herself to her fate. Yet upon hearing Tang Zhe's words, a ghastly smile crept across her face. "Eliminate them," President Chun commanded sharply. In that instant, both sides raised their guns and fired. Bang! 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 5 men wielding submachine guns were struck down with precision, their heads exploding upon impact. Conversely, Tang Zhe's side remained unscathed, as if they had been firing blank rounds. However, steel balls littered the ground, indicating that Tang Zhe had expertly controlled the situation from afar. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. President Chun, in particular, was perplexed as to why his side had suffered casualties while Tang Zhe's remained unharmed. Siming opened her eyes, initially expecting to feel the sting of death, yet she experienced no pain. The 5 assailants lay lifeless around her, leaving her to ponder what had just occurred. Suddenly, Tang Zhe reached into Siming's deep neckline, causing her heart to flutter in surprise. What was he doing? Under the gaze of the onlookers, Tang Zhe withdrew a golden broadsword from within. With a flourish, he brandished the blade, declaring, "Men shall perish, while the women shall remain." Tang Zhe spoke indifferently. The quick-witted man immediately lunged for the firearm, but Yi Qingyi raised her hand and fired twice. Sun Ting and Anbai showed no mercy either. As flames erupted from their gun barrels, the parking lot erupted into chaos. Both the homeowners and the henchmen of Qian Pu scattered in a frantic bid for survival. "I told you today is a harbinger of doom," one henchman shouted, only to be struck down moments later, his skull pierced. President Chun was petrified. These individuals were nothing short of monstrous. Tang Zai's gaze locked onto the fleeing President Chun, and he hurled his golden broadsword with ferocity. With a sickening thud, the blade embedded itself from the back of Chen's head, piercing through his mouth. Perhaps he had miscalibrated his strength, for it not only struck Chun but also cleaved through several others ahead of him before embedding itself into the concrete wall. The onlooking homeowners were horrified. This was not merely aberrant behavior, but rather the emergence of a devil from the depths of hell. As Tang Zai extended his palm, the broadsword lodged in the concrete wall was instantly drawn back. No more pretense, you shall all perish. With each swing of the blade, the fleeing homeowners were mercilessly severed in two, transforming the underground garage into a scene reminiscent of hell itself, with some succumbing to sheer terror. Ximeng stood there, transfixed by Tang Zai, who resembled a demonic entity. It was now clear to him what Yi Qingyi had previously implied. He seemed impervious to death, and ordinary people were utterly no match for him. Perhaps that was how Huo Wanyin had met his demise. He had claimed to have wiped out 2 communities. It now seemed he was on the brink of annihilating a third. The man was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, I had won the gamble and became his pet. There were 3 other women as well. A single shot sent one of them away, even when begging for mercy on their knees. Their eyes remained unblinking as they were executed without hesitation. One was left alive, bloodied and battered. Tang Zai turned to Sun Ting and said, "It's already taken care of." "Very well, please count them. I must pay a visit to each one." "Yes." As Tang Zai departed, the parking lot fell into an eerie silence. Blood pooling and trickling into the drainage, the metallic scent mingling with a foul odor, causing Ximei to retch uncontrollably. In stark contrast, the 3 women appeared desensitized, checking for any who might be feigning death, delivering a bullet to those who were. "Please, don't kill me. I'll serve Brother Tang. I'll do anything." Indeed, among the heap of corpses, they discovered a man pretending to be dead. Sun Ting shouted to Ximei, "Have you finished throwing up? Come over when you're done." Ximei felt as though her stomach would turn inside out. She had never witnessed such a scene, surrounded by lifeless bodies. "I'm coming." In that moment, Ximei completely humbled herself, daring not to show an ounce of defiance, positioning herself beneath the 3 women. Sun Ting extended her handgun, commanding, "Eliminate him." Yi Qingyi and Enbai stood by, ready to execute Ximei at the slightest hint of insubordination. Trembling uncontrollably, Ximei felt as though she were in a dream. "Hey, am I dreaming?" Ximeng suddenly regained his senses, gazing at the ominous black pistol, and slowly extended his hand, feeling a lingering warmth. As Sun Ting released her grip, the gun slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, eliciting a laugh from Sun Ting. "Pick it up." "I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy." Ximeng hurriedly retrieved it, this time holding it with both hands, yet the barrel continued to quiver uncontrollably. "Now aim it at him." The man shouted, "Shizong. It's me, Xiaochun. I have a close relationship with Brother Fu. I even brought you cured meat during the New Year, and you named my child. Please don't kill me." Yi Qingyi remarked coolly. He was just shouting in the crowd that he wanted to kill us. Bang! The gunshot struck the man's arm, and his screams echoed throughout the parking lot. However, Ximeng suddenly let out a shriek, repeatedly pulling the trigger until the magazine was emptied. "Enough," Sun Ting said, restraining Ximeng's hands, understanding his emotional turmoil. After all, she had experienced it too. That feeling was akin to the mind teetering on the brink of collapse, spiraling into madness. Ximeng gasped for air, sweat soaking his temples, his eyes unfocused. "Go ask where that warehouse in the outskirts is located. It would be prudent to pay a visit," Sun Ting directed towards Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi nodded and approached the only survivor. Though labeled a survivor, he was incapacitated, barely clinging to life. "Where is your warehouse? Speak up, and I will grant you a swift end." The pallid man gazed at Yi Qingyi's face, and even at this moment, he found it appealing. "To the Pu Li warehouse." Bang! "Let us return and wait," Sun Ting remarked, glancing around, realizing there was little left for her to do. Yi Qingyi replied, "There are still remains at home. Let us wait at Ximeng's place instead." "That works. It's rather repulsive to look at." Xiaobai support her. "All right," Xiaobai acquiesced. At that moment, Ximeng unexpectedly rose to her feet. After all, she was a contemporary strong woman, albeit momentarily startled. "I can walk on my own." Enbai responded with a cautious note, casting a wary glance at Ximeng, seemingly distrustful of this newcomer. "Where has the master gone?" Ximeng altered her address, attempting to convey sincerity, given the vividness of the recent events. "Off to drink blood," Enbai replied, carefully stepping over the corpses, though her slender heels still punctured the flesh, creating ghastly wounds. Ximing gasped, "Drink blood?" Sun Ting remarked nonchalantly. "The master is a vampire, possessing the ability to retrieve items from afar. To be chosen by him is indeed a stroke of fortune." Chapter 76. Remember our purpose, Ximing inhaled sharply, realizing that Tang was a vampire. It was no wonder he was so formidable. Such creatures truly existed in this world. Did that mean we were his blood slaves? Ximing suddenly exclaimed. Yi Qing paused momentarily. Your interpretation holds some truth. It essentially is that way. Oh dear, Meng Meng, do not fret. As long as we do not provoke our master, it is hardly a concern, Bai reassured her, gently patting Ximing's delicate shoulder, visibly startled by the revelation. After all, Ximing's understanding was still rooted in the notion of neck biting. Yet their necks remained pristine and unblemished. Is it about biting the neck? Ximing timidly inquired, and Bai whispered something in Ximing's ear, prompting her to gasp softly, her fair cheeks gradually flushing with color. Well, the thought of neck biting seems painful. At least this way, one is consumed in comfort. Upon arriving at Ximing's residence, the women hesitated to bathe, choosing instead to rest on the sofa, still stained with blood, waiting for Tang's return to indulge in a proper cleansing. They found it discomforting to remain unwashed. Outside, the sky slowly lightened, yet it was still overcast and raining, with a palpable drop in temperature. Most were increasingly anxious about potential power outages. If the electricity failed, starvation would be the least of their worries, for freezing to death seemed a more imminent threat. In a warehouse on the outskirts, a lean man on watch exhaled warm breaths, his gaze fixed on the distant road. Damn, this weather is growing colder. It must be only 7 or 8 degrees this morning. The man beside him sipped hot water nonchalantly, remarking, what does it matter? We have abundant resources. Once the second-in-command seizes the Shanhui community, we'll have exquisite residences to inhabit. Indeed, it would be quite gratifying to outmaneuver those white-collar workers. It was already 7:30 in the morning. Why was there still no news? They had to bring the vehicle back, after all. In the office, the ashtray on the table was filled with cigarette butts. Qian Zhongran and his son, Qian Ming, sat at the desk, anxiously awaiting updates. The longer they waited, the more unsettled they became, and calls went unanswered. Dad, what if something has gone wrong? Qian Ming finally broke the silence. Be quiet, Qian Zhongran barked, causing Qian Ming to lower his head slightly in silence. Glancing at his Rolex, it was already 8 o'clock. Qian Zhongran rose and began pacing the office. Suddenly, he exclaimed, 5 firearms and over 20 rounds of ammunition. It's impossible not to conquer a mere community. Indeed, but they were devoid of any information. Qian Ming couldn't shake the feeling that his younger brother might not have met with misfortune. Qian Zhongran ominously stated, there's also the possibility that your brother wishes to go solo. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qian Ming exclaimed, rising in agitation. Nothing is impossible. Qian Pu has always opposed my strategies. This time, allowing him to take half of the firearms may lead him to declare himself a sovereign. I was indeed blinded by my infatuation. How could I have relinquished half? As Qian Zhongran spoke, Qian Ming found his words quite reasonable. He slumped in his chair, recalling the urgency in his younger brother's eyes from the previous night. It became clear that his brother's intentions were not to capture Ximing, but rather to wield a gun. You must alert the brothers. This lad has been consumed by power and may very well return with a vengeance. After all, you are still his father. Suddenly, Qian Zhongran chuckled. I finally comprehend the ancient princes who rebelled, daring even to kill their own fathers. It illustrates the brutal reality of survival. It's a matter of life and death. Perhaps Qian Pu's phone had run out of battery, or he was simply unable to answer. Father, you are certainly overthinking this. Is it conceivable that everyone's phones are out of power? How long will you continue to console yourself? This wretched boy has undoubtedly amassed considerable benefits in the Shanhui community, intending to keep them all for himself. Although Qian Ming wished to dismiss this notion, the evidence was undeniable. Severing contact was akin to betrayal. I understand, he said. Merely instruct the brothers to remain vigilant. Let us not speak of the second brother's treachery to avoid sowing discord among the ranks. Distribute the remaining 5 shotguns, 1 for you, 1 for me, and 3 for trusted allies. Upon hearing these words, it felt as though he was on the brink of war with his younger brother. Qian Ming could only sigh in resignation, hoping that this was merely his father's speculation and that his brother would soon return. However, as noon passed without any sign of his return, Qianming knew deep down that his brother had indeed betrayed him. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Zhe finally returned to Ximing's home. "You are indeed here," he remarked with a smile directed at the 4 women upon entering, though the smile was rather unsettling. As his face was smeared with blood, Anbai rushed to Tang Zhe's side, exclaiming, "Master, I am hungry." Tang Zhe chuckled softly and patted Anbai's head, saying, "First, go take a bath, then we shall dine." The recent haul had been substantial. His energy gauge had surged to 63%. The large district had certainly outperformed in quantity. Moreover, he had amassed a considerable amount of supplies. Though not particularly useful to him, he had no intention of leaving them for others. After all, Tang Zhe was no philanthropist. He was on the cusp of upgrading his system, which, at a quadrupled pace, would take at least a month. We are, after all, individuals of principle. We believe in reason. If one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. Should you seek to harm me, I would retaliate against your entire family. The notion of sparing family members is a farce, akin to nurturing a tiger. While Ximing appeared somewhat reserved, the other 3 women were harmonious in their interactions. They entered Ximing's walk-in closet, which was adorned with an array of high-end garments. Louis Vuitton and Hermes were merely standard fare, and they naturally chose styles that Tang Zhe favored. What is our guiding principle? It is not to engage in romance, but rather to serve our master diligently, ensuring his happiness and affording him the utmost privileges. In the living room, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa, already indulging in durian pizza, when the 4 women, emerging from the bedroom, were instantly captivated by the delectable aroma. Ximing was left astonished, as the scent reminded her of something from a previous life. Chapter 77. The Return of the Death Delivery. The 4 women gazed at the pizza, pondering its origins. "You may divide it amongst yourselves," chuckled, feeling as though he had been cast in the role of a tyrannical overlord, unwittingly portrayed as the villain in their narrative. His initial intention had been to correct their undesirable habits, yet upon presenting his suggestion, he was met with sharp retorts that left him utterly astonished. Particularly, S' assertion struck him. As the master's little kitty, one has no right to dine at the master's table. Such an act is a sacrilege and a profound disrespect to the master. We beseech you, noble master, to honor us and acknowledge our innermost sentiments. From that moment forth, chose to acquiesce to their whims, lest he be accused of trampling upon their human rights or showing a lack of respect for women. An onslaught of verbal jabs that nearly rendered him dazed. After satiating their appetites, it was time to attend to business, not to be misconstrued. S' notion of work pertained to seeking out and his associates, as he prepared to journey to. After all, promises made must be fulfilled. Following the quest for vengeance, a visit to awaited him, leaving him uncertain as to whether had deceived him. A star. Just how bright is it? It cannot outshine. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to part ways? Perhaps you should remain, remarked, casting a glance at the wistful. She hurriedly clarified, "Master, you misunderstand me. This is my first home, and I may never see it again." Tang Zhe chuckled softly, igniting a cigarette as he remarked, "While Yi Qingyi persevered for nearly a week, you, on the other hand, lasted less than a day. Shall I commend your intelligence or question your principles? To serve my master is, henceforth, the greatest honor I could ever achieve." With that, he knelt at Tang Zhe's feet, bowing his head to gently kiss Tang Zhe's shoes as a gesture of loyalty. Tang Zhe merely smiled and replied, "All right, I understand your sentiments. Let us proceed." "Thank you, master," Ximing responded, stepping ahead to summon the elevator, standing respectfully at the side, resembling a dutiful secretary. The group did not venture to the parking lot, as the odor within was rather overwhelming. Instead, they made their way directly to the entrance on the first floor. Upon exiting, the 4 women were clad in warm down jackets, thoroughly bundled up, while the exquisite scenery remained solely for Tang Zhe's enjoyment. At that moment, Tang Zhe was contemplating his choice of vehicle. The previous Tank 300 had been utterly destroyed, and he felt the rear seating was somewhat lacking, necessitating an upgrade. Thus, a Maybach would suffice, as Mercedes-Benz is renowned for rear seat comfort. The 4-seater Maybach was unsuitable, so he opted for the base model Maybach 480, a 5-seater version, perfectly accommodating their numbers. "Allow me to perform a little magic," he said. "Wow, is master beginning to charm the ladies?" Anbai inquired eagerly. Tang Zhe shrugged. "Do I need to charm you? It seems you are the ones attempting to charm me." A soft laugh escaped from Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting, while Ximing stifled his laughter, hesitant to join in. "Come on." The revered Laozi, with utmost urgency as commanded by the celestial decree, summoned forth a magnificent creation. Suddenly, a resplendent, caterpillar-tracked golden Mercedes-Benz Maybach materialized beside him. A sumptuous gift indeed. Chapter 78. Fratricidal strife. A sudden sound rendered the individuals within the warehouse momentarily speechless. Their gazes fixated on the closed iron door. In that instant, it felt as though they had been transported back in time, as if the apocalypse had never occurred. Yet, that was inconceivable. In this era, who would be delivering food? If there were indeed someone delivering food, they were surely courting death. Go open the door, Qian Ming commanded in a low voice, reloading the shotgun in his hand. The subordinate dared not defy their leader's words. After all, wealth dictated authority. Obediently, he approached the iron door. With a forceful shove, he flung it open, only to retreat hastily, his expression one of sheer terror, rendering the scene quite comical. In walked Tang, hand in hand with Xi Ming. The men in the warehouse were taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of this unexpected arrival. The young man appeared harmless, wearing a cheerful smile as if he were merely visiting, while the woman he held was as ripe as a peach. Her voluptuous form and exquisite features capable of inciting fierce competition among the men in this desolate world. You are Xi Ming. Qian Ming quickly recognized her. Though his mind struggled to grasp the situation, how had she come here on her own? The men whispered among themselves, their gazes unified and filled with avarice as they beheld Xi Ming. No wonder their leader yearned for her. Such a breathtaking beauty was coveted by all. Ms. Xi, welcome. A voice echoed from the second floor, revealing Qian Zhongran standing by the railing, looking down upon Tang, or rather, fixating his gaze upon Xi Ming. At this moment, Xi Ming regained her regal aura, shedding the ingratiating smile that had previously adorned her face, replaced instead by an air of haughty indifference. Tang remarked, "Do not alter yourselves for my sake. Remain as you are. After all, authenticity is what renders life intriguing. Otherwise, one merely exists as a soulless shell." You must be the esteemed Mr. Qian, as mentioned by President Hua, Xi Ming surmised. She had anticipated that Mr. Qian would be a magnate, only to discover he was merely a small-time entrepreneur with a few warehouses. Were it not for the resources in those warehouses, he would have no followers. Qian Zhongran perceived the disdain in Xi Ming's eyes, yet chuckled nonchalantly. I had only seen President Xi on television before. Encountering you today, it is evident you possess the beauty of a national treasure, utterly exquisite. Your opinion on my beauty is of no consequence to me, she retorted with a touch of arrogance, inciting the men around her, for what is unattainable is often deemed most desirable. Suddenly, Tang leaned closer to Xi Ming, whispering playfully in her ear, "De Ming, I must say, I find the current version of you rather appealing." A shiver coursed through her, the sensation igniting warmth in her ears. Observing the intimate exchange, Qian Zhongran interjected with a low growl, "Xi Ming, where is my son? He is in your possession, is he not?" "I have dispatched him," Xi Ming replied coolly, readily accepting the blame. "Damn!" Qian Zhongran exclaimed, raising his gun toward Xi Ming. Though it was merely a gesture, Xi Ming let out a cold, derisive laugh, her voice laced with disdain. "Are you avenging your son? Or do you hesitate to take my life? After all, women like me are rare finds." This remark truly struck a chord with Qian Zhongran. If her son were indeed deceased, wouldn't it be even more detrimental to kill her? Ha ha ha. No wonder, President, she has become the youngest female entrepreneur in our city. There is indeed a rationale behind it. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? Xi Ming calmly responded, "I am here to kill you." "What? Kill me? Ha ha. With what will you accomplish that?" Qian Zhongran laughed uncontrollably, initially troubled by her elusive presence, yet now she had come to him, spouting such audacious claims. At that moment, Xi Ming surveyed her surrounding subordinates and posed a question. "You sacrifice your lives for this old man, only to receive what in return? A mere cheap woman? Meanwhile, he indulges in my company. Is that fair?" The subordinates naturally felt the injustice of it all. Why should the beautiful women be reserved for the boss while they were left with the less appealing? "Do not be swayed by this woman," Qian Zhongran bellowed in anger. Confirming her malicious intentions, Xi Ming then pointed at Qian Zhongran and declared, "Whoever kills him, I shall be his woman." Instantly, the warehouse fell into a profound silence, as if the only sound that could be heard was the gulping of the men, captivated by Xi Ming's exquisite beauty. To be able to taste such allure would be the pinnacle of existence. At this moment, Tang was taken aback, for the plan had not been laid out in such a manner, Xiao Bai and the others were stationed afar, preparing to snipe. Yet, Xi Meng seemed intent on inciting them to turn against one another. Can one's principles truly be swayed by mere appearances? Suddenly, Qianming raised his gun towards another armed man, shouting, "Zhu Hai, what are you doing? Put down the gun. Minggu, what are you pointing at me? Are you mad?" Zhu Hai immediately raised his weapon towards Qianming. In such a tense moment, Xi Meng added fuel to the fire. "Don't you desire me? Don't you long to experience my fiery body? Eliminate them." Bang! Suddenly, Qianming fired, killing Zhu Hai, and the two henchmen beside him were also struck and injured. "Damn it! You killed my brother." Another gunman, clearly close to Zhu Hai, immediately aimed his weapon at Qianming. With a resounding bang, Qianming was shot in the chest and fell, firing once more and taking down two nearby henchmen. On the second floor, Qian Zhongran witnessed his son being shot and quickly grabbed a shotgun to fire at the assailant. Chaos erupted, with someone brandishing a knife rushing towards the second floor, intent on killing Qian Zhongran to claim the stunning beauty of Xi Meng for himself. There were many who coveted the position of Qian Zhongran, and now not only could they seize the top spot, but also embrace the beauty. What a lucrative endeavor. Tang, observing the chaotic scene before him, was astonished and turned to glance at Xi Meng. Indeed, she was beautiful, but was it really that compelling? In truth, Tang was experiencing aesthetic fatigue. After all, he awoke each day to the sight of beauties, while others saw disheveled hair, unwashed bodies, and unpleasant odors. Thus, he could not fathom the allure that Xi Meng held for others. Utilizing her beauty was not a first for Xi Meng, particularly within the confines of the Shanhuxiu community. Many men toiled tirelessly for their own aspirations, yet the singular occasion they faltered was at the hands of Tang. This notion that half of the individuals might sacrifice themselves for a cause stemmed from this very point. However, what Xi Meng failed to recall was that last night, he had surrendered himself to Tang, causing his lofty persona to shatter and consequently diminishing his allure. Now, with that formidable presence re-emerging, coupled with the palpable anxiety of the day, it incited a fratricidal frenzy among the people. "Shaoli, do not act rashly." Qian Zhongran aimed his firearm at the young man before him, who wielded a dagger. Once a diligent employee, he now stood transformed in an unexpected manner. Shaoli, breathless, responded, "Boss, I am grateful for your guidance over the years. You have grown old. The opportunities should now be bestowed upon us, the youth. You have deeply disappointed me." "Shaoli." Qian Zhongran pulled the trigger, only to hear a mere click. Shaoli revealed a faint smile. "Boss, I have counted. You are out of bullets." In an instant, Qian Zhongran hurled the gun aside and fled toward his office, wishing to secure himself within. Yet, as he turned to open the door, he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his back. Chapter 79. Did your mother not tell you? You. Qian Zhongran slowly turned to face the grim-faced Shaoli. Shaoli was indeed formidable. With relentless thrusts, Qian Zhongran never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a former employee. After slaying Qian Zhongran, Shaoli brandished his dagger and proclaimed loudly, "I have killed Qian Zhongran." The warehouse fell silent once more, all eyes turning to Shaoli on the second floor. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Shaoli, delivering a chilling blow from behind, followed by raucous laughter. "From now on, I am the boss, and Xi Meng belongs to me. How dare you claim to be the boss? Brothers, kill him." At that moment, everyone exerted their utmost to vie for the title of boss and Xi Meng. After all, as long as they eliminated the one in front, they would become the leader. The bored Tang lit a cigarette, remarking, "I never imagined your charisma would be so potent. Master, weren't you the same at the beginning?" Cough, cough. "I was merely pretending." "All right," the master was acting. Tang playfully slapped Xi Meng's pert rear. "Meng, you're being a bit mischievous. I learned it from Xiao Bai." "Indeed. The naughty ones are particularly easy to imitate." Xi Meng smiled gently. Had it not been for Tang presence, she would never have dared to venture alone into this den of wolves. She understood the importance of having a formidable ally. At that moment, an earpiece crackled to life with Xiao Bai's voice. "Sister Xi, you truly excel at shifting blame. This is what we call enlightenment," Sun Ting teased. On one side, a fierce battle raged, while on the other, flirtation and jesting ensued. Tang could no longer bear the increasing vulgarity of their banter, fearing it might corrupt him. Amidst the conversation, nearly all present had perished, leaving only two valiant souls engaged in a duel. Tang pondered, "Do I truly appear so fragile and insignificant? Am I merely a specter to them?" Indeed, These men regarded Tang Zhe as naught but air, utterly dismissing him. It could only be said that his appearance was misleadingly deceptive. "Brother, why don't we cease hostilities and join forces?" one suggested. "Huh. I have no taste for such propositions. Come at me." With the negotiation shattered, blades mercilessly clashed against one another. Even the eventual victor bore numerous wounds. And without proper treatment, his days would be numbered. Tang Zhe sighed. "I never imagined your words would leave them with only one standing. Forgive my master for the amusement." He added. The victor approached slowly, fingers dripping with blood, leaving a crimson trail, his face marred by deep gashes. Yet, his gaze fixated upon the exquisite simping, as though he were not the one wounded. Was the allure of beauty truly so potent? "I have triumphed. You shall henceforth be mine," the victor proclaimed, his eyes radiating a final glimmer of greed. Simping replied with a radiant smile. "Little brother, did your mother never tell you that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she may be?" The young brother appeared utterly bewildered when he witnessed Shi Ming extract a handgun from her down jacket, as if he had been rendered immobile. Bang! As the shell clattered to the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the entire warehouse. Tang Zhe could not help but applaud. "Truly impressive, de Ming. A single bullet has resolved them all." It was primarily due to the presence of a master that de Ming exuded such confidence. "You are quite modest. Let us proceed." "Master, wait a moment." Shi Ming grasped Tang Zhe's hand, her beautiful eyes beginning to shimmer. "What is it?" She suddenly shed her delicate demeanor, whispering into Tang Zhe's ear with a commanding tone. "Damn me. I, Tang Zhe, a man of integrity, felt I was truly being led astray by these women, devoid of any moral boundaries. I must resist and condemn such behavior." Not far away, 3 Barrett rifles were aimed at the warehouse, with 3 enchanting figures sprawled on the ground. Yet, the view through the scopes was no longer that of enemies. "Quite provocative," Sun Ting remarked with a grin through the scope. "Truly impressive," Anbai admitted, a hint of envy in her voice. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, choosing not to continue watching, and tapped Sun Ting and Anbai, urging them to turn off their earpieces. "What's the matter?" Sun Ting inquired, puzzled. Yi Qingyi replied earnestly, given Shi Ming's immediate display. "It may pose some disadvantage for us." Anbai, however, innocently countered, "Sister Yi, you are overthinking it." Yi Qingyi decisively abandoned Xiaobai, casting a glance at Sun Ting. Indeed, she possessed quite the knack for seducing the master. It was prudent to observe her demeanor first. Presently, there were no valid excuses to eliminate her. Should the master cast blame upon us, we would not only face dire consequences, but would also bear the scars of such a fate. Thus, we must proceed in this manner for the time being. Anbai stated earnestly, "I perceive no issues at hand." Both Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi simultaneously rolled their eyes, grateful that Anbai had the master to rely on during the apocalypse. Otherwise, with such reasoning, he would have undoubtedly placed himself in peril. Before departing, Tang Zhe meticulously collected all provisions from the surrounding warehouses, leaving not a single grain behind. Upon returning to the vehicle, Sun Ting took the wheel while Shi Ming reclined in the passenger seat. "De Ming, where is your warehouse?" Shi Ming opened her eyes, sheepishly admitting, "The items in my warehouse have long since vanished. I was merely deceiving them, otherwise I would not have sought out Huan Yin." Sun Ting, driving with a calm demeanor, remarked, "You are quite the deceiver." Shi Ming immediately sensed Sun Ting's hostility and hastily responded, "Sister, I had no other choice at that time. Do not call me sister. I am actually a few years your junior." Sun Ting's tone softened slightly, having sensed Shi Ming's attempt to appease her. Shi Ming, not being a foolish woman, smiled and said, "You are all my sisters. I kindly request your guidance." "I knew it," Yi Qingyi remarked, noticing Anbai's expression and promptly clearing her throat. Shi Ming glanced at Yi Qingyi and Anbai, offering only a faint smile without further comment. However, she sensed that they harbored some concerns. As a newcomer, she might be subjected to a test of mettle, and given her performance today, their apprehensions were warranted. "What I, Shi Ming, aspire to be is a woman of unparalleled stature, and your worries are indeed justified." Tang Zhe, with a playful smile, observed the 4 women, aware that this vehicle likely housed countless secrets. Judging by Shi Ming's display today, the combined prowess of the 3 pales in comparison to hers, her adaptability is remarkable, and she possesses her own convictions. Only Xiao Yi could match her in a contest of strength, while Xiao Tingting would need to reconsider, and as for Xiao Bai, she remained blissfully unaware of her own predicament. Yet, Tang Zhe felt that with Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting together, they too would struggle to rival Ximeng. He clapped his hands and declared, "We have a rule. Each person must share their story, their experiences. De Ming, you may commence your speech." Experiences. From childhood to the present? Ximeng was taken aback. Did newcomers really have to recount their tales? Was it a desire to uncover one another's backgrounds? Such thoughts were merely Ximeng's overthinking, for this was simply a suggestion from Tang that had since evolved into a custom. Indeed, Yi Qingyi affirmed. Chapter 80. Li Lingo. Ximeng pressed her red lips together, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. I was born in a rural area, my family impoverished. While my father worked away from home, my mother ran off with a man from the city. My father, devastated, soon succumbed to despair and passed away. I left high school without completing my education and came to Huashan City to find work. I found employment in a factory, where my beauty afforded me certain advantages over others. Gradually, I learned to leverage my appearance to achieve my goals. Even the factory manager's son became enamored with me. Whatever I desired, he would procure for me, much like his father. However, he overestimated his appeal and attempted to assert dominance over me. In a moment of desperation, I dealt with him decisively and fled. It was then that I encountered Fu Qi, who was just about to get into his car when he stumbled upon my plea for help. Fu Qi came from a powerful family. At the time, he was still married, yet he pursued me fervently. He even intervened on my behalf regarding that father-son duo. As I ventured into entrepreneurship, he facilitated my path, securing bank loans with ease and ensuring I was the first to learn of any development projects. Eventually, he divorced, and his wife approached me, claiming he was impotent. For me, this was fortuitous news. Before long, we wed, not with a grand ceremony, but merely a marriage certificate. My business flourished, and to avoid any appearance of impropriety, he resigned. Thus, my life unfolded. Tang stroked his chin, glancing at Sun Ting. "Why have you stopped?" Listening to the story, Sun Ting replied, looking rather pitiful. Tang suddenly realized, glancing at Ximeng and exclaiming, "No wonder you are so tense." Yi Qingyi, feeling indignant, retorted, "Am I really that loose? This is my first time after all." "Me too," another chimed in, as if anyone here isn't experiencing this for the first time. "Even when the big brother in my live stream invited me, I declined." Sun Ting scoffed, "Who do you look down upon?" And Bai timidly raised her hand and said, "Actually, this is also my first time." Tang burst into laughter, finding the women utterly amusing. All right, then I too am a novice. None of us are at a disadvantage here. When chatting with you all, I often feel out of place. Your banter is too risky for me to keep up." His words immediately drew hisses from the four women. "We are merely indulging in playful banter, while you seem to be serious, trying to compete with us." "Master, what about your story?" Ximeng inquired, curious about Tang past. Was he once a formidable figure? The other three women refrained from commenting on Tang past, as it contrasted starkly with his present demeanor. "Xiao Yi, why don't you share?" "I already recounted my tale last time." Tang being generous, suggested, "It's just black history. Sharing it might bring us all some joy." Yi Qingyi immediately jumped into gossip. "Our master, in fact, used to be a rather naive boy." "Goodness, you actually said that." "Ah, but you did ask me to share," Yi Qingyi stammered, startled by her own revelation. Seeing Yi Qingyi's face pale slightly from shock, Tang erupted in laughter. "I was just teasing you. Please, continue. Master you." Without further ado, Yi Qing crossed her arms and gazed out the window, fuming. Just moments ago, she believed her life was in jeopardy. At this juncture, it was time for Enbai to take the stage. "Xiao Bai, it's your turn." Indeed, our master was the type who could be trifled with by anyone, enduring workplace oppression and suffering humiliation while pursuing a romantic interest. How pitiable. The intrigue within Ximeng was ablaze. "What girl?" Tang chuckled. "It's that one. What was her name?" "By something, his lover." "By Jian? They were the ones you eliminated, weren't they?" Ximeng suddenly recalled. "Ah, yes, them. They attempted to drug me to seize my supplies, but I turned the tables on them. In truth, my visit to your neighborhood was primarily to locate this woman." Tang lamented, "I don't desire to take lives, but if I don't, others will take mine. What can I do?" Ximeng sighed, recognizing that everyone has a history. However, Tang was different from other men. While they skillfully concealed their pasts, Tang seemed unconcerned about revealing his, even imbued with a hint of self-mockery. At times, he appeared ruthlessly cold, yet at others, he resembled a child, merely forced into this predicament by the apocalypse. "Where are we headed now?" Ximeng inquired, observing the vehicle steering towards the city center, perplexed. To find a celebrity, I cannot ascertain the truth of it. If we fail, we shall proceed directly to Yunhai City. A celebrity? Tang Ze murmured softly. Perhaps this illustrious star finds herself engulfed in dire straits, and as a man, I must extend my assistance. At that moment, the four women simultaneously rolled their eyes. For to be aided by their master would undoubtedly entail a psychological torment. Nevertheless, Tang Ze spoke a truth. This prominent celebrity is indeed mired in turmoil. Coastal Garden, the most prestigious villa district of Hawaii City, is composed entirely of standalone residences, each nestled in an exquisite environment, with a price tag hovering around $200 million. Numerous affluent businessmen and celebrities have made their purchases here. Yet now, these wealthy individuals are regretting their choices, lamenting their decision to invest in this wretched locale. For an entire week, the Shuangdong district has been plunged into darkness, and Coastal Garden is no exception. With the temperature plummeting, the threat of freezing to death looms large. Thankfully, some households are equipped with fireplaces, allowing them to burn books for warmth. Certain families have stockpiled provisions, a fortunate consequence of their wealth and fear of mortality. Having hoarded supplies in anticipation of an apocalyptic scenario, one that has now, in truth, materialized. However, others have not prepared adequately, or perhaps have accumulated scant reserves. For instance, the villa inhabited by Li Linger is nearly devoid of food. Seated beside the fireplace, enveloped in blankets, Li Linger tears pages from a book, casting them into the flames. The flickering firelight illuminates her exquisite visage, akin to the most resplendent flower in spring, requiring little adornment. Her natural beauty is sufficient to captivate countless hearts. Her eyes, which ought to radiate brilliance, now reflect the weight of her circumstances. Now, she carries a tinge of despair. Yet her brows resemble a graceful stroke amidst the mountains and waters, adding a touch of playfulness and vivacity. Alas, the warmth of her smile has vanished, leaving her to merely repeat the motion of tearing pages. Before the apocalypse, Li Linger was a rising star in the entertainment industry, captivating audiences with her profound acting in a television drama that resonated deeply. This success propelled her into a whirlwind of brand endorsements, film projects, and even an appearance on last year's Spring Festival Gala. At merely 22 years of age, she is yet to graduate from university. Initially, she had accepted a commercial performance and was scheduled to rest here, but that very evening, rain fell. Consequently, she found herself trapped, and there was no further development. What was thought to be a passing rainstorm has turned into a dire situation, as the last of their provisions have been consumed, leaving only half a bottle of water. With the rain showing no signs of abating, could they be left to starve? Once, when the rain briefly subsided, a multitude surged in, armed with sticks and knives, striking terror into their hearts. Chapter 81. Someone truly opens the door. The iron gate outside was battered, yet fortunately, the door was sufficiently sturdy to withstand the assault. Otherwise, that band of ruffians would surely have captured them. With the rain falling, those miscreants had dispersed, but if the downpour ceased, they would undoubtedly return. At times, one might wish for the rain to stop. At other moments, the desire for it to continue prevails. Regardless, the food had been completely consumed, so one might as well wait in silence for the inevitable end. After all, what significance does it hold? 18 years hence, one would still be a valiant soul. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Li Linger found herself amused. Indeed, her smile could enchant a city. At the entrance of the Coastal Garden, Tang Ze stood under the rain clad in protective gear alongside four women, presenting an unusual sight. How about we make a wager? Tang Ze suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, the four women instinctively recoiled. Gambling with their master could cost them their lives. And Bai understood this well. Gambling is a perilous endeavor, best avoided. What are you all doing? You make me seem like a demon, Tang Ze remarked, to which the women's expressions implied. Isn't that the case? If you win, I shall reward you with a portion of your favorite food. If you lose, you must perform a dance for me. What do you say? Will you join? In unison, the women stepped forward, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly frightened us to death." How do we wager? And Bai inquired with curiosity. We shall go door to door and wager on whether they will open for us. If they welcome us and do not wish us harm, I shall provide supplies. Tang Ze declared, eager to discover if there still exist benevolent souls in this world, for thus far, he had encountered none. It is incorrect. Luo Jun from the Shanhui community can certainly be regarded as one. This is precisely why they have been granted numerous opportunities, yet there remains no significant change. However, this is a villa, not merely a residential area. It involves entering someone else's home directly. Surely, someone will answer the door, Shiming immediately remarked. For this is fundamentally a matter of probability. After all, the worst that could happen is merely a dance. I concur, Sun Ting chimed in. For dancing is indeed her forte, having engaged in it before. Tang Ze glanced at Yi Qingyi and Xiao Bai, the latter of whom nodded in agreement. Very well then. I shall wager that no one will open the door. If someone benevolent does take us in, without further ado, they should at least provide us with a year's worth of supplies. Having seized so many resources, Tang Ze had no desire to offer them to the malevolent. It is the virtuous who truly deserve to survive. Master, you could show some compassion, Sun Ting teased lightly. I am not inherently malevolent. Have I coerced you? I think not. Indeed, we are all here of our own accord, they replied in unison. Tang Ze shrugged. If you speak so begrudgingly, kindly turn and leave. I assure you, I shall not pursue. With that, Tang Ze stepped further inside. Oh dear, the master is upset. Wait, Xiao Bai, and Bai was swift. While the three women at the back door exchanged glances, and Sun Ting followed suit. Yi Qingyi and Shiming sensed an opportunity to depart. Yet how long could they survive away from Tang Ze? Perhaps they would not even manage to escape this city. There was nothing left to deliberate. Yi Qingyi and Shiming followed suit. Behold, this is entirely your choice. Observing Tang Ze's genuine expression, the four women erupted into laughter. Perhaps this was the true essence of him. Approaching the first villa, it appeared that the iron gate had been forcefully breached, suggesting that even the affluent enclave had fallen prey to robbery. They proceeded directly to the entrance and knocked on the door. If Tang Ze were to call out, "Your delivery has arrived," it would be reminiscent of a horror film. Faint footsteps seemed to draw near the door. Tang Ze called out, "Is anyone there? May I stay for a night? Get lost, or we'll kill you," shouted a man from inside, eyeing the peephole. Outside stood 5 peculiar figures, possibly attempting to deceive him into opening the door for a heist. Tang Ze shrugged helplessly. This fellow is quite irate. Come on, open the door. And Bai suddenly chimed in with a sweet tone. To think she would use feminine charm to entice him to open the door. Scram, Tang Ze replied, shrugging his shoulders. Even with Xiao Bai's efforts, it seemed that wearing protective gear was futile. Revealing one's appearance might indeed encourage them to open the door. Of course, one could not fault others. Refusing to open the door was a normal reaction, while compliance would be rather unusual. They would have to seek another residence. With a sigh of resignation, Tang Ze lamented the difficulty of delivering supplies. Arriving at the entrance of the second villa, the iron gate was again ajar. This time, in an effort to persuade the occupants to open the door, the four women were nearly ready to shed their protective suits. Hey, no need to play tricks. Tang Ze promptly intervened. If you reveal your faces, even the most cautious of men would be inclined to open up. Brother, please open the door. It's so cold. Brother, open the door. Tang Ze's forehead bore several dark lines, and he felt goosebumps threatening to cascade down his arms. Yet, a woman's voice echoed from within. Get lost. With a burst of laughter, Tang Ze found himself in fits of giggles, encountering the mistress of the house inside. How could they possibly be allowed entry to tempt her man? Let's try another place. An hour later, Tang Ze wore a victorious grin, finally on the verge of a triumph. Since dancing was on the agenda, they would need to rehearse, and it had to be sultry and fiery, reminiscent of a Korean dance troupe. Tang Ze began issuing his demands. This was practically a post-apocalyptic girl group. Yi Qingyi pursed her lips and remarked, "We haven't lost yet." Stubbornness. In this day and age, if anyone could open the door, I would willingly cut myself to pieces. Shi Mengjiao chuckled, "Please don't. We would all be in trouble." Exactly, no chopping. Sun Ting chimed in. Tang Ze reflected on how, in the past, he had been indifferent, but now he treated them like precious treasures, cradled in his hands, fearing they might dissolve if held too tightly. Arriving at the villa, Tang Ze knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Inside. Li Linger looked toward the door with a hint of panic. Sun Ting called out, her voice trembling slightly. We are seeking refuge here. Could we please stay the night? We beg you. And Bai's slightly soft and endearing tone indeed carried a significant charm. Li Linger, upon hearing the girl's voice, rose from her cocoon of blankets and donned a mask before approaching the door. Tang Ze, attuned to the weight of the footsteps, discerned that it was likely a woman inside. They had indeed stumbled into a precarious situation. However, The thought of forcibly entering the dwelling to seek out the so-called celebrity seemed unwise. It was not in his character to abduct an innocent under the glaring light of day. Peering through the peephole, Li Linger observed 5 individuals clad in protective gear, resembling a rescue team. "Where do you come from?" she inquired, her voice breaking the tense silence. Tang Ze silently lamented the turn of events. It was a young girl, and he worried that her compassion might lead her to open the door. Surely, she wouldn't be that naive, would she? Yi Qingyi hastily interjected. "We escaped from the Shanhu community. Was your community overrun by villains?" Shi Meng sensed an opportunity, noting the girl's gentle demeanor. "Yes," the girl replied, her voice trembling. "My parents were killed, and I have nowhere else to go. The roads are filled with evildoers." Her words resonated with Li Linger, and she sensed that they did not seem like malicious individuals, prompting her to unlock the door. Meanwhile, Tang Ze observed the slowly opening door, his brows furrowing in disbelief. It appeared that they had triumphed once again. Chapter 82. Is there still a white moonlight in this era? For women beamed with smiles. "Master, it seems your luck at gambling is somewhat lacking," they remarked. Tang Ze was intrigued to discover what kind of woman possessed the audacity to open the door at such a perilous moment. Seemingly oblivious to the danger, a clear indication of her naivety. As he gazed at the woman before him, bundled in a blanket and wearing a mask, he paused for a moment, noting her captivating eyes. However, Tang Ze had not yet conceded defeat. Perhaps behind the door lurked several burly men ready to ambush him, allowing him to turn the tables. "Thank you. We will stay for just one night and then depart," Anbai said, her tone exuding an affable charm. Li Linger nodded in response. "Then please, come in." Tang Ze's hand gripped his firearm, poised for action. "Young lady, your performance is woefully inadequate. Summon your accomplices," he declared. Yet, upon entering the room, he was met only with an icy chill, devoid of any other presence. Understanding dawned upon Tang Ze. They must be hiding in the bedroom, which explained the absence of footsteps. "I apologize, but we have consumed all the food. There remains only half a bottle of water. I hope you don't mind that I've already had a sip." Li Linger's words left the 5 stunned. Could one still entertain guests in such a manner? Were they unaware of the current value of water? Tang Ze chuckled inwardly. There was likely poison in that water. His keen perception had unraveled her ruse. The 5 of them first removed their protective gear, and at last, Li Linger beheld the stunning visages of the 4 women, each more breathtaking than the last. It was indeed remarkable that a young man had the company of such exquisite companions. "Then we shall not be polite," Tang Ze chuckled, inwardly contemplating that she would undoubtedly be reluctant. However, Li Linger retrieved half a bottle of Bai Sui Shan from the coffee table and found 5 paper cups. Pouring water as she had done for guests in the past, Tang Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, suspecting she might have slipped something in before he entered. "Let's see." Taking the paper cup, he swiftly produced a testing device and immersed it in the cup, only to be met with a green light. "Safe. How could that be?" "Oh, I see." Pretending it was merely half a bottle of water to curry favor. Such a spacious villa must conceal far more resources. "I shall investigate further." Feeling a slight urgency, he inquired, "Where is the restroom?" "Just go straight and take a right," she replied. "Thank you," said Tang Ze, feigning a trip to the restroom while discreetly ascending the stairs when Li Linger was preoccupied. With a hint of a smile, Li Linger remarked, "I apologize. It's a bit chilly in here. Come over and warm yourselves by the fire." "Oh dear, the flames are about to die down." She hurried to the fireplace to tear up some paper. "I'll assist you," and Bai eagerly rushed to help. The 3 women at the back door exchanged glances. Their initial thoughts upon entering the house mirrored Tang Ze's, as they sensed a whiff of conspiracy, while Xiao Bai exhibited no wariness whatsoever. As the fire blazed brighter, Li Linger sighed with relief. "Come gather around the fire, don't catch a chill. Nowadays, there are no medicines for a cold." "Little sister, do you live here alone?" Shi Meng approached the fireplace, feeling much more comfortable. Li Linger sighed softly, her voice tinged with helplessness as she murmured, "Yes, there was electricity before, but it suddenly disappeared last week." "What about your parents?" Yi Qingyi inquired, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings. At this juncture, tears welled uncontrollably in Li Linger's eyes as she replied, "They have already been killed." "What happened?" Yi Qingyi asked with genuine concern. "My parents lived in a Tier 5 city. Initially, we kept in touch, but gradually my father began to say that the neighborhood was unsafe, and my mother urged me not to go outside. After a few days, they stopped responding, so I asked a neighbor, who informed me that my father had resisted those people and as a result, as she spoke, Li Linger broke into tears. Such tales were all too familiar to Sun Ting, and Bai, and Yi Qingyi, who had endured their share of hardships. Yi Qingyi, in particular, felt a sense of authority in her voice. Her brother-in-law was a good man, yet he had received no reward for his virtue. Shi Meng sighed, offering comfort. Sister, do not be sorrowful, mourn as you must. I am already content to have encountered you, and to share words. Li Linger wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and removed her mask. As her visage was revealed, the four women momentarily froze in astonishment. Yi Qingyi whispered, Sister, I can't shake the feeling that you resemble a celebrity. I agree, the resemblance is striking, and Bai remarked, leaning closer to Li Linger and playfully pinching her cheek to discern if she were real. Sun Ting exclaimed, You must be Li Linger. Shi Meng mused to herself about how fortunate Tang seemed, given the numerous doors that had remained closed to him. Only Li Linger opened this door, and her appearance was no less striking than that of the others, even graced by the aura of a star. What man would not wish to claim her for himself? If outsiders were to discover that Li Linger resided here, this place would surely be besieged. Her continued survival in this location was largely due to the seclusion of the villa area, where the residents kept to themselves. Had she lived in a more populated community, she would have been overwhelmed long ago. Li Linger sensed the absence of malice from Yi Qingyi and the others, and thus faced them with composure. Could you give me an autograph? I am particularly fond of you, Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully, having only seen her on television until today when she finally encountered her in person. Shi Meng chuckled softly, pondering the need for an autograph when she was soon to be the hostess herself. At that moment, Tang was nearly turning the villa upside down. Not only was there a dearth of food, but he had yet to spot even a single cockroach. Thus, Tang had to accept the undeniable truth. This girl was genuinely kind-hearted, truly astonishing. What are you all chatting about? Tang approached with a smile. But upon catching Li Linger's gaze, he was momentarily stunned. As a passionate young man, how could he not have seen that face on his phone, even in an AI rendition? Yet, he was struck by the realization that the live version of Li Linger seemed rather diminished compared to the others. It was as though she were malnourished. Her skin lacked the luster of those around her. Just look at Sun Ting and the others, flawless, radiant as jade. It seemed she indulged in many hearty meals, leaving her appearance lacking. With proper nourishment, her beauty would surely rival theirs. Are you Li Linger? Li Linger glanced at Tang and nodded, yes. The other four women cast envious glances, as encountering Li Linger was indeed a stroke of luck. Tang initially thought she was merely a small celebrity and never imagined that she would be such a prominent star. But why don't you come to harm me? If you did, I would have a reason to guide you and help you find your path, he said with a resigned smile, moving to lean against the sofa. Shi Meng observed Tang sensing something unusual about him. Aren't you going to take action? She wondered. It wasn't just Shi Meng who thought this way. The other three women shared the same sentiment. However, Tang found it impossible to act against someone so benevolent. After all, having opened that door for her, he felt obliged to reward her with a year's worth of provisions. Thank you. Are you all from the same neighborhood? Li Linger asked curiously, expressing her relief at having someone to talk to, as otherwise, she might have succumbed to depression. Chapter 83. Our team. Tang pointed to Sun Ting and the other three women, then turned to Shi Meng and said, We belong to the same community. We ran into her neighborhood, and chaos ensued, leading to a desperate escape. Alas, many lives were lost. My goodness, you are truly remarkable to have made it out, Li Linger exclaimed, unable to fathom how Tang managed to lead four girls to safety. It was astonishing, especially considering Tang refined demeanor. Tang extended his hands towards the fireplace, curiosity evident in his voice as he asked, How is it that you are living here alone? I came to attend a commercial performance as a guest, and the organizers arranged for me to stay here for the night, only to find myself trapped. Tang responded with a soft "oh" and fell silent. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting exchanged glances, sensing their host's unusual demeanor. Could it be that he had encountered his ideal goddess, leaving him somewhat hesitant? Perhaps it was time for them to play the role of the villains. Where are you planning to go? Li Linger inquired, warming her hands with her breath. Shi Meng replied, We intend to head to Yunhai City. Yunhai City? That's over 400 kilometers away. Are you walking or driving? Oh, wait. It seems driving is not an option right now. Suddenly, Tang stood up, interrupting the conversation. Shall we have something to eat first? I don't have any food left, truly, Li Linger hurriedly clarified. mistakenly thinking Tang Ze was suggesting she retrieve something to eat. Observing Li Linger's pitiable demeanor, Tang Ze offered a wry smile and said, I haven't asked you to fetch any food. I have provisions. I shall bring the car over. It would be rather awkward to perform a magic trick, especially since he was not well acquainted with Li Linger. However, one must honor their word. The agreed-upon supplies for the year would not diminish by even a single item. Li Linger was quite taken aback as she watched Tang Ze don his protective gear and step outside. Before long, a formidable Maybach appeared on the scene. Oh my goodness! She gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, feeling as though the vehicle had emerged from a science fiction film. Not only Li Ling, but also the residents of the nearby villas were drawn to the spectacle, their gazes filled with awe and covetousness. If this car could be seized, their confinement here would become a thing of the past. Due to the car's considerable height, it could not fit into the garage and had to be parked outside. I'll go lend a hand, Li Linger said, moving to assist, but was halted by and by. Yi Qingyi chuckled, there's no need for assistance. We girls wouldn't be able to lift it. That would be rather embarrassing, Li Linger replied. There's no cause for embarrassment. Do not overthink it, Sun Ting reassured her, patting Li Linger gently on the shoulder. She noted that such girls were exceedingly rare nowadays. Li Linger had evidently not experienced much of the world and still retained a pre-apocalyptic mindset. Had she endured the trials of hell on earth, her innocence would surely have been tempered. Tang Ze lingered in the garage for a moment before re-entering the house, saying, that should suffice. Let us see what we might have for lunch. Upon entering the garage, Li Linger was astounded. Her small mouth could barely contain a large sausage. Over 40 boxes of bottled water were neatly arranged to one side, accompanied by an abundance of food ranging from snacks to fresh meat, fruits, and even fine wine and skincare products. Li Linger rubbed her eyes in disbelief, questioning the reality of this spectacle. Could that vehicle truly accommodate such a bounty? Why aren't you all coming to choose? Tang Ze remarked with a smirk, calling out sweetly to their master, oblivious to the notion of allowing their master a moment of joy by winning a game. Shiming laughed, pulling Li Linger closer. Let us all join in. Take what you desire. Aye. Consider it a fee for our stay. Feel free to pick whatever you like. Don't hold back. Tang Ze opened a bottle of soda, the sound of fizzing echoing in the air, pure bliss. After a moment of contemplation, Li Linger earnestly declared, Then I shall prepare the meal. I cannot simply indulge in your provisions without contributing. That works, Sun Ting gently replied. I'll assist you. No, you all should rest. Just let me know what you wish to eat, and I shall see what I can prepare. Tang Ze teased, I never imagined a superstar would also be a chef. Please, do not mock me. If it turns out unpalatable, I trust you won't hold it against me. That certainly won't be the case, Tang Ze chuckled, eager to observe whether Li Linger would harbor any mischievous thoughts upon being presented with such a plethora of supplies. Should even a hint of malice arise, he would be obliged to act as the harbinger of justice. However, it soon became apparent that Tang Ze's hopes were dashed. The others were as honest as could be. During lunch, he single-handedly prepared a delightful fruit platter, presenting it with grace. Brother Tang, esteemed sisters, please enjoy some fruit, said Li Linger, adorned in an apron. Her demeanor seemingly brighter, devoid of any star-like pretentiousness, resembling more of a servant attending to their needs. Si Meng, however, kept a watchful eye on Li Linger. Despite her diligent efforts in slicing the fruit, she herself had not partaken of even a single piece. Were it her, after such a prolonged period of hunger, she would have surely indulged secretly. Such a girl seemed ill-suited for his team. Suddenly, Si Meng grasped why Tang Ze had become markedly quieter upon their arrival. He had been brimming with excitement, engaging in discussions about which celebrity they might encounter. The realization that Li Linger remained unchanged by the chaos of the world led to a shift in their perceptions. After all, these women had harbored a degree of selfish calculation, hoping to gain advantages from Tang Ze. Yet, Li Linger appeared untouched by such thoughts, perhaps oblivious to the turmoil outside. We often consume these. Do indulge. They are brimming with vitamins, said Yi Qingyi with a smile, her expression radiating warmth to Li Linger, akin to a caring elder sister. Li Linger felt a swell of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Thank you all. Do not be disheartened. Good deeds are rewarded in kind. Tang Ze replied with a smile, feeling a flicker of hope that the world had not entirely succumbed to darkness, as individuals like Li Linger still existed. Yet, he pondered, how long could such good souls endure? Li Linger only took a slice of orange. I will go prepare the meal, but there is no electricity, Tang Ze remarked. Within the supplies, there are self-heating rice packs. You should search for them. All right, I understand. As Li Linger went to look, the four women simultaneously cast peculiar glances at Tang Zhe. What are you looking at me like that for? Have you all lost your minds? Tang Zhe felt compelled to issue a stern reprimand. Xi Ming leaned closer to Tang Zhe, exhaling softly. Master, should such a stunning beauty not be welcomed into your warm embrace? She is not like you. She lacks the wickedness to fit in, he replied. Yi Qingyi pouted her red lips and said, I am not wicked either, yet I was still plundered by you, master. You claim not to be wicked? I saved you. And you simply walked away without a second thought. Where is the fairness in that? Xi Ming teased. This time, I stand with the master, condemning your ungrateful behavior. Yi Qingyi conceded, you have valid points. I admit my fault. But what about Li Linger? She has gathered all these supplies. How shall she be repaid? Xiaobai inquired with curiosity. Tang Zhe promptly tapped in Bai's forehead. Foolish. She opened her door to us. Our gratitude is in our presence. Besides, I have stated that anyone who opens their door to us without ill intent shall receive provisions. Master, Xiaobai is becoming foolish from your taps, Sun Ting jested. Indeed, the more you tap, the more foolish she becomes. Like a na-vi little lamb, Yi Qingyi added, which made Xiaobai so irritated that her mouth seemed ready to spill over with indignation. Chapter 84. The Unwanted Kiss of Tang Zhe. Upon hearing the footsteps of Li Linger returning, the five individuals ceased their conversation. After approximately an hour and a half, Li Linger had prepared a delightful spread of 7 dishes and a soup. Initially, Tang Zhe held little expectation for the meal, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the appealing presentation, particularly the braised pork ribs, which were glistening with a rich red hue that stimulated one's appetite. Additionally, the stewed chicken with mushrooms emitted a robust aroma, and the stir-fried beef with garlic sprouts was indeed a testament to her culinary prowess. I haven't cooked in a while, so I'm a bit out of practice. I hope it's satisfactory, Li Linger said modestly as she wiped her hands nearby. You've done splendidly, Tang Zhe responded. Now, please take a seat. There's no need for everyone to stand. This was a matter of decorum, and it was Tang Zhe's responsibility to assert it. In front of outsiders, do not resort to eating on the floor, or I shall be perceived as a lunatic. Everyone, please take a seat, he added, casting a playful yet authoritative glance. Although he did not wish to exclude Li Linger, he was keen on maintaining his image. Sun Ting and Bai both felt that it had been quite some time since they had dined seated, and they found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to it. As the final bowl of soup was placed on the table, Li Linger inquired, Brother Tang, would you like something to drink? I can pour it for you. No need for that. Just sit down and enjoy the meal, Tang Zhe replied. Indeed, Linger, come join us. You've worked hard preparing this feast, Sun Ting urged, gently pushing Li Linger into a chair. Feeling somewhat bashful, Li Linger complied. Yi Qingyi then stood and said with a smile, I shall fetch a bottle of red wine. I'll go, Li Linger exclaimed immediately, but was promptly restrained by Sun Ting. Tang Zhe sighed inwardly. Such a delightful girl. Why must she be so innocent? A hint of mischief wouldn't be amiss. Soon, Sun Ting returned with a bottle of red wine, pouring it generously for everyone. Cheers. Today, I finally get to meet a true star, Tang Zhe said with a cheerful grin. I'm no longer a star myself, had it not been for your presence. I might have starved in a few days, replied the charming Xi Ming. Sister, with these provisions, we could survive for 2 years if we ration them wisely. Thank you. Sister, thank you all. I'll drink to that. With that, Li Linger downed her glass in one go. Sun Ting laughed heartily. Sister, you have quite the capacity for alcohol. I'll join you. I shall partake as well, Little Bai chimed in, eager to join the revelry. Tang Zhe shook his head in resignation. Let us all drink moderately. I prefer not to be left to collect corpses. Come on, let us celebrate together. Oh, spare me. A single bottle of red wine was evidently insufficient, prompting them to bring an entire case, embodying a spirit of revelry that suggested they would not return sober. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe abstained from drinking, finding the wine rather unpalatable, preferring a more joyous beverage. After a few rounds, the girls became slightly tipsy, each radiantly beautiful, and they began to take selfies. Sister, may I borrow your phone to make a call? Of course, Xi Ming replied, handing her phone to Li Linger. Li Linger intended to call a neighbor from her hometown, but as the call connected, the number you have dialed is not in service. Why can't we get through? Li Linger furrowed her brows, recalling that she had been able to connect previously. Sun Ting remarked, many areas have recently lost signal. It is likely that all communication will soon be interrupted. Oh, I see. Li Linger returned her phone to Ximeng. Ximeng raised her glass once more and proclaimed, "Let us drink and be merry today, for we live in the moment." Indeed, living in the present is paramount. Tang stood up and downed a glass of red wine. The meal stretched on for a full 2 hours, with 1.5 of those spent indulging in wine. Observing the empty bottles scattered on the floor, the atmosphere shifted as they began to sing and dance atop the sofa, with even Li Linger joining in, seemingly releasing her pent-up emotions. As he watched the 5 women reveling in the living room, Tang took out his phone to capture the moment in a photograph. After all, in this fleeting instant, he too felt a long-lost joy, devoid of any master-servant dynamic, merely a bond of simple friendship. Yet, it must be acknowledged that if it were not for the apocalypse, how could he ever find himself here, dining with these illustrious women, witnessing their antics after a few drinks? "Come join us in our revelry," Mbai called out to Tang. He shook his head, saying, "You all enjoy yourselves. I shall refrain." "Oh, come on," Sun Ting and Yi Qing urged, playfully dragging him along. "It seems he has transformed into a bashful innocent." They were relentless in their enthusiasm when they teased him. However, Tang soon realized that these women were insidiously pushing themselves closer to Li Linger, harboring ulterior motives. "Just look at how shy Li Linger has become. She is nothing like you raucous women." After tiring themselves out from their antics, everyone gathered around the fireplace for warmth. "I haven't had this much fun in a long time," Yi Qingyi murmured, gazing at the flames. "Me too," Sun Ting replied softly. Little Bai had already drifted off to sleep. Although Ximeng remained silent, today was indeed a remarkable day, primarily due to the kind-hearted Li Linger, who had allowed everyone to lower their guard. Leaning against Ximeng, Li Linger gazed into the fire, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her delicate face flushed with color, no longer appearing as frail as before. "What are you thinking about?" Ximeng inquired curiously. "Nothing much," Li Linger replied wistfully. She was genuinely happy today, yet tomorrow she would still be left alone. Ximeng gently stroked Li Linger's back, encouraging her, "If you have something on your mind, speak it. Do not keep it bottled up." May I leave with you?" Li Linger asked weakly, a note of pleading in her voice. Before Ximeng could respond, Tang interjected with a smile, "The supplies are sufficient for you to last a year. By then, perhaps the apocalypse will have passed, and order will be restored. I know my request may be a bit excessive, but I can cook for you, do laundry, and handle some chores." "I truly do not wish to remain here alone." As she spoke, Li Linger struggled to contain her emotions, but thankfully, Ximeng was there to comfort her. Tang never anticipated that after a meal, filled with merriment and revelry, she would find herself compelled to join in. "Our team may not be suitable for you. Remaining here might bring you greater comfort," Tang advised, noting that they needed to invigorate themselves daily and sometimes even act as enforcers, given the high intensity of their work. "I possess a strong adaptability," she replied. With a sigh, Tang candidly stated, "Li Linger, to speak plainly, we have eliminated numerous villains. It is unsafe for you to accompany us. Do you understand? Villains deserve their fate. I too wish to dispatch them, to avenge my parents." Li Linger exclaimed, "Goodness, is this celebrity intoxicated? Why must she insist on following me?" Noticing Tang silence, Li Linger suddenly stood and approached her, declaring, "Brother Tang, take me with you. I will be your woman." This seemed to be Li Linger's only trump card, herself. "You appear to be inebriated," Tang remarked with a frown. "I am not," Li Linger retorted before forcefully pinning Tang to the ground, her crimson lips claiming Tang's mouth. This spectacle left the 3 women nearby utterly astounded. Such a bold move from the celebrity, and the host was being kissed against her will. At that moment, Mbai slowly awoke. Observing the scene before her, "I must still be dreaming. Let me continue my slumber." Chapter 85. The boldness of one's resolve. It must be said that the sensation of being forcefully kissed by a prominent star is rather nuanced. However, Tang promptly pushed Li Linger away, declaring, "Are you out of your mind? I have no need for you to play the role of my woman." "No, you just responded to me," Li Linger retorted. "That was merely a physiological reaction of a man. Do not cause unnecessary trouble. If you persist, you shall face my wrath." Tang's expression turned noticeably colder. Ximeng hastily intervened, pulling Li Linger away. "Your behavior will only serve to upset him further." Li Linger was taken aback by Tang's demeanor. Tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. She had shamelessly attempted to kiss him, even sacrificing her first kiss in a desperate plea for him to take her away, only to be met with ruthless rejection. Did her body hold no value whatsoever? Having been granted a glimmer of hope, it felt as though that hope was cruelly extinguished, leaving her to ponder whether it would be better to await her demise in silence. In a sudden burst of despair, Li Linger ran towards the door, flinging it open and dashing out, clearly intent on ending her life. Probably just like you, Tang Ze remarked to Ximeng. Those words left Ximeng feeling ashamed. To die with dignity seemed far superior to clinging to life in such a manner. Reflecting on that choice was indeed quite humiliating. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting shared similar sentiments. Everyone contemplated the idea of death, yet when faced with the possibility, none had the courage to follow through. Just when everyone anticipated that Li Linger would halt her reckless pursuit, she leapt into the pouring rain. The onlookers inside could hardly believe their eyes. She truly dared to jump. She audaciously undertook what others dared not. Rather than becoming Tang Ze's woman, she would sooner embrace death. Goodness, this damned allure. With her eyes closed, Li Linger leaped, feeling no pain, oblivious to the rain drenching her. When she gradually opened her eyes, she found herself still sheltered beneath the eaves. Hadn't she just jumped? Do you truly wish to die? Would it not be better to remain here and await rescue? Tang Ze, standing behind her, remarked while puffing on a cigarette, I am no virtuous man. A good girl like you should not descend into such depravity. Li Linger bit her crimson lip and murmured, Have you ever lost your parents? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Tang Ze replied indifferently, I am an orphan. Li Linger was taken aback and quietly said, I lost my parents. As their daughter, I can only hide here, scraping by, unable to avenge them. I would rather reunite with them sooner. Huh, then why wait until now? Why not die earlier? Li Linger gazed at the modified Maybach beside the garage. Because of you. You have given me hope for revenge. You can lead my sister and the others to escape. You must possess your own means, and with so many resources. This vehicle cannot possibly accommodate them all. Moreover, ordinary individuals could never have protective gear like yours. You are quite astute. I thought you were just a naive simpleton like Xiaobai. Li Linger turned to face Tang Ze, her expression earnest. I can play the role of a naive simpleton. As long as I can exact my revenge. Are you negotiating with me? Tang Ze furrowed his brows slightly, initially believing that Li Linger was selflessly rescuing him and others. But it appeared she harbored her own ulterior motives. He sighed, tilting his elegantly sculpted chin. To be honest, you have somewhat disappointed me. I am no longer a prominent star, nor do I possess any influential backing. The only asset I have is this body. What your sisters can do, I can do as well. Have you noticed? Your sisters require your nod of approval before they can sit down to eat. It feels as though your relationship resembles that of superiors and subordinates rather than a typical romantic partnership. Tang Ze chuckled softly, realizing he had underestimated her perceptiveness. She had deduced the truth with remarkable accuracy. Are you so certain you can avenge your parents? What if you fail? Wouldn't that render this body a wasted opportunity? Still, it is preferable to waiting passively for death, and business inherently involves both gains and losses. That does make a fair point. Li Linger pressed her nails into her flesh, whispering, So, have we reached an agreement? Without verification, how can we consider it a transaction? I assure you, I am untouched. Completely pristine, she retorted, her silver teeth clenched, surprised that she could utter such bashful words. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze smiled again, noting that everyone in the room claimed it was their first time. He leaned closer and inhaled deeply. There's a slight odor. I prefer fragrant women. If this is the standard for verification, I might just have to return it. I also desire to bathe, yet there is no water. As she uttered these words, Li Linger's delicate neck flushed crimson. Who does not wish to be a fragrant girl? Now that water is available, you may cleanse yourself. Very well, I shall go at once. I await you in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. After speaking, Li Linger lowered her head and hurried into the room, having just uttered the most embarrassing words of her life. Yet, for the sake of revenge, what does it matter? Observing Li Linger rush inside, Tang Ze flicked away the cigarette, but, realizing that others had been calculating since the moment they entered. Indeed, it seems that in this world, there are no longer any individuals with pure intentions and no unsolicited requests. Everything is driven by ulterior motives. Even Li Linger is no exception. The pleasure of having such a prominent star as Li Linger is tempered by the discontent of the same. Alas, let us first assess the situation. Upon entering the room, Sun Ting immediately performed a 90-degree bow. Congratulations, master. Yi Qingyi and Bai and Ximeng also bowed sweetly, exclaiming, Congratulations, master. I truly suspect you are leading others astray. Tang Zhe felt that Li Linger had transformed too swiftly, with no prior indication. We certainly have not, absolutely not. This is merely a sincere congratulation for the master acquiring a stunning beauty. Another one sharing the burden of consequences. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe arrived at the master bedroom, finding Li Linger on the bed, shivering with cold. Are you unaware of how to operate the air conditioning? Tang Zhe inquired. As he grasped the remote control and activated the device, setting the heating to its maximum capacity while simultaneously illuminating the lights. Has someone called? Li Linger exclaimed in surprise. Tang Zhe shook his head, settling onto the edge of the bed with a nonchalant demeanor. I just tinkered with the generator. I hadn't intended to. As the moment the lights in your villa illuminate, those surrounding will undoubtedly come to seek you out. Upon hearing Tang Zhe's considerate words, a warmth spread through Li Linger's heart, yet she offered a bittersweet smile. Your vehicle is already a nuisance parked there. Once you leave, I fear I shan't last long. Are you blaming me? Li Linger lowered her gaze slowly. Lift your head. With a gentle motion, Li Linger raised her head, meeting Tang Zhe's penetrating gaze, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. Indeed, she possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, one that could barely be deemed adequate. As his fingers brushed against her soft, crimson lips, Tang Zhe remarked casually. Upon hearing his words, Li Linger exhaled in relief, though she pondered if it was truly so forced. Despite no longer being a major star, she still took pride in her appearance. Now you may come over and kiss me. Li Linger gasped in astonishment. Wasn't it typically the boys who took the initiative?